In a world woven from the very fabric of feeling, there exist beings known as wizards. They are the geniuses of the mysterious, shaping the raw, untamed power of human emotion, joy, love, even the primal energy of rock into tangible magic. Through their will, they conjure illusions and conveniences that defy explanation. But the heart is a chaotic and fickle thing, a storm of countless emotions, and so true wizards are a rarity, scattered like lonely stars in the vast night sky. In the soft, moonlit quiet of a lavish bedroom, a man with hair like spun silver beside a sleeping woman, his gaze heavy with a sorrow that seemed to seep into the very air. Her name was Isnilda. He whispered it like a prayer, a secret only the shadows could hear, telling her that she was different. Her face, framed by waves of auburn hair, was serene in sleep, a stark contrast to the turmoil in his heart. He reached out, his hand gently covering hers, touch that was both a comfort and a cage. He leaned closer, his voice a low, despairing murmur, confessing a belief that if there was only love, a person could do anything. But as Isnilda slept on, lost in her own silent world, her dreams drifted elsewhere, to a love that felt a universe away. Where was her love now? The question echoed in the surreal landscape of her mind, where koi fish swam through a celestial sea. Her memory took her to a sun-drenched clearing, to a promise made her a canopy of vibrant green leaves. A young man with like twilight and hair as dark as a raven's wing lay on the grass, his hand in hers. He had promised her, his voice ringing with the certainty of youth, that the day they met again, he would return to her as a knight. The memories came in a torrent of bittersweet fragments, their innocent laughter as children running by the sea. A solemn moment their hands joined over a signed contract, the devastating sight of her own tears staining her cheeks as he placed a ring, a heavy, beautiful promise, on her finger. He had knelt before her, a knight pledging his fealty, and pressed a reverent kiss to her hand. That was her love, the love she clung to in the darkness. Her consciousness surfaced, pulling her from the dream and into the suffocating reality of her bedroom. The silver-haired man, Noah, was still there. She confronted him, her voice trembling but sharp, asking him what, precisely, he thought she was. Was she nothing more than a child in desperate need of his protection? The question hung between them, heavy and accusatory. Her hand flew to her cheek, a gesture of disbelief and hurt. Noah averted his gaze, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes before he turned back to her. He told her what she was to him. She was his teacher's daughter, the one he had sworn an oath to watch over. His voice was low and intense, each word laced with an unyielding sense of duty. He confessed that he couldn't bear to let go of a single, minuscule possibility that she might go wrong. In a shocking, desperate gesture, he knelt before her, his hands gently taking hold of her ankle, his touch sending a jolt through her. He told her that if her situation was beyond his expectation, then she should fly overhead. She should trample on him, he pleaded, his head bowed, so that he in turn could finally feel safe. He kissed her shoe, an act of such profound, almost painful devotion that it stole the air from her lungs. A blush crept up her neck, her mind reeling from the intensity of his words, the sheer weight of his vow. Her life had not always been this tangled web of grief and obligation. There was a time before, a time of pure, uncomplicated joy. She remembered a perfect day, the sun warm on her skin and the salty air of the sea filling her lungs. They were celebrating her birthday, hanging out on the deck of a magnificent ship. It was her 12th birthday, and the wind from the sea felt like a gentle caress. Her father presented her with a golden, ribbon-wrapped box, his eyes crinkling with love. They were a family of 3, their laughter echoing over the waves, a happiness so perfect it could have been painted in a portrait. But the memory soured, the brilliant blue sky churning into a violent, bruised purple. The sea, once calm, rose up in monstrous waves. Lightning tore through the sky, striking the ship with a deafening crack. Her mother's name was a silent scream in her mind. Told and absolute seized her. Her own reflection in a shard of glass showed a child's face, her eyes wide with a horror no 12-year-old should ever know. Her father's voice cut through the storm's roar, urging her to come quickly, promising he would go for help. But the rest was a blur of panic and chaos. She remembered running, her small legs pumping as the deck tilted violently beneath her. A colossal wave, a wall of black water, crashed over the side, sweeping her off her feet. Then, only the suffocating, icy darkness of the ocean. Her body felt impossibly heavy, as if bound by ghostly chains, pulling her down into the abyss. She reached a trembling hand towards the fading light, a silent plea for her mom and dad on her lips. But they were gone. Everything ended that day when her parents died on the Elahir boat, its broken mow a tombstone in the silent depths. The funeral was a hollow, echoing affair. The grand hall was crowded, but she wondered how many of the black-clad figures were truly sad. Their whispers followed her like vultures. They had heard about the shipwreck, how so many had died. They pointed from afar, their voices laced with morbid curiosity, murmuring about the lone 12-year-old girl who survived. How could she not be crying, they hissed, when her own parents were dead? Their words twisted into cruel accusations, speculating that her family's charitable foundation was just a front, a bribe to polish a tarnished image. She sat alone, a small figure drowning in a sea of black, the whispers of poison seeping into her grief. A man knelt before her, his face a caricature of concern. It was her uncle. He urged her to tell everything to her daddy, his new self-proclaimed title. He was sure her father must have left her with a message. He pressed closer, his breath hot and unwelcome, asking what her father had left behind. When she whispered that she didn't remember, his grip on her small arm tightened painfully, his facade of sympathy crumbling to reveal a greedy, desperate man. He warned her not to say that, not when she couldn't remember. He squeezed her arm harder, his knuckles white, demanding she think wisely about her father's legacy, insisting she must remember something. He hissed that her daddy wouldn't be able to take care of her if she didn't tell him what he wanted to know. His voice was a threat, and his name on her lips Isnilda sounded like a curse. She finally, screaming that she didn't know anything. She clutched her head, trying to block out the noise as other men closed in, their faces looming and distorted. They surrounded her, hounding her, telling her to bend down and say something, that she must have heard something. They tormented her with questions about her future, asking who she would live with now. She shrieked for them to stop, the crushing pressure of the deep ocean returning, the memory of drowning merging with the horror of the present. She didn't know anything about an inheritance, so why did they keep asking? In the ensuing scuffle, a man stumbled, sending a decorative urn of water crashing to the floor. The water splashed across her black dress, cold and shocking. Someone muttered about her bad luck. A priest nearby asked if she was okay, but his voice was distant, muffled. The shock of the cold water was a trigger. Her heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Suddenly, she wasn't in the funeral hall anymore. She was back in the water, the world turning blue and blurry, her lungs screaming for air. A primal need to escape seized her. She had to get out. She scrambled to her feet, but her body felt leaden, weighed down by invisible chains, and she stumbled towards the balustrade. The faces of the guests blurred into a sea of judgment. Just as her legs gave out and she began to fall, a hand appeared before her. It was strong and steady, reaching for her in the midst of her collapse. The touch was electric, almost magical. She looked up into the face of a young man with silver blonde hair and piercing eyes, dressed in a brilliant blue uniform. It was Noah. He pulled her gently to her feet, his voice calm as he asked if she was all right. She could only manage a weak yes. He apologized for being late. Up close, she could see he was pale and breathing heavily, as if he had run a great distance to reach her. He knelt before her, and as he opened his hand, a miracle unfolded. A cascade of shimmering, magical butterflies, born from a blue gemstone he held, fluttered into the air. They danced around her, their light a soothing balm on her shattered nerves. Her terror melted away in an instant, replaced by a sense of wonder. He gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, fastening the magical gem into her braid. It was her birthday gift, he said softly. She stared at him, bewildered, and asked who he was. He explained that he sometimes had meals with her father. As her greedy uncle approached, Noah pulled her behind him protectively, his voice low and urgent as he told her to stay there and remain calm, no matter what happened. He ordered her not to go away. Her uncle demanded to know who this stranger was. Noah introduced himself calmly as Noah Argent. He explained he came when he heard the news that his teacher had passed away. Then, with an air of absolute authority, he unrolled a formal scroll, declaring that from that moment on, he was executing the orders of the Master Council. The crowd erupted in whispers about the inheritance. Her uncle's face contorted with rage, screaming about what kind of solution this was, demanding to know what would happen to the girl. Noah replied coolly that Isnilda would be taken in by him, her only blood relative, but that the matter of the inheritance was a separate issue entirely. The uncle, trembling with fury, shouted that he wouldn't allow it. He lunged forward, grabbing the front of Noah's immaculate uniform. Noah didn't even flinch, his gaze remaining as cold and unyielding as a winter frost. Isnilda could only watch, a silent, stunned witness to the battle being waged over her future. Years passed. In a sunlit, opulent room, an older Isnilda across from Noah. He was dressed in an elegant white suit, the picture of wealth and power. She told Mr. Argent that she'd had a great time. But beneath the polite surface, her mind drifted to that day, February 22nd, 1949, her 12th birthday. The day her parents died. The day she lost everything, all for a name she was forced to carry. At another tense meal, Noah asked how she had been these days. Isnilda deflected, prattling on about her cousin Roll's examinations and Bella's upcoming engagement. Noah stopped cutting his steak, his patience wearing thin. He reminded her that he was her patron, not the others, and he wanted to know how Ashit was doing. Forced into a corner, put on a bright smile, speared a piece of meat with her fork, and insisted she had been doing well. Noah saw right through it. He asked if her child support wasn't enough, casually mentioning a rumor he'd heard that her uncle, Baron Buntar, had fallen into financial difficulty. She denied it immediately, claiming she'd never heard such a thing, her cheerful facade unwavering. Noah simply looked at her and said, right. The silence that followed was deafening. Isnilda knew she couldn't keep this up. She set down her fork and decided to speak to him directly. Looking into his icy eyes, she wondered if this man could ever show her a moment of kindness, but she had no one else to turn to. He was Noah Ament, a man from a common lineage who had amassed an incredible fortune, and now served as the righteous chairman of a foundation that helped orphans. He was her only hope. Clenching her fists in her lap, she told Mr. Ament that she actually had something to ask him. She explained that her 19th birthday was in a month, and she would finally be an adult. She wanted to make money on her own, and she asked if he would introduce her to some kind of job. He asked her why she wanted to live alone. With a strained but determined smile, she replied that she couldn't stay at her uncle's house forever, since he had raised her so well. She wanted to make her own way from now on. She was sure Mr. Ament knew of plenty of places in the capital and wondered if he could introduce her to a good one. He was silent for a moment, then pointed out that it would be difficult for a young woman from an aristocratic family to find a safe and decent job on her own. He then asked if she had told Baron Vantar in advance. She flinched. She admitted that she was going to tell him when she got back today, provided Mr. Ament would do her this favor. He tapped his fingers on the table, a thoughtful, calculating rhythm. Finally, he agreed. He summarized her request. After her birthday, she wanted to leave home, become independent, and any kind of work would be fine. She confirmed, adding that she hoped it was legal. He assured her he wasn't going to make Miss Isnilda do anything illegal, and that he wouldn't need her uncle's permission, since in a month she would be an adult and wouldn't need a guardian's consent. Her eyes widened with a brilliant spark of hope as she agreed. He set the terms. He would be back on February 22nd. In 1 month, if her thoughts remained the same, they would sign a contract. Isnilda was shocked that he had agreed so readily. She asked if there were really no strings attached. He simply advised her to think ahead and see what was good for her. He then presented her with a small box. He apologized for giving her a ready-made gift, but explained they were new gloves from the brand Arsnova. She thanked him, marveling how pretty and delicate they were, and commented that they must have been very expensive. She then added a little too brightly that he didn't have to give her presents all the time, comparing it to busy parents buying gifts for their children. She quickly backtracked, assuring him she wasn't saying he looked that old. Noah's face remained impassive. He told her he just wanted to see if they looked good on her. When he suggested she try them on, she smiled and declined, saying that since he was the one who gave to her, of course they would look good on her. She closed the lid gently. Setting the gift aside, she asked him to give her regards to Ed, apologizing for not being able to make his graduation. Noah's gaze was steady as he promised he would give Ed her message. Her heart gave a little flutter. As he stood to leave, she thanked him for coming and bid him goodbye at the imposing iron gate. Just as he was about to depart, he turned back, his voice cutting through the evening air. He asked her, Mrs. Nilda, if she was happy now. The question struck her like a physical blow. She gripped the cold bars of the gate, her reflection a prisoner in the fading light. For a moment, the mask slipped, revealing the deep well of sadness in her eyes. Then, she smiled a brilliant, false smile. Of course, she replied, her voice ringing with forced cheer. She was very happy. The gate clanged shut between them. As Noah walked away, he made a silent vow. He was going to make her happy, perfectly happy, so that she could be a completely grown-up lady, master of her own life. Isnilda opened the heavy front door and stepped inside. She was met with the stony, disapproving glares of her uncle and his family. I'm home, she announced to the frigid air. In his carriage, clattering away into the twilight, Noah stared out the window. 1 month, he thought. Just 1 more month, he would be there, and then she would finally have her freedom. A sudden, vicious grip fastens around Isnella's wrist, yanking her back. Senia's voice is sharp, demanding the gloves, demanding that Isnella give them to her. No. With a cruel flick, the glove is torn from Isnella's hand, exposing her pale skin to the cold air. A gasp escapes Isnella's lips, her first instinct to hide, to conceal the faint, ugly bruise blooming on the back of her hand. Her tormentors finally reveal themselves. Bella Vuntar, the matriarch, her face a mask of cold disapproval, and her daughter, Senia, a sneer playing on her lips. Senia offered a hollow apology, claiming the meal had simply been too long, her tone making it clear she wasn't sorry at all. Isnella forces a smile that feels brittle enough to crack, a pathetic attempt to placate the vipers in front of her. But Bella Vantar was not interested in pleasantries. Her voice was like ice as she told Isnella to simply take off her clothes and give them to her. The woman added, with crushing disdain, that she felt ill just seeing Isnella wearing her clothes, as if Isnella's very presence contaminated the fine fabric. Trembling, Isnella could only stammer a meek yes, fingers fumbling with the beautiful garments she knew were never truly hers. As she did, Senia's sharp eyes caught sight of the elegant paper bag in Isnella's hand. Her mother looked on, frustrated, as Senia's eyes lit up with greed, recognizing the prestigious Arsnova brand. With another violent movement, Senia snatched the bag from Isnella's grasp, demanding she give it to her. Tearing it open, she pulled out a pair of exquisite lace gloves, squealing with delight that they would be perfect for her engagement. Bella looked on with approval, while Isnella's heart sank, her eyes on the floor as she thought how beautiful they were, a small treasure she had bought for herself, now stolen in an instant. Senia's voice dripped with condescending poison as she asked Isnella if she could borrow this too, reminding her that she had borrowed their clothes today. She continued her verbal assault, sneering that it wasn't the only thing Isnilda was indebted for. After all, she had been living on top of her family's child support. The question hung in the air, heavy and threatening. How long was Isnelda planning to stay at their house? From the shadows of the balcony above, a man watched the scene unfold. It was her uncle, his expression cold and unfeeling as he affirmed Sinia's cruel words with a single, chilling syllable. The humiliation deepened as Bella joined in, her words twisting the knife. She reminded Isnelda that her uncle had been a great wizard, then spat the question of why Isnelda, his daughter, was so useless that she couldn't use magic. As the insults rained down, a voice in Isnelda's head desperately chanted for her to hold on, to just keep holding on. A flicker of defiance ignited within her. She vowed to herself that she wouldn't be crushed by words like these. She had to get out of here. But as she turned, her blood ran cold. Her uncle was standing right there. He had heard everything. Her hand instinctively clutched the fabric of her skirt as he spoke, his voice laced with venomous sarcasm. He mused that they were truly angels, weren't they, for letting her into their house with those gloves. Lost in a haze of shock and betrayal, Isnelda didn't even hear his shrill voice demanding to know if she was listening. Sinia shoved her, screaming, asking how dare she ignore her. The world swam before Isnelda's eyes. She fought back tears, telling herself not to cry, that she had to endure it. Just as Sinia raised a hand to strike, everything stopped. A firm hand caught Senia's wrist, and a deep voice commanded her to stop. It was Garrick Vantar, her cousin. But instead of relief, a new kind of fear seized Isnelda, and she pleaded with Garrick to get out of the way. Senia shrieked, accusing Garrick of being Isnelda's knight and questioning what was so different about her. He ignored his sister, his eyes fixed on Isnelda as he ordered Senia to stop bothering her. He placed a hand on Isnelda's shoulder, his voice softening as he asked if she was okay. The touch felt like a brand. Isnelda's eyes widened in terror. She flinched away, stammering that it was nothing, that Senia was just kidding. Desperate to escape, she mumbled that she was tired and needed to rest. She fled the room, leaving Garrick and Senia behind. As she ran, Senia's voice followed her, calling her mean and whining that she wanted her to leave the house as soon as possible. Garrick remained silent, his expression unreadable. In the suffocating darkness of her small room, Isnelda finally collapsed. She crawled to her bed and pulled out a heavy wooden chest from underneath. With trembling fingers, she opened it. Inside were her only treasures, letters, a quill, and a small, dark stone on a string of beads. She clutched the stone, her mind flashing back to a warmer time. She remembered another conversation, a kinder one, where someone had told her that the magic stone she'd been given would dry up all the magic she had saved. Her father's echoed in her memory, explaining that when a wizard creates magic through their emotions, a magic stone absorbs the mana, changes color, and shines. He had told her that if she could create a magic stone, she would be a genius, able to gain fame and live by herself wherever she went. Clinging to that memory, she squeezed the dull stone in her hands, her voice a desperate whisper, pleading for it to react. She poured every ounce of her misery into it, all the anger, the sadness, the suffocating vanity of this house. Please. She begged the empty room. Please react. For a moment, she held her breath, waiting for a spark, a glimmer of light. But there was nothing. A hollow, bitter laugh escaped her lips. It was useless. She was useless. In a surge of rage and despair, she flung the stone across the room. It clattered against the wooden floor, as dark and lifeless her hope. She crumpled, a broken sob catching in her throat as she laughed at her own foolishness. They were right. She was useless and incompetent. A horrifying certainty settled in her heart. She would never get out of this hell. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from her door. Isnelda froze, her heart hammering against her ribs as a voice called her name. It was him. Garrick leaned against the doorframe, a lazy, predatory smirk on his face as he watched her on the floor. Her voice was a trembling whisper as she asked why he was here, all of a sudden. He chuckled, the sound devoid of warmth, as he countered her question with his own, asking if he had come to a place he shouldn't have. After all, he reminded her cruelly this was his house. She stammered that it wasn't what she meant, her eyes darting around for an escape she knew didn't exist. He smiled, a chilling expression that didn't reach his eyes, and informed her that his father wanted her to come to his study. A wave of dread washed over her. She tried to buy herself a moment, thanking him and saying she would go change out of Bella's clothes first. But his gaze sharpened, seeing right through her flimsy excuse. He told her no, he would be waiting. In the oppressive silence of her uncle's study, he sat behind his large desk, puffing on a cigar. He asked if she had called on him. He then inquired if she had met Noah, if she had said anything. Isnelda confirmed that they had dinner together. Her uncle grunted that it was well enough. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Isnelda gathered all her courage and told him she had something she needed to say. His eyes narrowed instantly. The moment she mentioned leaving, he exploded. He slammed his hand on the desk, shouting that it was nonsense. He raged at her, asking how she was going to live when she was no good at anything. She was leaving without a plan. Ridiculous. She tried to reason with him, her voice small against his fury, explaining that once she became an adult, The child support would no longer apply, and she couldn't remain indebted to him. He just scoffed, rubbing his temple as if she were a bothersome child, telling her that the world wasn't as easy as she thought. A cold despair settled in her stomach. He had no intention of listening. He ground out his cigar in an ashtray with finality, ordering her to stop talking nonsense and get ready to socialize. Her blood ran cold as he announced his plan. At Senia's debut ball, he would introduce her to Baron Vantar A. Stunned, she asked how she, a commoner, could possibly have a debut. It was her birthday the next day. Just then, the door burst open. Senia stood there, her face a mask of fury, demanding to know who said that. She shrieked that she didn't want Isnilda at her once-in-a-lifetime view party. Her father growled, asking if she had been eavesdropping, but Senia was beyond reason. She threw herself into a full-blown tantrum, screaming that she was going to debut by herself. Her father's patience finally snapped. He roared for both of them to shut up and get out now. Outside the study, Senia immediately turned on Isnilda, hissing at her to go back in and say no. She see that Isnelda couldn't possibly be coming to her party. How dare she cut in? Had she no shame? All Isnelda could do was whisper that she was sorry. Senia's expression suddenly shifted, a sly, calculating look entering her eyes. She offered a deal, saying she would cut Isnelda some slack if she brought the dog. The dog, she clarified with a sneer, was Edvan. A dreamy look crossed Senia's face as she imagined her perfect debut. She had heard Edvan was graduating from the academy soon, a rising star and a great knight. Her dream, she confessed, was to get an academy graduation ring from a man like that. It would be the best debut in all of Mulhay. Isnelda's voice was quiet but firm as she said she couldn't do that. Her mind screamed the real reason. She couldn't show Ed what she looked like now, not like this. Senia's face twisted in rage. She shrieked, asking how dare Isnelda ignore her before lunging forward and grabbing a fistful of her hair. Isnelda cried out in pain, begging her to stop. And then, once again, a voice cut through the chaos. Sinan! Garrick stood there, pulling his sister away. Senia screamed at him, demanding why he showed up every single time and ordering him to get out of her way. Garrick simply stated that he was going to go, his expression unconcerned. Senia turned back to Isnelda, her voice a low threat. She warned Isnelda that if she didn't invite En, they would see what she would do after that. She stormed off, leaving Isnelda alone with Garrick. A heavy exhaustion settled over Isnelda. She was so tired. Her respite was short-lived. Garrick's voice, now low and menacing, cut through the silence. He asked her if she was still in contact with that dog. The question struck her like a physical blow. Heart began to pound, a frantic, teared rhythm against her ribs. The memory, the one she fought so hard to keep buried, came rushing back. The thumping grew louder, a drumbeat of terror in her ears. 4 years ago. She was standing on a rickety pier, the dark water lapping below. A younger Garrick stood before her, a cruel smirk on his face. She was pleading with him, her voice shaking, begging him not to do this. He told her to calm down, his tone deceptively gentle. He just wanted her to get in the water for a short minute, he said, dangling a letter in front of her. If she did that, he'd give it to her. It wasn't such a difficult thing to ask, was it? Her gaze fell to the murky water, and a violent shudder racked her body. Behind him, his friend Snick calling her a clod who couldn't even get in the water, betting she couldn't swim because she was a girl. One of them called out, telling Garrick to just read the letter so they could see why she wanted it so badly. Her eyes widened in horror, and she began to shake, begging him, please, don't read it. But Garrick's glinted with a terrifying, malicious light. He asked why he should listen to her. And then, his voice dripping with sadistic glee, he began to read her private words aloud. Dearest Ed, how I miss you. She screamed for him to stop, that it was a private exchange, not for him to read. Please, stop. He merely chuckled, enjoying her torment. But as he continued to read, his amusement curdled into a shocking, violent rage. He read the line about her sending a photo of herself. You ugly wench, he roared, his face contorting. Are you out of your mind? He lunged, grabbing her. He yanked her head back by her hair, his voice a low snarl in her ear. He accused her of thinking that just because she tied her hair up loosely, anyone would flirt with her, that she made herself look easy. He gave her a choice, get in the water or have hair cut off. He promised he would cut it all nice and pretty. A threat that made her blood run cold. She sobbed, crying, no, don't stop. The memory shattered as Garrick's voice, laced with the same chilling menace from 4 years ago, ripped back to the present. He shouted, demanding to know if she had sent any other letters to that guy, asking if it would take another bruise on her other hand to make her come to her senses. A lie sprang to her lips, born of pure survival instinct. She insisted that she hadn't, that Senia had the wrong idea. She forced a placating smile, claiming she'd been too busy to even think about Edvan. She took a submissive step towards him. He leaned in, trapping her against the wall, his voice a possessive whisper. He told her to be a good girl. After all, he was the only person in this house willing to pay her any attention. She nodded, her mind racing. If she appeared submissive, he'd be pleased. He wouldn't raise his hand against her. A slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent. She trudged back to the cold solitude of her room. The moment the door closed, she collapsed, the strength leaving her legs. Silent tears streamed down her face, a testament to the terror she had just endured. A sudden panic seized her. The chest. In her haste, she'd left it under the bed without even closing it. How careless of her. They would have given her hell if they had seen it. She retrieved the precious box and pulled out a worn envelope. This was the first letter Edvan had ever sent her. After losing her parents in that shipwreck 7 years ago, she'd been forced to part with him, her only friend. Edvan was the grandson of Granny Yurtha, who had worked for her family. After she came to live with the Vanthers, he had managed to attend the academy with Sir Noah's financial support. A pang of longing shot through her. How wonderful it would have been to attend the academy with him. But after her father's mentee, Noah Argent, took over the foundation, sponsorships given strictly based on merit. Prospective candidates needed exceptional talent, and since she had failed to mage, she was not qualified. She unfolded the letter, her eyes tracing the familiar handwriting. "Dear Isnelda," it began. He wrote that he had just attended the entrance ceremony and was back in his dormitory. He complained that his roommate was a bit annoying, but thankfully didn't discriminate based on social standing. He wrote that the boy was bugging him as he was writing, so he had to cut the letter short. But he made a promise that had become her lifeline. "I'll be sure to keep my promise to you, Isnelda. I'll become a knight, then go to see you. So don't forget about me. Please wait for me. Your friend Edvan Saul." A soft, sad smile touched her lips. Edvan, he used to write to her regularly, but it had already been a year since his last letter. A cold worry crept into her heart. She was sure Mr. Argent would have told her if something had happened to him. Had he forgotten about her because he was now too busy? Sometimes, in her darkest moments, she would imagine him. She pictured him appearing before her like a shining prince on a majestic horse from this hell, because she thought, her heart aching with a bittersweet warmth, he was her precious first love. Clutching the fragile paper to her chest, Isnelda sat alone in the darkness, clinging to the fading promise that was her only reason to endure. The gentle patter of rain against the window pane was a somber lullaby. Isnelda lay curled in her small, plain bed, a world away from the lavishness of the Vanther mansion she was forced to call home. A sudden, sharp knocking at her door shattered the quiet. Rough and Familiar called her name, pleading for her to open the door. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She didn't want to see him. Not now, not ever. But the knocking persisted. With a heavy sigh, she pushed herself up, the thin blanket falling away. The door creaked open, revealing Garrick standing in the hallway, his imposing frame filling the doorway. Her breath hitched. She's name, a question laced with dread. He held a tray laden with breakfast, a peace offering she didn't want. He explained that since she hadn't come down, he'd brought her food. Isnella's mind raced. Now he was finding all sorts of excuses to come to her room, and so early in the morning, too. She forced a polite, strained smile telling him thanks, but she wasn't feeling well. The air crackled with tension. Garrick's expression darkened, and he hissed that she was getting on his nerves again. He flinched, his hand clenching at his side as if fighting a dark impulse. His voice dropped to a low, menacing growl. He demanded to know why she was pushing his buttons, reminding her that he went out of his way to bring her this food, so she'd just be grateful and accept it. He loomed over her, his shadow casting her in darkness, making her feel small and suffocated. He questioned how long she was going to play hard to get, his words dripping with contempt. He sneered, asking if she was still angry about her wrist. He offered a half-hearted, mocking apology, questioning how he was supposed to know a girl's wrist was so fragile. The memory flashed through her mind, the bouquet of white roses, once so beautiful, now crushed on the floor by his feet, a mirror of her own trampled feelings. She said nothing, her silence a shield against his venom, her hand instinctively covering the faint purple mark on her wrist. He changed the subject abruptly, his tone shifting to something almost casual, yet still laced with a possessive edge. He mentioned hearing she was debuting with Xenia, and before she could process the shift, he asked if she wanted him to be her partner. A chill ran down her spine. "What?" The word escaped her lips. A breath of pure shock. He smirked, a cruel, knowing look in his eyes. He condescendingly explained that since she was a commoner, she might not know that for a debutante, not having a partner was one of the greatest sources of humiliation. He declared that he would attend the ball with her, adding with a dismissive sneer that it wasn't like she had anyone else to go with anyway. Isnelda hesitated, her mind a whirlwind of refusal and fear. Her silence only fueled his rage. He snarled, his voice rising, demanding to know if she was trying to say she didn't want to go with him. The tray of food crashed to the floor, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing the fracturing of her composure. Stuttering, she blurted out that it wasn't that, it was just that she already had a partner. He scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. He mocked her, saying she didn't even have any guy friends and couldn't possibly going with Roel. She quickly denied it was Roel, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "Think, Isnella, think." Her mind screamed, searching for an escape. A name anyone. She needed someone Garrick couldn't possibly torment. A name that would be a shield. And then, like a divine revelation, a name burst from her lips. She declared that it was Mr. Argent. Garrick froze, his expression from rage to stunned disbelief. He repeated the name, Noah Argent, as if tasting poison on his tongue. A vision of Mr. Argent, and composed in a pristine white suit, filled her mind. Yes, with a surge of desperate conviction. Mr. Argent would be her partner. Meanwhile, in Baron Vanther's study, his eldest son, Royal, expressed concern. He pointed out that Senia's debutante ball was costing them far too much. He reminded his father that they had lost a significant investment in a recent business venture, and suggested they scale down the ball. The Baron, enveloped in a cloud of cigar smoke, waved a dismissive hand. Nonsense, he boomed. He declared that if money was the issue, they could simply ask Sir Argent to advance Isnella's stipend for the next month. Royal protested, his voice strained, reminding his father that they had already done that last month. He leaned in, lowering his voice, revealing that Isnella's monthly stipend was staggering 2,200 muraes, enough to feed and clothe 30 commoners. He warned that this would all end when Isnella turned 18 next month. And if the public ever discovered the truth about her exorbitant allowance, their reputation would be ruined. The Baron erupted in a furious rage, slamming his hand on the desk. He shouted at Royal to watch his tongue, snarling that none of this would be a problem if his brother hadn't left his entire fortune to that Noah Argent. The Baron's face contorted with greed and resentment as he lamented his brother's choices, culminating in the shipwreck that killed him and his wife. He spat that the money Isnella received for her stipend should have rightfully been his. Royal watched his father, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. He questioned why they even bothered Isnella to society when gowns cost a fortune. The Baron's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. It was because she was pleasing to look at, he explained, a perfect image of her beautiful mother, who had inherited her looks from his brother. A pretty face, that's why. Isnella was just a tool. The Baron laughed cruelly, telling his son to use his head. He revealed countless men were waiting for Isnella to come of age, and one, Mr. Adlon, had already offered a high sum for her. He waved a letter with a rich red wax seal, the proof of his scheme. Roel's face paled in shock. The Baron's voice was venomous as he vowed that the wench wouldn't be allowed to think she could be independent. She would not leave his house until she had completely repaid the debt of raising her. Royal, ever the pragmatist, voiced his concern that this could pose a problem if Sir Argent found out they were marrying off the child he sponsored. But the Baron was unconcerned. Extinguishing his cigar with a sneer, he asked if Royal truly believed that inhuman bastard would give a damn. He told his son to watch and learn. He explained with a chilling smile that no one rids himself of a goose that lays golden eggs, no matter how old the bird gets. The image of a beautiful white goose, laying gleaming golden eggs, filled the dark room, a symbol of their cruel intentions. Miles away, in a grand office filled with floating magical scripts, Noah Argent sat, the rain streaking down the large window behind him. His elegant hands rested on his desk, fingers steepled in thought. His head secretary, Zerial, entered, placing a stack of documents before him. Zerial reported that rumors were circulating about Baron Vanther trying to procure a marriage. He clarified that it wasn't for Lady Bella, who was already promised to someone, nor did it seem to involve Lady Senia. Noah's gaze remained fixed on the glowing manuscripts. He saw, he said, and dismissed Zerial. The young secretary hesitated, insisting that Sir Noah shouldn't turn a blind eye to this. But Noah cut him off, his voice sharp and cold as he spoke Zerial's name. He commanded Zerial that he must have nothing to do with it. Zerial froze, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Noah added that he was quite busy and would appreciate it if he could get back to work now. Defeated, Zerial bowed and left, the heavy thud of the door sealing the conversation. Once alone, Noah's stoic facade wavered. He glanced at the rain-swept window. He rose from his chair and walked towards it, his reflection staring back at him from the dark glass. As he watched the downpour, a memory surfaced. A young Isnella, drenched and shivering in the cold rain, her eyes wide with a mixture and defiance. Another memory of her looking up at him, her small hand clutching his, a silent plea in her gaze. The rain continued to fall, washing over the world outside, just as these memories washed over him. Dressed in a modest traveling cloak and hat, Isnella stepped through the rain-slicked streets, her boots splashing in the puddles. She entered a small, cozy shop, the bell above the door chiming her arrival. The shopkeeper, a warm woman named Mrs. Fitz, greeted her with a smile, noting that she hadn't seen Isnella in a while. She asked if it would be the usual. Isnella confirmed, asking for one grape-flavored chocolate bar. She slid an envelope across the counter along with payment, whispering a quiet thank you. Mrs. Fitz smiled kindly, telling the dear girl there was no need to thank her. She was the one going through all the trouble. Isnella simply smiled, writing a quick note to accompany the letter. The note was for Mr. Argent, formally informing him of her debut and inviting him to be her partner, reminding him of their prior agreement and her unchanged resolve to become independent. After sealing it, she looked up hopefully and asked Mrs. Fitz if there were any letters for her. The woman's face fell with sympathy. Shaking her head, she apologized, saying she had no letters for her in return, despite Isnelda coming all this way. Isnelda's smile faltered for only a moment. She reasoned that Ed was probably busy, as she'd heard he was graduating from the academy soon. Mrs. Fitz brightened, remarking on how splendid that was, and how a knight's career promised a bright future. She spoke of the romantic tradition where a new knight offers his ring, engraved with his name, to the lord he will pledge loyalty to, or the lady he wishes to marry. A faint blush crept up Isnelda's cheeks at the thought. Mrs. Fitz gently encouraged her to write to the lad, suggesting that maybe this time he would reply. Isnelda's thoughts drifted back in time, to a place of pain and ridicule. 4 years ago, after Garrick had spitefully cut off her hair, she had become the subject of cruel gossip. She was labeled a wanton girl, romantically involved with a boor beneath her station. It wouldn't have been so bad if she were the only target, but the mockery extended to Edvan, the boy to whom her letters were addressed. He was just a talented kid sponsored by the Foundation, they whispered, an orphan of lowly social standing with dreams of graduating from the academy. Because of her, he became a target, so she began to fill her letters with lies, painting a picture of a happy, carefree life, all because she wanted him to remember the Isnilda from their youth, not the broken girl she had become. It was all for her own meaningless self-satisfaction. It had been a year now since she last received a letter from him. With a heavy heart, she picked up a pen and wrote a short, simple note, congratulating him on his upcoming graduation. She couldn't think of anything else to say. It would have to do. She sealed the letter with wax and handed it to Mrs. Fitz, who promised to see it sent. Leaving the shop, Isnelda unwrapped the chocolate bar she'd bought. She took a bite, the peculiar grape flavor flooding her senses. It was a taste she'd never gotten used to. Yet she knew, with a pang of bittersweet sadness, that she would miss it if she ever left this place. A month later, a letter arrived. Isnelda's face broke into a rare, genuine smile as she read the elegant script. It was from No Argent. He thanked her for the invitation, confirmed he would attend. He noted in a postscript, already prepared a gift. The night of the ball arrived, a whirlwind of activity and stifled chatter. Maids fussed over Isnelda's dress, a simple but elegant blue gown. She stood before the mirror, her expression distant and somber. One of the maids, a young, cheerful girl, broke the silence, asking if she was excited. Startled, Isnelda managed a weak, of course. The other maids giggled amongst themselves, one remarking that she should be excited, since it had been a while since his lordship showed her such attention. The head maid quickly shushed them, ordering them back to work. But their snickering continued. Isnelda turned, asking why everyone was laughing. The head maid leaned in close, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. She told Isnelda not to worry, that this was her chance to turn things in her favor. Confused, Isnelda simply asked if there were any accessories she could use, perhaps a pair of gloves. From across the room, Bella's sharp voice cut through the air. She said she had lent those gloves to Sinia for the ball. She appeared in the doorway, her expression a mask of contempt. She admonished Isnelda for not asking earlier, sneering that she shouldn't get upset over something so trivial. She called Isnelda shameless, reminding her that she'd been living off of them for years. Bella then added a final, cruel twist of the knife, suggesting that should be grateful the ready-made gloves fit, as it meant she could tell Mr. Argent that Sinia also purchased the same pair. Isnelda's gaze drifted upward, a weary resignation settling over her. She knew he wouldn't care about accessories after giving her so much. There had to be something she could wear. Her eyes landed on a small pouch. Inside, she found a simple bracelet with a single, teardrop-shaped blue gem. Perfect. Come to think of it, this was also a gift from Mr. Argent. She wrapped the cool beads around her wrist. Bella scoffed from the doorway, mocking the childish bracelet. Isnelda looked from her bare hand to the one now adorned with the simple gem. She forced a smile, her voice laced with bitter irony. She stated that it was a fitting accessory for someone like her, forced to come here and display herself like a doll. This would do just fine. A silly bracelet for a silly girl who was about to become the laughingstock of the ball. That's how she saw it, a puppet on display for all to see. Elsewhere, Sinia twirled in a magnificent golden gown, declaring it perfect. She preened, certain she was the star of the day, ready to silence all the gossips who had snubbed her. She turned to Roel, who applauded and called her stunning. He asked if she was sure she wanted him as her partner instead of Garrick, but she shuddered, calling her older brother a hellion who belonged in a gambling house. She wondered why he was even coming. Guessing because of Isnelda's debut, she laughed at the funny sight of them dancing together. Roel leaned in, whispering a secret. That wasn't the case. Their father had chosen a special partner for Isnelda. Sinia was shocked when he revealed it was the pot-bellied, and already married, Mr. Adlon. Roel explained there would be a surprise marriage announcement, a secret only the four of them knew. Senia, briefly feeling a pang of pity, quickly dismissed it, agreeing with Roll that it was for Isnella's own good. Becoming a mist was better than walking on eggshells with them ever. But then she remembered Garrick. She asked Roll if he really Garrick would just sit by and allow that to happen. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the hallway, startling them both. "Who's there?" Roll called out, but a gust of wind was the only reply. He peeked out the door, but found the corridor empty. He dismissed it as nothing, but Senia urged him to hurry to the main hall. He told her to go on ahead, saying he needed to check on their father first. At the edge of the ballroom, Isnella scanned the crowd, her heart aflutter with anxiety. She was looking for platinum blonde hair, but saw no one matching the description. He wrote he'd be here, so where was he? Senia found her pacing, chiding her for making her dizzy. Isnella apologized, lost in thought. Senia then asked why she wasn't in the ballroom, condescendingly explaining that it wouldn't be proper for a lady to make an appearance without a partner. She then feigned an apology, remarking how inconsiderate it was of her to talk about such things with someone who had no partner. She suggested Isnella could have asked Garrick, certain he would have been happy to oblige. Isnella quietly replied that she was fine as she was. Her eyes fell on the lace gloves Senia wore. Her gloves. They suited her, she thought with a pang of resignation. Senia would undoubtedly live a wonderful life as the daughter of Baron Vanther. She, on the other hand, would most likely disappear from this place after tonight. She silently scolded herself. "Don't grow wistful, Isnella. Those gloves wouldn't have suited you anyway." Just then Roel arrived, apologizing to his princess for the wait. As he took Senia's arm, he noticed Isnella and greeted her, remarking that she would also be an adult tomorrow. He wished her a happy birthday in advance. Isnella was stunned. He remembered. She thought none of them would remember something as insignificant as her birthday. Roel smiled, promising to celebrate her birthday properly later, before leading a beaming Senia into the ballroom. Isnella managed a quiet thank you, but as they disappeared into the glittering hall, a cold suspicion washed over her. Something was off. Why would he remember her birthday all of a sudden? He hadn't remembered for the past 7 years. There was always a hidden motive when they were nice to her for no reason. A servant appeared at her side, informing her that it was time. He grabbed her arm, his grip surprisingly firm. His touch was cold, startling. He told her to please follow him. He led her not towards the ballroom, but down a dark, unfamiliar corridor. A growing sense of dread coiled in her stomach. The servants were all calling her Miss, escorting her with a strange, sudden courtesy. She questioned him, pointing out that the corridor didn't lead to the ballroom. The servant smoothly replied that she would be using a special entryway. A special entryway. That couldn't be right. She'd lived in this house for 7 years. She had snuck out and explored every room to escape Garrick's torment, but not once had she ever come across a special entryway to the ballroom. A terrible feeling washed over her. She was certain something bad would happen if she followed these people. The servants exchanged a look, their faces grim and unreadable. Her eyes darted around, searching for an escape. Thinking fast, she deliberately staggered. With a cry, she pitched forward, crashing into a large potted plant. The servant rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. She looked up, feigning embarrassment, and explained that she just wasn't used to wearing such a dress. The other servants looked on, their expressions tight with annoyance. As the man offered his hand to help her up, she gave him a disarmingly sweet smile. She thanked him, and his cheeks flushed with color. The head maid cleared her throat pointedly, a silent reprimand. In that single moment of distraction, Isnella saw her chance. She scrambled to her feet and bolted down the hallway. After her, a voice shouted from behind. She ran, her lungs burning, her heart pounding with terror. A single split thought consumed her. I mustn't let them catch me. With a desperate gasp, Isnelda scrambled away, her lungs burning. Behind her, men shouted, their voices a rising tide of fury, commanding each other. One of the brutes grabbed a terrified maid, not even breaking stride as he swung the poor girl into the wall. A door down the hall burst open, a man's imposing silhouette framed against the light as he stormed through. He cursed into the echoing corridor, his voice laced with venom, demanding to know where she had gone. He bellowed at his men to search every last corner of the house. A shout erupted from another room. They'd found an open door. The man snapped towards the sound, ordering them to let him see. He darted through the doorway, his heavy footsteps thudding against the floorboards. The room was empty, save for a wide-open window. The curtains billowed in the cold night breeze, a silent testament to her escape. Outside, Isnelda flattened herself into the shadows of the garden, the rough brick of the mansion scraping against her back as she hid amongst the thick foliage. She finally allowed herself a ragged, shaky breath, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Her mind was a whirlwind of panicked thoughts. Whose were they following? It had to be Roel. It was the only explanation. He must found out something. She thought frantically, otherwise he never would have remembered her birthday and orchestrated this entire nightmarish party. This was all a trap, a cruel scheme to keep her locked away from the ball, just as Senia had always wanted. A way to stop Uncle Baron from ever introducing her to society. She glanced down at her rumpled dress, a bitter laugh threatening to escape. Even if she could get back inside, she couldn't enter the ballroom looking like this. Her only option was to run. But where? The only sanctuary she could think of was Mrs. Fitz's store, but that felt like a betrayal. Her uncle would undoubtedly discover her there and bring nothing but trouble to the kind woman who ran it. A pained groan escaped her as she pressed the heel of her hand against her throbbing temple. There was only one person who could help her now. Her safest bet was to find Mr. Argent. The thought left a bitter taste in her mouth. He was the scoundrel who'd swindled her out of her inheritance, offering a pittance of a stipend as a pathetic apology. But for all his faults, he was a man of his word. A sliver of hope, fragile but fierce, pierced through her despair. He would protect her. He had to, if only to fulfill the terms of his promise. She had to get out of this house. But first, she needed her things, a change of clothes. She slipped back inside, her feet making no sound on the plush carpet of the grand staircase. But as she reached for her bedroom doorknob, her hand froze mid-air. The door was shattered. The wood around the handle was splintered and broken, leaving a gaping, violent hole. Before she could even process the violation, a voice slithered out from the darkness of her room, a voice that made her blood turn to ice. It spoke her name, Isnelda. A strangled screech tore from her throat as she whirled around. Leaning against her wardrobe as if he owned the very air in the room was Garrick, a predatory smirk twisting his lips. Her voice was a choked, terrified whisper as she asked him what he was doing in her room. Her eyes darted around the ruined space, landing on the letter, her letter lying discarded on the floor. Nearby, her travel suitcase was thrown open, its contents strewn about. Garrick's smirk widened into a grin. He pushed himself off the wardrobe, tutting softly as he said he should be the one asking her that question. He casually held up the letter she had written, dangling it from his fingers like a trophy. Then, with a sudden, violent movement, he slammed the bedroom door shut. The sound was like a cannon blast, sealing her in. Isnelda flinched back, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated fear. Garrick's face contorted into a mask of rage, his voice a low, threatening growl. He took a step towards her, demanding to know why all her things were packed up. At that very moment, at the grand entrance of the Vanther estate, a magnificent, self-driving carriage materialized out of thin air, glowing with an otherworldly light as it rattled to a halt. The doorman's eyes widened in awe, wondering what aristocrat of such impossible caliber would deign to attend the Baron's humble party. The carriage swung open, and out stepped a man with hair like spun silver and eyes the color of a winter sky. His presence was electric, commanding the attention of everyone present. The doorman, utterly flustered, practically tripped over his own feet as he rushed to greet him. He stammered a welcome, asking for the Lord's name. The man's reply was cool and clipped. Noah Argent. The name was unfamiliar. The doorman apologized profusely, explaining that the name wasn't on the guest list and asking for his title. Noah Argent's gaze was unwavering as he stated plainly that he had no title. He announced, a commoner. The jaw went slack, a wave of relief and embarrassment washing over him. He had been nervous over a mere commoner. Regaining his composure, he informed the man that he couldn't enter without an invitation. Noah's expression remained unreadable. He explained calmly that his secretaries had never mentioned an invitation, leading him to assume it had simply been lost in the mail. But as it turned out, he continued, his voice dropping to a dangerously smooth tone, the Baron had never sent one at all. He remarked on how terribly ungracious that was, particularly after he had so kindly agreed to the Baron's desperate plea to double his monthly stipend. An unnatural coldness seemed to emanate from him, and the doorman shivered, a profound sense of dread prickling his skin. Nearby, a young debutante giggled, pointing out the handsome stranger to her father. She flounced over, scolding the doorman for keeping their guest waiting. Turning a flirtatious smile on Noah, she gushed about how lovely it was that he had come, assuming he was there for her debutante ball. Noah took a deliberate step closer, his height and presence completely overwhelming her. She blushed and stammered that he was standing far too close, that it was rude. But Noah ignored her protests, his voice low and intense. He asked her where Miss Isnelda Garanche was. The girl's flirtatious demeanor vanished, replaced by a defensive sneer. She began to ask why he'd want to know about that little, but caught herself, snapping that it was none of his concern. Noah's eyes became chips of ice. He would ask her, he said, his deathly quiet one last time. Back and in the suffocating prison of her bedroom, Isnelda stared at her cousin, her escape impossible. And in the glittering ballroom below, Noah Argent stepped across the threshold, his gaze sweeping the crowd as his voice cut through the noise like a shard of glass. Where he murmured to the world at large was his partner. Isnelda stood paralyzed, her eyes fixed on the sword hanging at Garrick's side. Her gaze fell again to the open suitcase, the scattered clothes a testament to her failed escape. Garrick's voice was a low sneer as he confirmed he knew. He told her he knew all about her father and Roll's scheming. He knew she didn't want the marriage and was planning to run away. To punctuate his words, he ground her letter into the floorboards with the heel of his boot. The silence that followed was heavy and suffocating. Isnelda finally found her voice, a mere whisper, asking how he knew about the marriage. He scoffed, telling her Roll couldn't keep his mouth shut. He mused on how little family seemed to mean to them, all conspiring to make a fool of her. His tone then shifted into one of feigned hurt, asking why she didn't come to him for help, reminding her of his promise to be there for her. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. For a moment he said, He was trying to run away from them, but now he understood. The poor thing, driven to such lengths to escape an unwanted marriage. Isnelda's blood ran cold. The clanking of chains echoed in her mind, a phantom sound drowning out his words. Garrick smiled, a gentle, terrifying expression. He told her he completely understood why she'd want to run away. It was because of him, he declared, his eyes shining with a feverish light. She couldn't bear to give herself to that pig Adlon. Isnelda could only stare, a wave of nausea washing over her. Garrick's gaze fell upon her packed bags, and a horrific, twisted idea dawned on his face. She packed her things, he whispered, his voice filled with delusional wonder, so she could run away with him. Her hand, clutching the fabric of her skirt, began to shake violently. He loomed over her, his voice a harsh command, telling her to answer him. She begged him to calm down, but it was useless. With a roar, he lunged, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. He bellowed in her face, demanding she tell him he was right. He threw a heavy bookend against the wall, the crash echoing his rage. Isnelda fell to the floor, covering her ears, trying to block out the sound of his madness. This was bad. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She had to get out, she had to escape before his rage consumed them both. The past came rushing back in a torrent of traumatic memories. 7 years ago, when she first arrived, he'd put a centipede in her dress because she ate one of his candies. 5 years ago, he dragged her into a street fight, claiming he wanted her included, but really just using her as a shield. The moment he started losing, he ran, leaving her behind without a second glance. She barely escaped, only to find the mansion gates locked, forcing her to spend the night shivering in the cold. Not one person in that entire house noticed she was gone. 4 years ago, he tried to throw her into a river to show off for his friends. When she refused, he flew into a rage and hacked off her hair. It was after that, as her hair grew back, that his gaze began to change. He started looking at her with a possessive, sickening desire. The random beatings stopped, but the violence only changed its form. He would smash things in front of her, his rage a constant, terrifying presence. She learned to smile to placate, to soothe his temper just to survive, and through it all he'd whisper that she brought it on herself. His arms were around her now, pulling her close. He murmured that she just had to be a good girl and stay by his side. The insidious voice of self-blame echoed in her mind. It was all her fault. Letting her hair grow long, accepting gifts from Mr. Argent. All of it happened because she existed in this house, on this earth. He asked if she thought he liked her, if she'd forgotten they were cousins. But it didn't matter, he soothed. They could go to Langrad. Marriage between cousins was legal there. His logic was a twisted labyrinth. He acknowledged she never said she liked him, but with a triumphant sneer. He added that she never said she disliked him either. A sick, victorious smile spread across his face. He told her she didn't need to say the words. He knew how she felt. She was just shy, but he saw the way she smiled at him, how she always gave in to what he wanted. You'd have to be a fool not to see it. He grabbed her hand, his grip like iron. The letter Edvan, he hissed. That was just a game to make him jealous. A beguiling wench, he called her, toying with his heart. But he would forgive her. He had to, now that she would be his wife. All she needed to do was apologize, and they could put this all behind them. Be strong, Isnelda. Her own voice was a desperate plea in her mind. Just smile. Say you're sorry. You can do this. Her hand trembled in his. She had done this 100 times before, just one last time. But a single tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. How much longer? How much more could she tolerate? And what if by enduring it, she had enabled it? A horrifying thought took root. Wasn't this ultimately all her fault? Garrick saw her tear and chuckled. He asked if those were tears of joy. Isnelda's head snapped up, her eyes wide with stunned horror. He laughed, preening, assuming she was touched by his words. He beamed down at her, his face a mask of smug satisfaction. His smile was wide, triumphant, and utterly delusional. And in that moment, something inside her broke free. The fear, the self-loathing, it all burned away, replaced by a white-hot fury. No, her inner voice was a roar. This is not my fault. Her own voice was steel as she told him to let her go. With those words, the invisible chains that had bound her for years shattered. Garrick froze, his smile vanishing. She repeated it, louder this time, her voice ringing with newfound power, ordering him to let go of her. Tears of rage streamed down her face as she told him his touch was revolting. How ludicrous, she spat, that he could mistake her silence for affection. She had never liked him, she was not his toy, and even if he wasn't her cousin, she would rather die. Garrick stared, utterly dumbfounded by her defiance, than have anything to do with a bastard like him. He fell to the floor, stunned. He sputtered, asking if she had gone mad. Scrambling to his feet, he screamed, asking if she took him for a fool who was incapable of such words. Isnelda met his rage with icy calm. She told him he was right about one thing. She had been planning to leave, but not, she added, like a thief in the night. Her eyes blazed with defiance. When she left, it would be with her head held high. That she vowed was what she was going to do. He roared for her to shut up, threatening her with regret. She laughed in his face, telling him nothing he could say would stop her from leaving on her own terms. With a final, guttural scream, he lunged, his hands wrapped around her throat, squeezing. She choked, black spots dancing in her vision. Suddenly, a spray of crimson painted the air. A raw, inhuman scream of pain ripped through the room. Was Garrick's. The heavy iron fire poker clattered to the floor. Isnelda clutched her shoulder where he'd dug his nails in. Garrick staggered back, his hand pressed to a bleeding gash on his head. His eyes, wide with disbelief and rage, fixed on her. He howled, asking how she dared, calling her a bitch with a death wish. He charged, shoving her hard against the wall. His face was a mask of murderous fury. He grabbed her dress, tearing the delicate fabric. He threw her to the floor with a sickening crash. He loomed over her, panting like a wild animal. But Isnelda's hand found the poker. With a desperate cry, she swung it with every ounce of her strength. It connected again. He staggered back, another wound blooming on his temple. The room fell silent for their ragged breathing. Then, with a heavy, final thud, Garrick collapsed. Isnelda stood above him, trembling. A cold rushed over her. He couldn't be dead, could he? Her hand shook as she reached down. His body twitched. He was alive, just unconscious. Panic seized her. She had to leave, now. She stumbled to her suitcase, fumbling with the ruined contents. Everything was a mess. Worthless and unsalvageable, just like me, she thought, before slumping to the floor, the adrenaline leaving her weak and empty. She was exhausted, utterly and completely drained. Somehow, she made it to the ballroom. She was a specter in a sea of jewels and silk. Whispers followed her, judging her torn dress, her wild hair. It was the same haughty, disdainful look she had endured for 7 long years. But tonight she didn't care. She had nowhere else to go. Across the room, Noah Argent's patience had worn thin. The Baron's wife was sputtering defensively, asking why he was so upset. His voice was dangerously soft as he wondered aloud how the Baron could possibly introduce his daughter to society in cheap, ready-made accessories. The woman accused him of slighting Ars Nova. Noah waved a dismissive hand, stating that he'd seen those gloves 100 times in the capital and found them boring. He advised her to answer his question before he had a warrant issued, starting to ask again where his part when he stopped. His eyes scanned the crowd, and then they found her, Isnelda, standing alone, disheveled and bruised, but with her chin held high, her eyes like defiant flames, and on her wrist catching the light of the grand chandelier. The sapphire bracelet he had given her sparkled like a promise in the dark. A hush falls over the grand ballroom as a figure of immaculate elegance approaches. The crisp white of his suit is a stark contrast to the sea of dabricks, drawing every eye. He moves with an unnerving grace, his polished shoes clicking softly on the marble floor. Isnelda's breath catches in her throat as he stops before her, his hands gently taking hold of her arms. He explained that he was on the verge of obtaining a search warrant for the residence, but seeing her now, he feels relieved that she is all right. Her heart stammers a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She apologizes for keeping him waiting, her voice barely a whisper. Her mind races. Was he upset? His lips curve into a disarmingly gentle smile, a stark contradiction to his blunt admission that yes, he had waited. He clarifies that he waited for quite a long time indeed, but the warmth in his eyes, framed by a soft bloom of roses in her imagination, tells a different story. He extends a gloved hand, an elegant invitation. As her trembling fingers meet his, he lifts her hand to his lips, his gaze never leaving hers. He murmurs that he is honored to be here and presses a soft feather-like kiss to her knuckles. A jolt, electric and warm, shoots up her arm and her cheeks burn with a sudden, intoxicating heat. Her heart thumps violently, a drumbeat echoing in the sudden silence of her mind. But then another pulse, not from her heart, but from her wrist. A strange, vibrant energy thrums from the blue stone on her bracelet. She looks down, bewildered. The stone, something was happening. A brilliant, otherworldly light begins to pulse from within the gem, a silent, shimmering heartbeat against her skin. This had never happened before. How was this possible? Panic begins to bubble in her chest. She wasn't a mage. This couldn't be happening. As her thoughts spiral, he leans in, his low whisper against her ear, sends down her spine. He tells her to try saying Tristara out loud. She stares at him, her blue eyes wide with shock, asking what he means. He simply asks her to please humor him. Her gaze falls back to the intensely glowing stone, a miniature galaxy swirling on her wrist. Taking a shaky breath, her lips part, and she utters the strange, melodic word, Tristara. The moment that leaves her lips, the world explodes in a blinding torrent of light. A magical gale filled with ethereal butterflies and shimmering petals erupts from her, sweeping through the ballroom. The guests gasp, shielding their eyes from the radiant speckle. The plain fabric of her dress dissolves into starlight, weaving itself into something new, something breathtaking. When the light recedes, she is transformed. Her simple gown is now a magnificent creation of midnight blue. adorned with intricate gold embroidery and cascading flowers. Jewels spill in her hair and on her hands, and even her simple shoes are now elegant slurs fit for a queen. She looks down at herself, utterly stunned. She asks aloud what on earth just happened to her. Turning to Mr. Argent, her voice laced with disbelief as she asks if she's seeing things, her hand ghosting over the impossible fabric of her new dress. He replies calmly that she is not seeing things, advising her to take a look around to get her answer. She lifts her head, her gaze sweeping across the room. Every single person in the ballroom is staring at her. Their faces a mixture of awe and shock. Mr. Argent confirms it, his voice low beside her. Everyone was looking at her. The whispers begin, a wave of stunned realization. They marvel that she's a mage, something they've never seen before, and praise the lovely dress. The nobles murmur that House Vanther has truly outdone itself, knowing just how to introduce a debutante. Even her own family is blindsided. Senia's friends excitedly ask how she kept a mage in the family a secret, and Senia can only stare, dumbfounded, admitting she had no idea either. Isnelda's mind is a whirlwind of confusion. How did her dress suddenly change? Did Mr. Argent know something about this? Before she can process another thought, a furious roar cuts through the stunned silence. A voice bellows, asking what the meaning of this is. Her uncle storms towards her, his face purple with rage. He accuses her of being a mage this entire time, of keeping it from him. Isnelda tries to protest, to say she didn't know, but he barrels over her words. He snarls that it's incredible she managed to deceive them with her innocent facade for all these years. He grabs her, his fingers digging into her arms, demanding to know why she didn't tell him sooner, accusing her of trying to ruin the family. She flinches away from his venomous words. His mind is consumed by greed, not anger. He sees her now not as a niece, but as a goose that lays golden eggs, a gold mine he has foolishly overlooked for 7 whole years. He stomps his foot in fury, realizing how much he has lost. He accuses her of hiding her power so she could run away and become independent, spitting that she is just like her wretched father. He shakes her violently, demanding to know who put this devious plot in her head. She cries out, pleading for her uncle to stop, that he's hurting her. Suddenly, gloved hand clamps down on his wrist, stopping him cold. Mr. Argent's voice is like ice as he addresses Lord Vanther. With a powerful shove, he pushes the sputtering man away from Isnelda. Staggering back, her uncle glares at him, and Mr. Argent asks with chilling calm if he has no consideration for time and place. The uncle roars for him to stay out of it, insisting it's a family matter. Mr. Argent's eyes glint behind his spectacles as he replies that family matters should be handled privately. His words a sharp rebuke of the very public and disgraceful scene her uncle is causing. The uncle begins to retort with what nonsense, but the words die in his throat as he finally becomes aware of his surroundings. He is standing in the center of the ballroom, a spotlight of horrified silence fixed upon him. Every noble in the room is watching, their expressions ranging from shock to utter contempt. The blood drains from his face. What has he done? He can't believe he behaved so disgracefully in front of these powerful people. He whirls around, his face contorted in a mask of fury, his shaking fist aimed squarely at the source of his humiliation. It was all that bastard's fault. He sees Isnelda standing tall and composed beside Mr. Argent, a picture of grace, while he is the one reduced to a raving fool. He seethes, wondering why everyone is looking at him as if he's the villain. He screams internally that he is the victim here. This was all Noah Argent's fault. If not for him and that cursed inheritance, he wouldn't have been saddled with debt when his business failed. With Isnelda's money, he could have bought himself a far better title than a lowly baron. None of this would have happened if Argent hadn't cheated them out of 400,000 marais. He turns on Argent, declaring he has bones to pick with him, but he would deal with his niece first. He claims the witch's concealment of her power has caused him heavy losses. Mr. Argent raises a placid eyebrow, swirling the champagne in his glass. He asks how much exactly lost because of her. The question catches the uncle off guard. Argent continues, musing that the sum hardly matters since she now has the means to compensate him. Then his voice drops, turning sharp as he asks what Isnelda could have possibly been hiding from her uncle. Money. Isnelda quickly denies it. Argent glances at a grand clock on the wall, noting that it will be midnight in 3 hours. And when the clock strikes 12, he announces to the entire room Mrs. Isnelda will become an adult, and she will inherit the entirety of the Grand Chef Fortune. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. They murmur amongst themselves, confused. They had all thought the fortune was gone, donated to the foundation 7 years ago. Argent clarifies that philanthropy isn't the only purpose of a foundation. It can also invest its donations to make a profit. He adds with a confident smirk that while money tends to drain away for most, that was not the case for him. Her uncle grits his teeth, acknowledging that Argent had indeed become one of the richest men in the country. The whispers of the crowd shift, recalling the story of how Noah Argent was just an impoverished orphan 20 years ago. A memory surfaces in Isnelda's mind, her father, the kind Professor Granchet, with his hand on the shoulder of a young, bespectacled boy. Her father had introduced the boy as Noah, his first pupil, sponsored by his scholarship foundation. because he believed it was a tragedy for children to be unable to reach their potential simply because they were orphans. Another man had praised her father for his amazing work, but he had simply smiled, saying he was just doing what felt meaningful. The crowd's murmurs turned dark, remembering the uproar when that same orphan became the Foundation's acting director. They had all predicted its swift demise. The past rushes back at Argent a memory of a wealthy donor pulling her funding. She had told him she donated because of the altruistic Professor Granchet. She accused Argent of turning the Foundation into a decadent and corrupt money-grubbing guild, forcing the children to compete in private ventures. She had spat the insult that lingered for years, that people called him and his staff Granchet stray dogs. The cruel label had followed him, painting him as a ruthless beast ruling over a corrupt kingdom. The memory ends with the slam of a door, leaving him alone in the silence. Back in the present, the ballroom is just as silent. Argent turns to Isnelda, asking if she recalls her father's will. She admits she's never read it properly. He then produces a scroll, unrolling to reveal the document that sealed her fate. He reads aloud that all of his assets would be at the disposal of the acting director, Noah Argent, who would decide what to do with any remaining assets after 5 years. Tears well in Isnelda's eyes as she finally understands the source of the resentment. She asks him why then he said she would inherit it all. Before he can answer, her uncle lunges forward, snatching the will from his hands with a furious shout. He yells at Argent for his shameless lies. He silences his own daughter when she cries out, vowing not to let Isnelda fall for Argent's deception. He launches into a grand, self-pitying speech for the crowd, claiming his niece has been deprived of her inheritance for 7 long years. He paints a tragic picture of a girl who never got to live the life she deserved, and now Argent wants to make her an heiress. What a joke, he scoffs. As he pants for breath, his face red with performative rage, Argent's cool voice cuts through the drama. He repeats the uncle's words back to him, a dangerous question hanging in the air. She's been living a deprived life. The uncle freezes, a sudden dread red washing over him. He stammers, pretending not to understand. Argent's voice is sharp as he asks what, then, happened to the sizable stipends he provided every month for her care. He reveals the amount, 2,000 marais per month. The crowd gasps. He continues, laying out the damning numbers. He had even doubled the sum on 2 occasions when her uncle claimed to be in dire need. The grand total, he announces, was 200,000 marais. The nobles are aghast. 200,000 marais just to raise 1 child. They begin to whisper, recalling her tattered dress from earlier, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. Isnelda turns to her uncle, her body trembling not with fear, but with a cold, rising fury. She tells him, her voice shaking, that he had told her she only received 10 marais per month. She points a trembling finger at him, her voice growing stronger. He told her it was barely enough for food. He told her to be grateful he was raising her with money meant for her cousins, and he warned her that Mr. Argent was the scoundrel who had stolen her father's fortune. Her uncle stammers that she must have misheard, but she screams back, the sound of 7 years of betrayal ripping from her throat. 2,000 is 200 times the amount he told her she was receiving. Her raw, agonized question hangs in the dead air. How could you tell such a lie? The crowd stares, their judgment swift and merciless. Her uncle withers under their glares. Isnelda turns her back on the man who ruined her childhood and looks to the only person who can save her now. She asks Mr. Argent, her voice desperate, exactly how much she will be inheriting. Her mind latches onto the 200,000 marais he mentioned. With that, she could be free. She could leave this nightmare forever. She doesn't want to stay here a second longer. But Argent gently corrects her, explaining that's not how she'll be inheriting. When she asks how much, then he delivers the final, world-shattering blow. 100 million marais. The words detonate in the silent room. Isnelda can only stare, her mind blank with shock. Her uncle's jaw hits the floor. She stammers, asking for pardon, certain he must be jesting. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips. He points out the irony. She so readily believed he was a miser who gave her a pittance of 10 marais, yet she doubts this. He looks at her with something soft in his eyes, saying it's no wonder she never told him of the abuse she endured. She must have truly thought him untrustworthy. The word abuse strikes her with the force of a physical blow. That's what it was. All those years of neglect, of cruelty, it was abuse. And she realizes with a clarity that steals her breath, she didn't deserve to be treated like that. As tears of validation prick her eyes, Argent picks up the fallen will. He says they have more pressing matters to discuss. He explains it was always her father's wish for his fortune to be given to her. The 5-year clause was merely a protection. She asks, her voice thick with emotion, why her kind father would add such a clause at all. Argent's gaze hardens as he looks at her uncle. He states plainly that her father knew his daughter's inheritance would be stolen from her, and he knew her uncle was an unfit guardian. However, the law required her to be raised by a blood relative. Her father's hands were tied. Isnelda finally understands. Argent adds that unfortunately, her family's conduct was far more atrocious than he could have ever imagined. Her uncle erupts, accusing Argent of everything all along and doing nothing. Argent's calm demeanor finally cracks, a dangerous energy sparking in his eyes. He confirms, of course he knew. He had no choice but to play along and monitor, because he knew Isnelda would take the brunt of her uncle's anger if he intervened directly. He then delivers his final proclamation. At midnight, she will inherit more than 100 million maraes, the principal sum plus all the profit from its investments. Hope, brilliant and overwhelming, shines in Isnelda's eyes. He leans closer, his gloved hand sliding gently down her arm. He whispers something into her ear, a secret just for her. Her eyes widen in astonishment. Her uncle, desperate and sweating, scrambles to ask when the settlement date is. Isnelda looks at him with pure disdain. He still has the audacity. He begins to rave that it's an inheritance that every family member has a right to a share. As he scurries toward them, a foot blocks his path. He looks up to see Edvan, who tells him to step back. The uncle falls to his knees, begging Mr. Argent to reconsider, crying about how unfair it all is. Argent ignores him completely, his focus solely on Isnelda. He tells her softly that it's about time she had a taste of it herself. A taste of what? Her eyes ask the question her lips cannot form. He leans in again, his voice a seductive whisper against her skin. He tells her there isn't anything in the world money can't buy. Go see for yourself, he urges, how far it'll take you. In her wide, brilliant blue eyes, a universe of infinite possibilities finally begins to open. The Baron's voice, hoarse with panic, slices through the stunned silence of the ballroom, shouting Isnelda's name. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock, his mind reeling with the impossible number he just heard. 100 million maraes. The realization crashes over him like a tidal wave, and in an instant his greed ignites. He knows with a suffocating certainty that he must act this very moment. The panic melts away, replaced by a syrupy, cloying concern that doesn't reach his eyes. He turns to Isnelda, his voice dripping with false sincerity, lamenting that if they had only known, they would have taken so much better care of her. He claims that though he may have never said it, he always felt a profound sorrow for not doing more for her. Isnelda stares at him, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The sudden pivot from cold indifference to fawning affection is soaring, so transparent it makes her feel sick. She can only stammer, asking him what on earth he is talking about. Before she can process his words, the Baron turns his fury on his own family. He whirls Senia, his voice a venomous hiss, demanding to know what she is waiting for. He orders her to take off those gloves at once, accusing her of borrowing them from Isnelda. Senia, shocked by the sudden attack, stammers that she got them from Bella, who had borrowed them first, but the Baron is deaf to her excuses. He grabs his daughter's wrist, his fingers digging into her skin as he rips the delicate gloves from her hands. He snarls that she is a mindless wench, reminding her that 100 million maraes is at stake. The fabric tears with a soft, final sound. Then, with a whiplash-inducing change of pace, he turns back to Isnelda, a grotesque, appeasing smile on his face. He holds the crumpled gloves, asking if they are hers, remarking how fitting they are for such an occasion. He presses on, his words a desperate, slimy plea. He reminds her that despite everything, they are still family. He knows she's a good person, he says, not like her dear brother and sister-in-law. He's trying to drive a wedge between her and the only people who ever showed her a sliver of kindness. He then asks if she is aware of the family's shame, promising he won't ask perhaps 10 million maraes, or even just 1 million. His greed is a physical thing, hanging heavy and foul in the air between them. He tells her that since she's so extremely wealthy now, she can surely spare that much. He casts a contemptuous glance at Mr. Argent, warning Isnelda not to be like that vile man, not to believe everything he says. Then, in a final pathetic act of desperation, he drops to his knees before her. He grovels, promising that if she likes, he will get on his knees, he will send Garrick away. Somewhere so far she will never have to see him again. His wife and son quickly follow suit, the three of them bowing their heads to the floor in a humiliating display of submission. The Baron begs Isnelda to forgive them, vowing that they will certainly make it up to her. Isnelda looks down at the tops of their heads, and the world seems to fall away. A flood of memories, sharp and bitter, washes over her. The hushed whispers that followed her through the halls, the scornful glances, the way Senia had snatched the single rose Garrick had given her. Years of being treated as less than nothing, a ghost in their home, an inconvenience to be ignored. And now this disgusting, desperate theater of repentance. All for money. The past and present collide within her. A maelstrom of pain, anger, and a strange, chilling clarity. Her voice, when she finally speaks, is unnaturally calm. She asks her uncle to please get up. He refuses, crying out that he is too ashamed to raise his head. Isnel feels nothing. She tells him that since he was kind enough to house her, she will give him the 1,000,000 maraes he asks for. He just has to wait until tomorrow when she officially inherits the money. His head shoots up, his eyes wide with disbelief and Aris. He asks if she really means it. She does, she says, but on one condition. He must answer her questions honestly. He scrambles to agree, proclaiming that he values honesty more than anything. A cold smile touches Nelda's lips. She looks down at him and asks he lied to her for all these years. He blinks, confused. She clarifies, her voice like ice, that she is referring to the step-up marriage he had arranged for her. She reveals that while tonight was the first she had heard of it, she knows he was aware of it for some time. He sputters, feigning ignorance and stammering about a marriage he knows nothing about. Isnelda simply reminds him that they agreed to be honest. A wave of murmurs ripples through the watching crowd. The Baron clears his throat, his face slick with sweat, and finally admits that yes, he knew about it. Isnelda presses forward, her gaze unwavering. She asks him why he did it. He looks up at her, his face a pathetic mask of devotion, and claims that everything he did was for her sake. Isnelda's patience has worn thin. She commands him to tell her the truth. And then it comes out, a desperate shouted confession. The real reason, he cries, the truth he really did it for, was 1,000,000 Mariahs. The confession hangs in the air. Isnelda's expression is unreadable as she asks him softly if he doesn't need the money anymore. The Baron chokes, the color draining from his face as he realizes his fatal mistake. She continues, her voice still quiet, musing that she supposes he was being honest when he told her he needed the money earlier. Panic seizes him. He lunges forward, grabbing at the hem of her beautiful gown, begging her to wait, promising he will tell her the whole truth this time. He latches onto the fabric, his grip desperate. For her entire life, Isnelda thinks, this man had been a mountain, a terrifying, unmovable force who towered over her, his disapproval a constant, suffocating shadow. She looks at his face now, twisted in desperation and fear. But right now, as he grovels at her feet, she is the one who towers over him. The power has shifted irrevocably and completely. And she feels not fear, but a cold, liberating strength. He tries one more lie, claiming it was all to teach her the importance of frugality. Her voice cuts through his pathetic attempt. She tells him to try again. He breaks, sobbing that they were struggling financially, that he'd worked so hard just to have an ounce of nobility to their name. She says nothing, simply repeating his title, Uncle Baron, her tone forcing him to continue his humiliating confession. Go on, she says, the two words a quiet, unbreakable command. The final, ugly truth spills from his lips. He admits that he didn't want to waste money on her. He hated having to feed her when he didn't have enough for his own wife and children. He tries to backtrack, claiming it doesn't mean he didn't love her, that no one can love everyone equally. He swears he always intended to treat her better, once their situation improved. He looks up, his eyes pleading, and asks if she believes him now that he's told the truth. Isnelda looks down at the broken man before her and says two simple words. She tells him she does. A wave of euphoric relief washes over his face. He grins, asking if this means she will grant him the 1,000,000 Mariahs as promised. A slow, chilling smile spreads across Isnelda's face. She leans down slightly, her soft, devastating whisper, asking him if he really believed that. His face falls. He can only stammer, well, what? Isnelda's smile widens, sharp and victorious. She informs him that she, too, just told a lie. Turning her back on the wreckage of her former family, she addresses the man standing silently behind her. She calls out to Mr. Argent, who responds immediately. She asks him how much he charges per day. He considers for a moment, replying that he hasn't worked for someone in quite some time and thus doesn't have a fee. Isnelda hires him without hesitation, offering him 10,000 Mariahs a day. Her instructions are precise and cold. When the officers arrive, he is to have them investigate this family's misuse of her stipend. She then gestures vaguely towards the rest of the house, mentioning that they will find Garrick unconscious room. She asks Mr. Argent to please move him elsewhere and take care of him as well. She doesn't care, she says, how much it will cost. Mr. Argent bows his head slightly. As he wishes, he says, addressing her formally as Miss Gaucher. He reaches out and gently takes her hand, his touch firm and steadying. Isnelda closes her eyes, a single, deep breath escaping her lips. It is over. A new chapter of her life has just begun. Later that night, the grand estate is quiet. In a small, sparse room in the attic, Isnelda sits on the floor beside an old wooden chest. In her hands, she clutches a torn piece of white fabric from the magnificent dress she wore. The one Senia had ruined. A quiet voice from the doorway tells her not to dispose of that. She looks up to see Mr. Argent standing there. He explains that they should be able to return the fabric to its original state with restoration magic. Isnelda is startled by his presence, asking if he doesn't have other matters to attend to. He tells her he managed to squeeze in some time for himself. She points out a little sharply that he forgot to knock. He glances around the bare room and replies dryly that he would have, but he's afraid there is no door. A flicker of amusement crosses her face. She gestures to her bed, telling him that while she'd no tea to offer, he should please have a seat. He thanks her and sits primly on the edge of the mattress, a beautifully wrapped box resting on his lap. Isnelda crosses her arms, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she asks if the bag he's holding is her birthday present. He confirms that it is. She holds out her hands, telling him to please hand it here. She takes the box and opens it. Inside, nestled on a bed of silk, are the most exquisite shoes she has ever seen. They are a deep royal blue, adorned with glittering jewels that catch the dim light of the attic and scatter it like stars. Mr. Argent explains that he commissioned a master artisan, Ars Nova, to craft them for her about 6 months ago. She stares at them, breathless, wondering if they could possibly real gemstones. He clarifies they are all magic rhinestones. He watches her, a knowing look in his eyes, and remarks that her expression seems to be asking how much they cost. He informs her they were 20 times more expensive than the tawdry, ready-made gloves she received earlier. Isnelda bristles slightly, asking why he keeps suggesting the gloves were substandard when he chose them himself. His answer is quiet, but it sends a strain through her. He says it is because those gloves have now been worn by someone else. She is momentarily speechless, her gaze falling to the stunning shoes in her lap. She murmurs that she will try them on today. She slips her feet into them, and the fit is perfect, as if they were molded just for her. She stands and takes a tentative step, a gasp of surprise escaping her. She exclaims they are so comfortable. She never would have thought something so pretty could feel so wonderful. Mr. Argent asks if they are to her liking. She looks at him, her eyes shining, and declares that she believes these are her favorite gift from him thus far. He tells her he made an extra effort in preparing them this time, knowing that they wouldn't be taken from her. The words hang in the air, and a sudden, stunning realization dawns on her. She looks at him, her eyes wide, and asks if he has known about the other presents, about her family taking them from her. He quietly confirms that he has. The question tumbles from her lips before she can stop it. She asks him why he still continued to give her gifts, if all of it was just charity as well. He looks at her, his expression serious, and tells her that even if it was just for a day, all of those things were at her disposal. And that, he says, is why he had to choose the best. Everything he gives her, he states, must be of the highest quality. At that moment, the distant sound of a clock tower begins to chime. 1, 2, 3 strokes, ringing through the quiet night until it reaches 12. It is midnight. Mr. Argent looks at her, the moonlight from the small window catching in his silver hair. He wishes her a happy 18th birthday. A genuine, warm smile spreads across Nelda's face. She asks him how she feels now that she is a wealthy heiress. Her mind drifts back to how she used to be, the girl with the disheveled hair, hiding in an oversized coat and a tattered dress. She remembers the simple, flat shoes she wore, the hem of her coat dragging on the floor as the magic that had made her beautiful faded away, leaving her plain and unnoticed in the glittering ballroom. She realizes that not a single person looked at her raggedy self with the same disdain they had when she first walked in. They simply hadn't looked at her at all. Now, in her small attic room, she confesses that she doesn't quite know how to feel about suddenly being so wealthy. For now, she is simply relieved that she won't be destitute. Mr. Argent nods, agreeing that he doesn't think any of it has fully sunk in yet. Isnelda lets out a light, airy laugh. She supposes being rich isn't as great as they make it out to be. But for Senya, it is the end of the world. She rampages through her room, tearing at the curtains, her voice a raw shriek of fury. She screams that it's absolutely ludicrous, that today was supposed to be her night, a night she'll never have again. She wails, wondering how it is that, in a matter of hours, everything has gone so horribly awry. She watches from her window as her guests depart, their carriages rolling away into the darkness, and screams after them, asking where they are all going. She collapses into a chair, muttering to herself that she truly believed Isnelda's allowance was a mere 10 marais. That which had fooled her. 2. She sobs that she's done nothing wrong, so why is she being the one punished for this? A servant enters, announcing that a visitor is here to see Lady Senya. She snaps at him, wondering who would dare to call on her at a time like this, her heart lurching with the fear that it's the officers again. She orders him to tell them she's not seeing anyone. But the servant clarifies that it is the woman who comes to see her at the end of each month. Senya freezes, her eyes widening in shock. She whispers. A figure in a dark, heavy hood steps into the room. Senya breathes a sigh of mingled recognition and dread. She says, "Ah, so it was you." The woman lowers her hood, revealing the face of an older, severe-looking lady, who confirms, "Yes, my lady. A year ago, on a bright city day." Lady Senya sat in her carriage. Her eyes narrowed as she watched that same hooded woman slink down a cobblestone street. The woman slipped into a building, and Senya followed, her heart pounding with a mixture of jealousy and determination. Inside, she learned the truth. This was the residence of Edvan, the dashing young knight with whom she was infatuated. She held a letter from him, not to her, but to Isnelda. His elegant script spoke of arranging a meeting, of his longing to see her after long years. Senya's hands trembled with rage. What on earth did he see in her? Why did that drab, pathetic girl receive such devotion when she deserved nothing? She fumed, deserved someone like Garrick, not the magnificent Edvan. In a fit of jealous rage, she took a quill and forged a reply in Isnilda's name, a short, cruel note telling him she was too busy to be bothered. From that day on, she intercepted their every correspondence, paying the hooded woman to bring the letters directly to her. She read Edvan's earnest apologies and replied with Isnelda's forged, cold disdain. The gifts he sent from the capital exquisite chocolates, a bouquet of forget-me-nots, a crystal music box, all were stolen and enjoyed by Senya and her mother. They would watch Isnelda growing more withdrawn and drab by the day, and Senya would think to herself, with a cruel satisfaction, but it's because the letters had stopped coming. Finally growing tired of the game, she penned one final, devastating letter. In it, Isnelda announced she was engaged to be married to a wealthy, noble family. The letter was a masterpiece of cruelty, ending their correspondence forever and wishing him well as if he were a stranger. Her deception was absolute, her cruelty boundless. And when the hooded woman brought her one last package from Edvan, she opened it to find a stunning engagement ring, his name engraved on the inside. Back in the present, Isnelda sits beside Mr. Argent in a magically warmed coach, the darkness of the countryside flying past the windows. He mentions that they will need to have some new dresses made for her in the capital, but she shakes her head. She tells him she'll need to receive her inheritance first. A new confidence shines in her eyes as she declares that now that she has her own wealth, she wants to pay for things herself. Mr. Argent simply looks at her and agrees to her wish. He apologizes for dozing off, but she asks if they aren't heading straight to the capital. He explains they are going to the station to use the gate, a magical form of transport she will soon be using frequently. The world outside blurs into a kaleidoscope of light and color. They arrive at the Enchanted station, a breathtaking marvel of magical architecture, glittering and grand. Mr. Argent produces a large emerald green magic stone. He asks if she still wishes to become a mage. When she says she does, he places the cool, smooth stone into her palm, telling her she must accustom herself to using them. He explains that this stone contains a teleportation spell, and she must do is hold it and read the password to activate the gate before them. Her hand trembles slightly as she asks what will happen if it doesn't work. He reassures her that he is there should any problem arise. He recites the password, a complex string of letters and numbers. She repeats it, her eyes fixed on the gate, but nothing happens. She looks at him in confusion. He reaches out, his long, elegant fingers gently covering her own, his hand enveloping hers and the stone within it. He repeats the password, his voice low and steady. A blinding flash of white light erupts from their joined hands. When the light fades, Isnelda opens her eyes to a new sound, a new feeling in the air. A disembodied voice echoes around them, welcoming them back to Tibet. She looks out the window and gasps. Before her stretches a magnificent city, bathed in sunlight, its streets adorned with festive banners, a sky of impossible blue arching overhead. The carriage rattled along the cobblestone streets, the sounds of the bustling city a stark contrast to the quiet countryside she had grown accustomed to. Sunlight glinted off the rooftops of the grand, tightly packed buildings of the capital. Looking out the window, Isnelda's blue eyes widened with a sudden, breathtaking realization. A shimmering, invisible barrier, the cloud net woven by the mages of the Mage Tower to protect the city came into view, and it hit her with the force of a tidal wave. She was really, truly back. Her mind, however, was still tangled in the events of the previous night. She turned to the man sitting opposite her, the enigmatic Mr. Argent, his silver catching the light. She had to know. She asked him why she had been unable to activate the magic stone he'd given her. His reply was calm, yet it sent a ripple of confusion through her. He reassured her that it was not at all because she wasn't a mage. In fact, he had given her the stone as a test, explaining that some newly awakened mages inherently reject magic that is not their own. His gloved hand rested near hers as he began to explain the very nature of their power. Emotion, he told her, is the root source of all magic. The specific emotion that triggers a mage's power differs depending on their disposition. But because it's impossible for a human to constantly maintain the same emotional state, mages began to use stones to store their magic. The magic stored within these crystalline vessels, he revealed, are the residual emotions felt by a mage at a specific point in time. Isnelda's breath hitched, her hand flying to the blue pendant at her throat, the stone her father had left her. A shocking, heart-wrenching thought struck her. She asked, her voice trembling, if the magic in her father's stone, his emotion. Mr. Argent confirmed it, of course, but added that there is a significant difference between using one's own emotion and that of another. Every student at the Royal Academy, he said, is taught how to mitigate this inherent rejection of external magic. Isnelda, still processing the revelation about her father, asked if the rejection was more severe in her case. He told her that based on their little test, it did appear so. A flicker of hope ignited within her when he added that mages with such severe reactions often show great promise, and that these reactions could be unlearned with proper training. Her heart gave a little thump of excitement. She leaned forward, asking what kind of training he meant. His gaze was steady, his voice low and serious. He told her that to understand others' emotions, she must first understand her own. He sat back, his posture elegant and composed, the fur collar of his coat framing his handsome face. A quiet stillness fell between them. He then broke the silence, asking her if she remembered how she was feeling the previous night when she cast the illusion spell. The question caught her off guard. She stammered, thinking back to the chaotic whirlwind of feelings. She thought she was angry. But there was sadness too, she added quietly. And then a confusing admission escaped her lips. There was perhaps some pleasure as well. Mr. Argent simply stared, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air between them. The combination was odd, and it left her wondering, what then was the source of her own magic? A heavy silence settled in the carriage as they arrived at their destination, a public cemetery. The air was cold, the trees bare against a pale sky. Isnelda clutched a large bouquet of white roses, the rustle of the paper wrapping the only sound in the stillness. She walked slowly towards two simple gravestones, her heart a leaden weight in her chest. She placed the flowers gently before them. 7 years. It had been 7 long years. She whispered an apology to her mom and dad, her gloved hand resting on the cold stone cross. As she stood there, a new resolve hardened within her. She turned to Mr. Arjun, declaring her intention to move her parents to a better place, a private cemetery befitting their memory. She voiced her hope that her inheritance would be enough to cover the costs. Mr. Arjun's response was staggering. He informed her that the 100 million marais was not the entirety of her inheritance. She would also be inheriting assets such as gold vessels and residences. In total, he stated calmly, they amounted 400 million marais. The cost of moving her parents' graves would be nothing to worry about. He noted her stunned expression, correctly assuming she couldn't quite fathom just how much that was. He explained that, excluding the king, such a fortune would rank her as the 5th or 6th wealthiest person in all of Glorenza. Her jaw dropped. What? He continued, explaining that he had publicly announced the lower figure of 100 million to avoid unnecessary commotion, which would only rank her as the 30th richest. Revealing her true worth, he warned, would lead to unwanted attention and constraints. Isnelda, still reeling from the shock, could only stare at him. A new question bubbled to the surface. She asked him about his own wealth then. How much was he worth? He answered without a hint of arrogance, as if stating a simple fact. He ranked around 10th. Then he added, almost as an afterthought, that this was excluding his assets abroad. She was speechless, unable to tell if he was joking or not. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. What a strange man. To think he had pretended to be so indifferent to her for all those years, all to protect her. She found it hard to believe. A deep, unsettling question echoed in her mind. Could she truly trust this man? His voice cut through her thoughts. He noted the cold and asked if they should get going, extending a gloved hand towards her. She looked at his outstretched hand, then into his eyes. She decided she would have to reserve judgment for now. Agreeing, she placed her hand in his, resolving to trust him, at least for the time being. They arrived at a magnificent, bustling hotel. As they walked through the opulent lobby, she overheard him speaking to an associate. When she asked with surprise if he was staying at a hotel, he explained that it was more convenient since he had to manage both the foundation and this very hotel. He understood she might want her own living arrangements, but for the time being, this would have to do. An employee brought over her room key on a silver platter. It wasn't a key at all, but a beautiful, shimmering magic stone. He told her the room was on the 2nd floor and that she should go ahead and rest as he had to get back to work. She took the stone key, murmuring her thanks. As she began to the grand staircase, his voice stopped her. He asked if she was still concerned about her magic. He paused, then offered a piece of advice. To discover her source emotion, she must broaden her experiences and expose herself to various feelings. The most important thing, he stressed, was to be honest about what she was feeling. Being honest about my feelings. The words struck a deep chord within her. A flicker crossed her face. Would she be able to do that? She turned away, her back to him, and said with quiet determination that she would try. She continued up the stairs, each step heavy with thought. But just as she reached the landing, he called out her name again, making her pause. He asked if she wanted to meet Edvan Saul. The name was like a physical blow. Her eyes widened in shock. Mr. Arjun continued, explaining that Edvan had recently graduated from the academy and was staying in the capital. He offered to put her in touch with him if she wished. A wave of bitterness washed over her. It had been a year since Edvan had suddenly, inexplicably, ended their correspondence. The thought of seeing him effacing that silence was suffocating. Would he even agree to see her? She forced a smile, telling Mr. Argent that maybe some other time would be better. She wasn't quite ready yet. For now, she requested he please keep her presence in the capital a secret. With that, she turned and fled up the stairs. Once out of his sight, her composure crumbled. That jerk. He was studying and living a successful life in the capital without her. She stomped up the corridor, fury burning in her chest. She had always been rooting for him, and as soon as he moved to the capital, he forgot all about his loyal companion, didn't he? Did all the memories they shared just fade into oblivion for him? She seethed, a new, fiery determination taking hold. Just you wait, Edvan, she thought. Let's see if she could contain her shock when she saw just how wealthy she had become. She stomped the rest of the way to her room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding crash. A triumphant, vengeful glint shone in her eyes. Sinking into a warm bath filled with fragrant rose petals, Isnelda let out a sigh of pure contentment. This was nice. She mused that in a bath, you didn't have to worry about drowning or being swept away by waves. A maid entered, gently reminding her that staying in too long could cause dizziness and offered to help her dry off. The service was impeccable. The maid helped her into a soft chemise, brushed her long hair, and tucked her into a magnificent bed. Even the blanket was impossibly soft. It was like being wrapped in cotton candy. Oh, what bliss. Snuggled under the covers of the lavish bed, a troubling thought surfaced. Was she allowed to feel this happy? No, she corrected herself, remembering Mr. Argent's words. To be a great mage, one must be honest about their emotions. Her thoughts drifted to him. She wondered if that rule applied to Mr. Argent as well. He was usually so expressionless. When she thought of how a mage should be, he was the last person that came to mind. In his office, Mr. Argent was anything but emotional. He coolly handled a report about Baron Vanther, who was apparently being hounded by creditors. He instructed his subordinate to have the Baron hand over what remained of his bonds, seize anything of value as collateral, pay his employees their severance, and dismiss them. He ordered them to let the Baron keep his house, reasoning that his family would be able to make ends meet. He warned against making them feel like they were being driven to a corner, as those with nothing to lose sometimes fight back with a knife in hand. His subordinate commented that he seemed to know these kinds of people well. A shadow crossed Mr. Argent's face. He revealed that, like Miss Isnelda, he was also an orphan. He spoke of the countless children left parentless by the war and how the Crown's legislation to deal with them failed due to lack of funds. He recalled with a cold fury how those orphans were forced into manual labor by the kingdom, their deaths made to look like accidents. He was fortunate, he said, to have been taken in by Professor Argo. He confessed that, to ensure Baron Vanther wouldn't abandon Isnelda, he had to make sure the Baron saw her as a continuous source of income. He knew, he said, those 7 years must have been horrible for her. He paused, his quill hovering over the paper. On second thought, he said, his voice dropping to an icy tone, he instructed his subordinate to inform the Baron that they would be seizing his estate after all. His subordinate asked about the sudden change of heart. Mr. Argent then laid out his cruel new offer. The Baron could keep his residence if he disowned one of his 4 children, stripping the child of their name and title. And the Baron himself, he commanded, must be the one to decide which child to abandon. The subordinate agreed without question. As the man left, Mr. Argent let out a long, weary sigh. A quick, brutal image flashed through the narrative Baron Vanther on his knees, a chest clanking shut as he's cast out. The memory of his cruelty was met with cold, calculated revenge. The next day, Mr. Argent informed Isnelda he would hire personal attendants for her. When he asked for her preference between someone endearing but mediocre or someone adept but less personable, she answered without hesitation. She would prefer someone she could trust. Later, a knock came at her door. 2 people stood there, a bubbly young woman and a calm young man. The girl greeted her with a cheerful, "It's a pleasure to meet you, miss," before the man corrected her, insisting the proper form of address was madam. Isnelda looked at them, a little taken aback. The girl, Connie, introduced herself while the young man, Melfa, apologized for Connie's constant exuberance. So these were the attendant Mr. Argent had appointed. They explained their duties, which included chaperoning her, assisting with magic since she couldn't use stones, choosing her clothes, and even giving her massages. Connie gushed about choosing pretty hats and heels for her. Isnelda found it all a bit bothersome. She had grown so used to doing everything by herself that the notion of others tending to her needs made her deeply uncomfortable. Worse, as a commoner who had only recently come into good fortune, she worried that if these women were to mock her, she wouldn't be able to stand up to them. Still, Mr. Argent had appointed them, so maybe she could trust them. She decided on a trial run, offering to hire them for 3 days. If she was happy with their services, she would employ them officially. They were overjoyed, promising to work with all their heart and soul. When they asked for her plans, she told them she wanted to look at houses, as her parents' old residence needed refurbishment. She also wanted to see to her appearance. Her attendants assured her they would handle everything. The day was a whirlwind of activity. At a high-end boutique, her attendants gushed over how divine the dresses and accessories looked on her. Connie enthusiastically suggested she purchase them all, which earned a sharp rebuke from Melfa. Isnelda smiled, genuinely grateful for them. Shopping felt less daunting with them by her side. She admitted that earlier, while looking at houses, she definitely would have bought the one the realtor suggested if they hadn't been there to point out its flaws. Melfa listed off all the things to consider when buying a house yard size, proximity to a hospital, heating in the winter. Isnelda was amazed at how much there was to think about. Connie grabbed her arm, assuring her that it was their job to assist with these concerns and that they would find the perfect house. Isnelda beamed, confident that they would. After trying on countless outfits, they decided to take a break. Isnelda wandered through the boutique, her eyes landing on a breathtaking mage's cloak made of a deep, sparkling blue fabric. She stroked the material, remarking on how lovely it was. A memory surfaced, sweet and innocent. As a little girl, she'd had a similar toy cloak and wand that she had adored. But then, the memory soured. She was a teenager again, standing outside a shop with her cousin Bella. Bed seen her looking at a simple cloak in the window and asked if she wanted it. Isnelda had quickly said no, explaining it just brought back some memories. Bella had pointed out it didn't look too expensive, just 15 marais. Isnelda remembered fidgeting, thinking that she'd have to save for a year to afford it. Bella's voice turned mocking. She'd asked if Isnelda was really going to buy that, doubting she could afford it on her allowance. Then, with false sweetness, she offered to get it for her. Isnelda had refused, but Bella had pressed on, her words dripping with venom. What if someone saw her wearing it and mistook her for a mage? Bella's final words had been like a slap. She'd said Isnelda would only be embarrassing herself, wouldn't she? The memory of her own flushed, humiliated face, of her trembling hands, was still so vivid. Bella had just smirked, telling her not to look so abashed. She was only joking. Then she had turned and walked away, saying she was tired and wanted to go home. The boutique owner's voice pulled her from the painful recollection. He presented the very cloak she was admiring, explaining it was a limited edition from their own line. He boasted that the fabric was made from the feathers of the rare blue eagle, with flecks of lapis embroidered into the hem for sanitation and protection spells. Isnelda was captivated. She hadn't expected to find an item she'd like so much here. The owner explained the cloak was originally a royal commission, but the client had changed their mind so he could sell it for a discounted price. She turned to her attendants for their opinion. They both gave her a resounding sign of approval. Connie beamed, insisting it would definitely look good on her. Isnelda made her decision. She would take it. The owner, by the quick purchase, remarked that he had his suspicions she was a mage. A confident smile bloomed on Isnelda's face. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling, and confirmed yes, she was. Later that evening, they sat in a private box at the theater, the stage lights illuminating the grand hall below. Isnelda held a playbill for The Seduction of Romeo the Rogue. Connie leaned in, explaining that it was the hottest play in the capital and an absolute must-see. The lights dimmed and the show began. The stage was filled with actors in elaborate costumes, rose petals falling around them. Connie whispered to Isnelda, asking what she thought of the male lead. She found him fantastic, though she griped that his only flaw was his short stature. If only he were a little taller and more muscular, she sighed, he'd be perfect. She then declared that he wasn't as comely as Mr. Argent. Isnelda was floored. Mr. Argent. Melfa disagreed, finding Mr. Argent awfully fastidious and always so expressionless. But Connie was lost in her own fantasy, sighing that she preferred men with strapping bodies. Like that man sitting over there, she said, pointing toward the stage. Isnelda's gaze followed her finger. On a balcony set piece, an actor held an actress in an intimate embrace. Isnelda squinted. Why did that man seem so familiar? The actor turned his head, his handsome, dark-haired profile illuminated by the spotlight. Isnelda's breath caught in her throat. Her blue eyes widened in utter disbelief. It couldn't be Ed? Her heart gave a sickening lurch, a heavy thump that echoed the sudden, intrusive memory. The opulent theater, the swelling music, it all faded into a dull roar in her ears. Was that really him? Was that truly the Edvan she knew? A ghost from a past she had so carefully tucked away, now standing just a few feet from her, a strange woman draped on his arm. A cold dread washed over her as she stood frozen with her companions. Why did him feel like a betrayal? And more importantly, why instinctively avoided his gaze, hiding as if she were the one with a secret to keep? They say you need to watch a play 3 times to truly appreciate it, but Isnella's mind was on a different drama entirely. A soft voice broke through her trance as her maid, Connie, called out her name in concern. Isnella blinked, forcing a smile that felt brittle and fake. She asked what they were saying, pretending she hadn't been a million miles away. Melfa, her other companion, looked at her with knowing eyes, his expression sharp and perceptive. He asked quietly if it was Edvan Saul who was on her mind. The name hung in the air, confirming her fears. Connie, ever cheerful, piped up, confirming that it was indeed the man they had seen inside the theater. Melfa was right. Isnella's heart sank. She had thought he looked familiar, a painful throb of recognition she tried to suppress. Connie explained that she and Melfa recognized him because, like Edvan, they were also sponsored by the Granche Foundation. He was quite famous, she added. Famous? Isnella repeated the word in her head, a bitter taste filling her mouth. Connie, oblivious to Isnella's inner turmoil, launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Of course he was famous. He was the only person of common birth to graduate from the Academy's course this year. The Royal Academy, a place known as the student's graveyard for its impossibly demanding admission requirements and hellish education system. To graduate from there, especially from the Knight's course, which was unofficially barred to all but the highest social classes, was a monumental achievement. The graduation ring was a symbol of immense prestige. But Connie's expression soured slightly. The public's perception of Edvan had been marred recently. Isnella asked why, her voice barely a whisper. Melfa simply gestured with his chin. He told her to look for herself. And there he was, Edvan, leaning against a carriage, an unfamiliar blonde woman tucked under his arm, his smile lazy and intimate. The sight was a punch to the gut. Isnelda stared, her mind struggling to connect this dangerously charming man with the boy she once knew. Manhwa scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. He declared it wasn't his lover. He bet it was some woman he was seeing for the night. The casual cruelty of the remark made things snap inside Isnilda. A horrified "what" burst from her lips, far louder than she intended. The sound echoed in the quiet night air. Her companions immediately shushed her, grabbing her arm as she covered her mouth, her face burning with shame. Manhwa's gaze was intense as he leaned in, his voice low. He asked if she happened to have an interest in Edvan Saul. Isnilda was speechless, her mind a whirlwind of denial and confusion. Connie, ever the romantic, clasped her hands together, musing that they were around the same age and would make a lovely couple. But Manhwa shot the idea down instantly. That wouldn't do, he said firmly. Connie deserved better than some womanizer. The word hung in the air, sharp and ugly. He was known to date a lot of women. Manhwa continued, his voice dripping approval. Apparently, he'd 15 different women this month alone. 15. The number was absurd, grotesque. The conclusion was simple and devastating. Edvan Saul, her Ed, was a rake. Later, soaking in a bath fragrant with rose petals, the word echoed in her mind. Rake to Thed, her gentle, clumsy Ed had become a flirt who dates any woman who catches his fancy. The image of him with that woman, so confident and predatory, felt like a phantom limb, an aish for something long lost. She desperately tried to find another explanation. Maybe he was just a look-alike, someone with the same hair, the same eyes, who also happened to be a graduate of the Royal Academy. But who was she kidding? The truth was a bitter pill. She'd considered he might have a girlfriend, but this was something else entirely. And why did it matter so much to her? Back in the carriage, Manhwa had elaborated. Edvan's scandalous behavior had begun about 3 months ago. Isnelda had asked why, desperate for a reason, an excuse. Manhwa explained that graduating from the Royal Academy was an extremely difficult feat. Because of the immense pressure, many students lost their inhibitions as their course neared its end, turning to drink and debauchery. He'd heard that for some weeks. Edvan had joined his classmates, drowning himself in alcohol. He was caught and scolded by his sponsor, the powerful Mr. Argent. But when Mr. Argent demanded an explanation, Edvan had refused to even open his mouth, his face a mask of stubbornness. He'd simply stormed out, slamming the door behind him and declaring that once he graduated, he was going to live as he pleased. And that, Manhwa concluded, was how the rumors of his endless flings began to spread. With so many women lining up for a chance to be with the handsome and famous knight, he'd even stipulated that he would only date women of noble birth. A cold fury bubbled in Isnelda's chest, so it wasn't because he was busy. All this time, she had told herself that he was unable to write to her for the past year because he needed to concentrate on his studies. But what did she find out? He'd been busy chasing women for the past 3 months. The betrayal felt sharp and personal. Would he just settle for any woman? Was that why he didn't bother to write back to her? Did that mean he didn't see her as a woman at all? She sank deeper into the water, her cheeks fuming. Stupid Ed. That bastard. Some friend. The memories came unbidden, vivid and painful. A sun-drenched beach, the sound of waves and their younger selves, carefree and innocent. She remembered him tripping, always so frail and clumsy. She had stood over him, puffing out her chest, promising that she would protect him. He had reached for her, and she had taken his small hand in hers. The warmth of his smile, the trust in his eyes, it all felt like a story about someone else now. Ed. She whispered his name to the empty room, her voice thick with sorrow. A strange sensation pulled her from her reverie. Was she dreaming? Her back didn't seem to be touching anything. Her hand drifted down, finding only empty space beneath her. Her eyes shot open. She was floating, suspended in the air above the bathwater, her nightgown clinging to her skin. A surge of panic shot through her. What was happening? Was she levitating? How? Did her magic activate all of a sudden? The moment the thought formed, the invisible force holding her up vanished. With a shriek, plunged back into the water. Her attendants burst into the room, their faces etched with worry, asking what was wrong. Isnelda, and soaked, waved them away, claiming she must have been dreaming. But as they left, a profound unease settled over her. It wasn't a dream. How was she able to use her magic? The next day, she sat with Manhwa and Connie, a communication stone given her by Mr. Argent resting on the table. She confessed she was unable to use it and asked Manhwa for help. He took the stone, murmuring that Mr. Argent was surely aware of that factor and would allow him to activate it. He spoke the name No Argent into the device, and it began to whir. A calm voice emanated from the stone, identifying himself as Argent. Isnelda took the stone, her hand trembling slightly. Mr. Argent asked how she was finding the device. She explained that Manhwa had to help her, and then, hesitantly, told him about the incident in the bath, how she had been levitating in her sleep and then fallen. Argent's voice was placid as he explained that if she was floating, it must have been the levitation spell Flow It. He warned her that magic could become a wayward force if a mage didn't use spells to keep it in check. He suggested she keep magic-absorbing stones by her bedside. After he disconnected, Isnella stared out the window, her mind racing. A levitation spell. At the theater again, her companions spotted him from their balcony seats. "Wow, he's back," Connie murmured. He was watching the play again, and with a different woman at that. Melfa commented dryly that he must know every line by now. Isnella took a sip of her tea, trying to appear nonchalant, but her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. Why was he in uniform today? Perhaps to impress his date. Melfa Edvan must not be too concerned about rumors, since frequent visits to a popular theater were bound to start people talking. But what if Isnelda thought, her grip tightening on her teacup? What if he was doing it deliberately? What if he wanted someone to see? Melfa scoffed at the idea, stating that Edvan Saul was of age now, and such behavior wouldn't earn him any goodwill from potential sponsors. The sound of porcelain scraping against saucer filled the silence as Isnella abruptly stood up. Connie asked if she was going somewhere. Isnella announced she was going to order another drink, waving off their offers to go for her. She insisted it is okay. She wanted to see the menu for herself, telling them to stay put. Her companions exchanged a confused glance as she swept out of the private box. The click-clack of her heels echoed her turbulent thoughts. She pulled the hood of her cloak over her head, her cheeks flushed with a heat that had nothing to do with the temperature. She shouldn't let their conversation get to her. She ordered a cup of grape tea, the transaction a welcome distraction. The attendant asked for a name. She paused. The name Granche was too well known in Tebeth. She couldn't risk it. A different name came to her lips, a simple, unassuming one. She told him her name was Edith Gray. As she waited, her mind returned to Melfa's dismissive words. What if Edvan was doing it deliberately? The thought was a spark of hope in the darkness of her confusion. The memory of Connie suggesting they'd make a good couple sent a fresh wave irritation through her. She just couldn't stand it when Connie said that. Lost in thought, she turned away from the counter, her mind swirling. What on earth was wrong with? She walked straight into a solid chest. The impact sent her stumbling backward. She gasped, her balance failing her. Before she could fall, a strong hand shot out, grabbing her arm. He spun her effortlessly, pulling her securely against him. Her gaze traveled up from the firm hand on her arm, past the crisp red and gold of a knight's uniform, to a face that stole the air from her lungs. It was him. Edvan. His wine-red eyes, intense and serious, stared down at her. He asked if she was all right. Her breath caught in her throat. Panic seized her. She yanked her hood further down, hiding her face, and mumbled that she was fine, telling him he could let go now. She tried to pull away, to scurry back into the shadows of anonymity. But his voice stopped her. "Wait, miss." The words were quiet, but they rooted her to the spot. Hurt hammered against her ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. Did he recognize me? What should I say? Should she say hello? Pretend they hadn't seen each other? His gaze was fixed on her, his expression unreadable. Before she could decide, a woman's voice called out his name, breaking the spell. Edvan didn't look away from her. Instead, he turned to the attendant and asked for a pen. He quickly scribbled a series of characters on a small card. A password, he explained, for his communication stone. He pressed it into her hand, his touch sending an electric jolt through her. He told her to contact him if she was ever out on her own. Then, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur, he asked for her name. Isnella stared at him, dumbfounded. Was he seriously asking for her name, right here in public, while on a date with someone else? She found her voice asking why he wanted to know. He gave a faint, almost imperceptible smile. If he didn't know her name, how would he know it was her when she called? Before she could retort, the attendant's voice rang out, clear as a bell. "Miss Edith Gray, your order is ready." Her eyes widened in horror. Edvan's smile grew into a slow, knowing smirk. He grabbed her wrist, his grip firm but gentle, and slapped the card into her palm. His eyes locked with hers, a silent challenge passing between them. He told Edith Gray that he would be waiting for her call. Later that evening, Edvan saw his companion for the evening to her carriage. She told him she enjoyed his company and offered her sponsorship, assuring him he wouldn't be lacking in offers. He deflected with practiced charm, telling her she flattered him too much. She leaned in, her expression coy. But before she could make another move, he grabbed her arm, his grip surprisingly strong. He yanked her towards him, his eyes flashing with something cold and sharp. He leaned in close, his lips almost touching hers, his hand cupping her jaw. The woman looked confused by his sudden aggression. Then, just as quickly, the harshness vanished. He stroked her cheek gently, his face breaking into a dazzling, disarming smile. He said he looked forward to seeing her again. As her carriage rattled away, the charming facade fell, revealing a man exhausted and utterly alone. A voice cut through the silence of the misty street. A man in a dark cloak from the shadows, remarking that Sir Edvan seemed quite busy of late. Edvan turned, his expression weary. "It had been a while," he said, addressing the man as Mr. Victor. Victor sneered, chiding Edvan for his wanton life, claiming he was soiling the Academy's prestigious name. Edvan's reply was clipped. He was no longer a cadet, and he wasn't fooling around. He was merely meeting with potential patrons to decide his career path. Victor's tone was mocking as he brought up an incident at the Mage Tower, implying Edvan was already in trouble. The words were a clear threat, and Edvan's eyes narrowed. Victor then spat out the root of his disdain, sneering that he thought Edvan would be different from other commoners, but he was wrong. Edvan squeezed his eyes shut, a muscle twitching in his jaw. He turned to leave, stating that he had nothing more to discuss. But Victor wasn't finished. He advised Edvan to accept Lady Larat's offer. She could, after all, help him become a knight of the Royal Guard. He warned Edvan to cease his childish attempts to provoke her. Edvan stopped dead in his tracks. His voice, when he spoke, was dangerously quiet. He told Victor to convey a message to the princess of the Vincentos family for him. Tell her, he said, his eyes burning with a cold fire, that dangling meat in front of someone who is confined and starved is not a negotiation. It is a threat, and he would never accept such an offer. A flashback illuminated the source of his fury. Marquise Vincentos, head of the Mage Tower and the only Grand Mage on the continent. His granddaughter was Larat Vincentos, a beautiful and calculating woman. She had once asked Edvan to be her lover. He had used their difference in class as an excuse to decline her advances, but she had merely changed tactics, offering to be his sponsor instead. "Won't you become my knight, Edvan?" she had asked, moving a chess piece with predatory grace. Edvan knew the dark truth behind high society's sudden fad of philanthropy, a trend started by his own sponsor, Noah Argent. It was a competition to find a rough gem and polish it into a shiny pearl. Mr. Argent had brought him to countless social events, where he witnessed firsthand how the beneficiaries were viewed. Only a fraction were sponsored out of kindness. The rest were treated as pets, political pawns, or worse, groomed to become lovers and mistresses. Larat's offer had been clear. "If you agree to be mine, I will grant your every wish." She had dangled his dream before him, a place in the Royal Guard, calling it commendable, but one he ought to give up. Mr. had told him the same thing years ago. A commoner should not vie for the top spot. That position was for royals or nobles only. The memory was still sharp, still painful. Argent had laid out the choice: give up his dream or give up any chance of rising in society. He had offered Edvan a single, conditional path forward. He would not stand in his way, but only if Edvan followed his every instruction until he graduated. For 7 long years, Edvan did everything Argent asked of him. He studied, and he fought. He pushed his body to its limits, becoming the highest-ranking student in his class. He endured. But right before he graduated, he cracked. The carefully constructed walls he had built around had shattered. All because of a letter he received 3 months ago. A letter signed with a familiar, beloved name, Isnelda. The memory brought a fresh wave of fury. He slammed his fist against the cold brick of the alleyway. Damn it! Why did that bastard Victor have to bring up such unpleasant memories? But as the anger coursed through him, a new thought took hold, a grim and sudden clarity. Fortunately, he had just found a way to release his pent-up anger. He knew where she was staying, Hotel Eben. A determined, almost predatory look settled on his face. Edith Gray. In her hotel room, Isnelda stared at the card in her hand. The name he had called her echoing in her thoughts, a strange, thrilling promise. On a balcony overlooking the grand estate, Isnelda's thoughts were a tangled mess. Her attendants, Connie and Melfa, had left her with a parting gift, a communication stone, a jagged piece of raw green crystal. Melfa's voice echoed in her memory, explaining that the stone would connect directly to his own, a lifeline should she ever need assistance. But his words were now overlaid with a more pressing, formal message. Today was the final day of their trial period. If she wished to retain their services, she needed to contact them. The weight of the decision settled in her chest, as heavy as the stone pinned to her dress. Her mind drifted back to another man, another gift, Edvan Saul. He had handed her a simple card, nothing more than a password, telling her it would connect his communication stone to hers. The audacity of it still made her blood simmer. How could he be so forward, handing out his contact details to a woman whose face he'd barely even seen? A bitter coiled in her mind. He was likely this brazen with any woman who caught his fancy, regardless of who she was. A sharp, grating sound cut through the quiet night as she scraped her chair back, frustration bubbling over. She walked to the railing, her hands gripping the cool stone as she stared out the vast, star-dusted sky. The universe seemed so peaceful, a stark contrast to the storm raging within her. What was she even supposed to do with his number? A mischievous, dangerous idea flickered through her mind. Should she call him? Just to string him along? A small, cynical smile touched her lips. Or was it possible? Could he have made his advances without a single clue as to who she truly was? She let out a quiet sigh, a single thought breaking through the noise. He was such a stupid Ed. A sudden sound from below shattered her reverie. Her eyes snapped open, her gaze sharpening as she leaned forward, peering into the darkness. What was that? Down by the ornate front gates, a lone figure stood bathed in the silver light of the moon. A gasp caught in her throat. His dark hair, his imposing silhouette, the crimson glint in his eyes. It was him. Ed? Her hand flew to her mouth, a silent scream trapped behind her fingers. What on earth was he doing here at this hour? He wasn't looking at her, but towards the shadows clinging to the estate walls. A low, challenging voice carried on the night air. He asked why they didn't come out now. He continued to taunt the empty darkness, his tone dripping with disdain. He said he'd been trying his best to ignore them, but their murderous aura made it impossible for focus on his date. He asked if they weren't sick and tired of shadowing a woman for days on end. He offered to be their opponent, a smirk playing on his lips as he suggested he could ease their boredom. When the silence stretched on, his patience snapped. He sighed, murmuring that they left him no choice. In a heartbeat, he was a blur of motion, launching himself forward with terrifying speed. He snarled that he would have to hunt them down, one by one. He moved with the grace of a predator, closing the distance in an instant. A hand shot out, grabbing a fistful of hair, as he slammed a hidden figure into the pavement with a sickening thud. His eyes burned with a cold fire. He dodged and weaved through unseen attacks, a deadly dance in the moonlight. Looking over his shoulder with a confident smirk, he remarked that they had finally decided to show themselves. From the shadows, two figures emerged, clad in dark cloaks and masks, their swords drawn and ready. Edvan's eyes narrowed. They didn't look like amateurs. A question formed in his mind. Just who was this woman to have men like these tailing her? He briefly thought of the contact card he'd given her, a precaution in case she was ever out alone. She had seemed so hesitant to take it, he doubted she would ever call. Shaking the thought away, he resigned himself to the task at hand. It seemed he would have to deal with these ruffians for her. With a sharp sting, he drew his own sword. The clash of steel rang out as he met their charge, a wild grin on his face. He was a whirlwind of motion, his blade a silver arc in the night, but these men were skilled. As he parried a strike from one, the other launched a dagger from the shadows. The small blade flew silently through the air, even as his sword locked with his opponent's. Edvan's free hand shot out, snatching the dagger from the air with impossible speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun, plunging the captured blade into the man who had thrown it. A choked cry of pain echoed in the courtyard. The remaining assassin saw his opening, bringing his sword down in a vicious arc aimed at Edvan's exposed back. Edvan's eyes flashed with crimson light. He twisted away, his own blade swinging in a powerful counterattack that sent the man flying with a brutal crack. The assassin hit the ground hard, coughing up blood. The two men staggered to their feet, panting heavily, their eyes wide with disbelief at his strength. Suddenly, their swords began to hum, glowing with an eerie, magical light, an enchantment charm. Edvan's eyes narrowed in grim understanding. This meant they were either connected to the mage tower or they had acquired these weapons from the shadow market. A curse escaped his lips. Of all the times to be caught with only his ceremonial sword, it had to be now. He braced himself as they renewed their attack. Their movements were faster now, empowered by the magic. A glowing blade sliced past his defenses, leaving a thin, bloody line across his cheek. He parried and dodged, but he was on the defensive. Then came the sound he dreaded, a sharp crack. He looked down in horror as the blade of his ceremonial sword shattered, the pieces falling uselessly to the ground. He was disarmed. One of the assassins lunged, his enchanted sword aimed straight for Edvan's heart. Just as the blade was about to find its mark, a clear, female voice cried a single word of power. Float! The assassin's sword clattered to the ground as if his hand had lost all strength. A moment later, the man himself was lifted into the air, kicking and struggling against an invisible force. Edvan stared, completely stunned, his gaze drawn upward. A soft, ethereal light bloomed in the night sky, and then he saw her. Descending from the heavens as if she were a fallen star, her brown hair and deep blue cloak billowing around her like the night itself. She floated down, barefoot and beautiful, framed by the full moon, her eyes shining with a power he had never seen. Panic seized Isnelda as she watched from the balcony. Ed was going to be killed. She burst back into her suite, her voice trembling as she screamed that there were men fighting in front of the hotel. Her guards tried to calm her, one dismissing it as a simple drunken brawl, but she frantically insisted they were brandishing swords, that it was a fight to the death. She tried to push past them to run to him, but a firm hand on her arm stopped her. The guard told her it was too dangerous to go out, that they had to alert the authorities. He promised one of them would go down to assess the situation while the other remained with her, but she knew with a suffocating certainty that they didn't have time for that. Desperate, she wished for anyone who could help her. An idea sparked. She remembered the communication stone. Shoving one of her own empty magic stones into the guard's hand, she gave him a rapid-fire command. She told him to use it to contact her attendant, Melfa, to tell him an academy knight was being attacked by armed men at the hotel entrance, and to have him call the authorities at once. Without waiting for a reply, she spun and ran back to the balcony. She leaned over the railing, her voice cracking as she screamed his name into the night. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw the eerie light emanating from the assassin's swords. Was it some kind of magic? Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drum of terror. Why weren't the authorities here yet? A strange, quiet voice echoed in the back of her mind, a whisper that wasn't her own. It asked she wanted to go to him. She whipped around, her eyes darting across the empty room. Confused, she wondered what that was. The voice answered, softer this time, more certain. It told her that she did want to go to him, didn't she? Her breath hitched, she called out, asking who was there. The voice was gentle, reassuring. It told her she could go to him. All she had to do was look in the mirror. As she stared at her reflection, a brilliant light suddenly flared from one of the jewels pinned to her cloak. Her eyes widened in shock. One of the empty magic stones was now fully charged with magic. How? When did that happen? Then, the large teardrop jewel on her earring began to pulse with its own radiant light. Her heart pounded. How much power could one stone possibly hold? A memory of Noah surfaced, his voice explaining that a mage's untamed magic could become a wayward, destructive force. A question burned within her. Could she do it? Could she control it? The fear began to recede, replaced by a fierce thrumming thump, thump. Her heart beat a steady rhythm of courage. She clenched the fabric of her dress. A long-forgotten memory before her eyes, a younger version of herself, promising a small, clumsy Ed that she would always protect him. The truth hit her with the force of a tidal wave. This was her magic. She was a mage. A word of power formed on her lips, a name she hadn't spoken in years. Floychina. An explosion of cerulean light erupted from her back, forming immense, shimmering wings of pure magic. With a powerful beat, she launched herself from the balcony, soaring into the night sky as feathers of light rained down below. She floated gracefully through the air, a goddess descending to the mortal realm. Her eyes, glowing with an inner light, found his. She landed softly before him, the magic swirling at her feet, and spoke with a voice that was both tender and strong. She told him he was safe now. A wave of profound relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. The brilliant light in her earring flickered and died. A sickening lurch pulled her downwards. The magic was gone. She was falling. A scream tore from her throat as she plunged towards the hard stone ground. The impact never came. A strong arm wrapped around her, and a gentle hand cradled the back of her head, saving her from the fall. She looked up into the concerned, crimson eyes of Edvan Saul. He held her close, the world seeming to melt away until it was just the two of them, their breaths mingling in the quiet space between them. Panic shot through her like ice. He saw her face. He had to have recognized her. She opened her mouth to stammer out some kind of explanation, but a sharp pain in her neck made her wince. His voice cut through her chaotic thoughts, but it wasn't the voice of recognition. He asked how old she was, remarking that he'd never seen her at the academy. Stunned into silence for a moment, she managed to reply that she was 18. He hummed thoughtfully at her answer. From the shadows, the surviving assassins watched, a dark realization dawning. So the girl was their target after all. In one fluid motion, Edvan swept her off her feet. Lifting her into his arms, he looked down at her, a roguish grin spreading across his face as he remarked that they were the same age then. A furious blush crept up her neck. He told her their introductions would have to wait as he started walking towards the remaining assassins, carrying her as if she weighed nothing at all. A jolt of fear went through her. Still outnumbered. This was bad. She clung to him, a desperate plan forming in her mind. She needed to do it one more time. Just one more time. Closing her eyes, she pressed her face against the solid warmth of his chest and focused with all her might. A brilliant light shone from her earring once more. "Float," she whispered, and they lifted from the ground. But this time was different. Her energy wasn't draining away. In fact, it felt like it was surging, brimming over. "Floytina," she cried, and a cascade of glowing white feathers erupted around them. As she looked down, suddenly uncertain, Edvan's voice rumbled against her ear, a low and soothing sound. He told her to relax, to just breathe. He told her it was all right now, and as they floated high against the moonlit sky, held safely in his arms, she almost believed him. An hour later, back in her suite, Connie was fussing over her face pale with worry. She explained how terribly Larat had been before apologizing for dragging Isnelda out of bed at such an hour. Then her eyes fell on Isnelda's wrist. Isnelda glanced down, murmuring a quiet, "Oh." She tried to insist it was nothing to worry about, but Connie gently took her hand, her expression heartbroken as she called her a poor thing. The night's events played out in Isnelda's memory. After they had floated high above the glittering city, Edvan had asked if she could set them down on a near rooftop. She had stammered that she would try, but her control over the magic was clumsy. They had bounced awkwardly in the air a few times before landing with a solid thud on the roof. Below them, the police finally arrived, their shouts echoing in the street. Isnelda watched the assassins scramble to retrieve their fallen weapons before fleeing, a strange detail lodging in her mind. Why were they more concerned with their weapons than with each other? Just as Connie and Melfa rushed onto the scene, Melfa had urgently warned her that an unregistered mage caught with empty magic stones could face serious trouble. He had insisted he could handle the situation and urged her to return to the hotel. But as Connie tried to lead her away, Edvan's voice, sharp and commanding, had stopped them in their tracks. He asked her a single, chilling question. By any chance, did she know Isnelda Guernche? The world tilted. He knew. Her mind raced should she confess. Before she could answer, his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist in a vice-like grip. He yanked her back towards him, his voice dangerously low as he repeated his demand. The pressure on her wrist was excruciating. and she cried out that he was hurting her. The pain, his grip, it all triggered a horrifying memory. The clanking of chains, her uncle's monstrous, snarling face as he accused her of being a promiscuous hussy who needed to be locked away. The memory of his hand striking her face was so vivid she flinched, a strangled cry escaping her lips. She snapped back to the present, panting and trembling, staring at Edvan with wide, terrified eyes. The anger in his expression vanished, replaced by shock and immediate, profound regret. He released her as her skin had burned him, his voice thick with remorse as he apologized, begging her to forgive him. Back in her room, Connie gently applied a cold compress to the dark bruise blooming on Isnelda's wrist. Connie was fuming, muttering about what a brute Edvan Saul was, but Isnelda shook her head, her voice hollow as she said she was fine. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened to her, and the bruise would be gone in a day. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. She explained that Mr. Noah had told her attendants about the poor treatment she had suffered under her uncle's care. They had wanted to do more than their jobs required. They wanted to protect her, but also show her the joys of the capital. It dawned on her then that Noah wanted her to stand on her own 2 feet, to become the true head of the Grancher family. A wave of disappointment in herself washed over her. All she had done was indulge herself. She looked at Connie, her voice small, and asked if she thought she would make an honest employer, admitting she still felt lacking in so many ways. Connie smiled and asked what Isnelda believed were the most important benefits for an employee. Isnelda answered without hesitation: fair wages and a good work-life balance. A new determination shone in her eyes. She sat up straight and made them an offer. 20 miraes per day, plus free lodging. She wanted them to become her live-in attendants. Connie was overjoyed, but respectfully said she would need to confer with Melfa first. Isnelda smiled, a genuine, warm smile. These 2 were her first attendants, the first people she could truly call her own. Far away, at the Vanthar estate, Noah lounged on a sofa, a book resting in his hands. The title was 100 Stories of Sorrow from Around the World. He looked up from the page, a thoughtful, unreadable expression on his face. The world is a tapestry woven with threads of tragedy, and at the heart of the grand and somber Vanthar estate, one such story was unfolding. Inside a disheveled study, chaos reigned. Books were knocked from shelves, drawers hung open spilling their contents, and amidst it all, a lone figure was slumped over a dark wooden desk, portrait of utter exhaustion. It was a familiar despair, the suffocating weight of a life consumed by duty. Never-ending work hours bled into lost weekends, extinguishing any spark of leisure until all that remained was this hollow ache. This was the life of Rodion, the mage of sadness, and true to his title, Heath solace not in joy, but in the sorrow of others, his eyes tracing the words in a bold 100 stories of sorrow from around the world. Suddenly, the fragile peace was shattered by a shrill voice screaming for someone named Garrick, demanding to know where the hell that bastard was. The door burst open, and a furious young woman in a golden gown stormed in, her face of rage as she pointed an accusing finger, shouting, "Hey, you!" Rodion sighed internally, a familiar wave of melancholy over him. She had a name, of course, but she addressed him in such a cold, impersonal fashion. Such is life, he mused with a weary sniffle. The woman didn't wait for a reply, her voice sharp with accusation as she claimed he was the one who had looted her family's possessions the day before. Her eyes narrowed, demanding to know if he had found a ring amongst them, a special ring. He looked up, his expression placid despite the storm raging before him. He calmly inquired what the ring looked like. Explaining that there had been dozens of them, the woman faltered, her lips pressing into a thin line. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she thought to herself that she couldn't possibly tell him it was an academy graduate's ring. Her frustration boiled over once more, and she cursed Garrick, exclaiming how infuriating it was that he was nothing but trouble. Rodion, nursing a headache, pressed a hand to his temple, his patience wearing thin. He wondered why she had to be so incredibly loud so early in the morning. He addressed her as little lady, his tone deceptively gentle as he began to lay out the cold, hard facts. He explained that her brother was completely broke, seeing as they had seized all of his assets, which meant he would have no choice but to sell whatever he possessed. The woman's face paled, and she swallowed hard, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Rodion continued mercilessly, his voice a low, sad murmur. Painted a picture of her disowned brother, fueled by his drinking habits and a desperate need to spite his family, wanting to win big at the gambling tables. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes filled with a sorrowful pity as he asked her, with all that in mind, where she truly thought her precious ring was now. Her denial was a choked whisper, her eyes wide with disbelief. She insisted he couldn't have, that Garrick knew how hard she had worked to get that ring. In a dark op-chamber far away, a jeweled hand held up a magnificent ring, its large aquamarine stone glinting under the candlelight. A powerful, gravelly voice dripped with contempt, questioning his underling. Was he really telling him that he'd gotten beaten to a pulp by Edvan Saul before he could even find out who the girl was? On the floor below the grand, throne-like chair, a hooded man trembled, begging for forgiveness. The man on the throne, his fingers laden with expensive rings, dismissed the apology with a wave of his hand. He asked if any of the weapons had been lost. He clarified that he couldn't care less about the fates of those inept fools, but it would be a significant problem if anyone discovered they had been using magic stones. The kneeling man looked up, his voice strained with desperation as he swore that they had left no evidence behind. The master's hand clenched into a fist, the jewels digging into his flesh. He sneered that yet he had still failed. He confessed that he was sorely tempted to cut off his fingers one by one. A cruel, lecherous twisted his lips as he leaned forward, his gaze drifting to a woman beside him. He lamented that he was afraid his rather busy beauties were waiting for him to play with them. So instead, he purred, he would content himself with cutting off a different part of his body. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of delight, his tongue darting out to lick his lips as he proposed taking his tongue instead. Absolute terror seized the kneeling man. He scrambled backward, pleading for his life, gasping that he had useful information. The master's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. He considered this, then allowed it. Since these would be the last words his tongue would ever utter, he would let him speak. The words came out in a desperate rush. The man shouted that the girl with no argent was a mage. The master was unimpressed, remarking coolly that gathering mages from around the kingdom and taking them under his wing was Noah Argent's specialty. The man quickly added that this girl was not of academy age. He elaborated that Noah Argent had put her up in his hotel, complete with guards and attendants to watch over her. A flicker of recognition crossed the master's face. An image of a girl with long brown hair surfaced in his memory, but he dissed it. That girl, he recalled, was no mage. If his memory served him right, that girl had been utterly useless, and Argent had paid her no mind at all. His thoughts were interrupted by a new voice, announcing a report from the southeastern branch. The master's brow furrowed in annoyance. He demanded to know why a country branch was reporting directly to him instead of their manager. The voice explained that a curious item had come into their possession that day. The report detailed how a drunk had stumbled in, demanding to gamble and offering his jewels as payment. They had complied, the subordinate explained, because the man was causing a scene and driving away other customers. Among the various items the man had traded was a single notable ring. The branch believed it to be a graduate ring from the Royal Academy. It had all the markers of authenticity. It was crafted to adjust to its wearer's finger and was embedded with a magic stone. The master was initially dismissive, stating that such rings were not difficult to acquire, and he could simply add it to his collection. But the subordinate quickly interjected that there was more. The ring appeared newly made, and most importantly, it bore an engraving. The master's interest was finally piqued. He demanded to know whose name it was. The answer came crisp and clear. Edvan Saul's. A slow, predatory smile spread across the master's face. His mind immediately leaped to the major fundraising event for the Foundation, set to be held the following month. Edvan, he mused, was the most sought-after prize in the kingdom, his ring an object of desire for every noble lady. He now possessed that very ring, the hottest topic of gossip in the entire capital. A wicked plan began to form in his mind. He would put the ring up for auction at the event. He leaned back in his chair, a look of triumphant avarice on his face. The memory was a fresh wound, a burning humiliation that refused to fade. Isnelda slammed her hand down on her vanity, the sound echoing in the quiet room. She couldn't believe it. How could she have confused Edvan with Garrick? Her maid watched with wide, confused eyes as Isnelda let out a frustrated scream, her thoughts a tangled mess. The image of Edvan's furious eyes was seared into her mind. She wondered desperately what had made him so angry. Had something happened to make him hate her so suddenly? She knew she had to find out why he had reacted that way. For a fleeting moment, she considered contacting him. As she reached for a piece of stationery, a sharp knock echoed from her door. Her maid chirped that it must be Melfa with the sandwiches, but Isnelda announced that she would get it. She decided then and there that it was best not to dwell on her confusion. They couldn't leave things like this. They needed to see each other and clear the air. She strode to the door, her resolve firm. As she pulled the doors open, her breath caught in her throat. Before her stood a breathtakingly large bouquet of blue and white flowers, so immense it obscured whoever was holding it. A handsome face peeked out from behind the blossoms. It was Edvan. A gentle, apologetic smile graced his lips as he greeted her. He confessed that she was all he could think of, and he simply had to come and see her. Isnelda widened, his name a soft whisper on her lips. He immediately apologized for his behavior the other night, promising her it would never happen again. He then told her he wanted to make it up to her by taking her on a date. He called her Miss Gray, his voice low and sincere. She was stunned into silence, managing only to stammer out a question asking why he would want to take her on a date. His reply was devastatingly simple and utterly shocking. He told her it was because he had fallen in love with her the very moment he first saw her. 3 months earlier, the night air on Glen Lane was thick with the smell of cheap ale and regret. Inside a dimly lit tavern, Ed sat with his blonde friend, the mood quiet and somber. The peace was shattered when a man in a garish green jacket slammed a glass of red wine onto their table. The man sneered, recognizing Edvan Saul as the upstart valedictorian who had forgotten his place. face. He then had the audacity to suggest that Edvan pour him a drink so he could see what liquor poured by a pleb tasted like. Edvan's friend shot to his feet, his face red with fury, demanding to know what the man had just said. Edvan remained seated, his expression unreadable, his crimson eyes turning as cold as ice. The man in green visibly flinched under the intensity of that silent, chilling gaze. Edvan then turned back to his friend as if nothing had happened, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked what they had been discussing. Completely dismissing their aggressor, enraged at being ignored, the man grabbed the nearest bottle of liquor. Without a word, he appended the bottle, pouring the amber liquid all over Edvan's head. The liquor streamed down Edvan's dark hair, dripping onto his face and clothes, yet he remained perfectly still, his eyes closed against the sting. His friend exploded, calling the man a bastard. The man in green spat on the floor, telling Edvan to take this outside. A sharp crack echoed through the tavern. The blonde friend was desperately trying to restrain the other man, who was yelling that the scum needed to be taught a lesson. The friend hissed for him to calm down, warning that as commoners, they would be the ones in trouble if the authorities got involved. Suddenly, Edvan shot out, gripping the man's arm. His eyes burned with a dangerous fire as he told him they needed to go. He ordered the man to stop this nonsense and get in the coach immediately. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night. The police had arrived. An officer eyed them disdainfully, remarking that Edvan had some nerve, causing a ruckus in a tavern, especially for a commoner aspiring to be a knight. That night, Edvan was charged with assaulting a civilian, a crime that could shatter the future of even the promising knight in training. Mr. Argent and the Foundation's legal team worked tirelessly to suppress the news, but their efforts were complicated. Other party had found a powerful ally in the Vincentos family. A manipulative noblewoman had approached Edvan with an offer, a venomous whisper of a deal. She would use her influence to free him from the unjust accusations, but in return, she wanted his graduation ring. In a quiet office, Noah Argent reviewed the outcome of the trial with Edvan. The sentence required him to remain within the jurisdiction of Tebeth for 5 months. Argent considered it a success, given how badly things could have gone, saying they'd resolved it with minimal damage. Edvan would not face any criminal charges, but his name would be on a watch list. Argent conceded that a not guilty verdict would have been better, but there was still hope for an appeal. He then mentioned the circulating rumors that the Vincentos family was fabricating evidence. However, with their annual fundraiser approaching, he was hesitant to openly accuse them, as the Vincentos family was their foundation's single biggest donor. He looked at Edvan, his expression stern, telling him to understand that he was already being incredibly generous by not forcing him to go directly to Lady Larat. Edvan's jaw tightened, his voice tight with suppressed anger as he told Argent that wasn't even funny. Argent simply reminded him that his second trial was only a few days away and urged him to be patient. Edvan's hand clenched into a white-knuckled fist at his side. Later, in the stark solitude of his small room, Edvan stood by a desk reading a letter, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. A world away, waves crashed against a sun-drenched shore. Isnelda stood inside the Granche residence, a place she hadn't seen in 7 years. A strange sense of timelessness washed over her. It was exactly as she remembered. Not a single thing had changed. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, she drifted through the house, her steps leading her to her childhood bedroom. It was a perfect time capsule, filled with dolls and toys from a lifelong past. She walked out onto the balcony, the salty air whipping through her hair. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. This was precisely why she hadn't wanted to return. The sea was too close, a constant reminder of what she'd lost. Just then, Noah Art's smooth voice came from behind her, asking if everything was to her liking. She turned, acknowledging him. She remarked that the residence would likely need renovations. He disagreed, pointing out that it looked perfectly clean and well-maintained. He explained that he had hired a custodian to tend to the manor until recently. Isnelda's odd. She knew he'd held her father in high regard, but this level of care seemed extreme. Her gaze fell upon her wooden desk. A memory, and painful, surfaced. She remembered the toy wand her father had made for her. She could almost hear his voice, telling his little princess that she was the source of all his happiness. The star on the wand seemed to shine with a magical light. "Dad," she whispered, clutching the real wand in her hand. He was probably a mage of joy, she thought wistfully. It made her wonder about the source of her own magic. She began to recount her encounters with Mr. Argent. The first time was at Senia's debutante ball. The second, a hazy memory of him by her bedside after she returned to the capital. The third was at the hotel, right after she'd seen Ed again. It was on that occasion she recalled that her magic stone had filled with power seemingly on its own. And the fourth time was when she was in Ed's arms. It was undeniable. Most of the instances were somehow connected to Ed, but she couldn't discern the exact trigger. Holding the wand, she turned her gaze to Mr. Argent, who stood on the balcony, lost in thought. As he turned to face her, she was struck by a sudden idea. She startled him slightly as she spoke, asking if he would lend her his hand for a moment. She quickly assured him she wouldn't do anything strange, she just wished to hold it for a moment. He complied without question. She took his gloved hand in hers, her mind racing. Mr. Arzent, when her powers first awakened, so if her theory was correct, nothing. The wand remained inert. She released his hand and thanked him. He asked if her experiment had been helpful. She replied that the lack of a reaction was an answer in itself, and thanked him for humoring her. When he inquired what she had been testing, she explained that she was following his advice to find her emotional trigger by trying various things. His expression grew serious. He mentioned that the report he received stated she was able to use her magic while in Edvan's presence. He then asked if she would mind if he tried something himself. She asked what he had in mind. He gave her a solemn warning, telling her that she might take offense at what he was about to do. He slowly removed his white glove, his eyes never leaving hers. He told her that if he overstepped his bounds in any way, she was free to him, or even report him to the authorities. The bed creaked as he sat down beside her, the proximity sending a jolt through her. He then took her bare hand in his. The contact was electric. Their eyes locked, and the air crackled with unspoken tension. In one fluid motion, he stood, gently pulling her to her feet. They stood facing each other, his hand still holding hers, his gaze intense. After a long, charged moment, he finally spoke. He informed her that the Foundation was holding a large fundraising event in 3 weeks. He offered to formally introduce her as Director Granche's daughter if she wished to attend. He noted that many people from Tebeth would be there, and her presence would undoubtedly draw their attention. She understood his implication, asking if he thought people might approach her with ulterior motives. A small, knowing smile touched his lips as he reminded her that she was, after all, a young and beautiful heiress. Cutting to the heart of the matter, she asked him directly if he didn't want her to attend. He responded with an analogy. There were 2 ways to protect a precious jewel, he explained. One was to flaunt its worth for all the world to see. The other was to lock it away where no one could ever steal it. An unsettling image of countless prying eyes fixed on her flashed through her mind. If she truly sought a quiet, ordinary life, he advised she should keep her identity hidden. She bristled at his words, cutting him off sharply. She was a person, she declared, not a jewel. Besides, she added she preferred to keep her distance from the nobles. He inclined his head, accepting her answer. As she turned away, she remembered his test. She asked him what exactly he had been trying to do. He simply told her to look at her wand. Confused, she glanced down and gasped. The star at its tip was glowing with a brilliant, golden light. He then revealed his hypothesis. Her magic was triggered by physical contact with men to whom she was attracted. He reasoned that if simple feelings for Edvan were enough, her powers would have awakened long ago when she lived with the Vanthars. He called it mere speculation, and suggested the easiest way to verify it would be to test his theory with Edvan once more. She stared at him, bewildered. Then a sudden, mortifying thought occurred to her. She demanded to know why he had warned her that she might be offended. Her eyes widened as she asked if he had been planning to take things further if the wand hadn't lit up. Feigning sudden urgency, Argent announced that he had just remembered an important matter at the Foundation and turned to leave. "Noah Argent!" she shouted after him, demanding that he at least answer her question before he left. But he was already gone, the door closing behind him with a soft thud, leaving her flustered, furious, and utterly confused. She looked down at the glowing wand, wondering if physical contact was truly the key. At the grand entrance of the estate, Edvan was waiting for her. He held another bouquet of blue flowers, a charming smile on his face as he greeted her. He complimented her on wearing blue again, telling her how well it suited her. Her patience was gone. She asked him why he was still bothering her when she had already turned him down, suggesting he find someone else. She crossed her arms, her expression a mixture of annoyance and exasperation. He replied smoothly that there was no one else. He had already ended his communications with other women. When she demanded to know if this was how he treated all women, his smile deepened. "No," he said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur. "Only those he was interested in." He held out the flowers, his gaze unwavering. As their eyes met, a spark ignited between them. He teased her, remarking that he supposed she found his face pleasant. A hot blush crept up her neck as she stammered a denial, calling him vain. He chuckled, pointing out that she couldn't seem to stop staring at him. She retorted that she was simply taken aback by his brazenness. She told him firmly that she despised rogues and men who made unwanted advances. Unfazed, he asked what kind of men she did like, offering to tailor himself completely to her preferences. Before she could answer, a flamboyant blonde man lunged at Edvan, grabbing his arm dramatically. "Ed," he cried. "Flirting again, are we?" Edvan shot the newcomer Wirral, the second son of Viscount Fontaine, a look of pure annoyance, asking what it looked like he was doing. Wirral ignored him, turning his full charm on Isnelda, introducing himself with a flourish and declaring it an honor to meet such a beautiful woman. Edvan curtly told him to get lost. Wirral, however, was persistent, suggesting they all join some friends for a get-together. Isnelda, intrigued, asked if these friends were his classmates from the academy. Wirral assured her it didn't matter. No one would question her if she was with them. He insisted they should all be friends. To Edvan's utter shock, Isnelda agreed. She wouldn't be comfortable dining alone with him, but she didn't mind joining a group of friends. At a bustling restaurant, Isnelda found herself surrounded by a group of cheerful young men. They were all curious about her, asking where she was from. She explained that she had grown up in Tebeth, but had recently moved back to the capital. One of them cheekily asked if she was visiting or staying for good. His friend playfully chided him for being so forward. Isnelda hadn't expected such a large gathering, but as she watched them interact, she couldn't help but smile. They were Ed's friends, and they all seemed to get along so well. Suddenly, Edvan slammed his hand on the table beside one of his friends, telling him to move because it was his turn now. The friend protested, accusing Edvan of trying to keep her all to himself. With a sly grin, Edvan announced that Wirral was starting a poker game, and just like that, the entire group scrambled away in excitement. He slid into the empty seat beside her, telling her she could finally eat in peace. She was touched, wondering if he had noticed she hadn't been able to eat a thing amidst all the chatter. A plate of delicious roasted chicken sat untouched before her. She pointed out that he hadn't eaten either. He leaned back, a pout on his lips, and declared that he had lost his appetite because she had refused to go out with him. She rolled her eyes, marveling at his persistence. Changing the subject, she asked how long he and Wirral had known each other. He replied that they'd known each other for years, ever since they started at the academy. A silence between them, and she took her chance. She asked him about Isnelda. His playful demeanor vanished. She pressed on, reminding him that he had asked before if she knew the name. She looked him straight in the eye, her voice steady, and asked who Isnelda was and what she meant to him. He looked down, his expression unreadable. He took a breath, his lips parting as he began to speak. Isnelda is my... His confession was cut short by Wirral, who came rushing back to the table, his face pale with panic. He shouted, "We have a problem." Edvan looked up, his irritation clear. Wirral's voice was a frantic whisper. "The princess is here!" And there, walking toward them with an air of regal grace, was a stunning woman with lavender hair, her presence as captivating and thorny as the roses that seemed to bloom in her wake. The heavy silence of the gathering is broke by the sharp, rhythmic click of heels against the polished floor, announcing an arrival. A woman with an air of effortless superiority, her lavender hair pinned elegantly and her pink gown a confection of bows and lace, glides into the room. She is Lady Larat Vincentos. With a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, she greets the room as if they are all her dearest friends. Edith's breath catches in her throat, her heart giving a sudden, painful lurch. The murmurs in the room shift, a wave of awe through the guests as they admire the glittering jewels on Odd's dress, whispering in hushed tones, wondering if they are magic stones. Larat's gaze, sharp and calculating, sweeps the room before landing directly on Edith. Edith freezes, a cold knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Why is she looking at me? Before the suffocating weight of that stare can crush her, a tall figure moves, a solid, comforting wall shielding her from view. It's Edvan. Larat's perfectly crafted smile widens as she approaches him, her voice dripping with feigned surprise. She tells him they weren't expecting his presence at such a humble affair. Then, in a shockingly bold move, she throws her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. Edith can only watch, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a gasp, the scene burning into her memory. Edvan, his voice low and strained, reminds Lady Larat that there are others present, but she only clings to him tighter. She dismisses his concern with a light laugh, asking why she should worry about anyone else when she came all this way just to see him. She presses her cheek against his chest, murmuring that a lady should know how to conduct herself properly. And since he refuses to call on her, she had no choice but to come to him herself. A bitter question rises in Edith's mind. How did she even find out about this gathering? She wasn't on the guest list. The sight is so uncomfortable that even Wirral, standing by the bar, looks away awkwardly. All Edith can do is stare at the two of them, a tangled mess of confusion and jealousy twisting inside her as she desperately tries to understand the nature of their relationship. As if sensing her thoughts, Larat peeks over Edvan's shoulder, her eyes locking with Edith's. Her voice is deceptively sweet as she asks Edvan who this lady is that he's trying so desperately to hide from her. Edvan's jaw tightens, a muscle twitching in his cheek. He explains through gritted teeth that she is merely a guest of Wirral Fontaine. Larat detaches herself from him, a predatory glint in her eye. She feigns surprise, remarking that she doesn't believe she's had the pleasure of an introduction. With a pointed look, she prompts Edvan to introduce her to Miss Edith Grey. Edith feels 100 pairs of eyes on her, the weight of their scrutiny pressing down. What should I do? Should I say it? No, I'll just keep it brief, just like they do. Steeling herself, she rises and manages a polite greeting, saying it was a pleasure to meet Lady Larat. The air crackles with unspoken tension, the three of them caught in a silent standoff. Larat's eyes trail over Edith's simple blue dress with disdain. She declares that she sees now she has misspoken, her tone laced with condescension. It was clear from Edith's attire she sneers that she was not a proper lady. Edith instinctively looks down her dress, a flush of humiliation warming her cheeks. What's wrong with it? Larat continues her verbal assault, noting that Miss Grey must not be from the capital, as she herself was acquainted with every noble lady of note. With a final crushing question, she demands to know which house Edith belongs to. Edvan's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. He says her name, a clear warning in his tone, and asks if she doesn't think she's being discourteous to someone she's just met. Larat gasps, clutching her chest in a display of wounded innocence. She asks Edvan if he is truly accusing her of being rude, explaining that she was simply trying to get to know Miss Grey. If anything she said was impolite, she would apologize at once. She turns her cloying smile on Edith, asking directly if she was offended by her question. Edith's face feels like a mask, her own feelings buried deep beneath layers of forced composure. It was a loaded question, a trap. As a commoner, she couldn't possibly speak her mind to a noble without consequences. A flash of her past self, defiant and angry, flickers through her mind. She remembers all too well the bitter taste of subjugation, the 7 long years she spent bending to the whims of people just like Larat. But she wasn't that person anymore. Taking a slow, deliberate breath, Edith Larat's gaze. She replies with chilling calm that she was certain Lady Larat wouldn't have offered an apology unless she felt she had been discourteous. And in that case, she would gladly accept it. A wave of shocked murmurs sweeps through the crowd. Wirral lets out an impressed whistle. Larat is momentarily stunned into silence, her mask of civility cracking. She forces out an apology, asking for forgiveness if she had caused any offense. Edith grants it with a serene smile, a silent victory shining in her eyes as she simply says, "Of course." Later, Edith stands on a balcony watching through a window as Edvan and Larat stand together, looking for all the world like an inseparable pair. A bitter huff escapes her lips. "You big liar," she thinks, the words a silent scream in her mind. "Didn't you say you were in love with me?" Wirral's voice pulls her from her spiraling thoughts. He approaches, complimenting her on how deftly she handled Lady Larat. Edith waves a hand dismissively, telling him to drop the formalities since they were the same age. It would be strange, she jokes, if they were the only ones being polite when his friends were so casual. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she adds that she really likes him, and perhaps he should date her instead of Ed. Wirral bursts out laughing, and Edith muses that birds of a feather truly do flock together. Ed was the real copycat here. His laughter subsides, and his expression grows serious. He warns her to be careful what she says around Lady Larat. He poses a question that chills Edith to the bone. Why did she think Larat smiled so brightly, even when Edvan treated her so coldly? It was because, he explains, Larat knows she is the only one who can truly rein him in. Her power stems from her grandfather, the eminent Grand Mage Proudio, whose name alone commands the entire city. That absolute power is why she can turn a blind eye at Edvan's dalliances with other women. In the end, she knows he will be hers. Wirral admits that if he were Edvan, he'd give her a chance, considering she was beautiful and utterly devoted to him. Edith turns away, her voice barely a whisper as she asks what's so special about her, about he can't let go of. Wirral hesitates, then lets a secret. Ed had a first love. He immediately claps a hand over his mouth, realizing his mistake. He begs her not to tell Edvan he said anything, but Edith coolly presses him for more information. He refuses to give a name or a time, but he tells her something far more painful. He knows when she broke Edvan's heart. He recounts how 3 months ago Edvan received a letter. He'd never been a drinker, but that letter changed everything. Something inside him shattered. When Wirral finally got him to talk, Ed confessed that the woman he loved was getting married. Wirral had urged him to see her one last time, but only after their graduation exams were over. Edith grips the cold metal of the railing, her knuckles white. She asks if he ever saw her again. Wirral shakes his head. There was a problem, he explains. Edvan was forbidden from leaving the capital as a punishment, and the woman he loved lived outside of Tebeth. The pieces click into place, forming a picture of pure agony in Edith's mind. So that's why he stopped writing. He wasn't just busy, he was courting someone else. And that love ended, not because of her, but because that woman married another man. The sound of her carriage arriving is a welcome reprieve. She tells Wirral she's leaving. He asks if she won't say goodbye to Edvan, but Edith scoffs. She'd rather spare herself the eyesore of those 2 lovebirds. She says bitterly, telling Wirral to pass along her goodbyes. From a window above, Edvan watches her depart, his expression a mask of sorrow. As Edith climbs into her carriage, he pulls a small, red-bound book from his coat, his gaze lost and distant. The memory of a gentle touch on his face flashes in his mind, followed by a wave of pain that contorts his features. He turns from the window, walking right past a waiting Lady Larat without a single glance. In the carriage, Edith stares out into the night, her heart a cold, heavy stone in her chest. Later, Edith finds herself in a consultation with the shrewd Mr. Argent, who states his fee of 30 marais an hour. She tosses a heavy purse onto the table, telling him to keep the change. He observes that she's grown accustomed to lavish spending, and she replies coolly that it's thanks to a certain someone. Mr. Argent gets straight to the point, detailing Edvan's legal troubles. Because he was a royal guard, a simple incident had escalated, resulting in him being forbidden from leaving Tebeth for 3 months. This was when Lady Larat made her move. She offered to become his benefactor and have the ruling revoked, but in exchange for his graduation ring. Edith, incredulous, she asks if Larat truly has the power to do that. Mr. Argent confirms it. By becoming his benefactor, she would essentially place him under her legal supervision. In short, she would be legally trapping him within the city walls, a gilded cage of her own making. The horrifying implication dawned Edith. Did Larat know about Edvan's first love? Did she orchestrate all of this to keep him from seeing that woman before she married, all to keep him for herself? She asks Mr. Argent if he believes the ruling will be revoked. He states that he intends for it to be. A fire ignites within her. She asks if there is anything she can do to help. The image of Lady Larat at the party, radiating an aura of untouchable power, fills her mind. She wonders if one has to be born a noble to command such presence, or if it was possible for someone like her to attain it. Her gaze falls on Mr. Argent, so calm and in control. With a newfound resolve, she looks him in the eye and asks him what she must do to become like him. 3 days later, they are in a high-end boutique. An attendant leads them to a private viewing room. The shopkeeper asks if Mrs. Isnelda is certain about attending the fundraiser, and she confirms it, explaining it's her best chance to see Edvan, who has been seen exclusively with Lady Larat. Mr. Argent offers to arrange a private meeting, but she declines, asking why he brought her here. He apologizes, explaining that with so little time, he was only able to procure ready-made dresses instead of commissioning one. He opens a box to reveal a breathtaking gown of white and gold. He tells her that while money can buy anything, a weapon is useless if the wielder doesn't know how to use it. The best weapon, he says, is the one that is easiest to wield. He intends to give her a demonstration. When Isnelda tries on the dress, she feels awkward and out of place, as if the gown is wearing her. She stares at her reflection, wondering if it's her common birth that makes her look so wrong in such a beautiful creation. Mr. Argent steps behind her, his voice firm as he instructs her to stand straight and hold herself with poise. He swiftly turns her to face him, making her gasp, and tells her to raise her chin. With her permission, he gently adjusts her posture, telling her to breathe in and imagine herself growing taller. His touch is cool and professional as he guides her, reminding her not to round her shoulders to relax. Finally, he stands before her, lifting her chin with his gloved fingers until their eyes meet. His gaze is intense as he tells her that now she is ready. She looks in the mirror and sees a different woman. He explains that presentation is what truly distinguishes a noble from a commoner. When she asks the price, he leans in and whispers in her ear. Her eyes widen in shock. He explains that he didn't just buy a dress, he bought the design patent. This style will be next year's biggest trend, but no one else will be able to wear it. From now on, it belongs only to her. She feels it's too much, but he insists that anything less would be unworthy of her. He takes her hand, and they depart for the Granche Foundation's fundraiser. Isnelda emerges from the carriage, a vision under the starry night sky, every inch the noble lady. Inside the carriage, on the way to the ball, her attendants present her with a jewelry box. They explain it's the Hero's Tears collection, which Mr. Argent won at an auction last year. Isnelda is stunned, realizing he had bought it not to resell, but for her. The included certificate of authenticity reveals the necklace is enchanted with a powerful reinforcement spell. Just then, Connie bursts out with the latest gossip. The auction catalog for the ball has been leaked. Isnelda feigns mild interest, which only makes her maids more frantic. They tell her the truly shocking news is that an academy graduate's ring is on the list. With a knowing smile, Isnelda asks whose ring it might be. The answer hits her like a physical blow. It's Edvan Saul's. Her composure shatters, her eyes wide with disbelief as she asks them to repeat what they just said. Arriving at the grand hall of the foundation her own father established, Isnelda is reminded of the orphans who attend each year, hoping to find parents. Melfa had warned her to avoid them, but seeing two of them looking so lost tugs at her heart. Suddenly, the entire hall transforms into a field of illusory flowers. Connie explains it's a traditional performance by a prominent mage. Last year, it was the Grand Mage himself. This year, the honor belongs to Lady Larat. And there they are in the center of the dance floor, Larat and Edvan, moving as one. The guests whisper in awe of her power, maintaining such a vast and stable illusion. Isnelda watches them, a storm raging inside her. Ed, did you really put your ring up for auction? Connie suggests it might be a public appeal for a different patron, a way to escape Larat's clutches. As Isnelda moves through the magical garden, she reaches for a flower, her fingers passing right through the illusion. Suddenly, Mr. Argent's hand covers hers and he whispers a single word, Celtra. He plucks the rose, now solid and real, from the air. Isnelda gasps, amazed that she can touch it. She turns to him urgently, starting to ask if he's heard about Edvan's ring. He cuts her off, saying he is aware, and pulls her onto the dance floor. She protests, flustered, saying she wasn't prepared to dance, but he reassures her it's merely a pretense. Dancing, he explains, is the perfect cover for a private conversation. She stumbles, her feet clumsy and her body stiff with anxiety. He whispers a single command in her ear, float. He spins her and suddenly the steps come easily. He asks if that's better, and when she nods, he gets to the point. He confirms Edvan did not submit the ring himself. It was put up for auction by someone else, making it difficult to remove. Worse, the person who submitted it made a special offer to the Foundation. They are to present the ring as a special item. In exchange for its return, Edvan must grant a single wish to the highest bidder. The implication is horrifying. Isnelda asks if she can't just buy the ring herself, but Mr. Argent informs her that would be problematic. Across the hall, Edvan is dancing when his eyes suddenly lock onto something or someone. Wirral rushes to his side, demanding to know why his graduation ring is up for auction. Edvan's face is grim. He says he's only just found out himself. Wirral presses him, asking if it was stolen. A dark, chilling realization dawns on Edvan's face. He says that since he wasn't the one who submitted it, there's only one person who could be responsible. The person he gave the ring to. Gaze sweeps across the room, landing with devastating certainty on Isnelda, held gracefully in the arms of Mr. Argent. Edith's voice trembled with disbelief as she declared the situation absurd. Her eyes, wide and pleading, were fixed on Noah Argent. She asked him, her voice tight with desperation, if she couldn't simply purchase the ring. Mr. Argent's expression was cold and unyielding behind his spectacles as he informed her that such an action would be problematic. The answer only fueled her confusion. Her brow furrowed, and she demanded to know why everything couldn't be resolved if she simply won the auction and returned the ring to its rightful owner. He explained his reasoning, his voice low and serious. He was dubious of the seller's intentions, revealing that Sir Pelev was a known and unsavory bookmaker. He attempted to soothe her, insisting that this was a problem for the Foundation to handle and that she should simply let go of her worries and enjoy the festivities. But his placating words fell on deaf ears. A fire ignited in Edith's eyes. She turned to him, her voice ringing with conviction, and stated that her friend. She couldn't just die and do nothing, even if it was the Foundation's problem to solve. A soft sigh escaped Noah's lips, and he closed his eyes for a brief, weary moment. He relented, but with a condition. She would first have to convince Edvan himself to participate in the auction, something Noah was certain he would want no part of. He gave her his word. If she could persuade Edvan, he would aid her plan. He then informed her that the next turn of the dance should bring Edvan and Lady Larat onto the floor. As if on cue, he took her gloved hand in his, leading her into the swirling waltz. They moved as one, floating across the polished floor, a seamless vision of grace as they twirled and slid to the rhythm music. As the final notes of the song faded, he leaned, telling her he would see to Lady Larat while she should take Edvan somewhere more private to talk. Edith stood frozen for a second, the plan echoing in her mind. Just then, a woman's voice cooed, remarking on Sir Noah's presence. Edith watched as Noah effortlessly transitioned, taking Lady Larat's hand and leading her into the next dance, his face a mask of cool indifference. Then, as if from nowhere, a familiar voice cut through the ballroom's gentle hum, thick with shock. Edith whirled around, her heart leaping into her throat. It was Edvan. He stood before her, looking utterly stunned, and asked what on earth she was doing here. He was a breathtaking sight in his formal military uniform, the deep crimson and black fabric accented with shining epaulettes. A dramatic scarlet cape draped over his shoulders. A sudden, overwhelming sense of urgency seized her. She had to persuade him now. She called out his name and took a hurried step forward, but in her haste, heel twisted beneath her. With a small gasp, she stumbled, her arms flailing as she lost her balance. Edvan's eyes widened, but before he could move, a hand shot out from the crowd, its fingers laden with gaudy, glittering rings and clamped around her wrist. She was pulled forward with a sharp, jarring motion. Edith found herself yanked into the unwelcome embrace of a portly, leering man. A predatory spread across his face as he looked down at her, declaring that it was his turn to dance with her. His smile revealed a flash of a gold tooth, and a dark, unsettling aura seemed to cling to him like a cheap cologne. From across the room, Edvan watched, his jaw clenched so tightly it ached. His crimson eyes narrowed into dangerous slits as the repugnant man led a visibly distressed Edith onto the dance floor. The man's grip was uncomfortably firm, his movements stiff and clumsy. A storm of rage brewed inside Edvan as he watched them. He couldn't hear their conversation, but he could see the discomfort etched onto Edith's face, and he silently seethed, wondering what vile words the man was whispering to her. His anger spiked as he saw the man twist her arm, forcing a pained wince Edith as she cried out softly. Why was he handling her so roughly? The question tore through him, and without a second thought, he began to move, his red cape swishing behind him. His hand fell to the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. He would not let this stand. But just as he was about to intervene, a woman's voice called his name, jolting him back to the present. It was Lady Larat's attendant, asking him to excuse her lady for a moment. As Edvan was distracted, the man, Pelev, continued to stride across the dance floor with Edith in his grasp. He leaned in close, his voice a greasy whisper in her ear. His eyes, wide and manic, held a terrifying glee. Edith's own eyes widened in horror at his proposition. This man was vile. Suddenly, Edvan was there. His hand shot out, cleanly intercepting Pelev's. He pulled Edith away from the foul man and into the safety of his own arms, her back pressed against his firm chest. She looked up at him, her heart hammering, and breathed his name. Edvan's voice was dangerously calm as he informed Pelev that he had to interject, as the man showed no signs of letting the lady go. Pelev merely tutted, expressing his disappointment that their dance was cut short. He then introduced himself as Pavel Pelev and then named Edith like a physical blow. The bookmaker. The man Noah had warned her about. He gave her a final, slimy smile, telling her to come find him if she wished to take him up on his offer. He then strode away, leaving a dark chill in his wake. Edvan's arm was still securely around her, a silent anchor in the swirling chaos of the ballroom. She let out a shaky breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. They moved off the dance floor, and Edvan's voice was low as he asked why she kept dancing with that man when she was clearly not any good at it. Edith retorted that the man wouldn't let her go. Her legs suddenly felt like jelly, and her ankles wobbled precariously. Before she could fall, Edvan reached down, and in one swift motion, he hoisted her into his arms. A startled cry escaped her lips as she was lifted off her feet. She demanded to know where he was taking her as he strode purposefully towards a sitting room, the door creaking open and clicking shut behind them. He gently set her down on a plush sofa, and she grumbled that she could have walked on her own. He explained he was just trying to save time, reasoning that it would be discourteous to his partner if they were found spending too much time alone. He then looked at her, his gaze intense, and asked who her partner was. The name felt like a betrayal on her tongue, but she said it anyway. Lady Larat Vincentos. A flicker of something hurt, maybe, crossed his face, so quickly she almost missed it. He knelt before her, asking if she minded if he took a look at her ankle. He told her that judging by the way she was dancing, it was probably swollen and would only get worse if she didn't tend to it. A hot blush crept up her neck. He saw her clumsy dancing. The thought was mortifying. She pulled her foot away, telling him he should tend to Lady Ankles instead. He looked up, his expression unreadable, and asked what about her partner. She repeated his question back to him, feigning ignorance. Who did he mean? His eyes narrowed, and he replied that she knew very well who he was referring to. The man who wanted to have nothing to do with her. Her confusion was genuine as she asked who on earth he was talking about. He stood up abruptly, his turning cold and distant. He told her to stay there and rest for the remainder of the night, and that he would tell Mr. Argent to come for her when it was over. He turned to leave, but she shot up, grabbing his hand. She had to know. She asked him to tell her he didn't gamble his ring away at the casino. The words tumbled out of her in a rush. She didn't know if the rumors were true, but she'd heard his ring was put up for auction by a casino. Her voice cracked as she pleaded with him, saying it had to be a terrible misunderstanding, that he couldn't possibly have gone there to gamble. She begged him to tell her it wasn't true. His back was still to her, his silence a suffocating weight in the room. He asked her, his voice devoid of emotion, if she didn't already know the answer to that. The quiet confirmation shattered her. She stammered, unable to comprehend it. He turned then, a strange, pained look in his eyes, and murmured that she truly didn't know. She must not be hurt after all. Edith begged him to help her understand. He finally sighed, his shoulders slumping. He confessed that yes, the ring was his, but he didn't gamble it away. He gave it to a friend. The words hung in the air, and Edith could only echo them back in a whisper. A friend? Suddenly, the earring he wore began to glow. He held a hand to it, announcing himself as Edvan Saul and confirming he would be right there. He was getting a call. Edith asked if he had to go. He told her he'd be 10 minutes. No, he corrected himself. 5. He would be back in 5, so she should wait for him. With that, he turned and walked out, the door creaking shut behind him. Alone in the room, Edith's mind was reeling. Who was the friend he gave his ring to? As the door closed, Edvan paused just outside, his expression grim. He spoke the name into his communication device, a name that felt like poison on his tongue. Her name was Isnelda Granchet. With that, he closed the door with a final, definitive thud. Back in her own room, a memory surfaced, the ring. Ed sent his ring to her, but that made no sense. Mrs. Fitz never mentioned a parcel. And it was incredibly odd him to send his ring when he hadn't written to her in nearly a year. A sharp knock on the door startled her. Thinking it was, she called for him to come in. The door creaked open, but it wasn't Edvan. A tall, imposing figure in a dark hood stood in the doorway. He addressed her as Miss Edith Grey, stating that he had a message for her from Sir Edvan. She asked who he was, and he replied that she could call him Victor. He claimed to be an old acquaintance of Sir Edvan's. He relayed the message. Sir Edvan was running late and requested that she wait for him here. Edith thanked him for letting her know, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. Victor bowed and excused himself, melting back into the shadows of the hallway. But as he left, he cast one last look over his shoulder, his eyes glinting with a sinister light from beneath his hood. A moment later, a strange, shimmering light filled the room, and Edith felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Meanwhile, her dance with Pavel Pelev replayed in her mind. He had commented on her dancing, assuming she was excellent, but that Noah Bloke was an exceptional lead. The memory was tainted by the feeling of his unpleasantly tight grip. He had twisted her wrist, causing a sharp sting of pain. Then, his voice had dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. He'd asked her who she thought would win the ring at tonight's auction. He was sure she'd heard the talk about the Graduan ring of Sir Edvan Saul, one of the Academy's top graduates. He pressed her, asking who she thought the new owner would be. Edith had replied that she wasn't sure, asking who exactly was competing for it. A woman's voice from the past echoed in her memory, state the ring would either go to Lady Vincento's or that sly fox Noah Argent. Edith had countered, asking how one could possibly know the outcome of an auction that hadn't taken place yet. Furthermore, wasn't Mr. Argent the organizer of the event? Pelev had just laughed, a greasy, knowing sound. He assured her that Noah Argent would most definitely be joining the auction, especially if he didn't want people knowing the ring was gambled away at a casino. The words had shocked her to her core. Gambled away? He continued, his voice dripping with malicious glee, wondering aloud how entertaining it would be if, during the Foundation's own fundraiser, people were to learn that their top graduate and poster boy, Edvan Saul, was not only charged with assault, but also had a serious gambling addiction. He'd chuckled, adding that it didn't even matter if it was true. He then made his disgusting proposal, suggesting that since fate had made them dance partners, they should make a little wager. After all, a casino wasn't the only place one could gamble. The chilling realization had dawned on her. This man was trying to turn the auction into his own private betting game. She had to let Mr. Argent know as soon as possible. She had tried to contact him through her earring, but there was only silence. The call didn't connect. A cold washed over her. Something was wrong. She couldn't just stand here. She had to find Connie and Melfa. With a swish of her skirts, she hurried out of the room. She dashed down the long, empty corridor, her gown billowing around her. The click of her heels echoed in the unnerving silence. She paused, catching her breath, and looked around. The grand ballroom was completely deserted. She didn't understand. The ball couldn't be over so soon. It couldn't be. Panic began to set in, and she dashed towards the large double doors. She grabbed handles and pulled. The doors swung open, revealing the exact same empty ballroom. A suffocating sense of dread washed over her. What on earth was going on? Every door led back to this same empty room. Trapped, she called out the names, her voice trembling. Connie! Melfa! Mr. Argent. Her cries echoed unanswered in the vast, silent space. Meanwhile, outside the estate, chaos had erupted. A protest was underway. An egg was hurled through the air, splattering across Noah Argent's impassive face. A chorus of angry shouts rose from the crowd, demanding that he repent for selling children like slaves. They screamed for the auction to be stopped, proclaiming that the Confrontation Foundation would have no future if it made a mockery of a top graduate. A single tear traced a path through the egg yolk on Noah's cheek. An aide advised him to hurry inside, suggesting he use magic to tidy himself up. He noted that people become more impassioned by anger than by favor. Noah replied coolly that he had no qualms about dirtying his reputation if it put the spotlight on the Foundation. He stood there, a solitary, tragic figure against the backdrop of the angry mob. A moment later, he was being introduced as the director of the Confrontation Foundation. He had cleaned himself up, his white suit pristine once more, his expression composed as he adjusted his cravat. He brought a communication device to his ear. Contacting his subordinate, Ziriel, he asked for a status report. Ziriel confirmed that, as predicted, Sir Pelev's men had started taking bets with the guests on the outcome of the auction, and the stakes were quite high, so that was his true intention. Noah's eyes narrowed. He instructed Ziriel that they would proceed as planned. Ziriel asked if they were going after Grand Horns then. Grand Horns was a casino chain owned by Pelev, and since the majority of the patrons tonight were frequent gamblers there, Pelev had to bring his key personnel to organize the high-stakes betting. This left the casino practically unguarded. While the cat was away, they would search the place for evidence that the ring was stolen. Rojan would handle the southeastern branch while Ziriel took the Tebeth branch. As the auctioneer announced the final item, Edvan's ring, Noah's mind raced. If they could prove the ring was stolen, Pelev would lose the right to donate it since it would be under police custody. And if that happened, they would have no choice but to cancel the auction. He watched as the ring was placed on the velvet cushion, a fiery ruby glinting under the lights. He would buy his team some time while they searched for the ledger. With a determined glint in his eye, he declared the bidding begin. He would make them regret the day they dared to use the Confrontation Foundation for their filthy games. 7 years ago, a young Edvan sniffled as a kind woman urged him to say goodbye to Isha. Memory was still so vivid. Young Isnelda, dressed in black, had made him promise that when they met again, he would be the most gallant knight in the kingdom. Her belief in him had been his guiding star. She'd told him he always shone so brightly in her eyes. As she'd waved goodbye, she had called out for him not to forget to write. And so he had striven to become someone worthy of her promise. He'd joined the royal guard, become a nobleman, all for her. But now his heart was a battlefield of conflicting duties. He sat beside Lady Larat, knowing that accepting her offer was the fastest path to fulfilling his promise. yet it felt like a profound betrayal. As she mused about the value of some feathers, he rose, excusing himself. She had called him a liar, her voice sharp, accusing him of going to see Miss Grey with no intention of returning. Her words turned to poison, a veiled threat about her grandfather, the Grand Mage, not liking it if Edvan were to upset her. She'd insinuated her grandfather might not take kindly to Miss Grey if he learned of this. The sickly sweet reminder of the Grand Mage's fondness for her hung in the air. She was sure, she'd said with a chilling smile, that the Grand Mage would be far more opposed to Edvan spending time with supposed criminal. The insult had his blood run cold. He had left without another word. Then, the hooded man Victor had approached her. He reported that he had finished inspecting the barrier stones. A cruel smile had touched her lips as she'd thanked him. She had announced her desire to guests one more performance, hoping they'd find it entertaining. Back in the present, Edith was trapped in that performance. The silent, empty ballroom was a prison. She chanted spells to break illusions and barriers, but they fizzled into nothing. Exhausted, she slumped onto the grand staircase. She didn't know the specific spell needed to reverse the magic, and she cursed herself for never studying offensive spells. Her mana was dangerously low. A desperate longing for Noah or Edvan washed over her. But then a spark of an idea flickered to life. She remembered using magic without them present, levitating in her sleep when she'd dreamt of holding Edvan's hand. Perhaps she could do it again, without physical contact. She just needed to focus on the sensation. Clasping her hands together, she closed her eyes and poured every last ounce of her will into the spell. A blinding flash of light erupted, and she peeked through her fingers. An image began to form in the shimmering magic. It was Edvan, but not the man she knew now. It was the small, lonely boy she had left behind. That very moment, burst back into the sitting room. It was empty. She was gone. Panic seized him. Where did she go? His eyes caught the magic stones on Lady Larat's abandoned dress. It had to be Victor. He clenched his fist in fury. He should have known she would become a target. He berated himself for his foolishness. He should have kept his distance until his name was cleared. But the moment he saw her, all his resolve had crumbled. Her image, so breathtakingly beautiful, filled his mind. He had longed to ask if she was truly Isnelda, but she'd acted like a stranger after sending that one cruel letter. How could she pretend not to know him? And yet, how had she grown into someone so stunning it stole his breath away? A flush of heat rose to his cheeks. He had to focus. He turned to leave, to search for her elsewhere. But then, his sword beglowed, emitting a pale, pulsating light. A magic nullification barrier. His eyes widened in realization. A barrier had been cast in this very room, which meant Edith was trapped behind it. The wall before him flickered, revealing the faint, honeycomb pattern of a magical field. There, with a sharp scrape of metal, he drew his sword. He swung with all his might, and the glowing blade slammed against the invisible wall, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. It was shattering, just a little more. With a powerful war cry, he prepared for another strike. Aid. Her voice, soft and ethereal, whispered his name, freezing him in place. It was seeping through the cracks, a memory made real. The voice echoed a promise from long ago, asking him to become the most gallant knight in the kingdom. The image of a young girl with a radiant smile filled his vision. A name, a prayer, escaped. With desperate, burning energy, he raised his sword. With a final, mighty swing, he brought it down. The barrier exploded in a blinding flash of light, shattering into a million shimmering fragments. A desperate plea escapes her lips, a whisper into the suffocating silence of the grand hall. Her heart, a frantic, trapped thing, refuses to flutter. She needs that spark, that familiar thrum of magic, but it remains dormant. A man's hand, gentle and warm, covers her own trembling fingers, but the touch is an illusion, a phantom comfort that offers no solace. She kneels before the ghost of a memory, a boy with kind, familiar eyes, begging him for a connection that feels just out of reach. Her hand passes through his as if through smoke, a chilling confirmation of her powerlessness. A frustrated sigh escapes her. What was she even doing, trying to reason with an illusion she couldn't even touch? The boy, a perfect replica of a 6-year-old Ed, blinks at her, his expression unreadable. She had thought seeing him as a child, so innocent and adorable, would work, but her heart remained stubbornly still. It was useless. She couldn't see him as a man, and the magic wouldn't respond. The illusion of the young boy finally speaks, his voice echoing in the vast, empty space of her mind. He calls her name, a name she hadn't used in so long. He notes coolly that it has been a year since she last wrote to him. His tone becomes sharp, accusatory. He tells her she seems to be doing quite well for herself, not only finishing top of her class, but making a lot of friends. He even mentions that she's been going on dates. His childish face twists with an adult's bitterness as he asks if she has any idea how much he suffered while she was out enjoying her new life. The words are like daggers, striking at the most vulnerable parts of her soul. She shrinks back, the weight of her past crashing down on her. For 7 long years, her uncle's cruel voice had echoed in her ears, calling her a pocketed the stipend meant for her care. Every stitch of clothing she owned was a hand-me-down, a threadbare reminder of her status as an unwanted charity case. The memory of Garrick, his sneering face looming over her, sends a shiver of ice through her veins. She couldn't even send Ed a photo of herself back then because Garrick had shorn off her hair in a fit of rage, an act of petty cruelty that had taken ages to grow out. But through it all, his letters were her escape. She confesses this to the illusion, her voice trembling. Reading his words made her happy, excited. It felt as if she were attending school right alongside him, and yet a new, agonizing thought pierces through her. She wonders if his ring will really go to Lady Larat. The thought is unbearable, and she clutches at her own arm, the fabric of her dress twisting in her grip. After all he'd been through, he had sent the ring to her. She couldn't bear to watch what was hers be taken from her again. A jolt of panic seizes her. She has to get out of this place. She needs her magic, and the only way to get it is to touch Ed. A sudden realization dawns on her, her blue eyes widening. The voices of onlookers murmur in surprise, recognizing the exquisite jewelry around her neck. It was a piece from the Hero's Tears collection auctioned off last year. It wasn't just a beautiful necklace, it was a powerful magical artifact. A note that came with it explained its properties. The necklace was endowed with a high-level Celt spell, a reinforcement magic that could enhance the power of other spells. And Hero's Tears, she realized with a gasp, was also a magic stone. With newfound resolve, she reaches out to the illusion of the young Ed, her voice pleading. She begs him to help her. Just as Mr. Argent had cast a spell to make these illusions tangible, she would do the same. Her fingers brush against a white rose from the illusionary garden, and she plucks it, the stem solid in her grasp. A fierce determination hardens her gaze as she invokes the spell, Celtra. Brilliant, blinding light erupts from her, a torrent of magical energy pouring forth. The world dissolves into a kaleidoscope of color and light, swirling around her. From the heart of the maelstrom, a voice, deep and real, calls her name, Isha. Her eyes flutter open to see him. Not the boy from her memories, but the man he had become. Her hand finds his shoulder, and a shock runs through her. He feels warm and soft. Overwhelmed, she throws her arms around him, pulling him into a desperate embrace. As her skin makes contact with his, the bracelet on her wrist begins to glow, and a surge of power, her own magic, floods through her veins. A triumphant thought flashes through her mind. Now she could get out. The illusionary world around them cracks like glass. The beautiful hall, the phantom boy, everything shatters into a million glittering shards, crumbling away into nothing. Isnelda stares in wide-eyed confusion, her heart pounding against her ribs. She stammers, asking what's happening, wondering if she did something wrong. Her hand, still resting on his shoulder, begins to pass through him as he fades. He's disappearing. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She no longer has the mana to maintain his form. His image flickers violently. She cries out his name, reaching for him, her fingers grasping at the dissipating light. She begs him not to go, to stay with her, but her hand closes on empty air. Just as the last of the illusion shatters, a figure slices through the fading light, sword at the ready. A strong hand reaches out from the darkness, catching her own before she can fall. The man before her is no illusion. His features are sharp, his gaze intense, clad in a striking red uniform. Isnilda looks up, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. His hand tightens around her wrist, his grip firm and grounding. He yanks her forward, pulling her roughly against his chest. He wraps his arms around her, holding her in a fierce, protective embrace. Startled eyes stare up at him as she whispers his name, asking if this is another illusion. He squeezes her tighter, his voice a low, rough murmur against her hair. He tells her no, he's really here. He pulls back just enough to look at her, his expression etched with regret. He apologizes for taking so long. He apologizes again, this time using her true name, Isha. Her heart gives a violent thud against her ribs. A blush creeps up her neck as she feels the solid warmth of his body pressed against hers. This isn't an illusion. The realization sends waves of energy coursing through her. Her own magic responding to presence, her heart beating a frantic, joyous rhythm against his. Meanwhile, the auction rages on. The bids climb at a dizzying pace: 400,000, 500,000, 700,000 marais. The crowd is in a clamor. The auctioneer, sweating under the lights, announces that from this point on, the bids will increase by increments of 20,000 marais. Whispers ripple through the audience. People find it strange that the foundation would put one of its own students' items up for auction, and that the acting director, Mr. Argent, is bidding on it himself. The rumor spreads like wildfire. The ring must have it up here because of a gambling debt. Noah Argent sits impassively amidst the murmuring crowd, picture of calm composure. Nearby, a haughty noblewoman sneers to her companion, remarking that it's always easy to tell when a man lacks pedigree because they disgrace themselves and everyone around them. She complains about all the commotion over a commoner graduating as summa cum laude, sniffing that he should have just been grateful to attend the academy at all. She then turns to her own ward, Phoebe, asking if she would ever be so ungrateful. The young woman quickly agrees, thanking the Earl for his patronage. The woman then coos at the Earl, noting he's sponsoring yet another child and calling him too generous. The Earl laughs, a self-satisfied, booming sound. He declares that if not him, then who? No one else would consider sponsoring a disabled child when there were 14 other able-bodied orphans available. In a private balcony, an attendant informs Lady Larat that the bidding price is getting too high. If it goes any further, they won't be able to make the payment without the Grand Mage's approval. Lady Larat dismisses the concern with a wave of her hand, confidently stating that her grandfather never refuses her anything. It's not that he won't allow it, she clarifies, but simply that she hasn't asked him yet. A sly smile plays on her lips. In fact, she muses, the more she pays for the ring, the more her relationship with Edvan will be cemented in the eyes of the public. She turns to her attendant, suddenly remembering. She asks if Edvan is back yet. The attendant regretfully informs her that he is not. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, wondering how he could run off to see another woman at a time like this. But she quickly composes herself, a cold resolve in her eyes. It doesn't matter, she thinks. She'll just have to bring him to heel once he becomes hers. The auctioneer's voice booms again, announcing a bid of 860,000 marais from paddle number 99 Lady Larat's agent. Mr. Argent's agent immediately counters with 890,000. The auctioneer declares the bid increments will now rise by 40,000. The gavel slams down. Noah Argent sits calmly, observing the proceedings. Suddenly, his earring whirs to life, a magical communication device. He answers, confirming his identity. Isnelda's voice comes through, shaky and breathless. She asks how the auction is going. Noah replies that the bidding is not yet over, his tone laced with concern as he asks if she is all right, noting that she sounds shaken. She admits that things are a bit complicated right now. He tells her that, more importantly, Sir Pelev is taking bets from guests on the outcome of the auction. Noah's expression remains placid. He informs her that he is aware and has already taken appropriate measures. The auction, he states with chilling certainty, will be cancelled. He then asks if she is currently with young Edvan. If so, he needs her to inform him that the Blue Eagle Mercenary Company has successfully infiltrated the Grand Horns. They have secured many useful documents, including one detailing how the casino the ring in the first place. Isnelda asks how long it will take for them to get there. Noah informs her it will be around 15 minutes. He glances towards Lady Larat's balcony, a calculating look in his eye. He reassures Isnelda that there is no reason for her to fret. He is confident he can buy them enough time. Isnelda's voice comes through the device again, reminding him of his promise. She asks if she will have his full cooperation if she gets Ed to agree. He asks what she would like him to do. A small, determined smile touches her lips. She tells him please do not stop the auction. A man's voice roars through the hall, declaring that the auction must be put to an end. Sir Pelev stomps up the stairs towards the stage, his face a mask of righteous fury. He points a trembling, accusatory finger at the ring displayed on its velvet cushion. He bellows that the ring was donated by him. The room erupts in murmurs. Pelev addresses the crowd, explaining that he hadn't intended to intervene, but things have gotten out of hand. He feels he must explain how he acquired the ring. He claims it came into his possession through his casino, the Grand Horns, where it was seized from a customer unable to repay his gambling debts. Imagine his surprise, he says with theatrical sadness, when he saw the name engraved on the band, Edvan Saul. He shakes his head, lamenting that such a sad thing would happen to a lad with such a fine reputation so soon after his graduation. Instead of returning the ring, he felt it was his duty to help the boy see the error of his ways, which is why he donated it to this noble cause. However, he declares, his noble cause has been tainted. He turns his glare on Noah Argent, accusing him of intentionally raising the price. He shouts that Noah is trying to profit from the immoral conduct of one of his beneficiaries and demands that he put a stop to this fraudulent auction at once. Noah remains perfectly still, his expression unreadable. The crowd, whipped into a frenzy, begins to agree. Cries of "How despicable!" and "Stop the auction" fill the air as reporters raise their magical cameras, the flashbulbs popping incessantly. A smug, wicked snicker escapes Pelev's lips. He smirks, reveling in the chaos. He internally cheers the cameras on, urging them to get good shots of this kind old man. He gloats to himself, thinking that Rat Argent was planning to make a profit by raising Lady Larat's bids. But now Pelev has made a mockery of him, and there's nothing Argent can do about it. He muses that neither Argent nor Lady Larat are of any concern to him. He sees them all as puppets on his strings because he placed bet on the auction being cancelled. He sneers at the hypocrisy of it all. Everyone here tonight is a capitalist, from the nobles who regard orphans as mere ornaments, to Noah Argent, who is still greedy for money after stealing the wealth his mentor left behind, to the granddaughter of a prominent marquis willing to pay 1,000,000 marais to make a commoner her own. He is simply doing business with other capitalists. Not only will he ruin the Grancher Foundation's fundraiser, but he'll be raking in money in the process, and as a mage, a pleasure, it's the perfect way to fill his magic stones. As he preens, a foot steps down in front of him, blocking his path. His eyes widen in surprise. A hand, adorned with delicate lace, raises, and with a small spark of magic. The lights in the grand hall flicker and die, plunging the room into darkness. A wave of panic sweeps through the crowd. Then a single, brilliant point of light shines in the darkness, flashing as it illuminates the stage. A lone figure stands there, her back to the audience, elegant and composed. It's Isnilda. Her mind races. Once the guests leave, it will be near impossible to restore Ed's reputation. She must act now. She remembers her father's words, his lessons on how to carry herself. The nobles will look down on her if she lacks confidence. She has to hold her head high. It is how one presents oneself that makes a noble look like a noble and a commoner look like a commoner. She must stand up straight, hold herself with poise. She raises her chin, just a little. She imagines herself growing taller, stronger. She can do this. The curtains part, and she steps into the spotlight, her blue eyes blazing with an unshakable resolve. She is a mage. A flash of light emanates from her. The light coalesces, forming into a single, ethereal blue butterfly that rests on her finger. Then another and another until a swarm of glowing butterflies fills the air, transforming the drab auction hall into a magical, sun-dappled meadow. Her voice, unsteady, rings out. She humbly thanks the esteemed guests for being here. She welcomes them to the Confrontation Foundation's fundraiser ball. The illusionary butterflies dance around her, captivating the stunned audience. She introduces herself as a mage who was invited to give the final performance of the evening. First comes deception. She announces a single butterfly landing on her gloved hand. After hearing Sir Pelev's speech, she asks Mr. Argent for his consent to begin her performance early. She also has something to say before the auction is over. She explains that since capture stones can disrupt the performance, their cameras have been temporarily disabled by a barrier maintained by skilled mages. Once she deceives them with a captivating illusion, she can frame the entire incident as a performance. People will be less likely to question her sudden appearance if they're engrossed in her magic. She then turns her attention to Sir Pelev, asking if she may ask him something. He mentioned the ring came into his possession through his casino Grand Horns. He confirms this. She presses Grand Horns has branches throughout the kingdom. She asks from which branch he acquired the ring. He scoffs, saying he doesn't see why that would matter. Her gaze hardens. She begs to differ. The ring, she states, was not seized at the main branch in the capital, but at the southeastern branch in the county of Vanther. The ring was presented to Sir Edvan on the day of his graduation this past February. However, she continues, after he was indicted for assaulting a civilian and a fellow academy student, Sir Edvan was prohibited from leaving Tebeth since December of the previous year. Why, she asks the stunned crowd, would he break the law and risk everything just to travel to a barony a great distance from Tebeth? If he wished to gamble, he could have simply visited the branch in Tebeth. One must wonder, she says, her voice ringing with authority, how the ring came to be in Vanther in the first place. The answer, she declares with a flourish, is quite simple. The ring was stolen. Sir Edvan had entrusted the ring's care to a friend who resided in the barony, but it was intercepted after he sent it off. A gasp ripples through the audience. Pelev sputters that she cannot make such claims without any proof. Isnilda knows her gambit. If Sir Pelev states that the ring was seized in Tebeth, he could be caught in a lie if contradictory evidence comes to light later. That would only reveal his greed and malice, and he wouldn't want that. Such evidence, she says, her eyes locking with his, is in his possession if she is correct. Pelev's face contorts with rage. He demands to know what on earth she is implying. She smiles sweetly. Shall she enlighten him? She supposes he wished to share the joy of giving with a sense of humor and gaiety, in order to make the fundraiser a success. The bidding got out of hand, which is why he felt the need to intervene. She takes his hand, her touch sending a jolt through him. She asks him if she is mistaken, why would he feel the need to stop the bidding? His silence is her victory. She firmly agrees that his good intentions should not be marred. As such, she asks, may she offer a solution? Why doesn't she, the intended recipient of the ring, purchase it from him? Her smile is radiant, but her eyes are like chips of ice. In exchange for her friend's ring, she will follow his good example and pledge a large donation to the Confrontation Foundation. She announces to the murmuring crowd that, as they are well aware, children from the Foundation who were unsuccessful in earning scholarships have come tonight in search of benefactors. She is willing to sponsor all 15 of them. For the next 7 years, she promises, she will aid them with their education and provide living expenses. She also pledges to cover any legal fees to fight against discrimination. The crowd is abuzz. Who is this woman with such wealth and beauty? Then the whispers start. Could she be the late director's daughter? The sole survivor of the Elahauer tragedy? The name echoes through the hall, Isnelda Grancher. Someone shouts out, asking how she intends to sponsor these children for the next 7 years. The question triggers a horrifying memory, plunging her into the icy depths of her past. The churning water, the reporters, her own small, helpless form cowering in the dark. She hears her own voice in her head, telling herself to get a hold of herself. She is no longer that helpless 12-year-old girl. She is not pitiful or impoverished anymore. She has to keep smiling. It's not over yet. The voices of her past taunt her, asking if she kept herself out of the public eye until she could marry a nobleman. But then, a hand grabs hers, pulling her back from the brink. It's Ed. He calls her Naisha, his voice grounding her in the present. She looks at him dazed as he asks if she's all right. She asks him to stand aside, telling him she can't see the guests with him standing there. He smirks, his voice a low tease. He asks if she's still scared, a little girl at heart. She sputters, denying it, but her flushed cheeks betray her. His eyes soften. He tells her she'll just have to keep her eyes on him then. His expression is filled with a warmth that melts the last of her fear. She turns back to the crowd, her posture now regal and confident. He promised her, didn't he, that the next time they met, he'd be a knight. And here he is, her knight, standing beside her. He takes her hand, the one with his ring now gracing her finger. Then he drops to one knee, bowing his head and kissing her hand in a profound gesture of loyalty. Just as he did all those years ago. The memories flood back, playing on the beach, comforting each other, the letters that were her lifeline. She looks down at him, her heart so full it might burst. He looks up at her, and with his thumb he gently wipes away a single tear that has escaped her eye. And for the first time in a long time, a genuine, dazzling smile lights up her face. With a brilliant flash, the illusion shatters. The reporters, freed from the spell, gasp in confusion. But they recover quickly, their cameras flashing wildly as they realize they have tomorrow's headline. The light from the stage fades, leaving only the afterglow of a legendary moment. Isnella and Ed stand together, hand in hand, facing the silhouettes of the stunned nobility. The story is already being written. Gansha's hair returns to Tebeth after 7 years. The air in the room was thick with unspoken accusations as Lady Larat's cool, calculating eyes settled on the man before her. She announced with a thinly veiled satisfaction that it appeared Miss Grey was, in fact, Mrs. Isnelda Gansha, and pointedly asked if he had been aware of this truth. With a rustle of her magnificent purple gown, she turned, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. She mused how fortunate it was that she learned Isnelda's true identity before their next encounter, otherwise she might have made the embarrassing mistake addressing her as Miss Edith Grey again. The word had barely left her lips when the air cracked with a sickening sound. Aslapa. Victor's hand, a blur of motion, connected brutally with her cheek. The force of it snapped head to side, a gasp stolen from her lungs as stinging pain bloomed across her skin. Victor, his expression unreadable, slowly brushed his own cheek, a phantom echo of the violence he'd just inflicted. A bitter, venomous rage replaced the shock in Lady Larat's eyes. She spat at him, her voice low hiss, calling him poor Victor, so incompetent he couldn't even cast a proper barrier spell. She see that he always disappointed her with his incompetence. Victor's voice was a low rumble, devoid of emotion, as he assured her that he had made sure no evidence was left behind. A cruel, satisfied smirk twisted her lips. She declared that was a given. It wouldn't do, she continued, her tone dripping with ice, for her to be implicated in a matter she had no knowledge of, just 'cause he had suddenly decided he knew what was best for her. Her thoughts drifted to Ed, so pitiful and foolish. To think he would choose a mere commoner as his benefactor, she scoffed at the memory, wondering why people made such foolish decisions. The flash of cameras, the image of Ed on that stage, snapping his fingers to cast a spell, it all replayed in her mind. A flicker of her own memory surfaced, her own hand, raised at the auction, the snap of her own magic, the moment she was outmaneuvered. Her eyes hardened into chips of gold. Turning to Victor, her voice was a commissive command. He could stop following Edvan now. She no longer had any use for him. She ordered him to prepare her carriage, stating with chilling indifference that she was in the mood to purchase a new doll. Elsewhere, the news was spreading like wildfire. Isnelda's maid burst in, her eyes wide with shock as she relayed the headline. The nobleman who had accused Ed of assault was now caught up in another scandal entirely. She confirmed the unbelievable rumor for Isnelda, her voice trembling with excitement. Apparently, the man had been caught trafficking drugs through the Grand Horns. The gossip was the talk of the town, with one nobleman complaining to another how his peers couldn't content themselves with simple smoking, remarking that nobles were worse than commoners. His friend had to remind him that he, too, was a nobleman, to which he retorted that at least he had never done drugs. The maid explained that Mr. Argent and the Foundation's legal team had been thrilled, immediately taking the authorities to storm the Grand Horns. Everyone there was taken into police custody. It was all part of Mr. Argent's brilliant plan, playing the noble families like fiddles. He had smiled, dangling the tantalizing possibility of a settlement in front of them, a masterful manipulation. The maid continued her report, noting that since the Grand Horns was used for illicit activities, it was a devastating blow to Sir Pelev as well. Though one would think he could claim ignorance, the cartel's existence was uncovered through the drug users themselves, and conveniently, no ledgers were found to implicate Sir Pelev directly. The man himself, a shadowy figure of denial, continued to maintain his innocence, insisting that the individual customers were solely to blame for their own vices. Isnelda let out a frustrated sigh, her hand covering her face in exasperation. She pressed her maid for more information, asking if they discovered how Edvan's ring ended up at the Grand Horns in the first place. The maid confirmed they had. A man named Garrick Vanther had apparently seized it. He had then foolishly attempted to use the precious ring to settle his gambling debts, an act which landed him in a desolate labor camp. The image of the broken man toiling away his life flashed through Isnelda's mind as she listened. A raw curse escaped her lips, calling the man a son of a bitch. Her maid gasped, shocked at her madam's unladylike language, and Isnelda could only offer a sheepish oops in response. Trying to change the subject, the maid chirped that Mr. Argent said Isnelda should look forward to her winnings. Her curiosity piqued, she leaned in, asking what on earth the two of them had discussed. Isnelda simply replied with a soft "oh," a universe of calculation hidden behind that single word. Her mind drifted back 2 hours to her conversation with the silver-haired mastermind. Mr. Argent had asked her what she wanted him to do. With unwavering resolve, Isnelda had told him not to stop the auction. Her voice was firm as she stated her wish to buy back Edvan's ring. And then the master stroke of her plan. She asked him to place her bet on Sir Pelev's wager. She had laid out her logic with chilling clarity. People would learn her true identity eventually, but no one would ever bet on her winning the ring. By pledging financial support to the orphans under the Granch family name, she would create an unassailable justification for claiming the ring, far stronger than Lady Larat's selfish desires. It would appear as though she were spending a fortune, but in a brilliant reversal, she would regain all the money by winning the bet. Mr. Argent's eyes had widened in understanding, beginning to ask if this was her. Isnelda's own eyes blazed with confidence as she finished his thought, declaring that this was her approach to using wealth. A small, triumphant laugh had escaped her then. Mr. Argent had smiled, a look of genuine admiration on his face, as he told her he was very much looking forward to seeing Sir Pelev's reaction. Back in the present, her maid was excitedly telling Wirral how impressive her madam had been, chiding him for not having eyes to see it. A wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over Isnelda. She thought perhaps it was because all the suffocating tension had finally dissipated. Her eyes grew heavy, and before she knew it, her body slumped sideways, her head coming to rest gently on Ed's shoulder. Badum. His heart hammered in his chest. Badum. It felt as if every single nerve in his body had suddenly converged on that one spot on his shoulder where her head rested. A faint blush crept up his neck as he gazed down at her sleeping face, so peaceful and unguarded. As Isnelda slept, Ed drifted into a memory, a vision of her in a sun-drenched garden, radiant in a white dress, surrounded by fluttering blue butterflies. He thought to himself, a painful ache in his chest, that after all this time she was still so dazzling. The soft, ethereal light seemed to fill the room, wrapping them both in a gentle glow. Her name was a whisper on his lips in the dreamscape. Isha. He saw their younger selves, his own earnest face and her bright, carefree smile. Isha. Her name echoed again, pulling her from the depths of sleep. Isnelda's eyes fluttered open, her vision slowly clearing to find Ed's face hovering just above hers, his expression tense. Disoriented, she realized she was lying on the couch. She was pinned beneath him, his body caging hers. His dark eyes were fixed on her, his lips slightly parted. She felt the pressure of his hand on her arm and asked in a small, confused voice why he was holding her down. As if waking from a trance, he blinked and quickly released her, murmuring that he was just... But before he could finish, a strange lightness filled her. Isnelda gasped as her body began to float gently above the couch. Ed explained, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, that this tended to happen. She asked incredulously if this occurred often when he slept, and he stammered that this was only the second time. He then grew serious, saying there was something he'd been meaning to ask. When she gave him leave, he looked her in the eye and asked why she had sent her ring to him. The question caught her completely off guard. He seemed astounded that she hadn't figured it out yet. Isnelda shot back, exasperated, asking how she was supposed to know anything about his first love when he'd never said a word about her. She huffed, calling him a jerk for not even writing and reminding him they hadn't cleared up that misunderstanding at all. With a frustrated growl of whatever, Ed whipped his cloak off and threw it over her. He let out a low groan, running a hand through his hair. Isnelda clutched the heavy fabric, pulling the rich, red material around her shoulders. His voice was softer when he spoke again, telling her to keep it since it was cold and there were no other blankets. He sat beside her, admitting that he had a lot of questions too. His gaze was earnest, vulnerable, as he confessed he was waiting for her to tell him everything herself. Said there were so many things he wanted to know, so many things he needed to apologize for, and he vowed to stay by her side until he had done it all. A plan formed in her mind, a touch of mischief in her eyes. In that case, she told him he would have to write her a letter. He repeated the word, confused. A letter. She nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. Yes, she confirmed, 365 letters a day, until he had made up for every single letter she had never received. Seeing his stunned expression, she relented slightly, adding that he could just single sentence in each one, as long as he wrote a proper letter every now and then. As she spoke, she reached out, fingers gently closing around his hand. He looked down at their joined hands, a warmth spreading through him that had nothing to do with the cloak. A slow, genuine smile spread across his face. He agreed without hesitation. He would write them. 365 letters, he promised, his voice filled with a newfound joy. He looked happier than she had seen him in a long, long time. Later, Isnelda sat waiting patiently. The door creaked open, and Mr. Argent entered, a newspaper in hand. She apologized for keeping him, but he simply asked why she was still there, assuring her the reporters were gone and it was safe to return home. In response, she stood and offered him a dark, velvet box. His eyes widened slightly in recognition. He murmured the name of the artifact, "Here's," and asked if this was why she had waited for him. She confirmed it was, saying she wanted to return it and thank him for the loan. Mr. Argent looked genuinely surprised, explaining that there must be a misunderstanding, as he had intended for her to keep it. Isnelda gave him a warm, grateful smile but gently refused. She explained that while she had expected as much, she couldn't possibly accept such an immeasurably valuable gift. After all, she insisted she should be the one thanking him for everything he'd done. He conceded, suggesting they had helped each other with thorny problems, but reiterated that he couldn't accept the gift's return. However, he added with a slight smile he would happily keep the dress, as he was now the only one who could wear it. That, he said, was more than enough. Isnelda's eyes crinkled at the corners. By the way, she pointed out gently, he still had a bit of egg in his hair. He touched the spot, a faint ah of embarrassment escaping him as he asked her to excuse his appearance. She tilted her head, asking why he didn't just use his magic. She was certain he could clean it easily, but her words caught in her throat. Her eyes locked onto the brooch on his cravat. His magic stone. It was cracked. A sudden, chilling realization washed over her. He must have overexerted himself while assisting her. As if reading her mind, he explained that he had to cast a barrier spell simultaneously with his other magic, a feat that was beyond her own abilities. He told her not to concern herself. He had allowed it to happen, but Isnelda couldn't let it be. A soft, warm light emanated from her hand as she reached forward, whispering a single word, "Ruha." Her fingers against his glasses, and the light flared, washing over him in a gentle wave. When it faded, he stared at her, utterly speechless. She explained that she had learned the healing spell, thinking it might be useful someday, though she never expected to use it so soon. He slowly adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on her, a profound, unreadable emotion swirling in his silver eyes. For a long moment, they simply stood there, bathed in the lingering glow of her magic, an unspoken crackling in the space between them. The world tilted on its axis as Edvan leaned over her, his body a dark, imposing shadow against the bright light of the window. He pressed her down onto the chaise lounge, his face so close she could feel the warmth of his breath, see the storm swirling in his dark eyes. Her own heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird-trapped cage. Her wide, terrified, stared up into his, every nerve ending screaming with a mix of fear and a bewildering, intoxicating thrill. The question escaped her lips in a choked whisper. Why was he holding her down? His grip on her arm was strong, unyielding, a manacle of flesh and bone. He blinked, the intensity in his gaze softening into surprise, as if waking from a dream. He murmured an apology, realizing his hold, and his hand immediately fell away from her arm. He explained he was just, and then he let go entirely, hovering over her for a moment before pulling back. Her body, suddenly untethered, felt strangely light. A gasp escaped her as she began to float, her feet lifting from the cushions as if pulled by an invisible string. She stared in wide-eyed confusion, asking what was happening. Edvan, now standing a few feet away, gestured to her levitating form, a faint smile playing on his lips as he told her it was just as she could see. He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. This happened often when she slept. A hot blush flooded her cheeks as she stammered that it didn't, that this was only the second time this had ever happened. He let the moment hang in the air, his gaze steady before telling her there was something he had been meaning to ask. When she gave him leave to speak, his expression grew serious. He wanted to know why she had sent her ring to him. The question hung between them, heavy and unanswered. He looked at her, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes, asking if she truly hadn't figured it out yet. She could only stare back, lost and confused, asking what she was supposed to have figured out. How could she know anything about his first love when he'd never even told her about the woman? She accused him then, the hurt of years of silence bubbling to the surface, calling him a jerk for not even writing to her. A soft, knowing smile bloomed on his face, a look of such profound tenderness that it stole her breath. He spoke a single, cryptic phrase, his voice a low murmur that wrapped around her heart. He said, 365 letters it is. Isnella stood in the quiet room, her posture straight, her hands clasped before her, a silent resolution hardening her gaze. The soft creak of a door opening broke the stillness, and a polite voice called out for Mr. Argent. Noah Argent stood in the doorway, impeccably dressed in a white suit, his silver hair catching the light. He held a newspaper in one hand, his sharp eyes behind his spectacles landing on her as he greeted her. He apologized for the delay, explaining that he had been preoccupied. He gestured towards the reporters still lingering outside, asking if they were the reason she hadn't returned home. His gaze fell to the velvet box she held out to him, and his eyes, the color of a winter sky, sharpened with understanding. He recognized it instantly. Here as tears, he murmured to himself, realizing this must be the reason she had waited for him. Isnelda confirmed it, her voice steady as she told him she wanted to thank him for lending it to her. But he stopped her, a slight frown creasing his brow. Told her there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He had intended for her to keep it. Isnelda shook her head firmly. She knew he might say as much. But she insisted she could not accept such an immeasurably valuable and expensive gift. She urged him to take it back, explaining that after all, she should be the one thanking him for everything he had done for her at night. She offered him a sincere, grateful smile, thanking him again. He met her gaze, his own expression unreadable, a flicker of thing complex in his eyes. He finally relented, acknowledging that she had also helped him problem, so he supposed they had helped each other. However, he maintained that he would not be able to accept the gift back. Instead, he would happily keep the dress, as he was the only one who could wear it now. The comment, strange as it was, broke the tension. Isnelda, looking down at the magnificent gown, agreed that the dress was more than enough. Then, a playful glint appeared in her eyes. She pointed out, by the way, that he still had a piece of egg in his hair. He blinked, reaching up to his silvery locks and finding the offending bit of food. He let out a small sigh, asking her to excuse his appearance. Isnelda tilted her head, a question in her voice as she asked why he didn't simply use his magic. She was certain he could clean it up easily. Her words trailed off as her eyes caught a detail she had missed. A sharp gasp escaped her. There, on the brooch pinned to his lapel, was his magic stone, and it was cracked. The realization struck her like a physical blow. He must have overexerted himself when he was assisting her. He remained silent, his profile stoic, but the evidence was undeniable. He had simultaneously maintained powerful illusion spell and a barrier spell, a feat that was clearly beyond his abilities. He tried to dismiss her concern, claiming he had allowed it to happen and that she shouldn't worry. But his words were drowned out by the soft glow emanating from her hand. He whispered the name of the spell, Ruha. A gentle, cleansing light washed over him, sweeping away the last trace of his dishevelment. He adjusted his glasses, his pale eyes wide with surprise. Isnelda smiled softly, explaining that she had learned the cleaning spell because she thought it might be useful someday. She hadn't expected to use it so soon. He was utterly still, his gaze fixed on her. He repeated the spell's name again, Ruha, his voice barely a whisper. For a moment, the world seemed to fall away, leaving only the two of them in a haze of soft, magical light. Her reflection shimmered in the lens of his eye, a tiny, perfect image of her gentle smile. She stepped closer, her hands coming to rest on his chest, her touch light and tentative. The room seemed to fill with starlight as they stood there, caught in a moment of unexpected, profound connection. The headlines were unavoidable. In a grand office, a man noted with a grim tone that Miss Isnelda Grancher was on the front page of every newspaper in Tibet. Noah Argent sat at the head of a long table, his fingers steepled, his expression placid as he listened to the complaints of the Foundation's board members. An irate man named Hegart slammed his hand on the table, demanding to know why they hadn't been informed that the late director's daughter had returned. Noah replied coolly that since Miss Isnilda was not affiliated with the Foundation and had only recently returned to the city, he had not considered it reason enough to call for an emergency meeting. Hegart sputtered, his face red with fury, yelling back that the very fact she was a Grancher was reason enough. He accused Noah of mobilizing the Foundation's mages to aid her, and pointed out that now, she had taken on the immense responsibility of caring for 15 children. A woman with a feathered hat and a sly smile, Rafina languidly waved her hand, telling Hegart not to get so worked up. She found the girl to be doing no harm. In fact, she found the whole affair thoroughly entertaining. She painted a dramatic picture of a poor Cinderella, inheriting 100 million maraes and saving a fortune from the Mage Tower after being kidnapped. An older gentleman with a monocle, Selphus, cut her off with a sharp clack of his cigar cutter. He warned her to choose her words carefully, asking if she was already plotting her next play. He declared the topic of the fundraiser closed. A broad-shouldered man named Trubonique spoke up, wanting to move on to Edvan's case. He reported that Edvan had been acquitted of all charges and his travel ban lifted. Noah added that the incident would have no impact on his application for the Royal Guards, thanking Trubonique's mercenary company for gathering the necessary evidence. Trubonique acknowledged the thanks but then leveled a hard gaze at Noah, stating clearly he was unimpressed with the decision to allow Edvan's ring to be auctioned. He accused directly, suggesting he had used Edvan to push director Grancher's daughter into the spotlight. Noah's face remained an emotionless mask. He denied it, of course, his voice a smooth, even tone that gave nothing away. Rafina watched him, a thoughtful, calculating look in her violet eyes. She recounted the events with the flair of a playwright. Public outrage had reached a fever pitch when news of the auction was leaked. But then, like a miracle, the beloved director's daughter had suddenly made an appearance. This angel had not only retrieved the ring, but had made a grand, sweeping gesture, pledging to sponsor all 15 children for the next 7 years, covering their education, living expenses, and any legal fees. She had single-handedly restored the fundraiser's broken image, turning a scandal into a triumph. Rafina let out a theatrical sigh, her eyes glinting as she asked if they were truly expected to believe that a young woman like her had conceived of such a brilliant plan all on her own. Her thoughts turned inward, sharp and venomous. It would have been far wiser for Noah to have kept Isnelda alive but hidden, just as he had been doing for years. That way, he could have maintained the illusion of being her benevolent guardian while slowly siphoning her inheritance. Now, she was an inconvenience, a potential threat, and yet he had not only returned her inheritance, but brought her back to Tibet. Rafina couldn't understand it. Why would you give your enemy the very resources she could use to raise an army against you? Back at the Grancher estate, Isnelda was settling into her new life when her butler, Melfa, approached her with a letter. Her heart gave a hopeful leap. It had to be from Edvan. She eagerly opened the envelope. Edvan wrote that he had moved out of his dormitory and was now staying at Hotel Liban, a facility owned by Mr. Argent, while he attended to his affairs, namely his application to the Royal Guards. A warm smile touched her lips. Ed had been writing to her every single day since the fundraiser, a constant, reassuring presence in her life. But the joy was tainted by a bitter memory. He had also told her about the letters he had received in the past. Letters bearing her name, but written by an imposter who had forged her handwriting. Though the identity of the forger was still a mystery, it was painfully clear who had intercepted her real letters, ensuring they never reached Edvan. The memory was interrupted by her maid, Connie, rushing into the room, out of breath and holding a lavish invitation. It was from Marquis Claudio Vincentos, the Grand Mage himself. Her blood ran cold. This was a challenge. The Marquis was undoubtedly seeking to humiliate her for her role in his granddaughter's downfall. Connie asked worriedly if she would be all right attending alone. Isnella's first instinct, her immediate thought, was to ask Mr. Argent for advice. He was acquainted with the Marquis, after all. But her hand froze midair as she reached for her earring communicator. A wave of unease washed over her. Why was she turning to him as if it were a given? When she thought about it, she realized she had been relying on him for every little thing since her arrival. Leaving her uncle's house would have been impossible without his help. And yet, in spite of everything, she still couldn't bring herself to trust him completely. The old painful questions resurfaced, a thorny tangle in her heart. Why didn't he come for her sooner? If he was going to neglect her, why not leave her in the dark forever? Why abandon her for 7 long years only to reappear now? Was it truly so difficult for him to send a single message, a single word of reassurance that she wasn't forgotten, that he would one day return for her? The carriage ride was silent. Is finally broke it, her voice cool as she remarked that she didn't recall asking Mr. Argent to accompany her. He sat across from her, the picture of composure, and replied that he was there, of his own volition. He explained that it had been a while since he had last seen the Marquis, and he had been meaning to call on him. Isnella raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with sarcasm, as she asked if he had just happened to choose today, of all days, to do so. He cleared his throat, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. He leaned forward slightly, his silver eyes twinkling with mischief as he asked, in a low, teasing voice, if she wouldn't allow him to accompany her. Isnella stared at him, completely flustered. What on earth was this man up to now? His voice is a low, intimate murmur in the confines of the carriage, cutting through the rhythmic clatter of the wheels. He asks if she still feels uncomfortable around him. Isnelda's breath catches. She turns away, her gaze fixed on the passing cityscape, the elegant buildings a blur. She hesitates, the word well, a fragile puff of air. Finally, she finds her voice, admitting that while she is eternally grateful for everything he does for her, sometimes, if she's being honest, it's all a bit overwhelming. Her composure cracks, and a desperate plea spills from her lips. She asks if he could possibly just regard her as one of his attendants. She promises, her voice trembling with earnestness, that she will be as docile as a lamb, giving him her word. He turns to her then, a slight frown creasing his brow, asking why she would ever say such a thing. He reminds her, his tone firm, to remember her place. Suddenly, his eyes seem to ignite by the lenses of his glasses, a dazzling, almost blinding sparkle that catches her completely off guard. Her own eyes widen, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple as gaze intensifies, shining with a mesmerizing predatory light. He agrees then, his voice a low vibration that seems to settle deep in her bones. Very well, he says she may accompany him. A faint blush dusts his cheeks as he clears his throat, adding a condition. If she keeps her promise, he will repay her. A gift? The word leaves her lips in a confused whisper. He explains that it's something he's wanted to do for a while. After all, she had bought him presents for his birthday every year, and now he finally had the means to repay her kindness. A soft, genuine smile touches her lips as she shakes her head. She tells him that seeing him healthy and happy is all the reward she could ever need. He scoffs lightly, remarking that she sounded just like a parent. She insists that it's the truth, that it's really how she feels. He relents with a quiet murmur, and the carriage continues its journey towards the imposing Vincento's estate. They are greeted at the entrance by a line of perfectly uniformed servants who welcome Miss Ganche with a synchronized bow. Grand doors swing open to reveal a dining hall of breathtaking proportions, and a gasp escapes Isnelda's lips. She whispers in awe that she has never seen a room so spacious. Turning to Noah, she asks nervously if he is acquainted with the Vincento's family, confessing that this is her first time meeting them, and her nerves are frayed. His voice is a low comfort beside her as he reassures her. He promises that if she should find herself in any uncomfortable situation, he will come to her aid and she shouldn't worry. A flicker of her old playfulness returns as she raises an eyebrow. She thought she was supposed to be docile today, she teases, asking how exactly he planned to aid her. His hand moves in a flash, a shockingly intimate gesture as his fingers gently stroke a lock of her hair. Like this, he murmurs, his touch sending a jolt through her. Her heart stutters. He suggests that she simply touch her hair in the same way if she needs his assistance, clarifying that he will only interject if she gives him that precise signal. She is left speechless, her cheeks burning, the ghost of his touch still lingering in her hair. She takes a hasty step back, trying to reclaim some distance and her scattered composure. She stammers, suggesting that she'll just tuck her hair behind her ear if she needs him. With her heart thudding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, she tells him he can feel free to step in then. A ghost of a smirk plays on Noah's lips as he tells her she has his word. Their private moment is shattered by a booming voice welcoming Mrs. Nelda. An imposing, white-bearded man in lavish purple robe, Marquis Claudio Vincent, strides towards them, declaring how much he's looked forward to this meeting. Noah greets him coolly, but the Marquis' expression sours as he looks at Noah, remarking sullenly that he hadn't expected him to come, especially after declining his last invitation. Isnelda quickly steps in, expressing what an honor it is to meet him, but the Marquis cuts her off, grabbing her hand with surprising force. Her eyes widen. He insists she call him Claudio, declaring that mages are comrades who should use names, not titles, all while shaking her hand with boisterous energy. He marvels at how much she's grown in 7 years, just as a young woman with lavender hair rushes in, crying grandfather and throwing her arms around him. Isnelda is stunned. This loud, easygoing man is the most powerful nobleman in the kingdom? He laughs, spinning his granddaughter, Laro, around in a joyful circle. Later, at a lavishly set dining table, the Marquis explains that his granddaughter is the product of a union between his daughter and a Meister from the Mage Tower. Laro beams at Isnelda, confessing she was the one who insisted her grandfather invite her, hoping that they could become friends. The Marquis adds that Isnelda's own father was a pupil of his and a classmate of his son-in-law, Siobhan. He reminisces about her father's brilliance, chuckling that it was a shock such a reclusive researcher ever married and fathered a child. The memory of her father, kind and gentle, flashes in her mind. Laro chimes in, saying he holds great respect for Professor Argo and assumes Isnelda has read his dissertations. Isnelda admits with some embarrassment that she hasn't had the chance. Laro's sweet expression falters, replaced by a mask of feigned shock and pity. How unfortunate, she coos, that Isnelda possesses such talent yet seems to have been denied a proper education. Isnelda calmly agrees that she didn't have time to study. Laro's voice drips with false sympathy as she continues, saying how heartwarming it is that Isnelda is sponsoring children so they can have the education she was deprived of. Then the attack comes. However, Laro says, her fork pausing midair, I do wonder why you chose those children, when the orphanage is so full of others in need. Her voice drops to a venomous whisper, revealing that Isnelda is the subject of much gossip among the nobility. In Isnelda's eyes, the steak on Laro's plate transforms into a pool of blood as the accusation is delivered. Some are saying she only sponsored the children to obtain the ring on her finger. The air chills. So this was it, the reason she was invited. Laro quickly resumes her innocent act, claiming it must be a misunderstanding, as it would be heartbreaking if those poor children were just pawns. Isnelda sets her cutlery down with a soft, deliberate clack. She looks Laro dead in the eye. That it seems Lady Larat believes charity must always be born from the purest intentions. Laro readily agrees, but Isnelda's voice rings with a newfound power. She declares that she, for one, believes the result is far more significant. She explains that she herself was once unable to afford an education, lacking both the funds and the talent to attend the academy. A memory of her younger self, poor and dreaming, flashes in her mind. She tells them she would have been grateful to anyone who offered support back then. Her voice is raw with the memory of hardship. What she needed wasn't pity, it was money. She levels her gaze at a stunned Larat, stating with conviction that the children from the fundraiser would undoubtedly feel the same. She concludes that they would have been grateful for the opportunity, regardless of the benefactor's character or their intentions. A jolt runs through her. She knows she's speaking the truth. So why, she wonders, does it feel like a lie? Her gaze finds Noah's from across the table, and in his steady, unreadable expression, she finds an anchor. A silent comfort that washes over her, steadying her trembling heart. His voice cuts through the tense silence, echoing her own words. He agrees that the children would have been grateful regardless of intentions. The Marquis the atmosphere with a booming laugh, declaring how pleased he is that the girls are getting along so well. Larat forces a smile, claiming she only wanted them to become acquainted and hoping her impassioned speech didn't offend. The Marquis quickly changes the subject, praising Isnelda's magical talent and expressing his relief that Argo's daughter turned out a powerful mage. He offers to guide her in her father's absence, and a cold realization dawns on Isnelda. He's only interested in her power. As she struggles for a response, a fork clatters to the floor. It's Noah's. He murmurs an apology, claiming it slipped. Then his hand moves, deliberately tucking a strand of silvery hair behind his ear. Isnelda's breath hitches. The signal? He's giving her the signal to escape, but why now? Before she can process it, the doors swing open again, and a charismatic man with light purple hair enters, apologizing for his lateness. It is Serrano, the Marquis' eldest grandson. After a brief scolding from his grandfather, Serrano's golden eyes land on Isnelda. He approaches, to her utter shock, kneels before her. Taking her hand, he murmurs that her beauty far surpasses her pictures in the paper, introducing himself as the heir of the Vincento's family. His confidence is a palpable force. Later, the Marquis leads them down a grand hallway, announcing he has something to show her. Isnelda wonders what it could be, her mind also puzzling over the Feast of Romana she keeps hearing about. Serrano suddenly appears at her side, his presence startling her. He explains that the feast celebrates a legendary limitless mage from ages past, one who'd harness magic from all emotions. Isnelda feels small in comparison. Serrano continues, explaining that noble families gather to display their vision, a unique, miraculous magic exclusive to their bloodline. He smirks, telling her that his grandfather must like her, as he is about to show her something no outsider ever sees. Something she can brag about for life. Why would he show her, of all people, something so important? They stop before a set of massive, imposing doors. They creak open into darkness, revealing the hulking, frozen form of a horned demon. Isnelda gasps, her blood running cold. What on earth is that? The Marquis calls to his grandson. Serrano turns to Isnelda, coolly informing her that it's a menon, a creature impervious to magic-imbued weapons. She realizes it's just a statue, but Serrano's sinister smile makes her stomach clench. I suppose it is, he says, at the moment. The words echo in the chilling silence. He pulls a small, glowing golden cube from his coat, advising her to keep her eyes open. The cube whirs to life. With a final chilling smile, Serrano says it was a pleasure to meet her and utters a single word, Ashenkrer. A blinding beam of light erupts from the cube, striking the statue. The ground rumbles, and cracks spiderweb across the stone. Its claws twitch. A malevolent red eye glints to life, and a horrifying screech rips through the air as the beast awakens. Isnelda stares, paralyzed by terror. The Marquis calmly tells her not to be afraid. Serrano is in control. The creature isn't truly alive. How can she not be afraid? The Marquis boasts that this is merely the beginning of his plans for the feast. He orders a demonstration of its shape-shifting ability. The cube glows again, and the creature's eyes flash, and Isnelda flinches. Purple lightning crackles as the monster's form contorts, shrinking and smoothing into the horrifying shape of a gaunt, collared man with dead red eyes. The thing looms over her, its gaze empty and chilling. This can't be an illusion, she thinks frantically. An illusion can't decrease an object's size. The creature raises a manacled hand, reaching for her. Just before it makes contact, Noah is there, a solid shield between her and the horror. He chants a powerful nullification spell. A brilliant flash of purple magic engulfs the creature, forcing it back into its monstrous stone form. Silence descends heavy and absolute. Serrano lets out a quiet gasp of frustration. Then begins to clap, a slow, mocking sound that echoes through the vast chamber. The Marquis and Larat look on, their faces thunderous. Noah turns slightly, a smirk playing on his lips, as he looks back at Isnelda. This, he says, was quite the learning experience. The air in the carriage was thick with unspoken revelations, each word from Mr. Argent landing like a stone in the quiet Isnelda's thoughts. He commented coolly that the day had been quite the learning experience. She had just finished explaining the fragmented vision, the impossible magic that had unfurled before her eyes. She confirmed his summary, her voice small. The rest of the incantation was indeed written on the topaz Lord Serrano held, and that gemstone was absolutely necessary for the vision to work. It was a frustrating dead end. She lamented that no matter how many times she recited the spell Lord Serrano used, she would never be able to activate the vision because the spell was incomplete. He listened with an unnerving stillness, then added a piece to the puzzle she didn't know was missing. He explained that visions were spells created exclusively for noble families, and to keep them secret, the unspoken parts of the spell were often engraved on magic stones. Then his voice dropped, laced with a somber tone. He revealed that her own father had also been working on a vision at the Feast of Romana, but he was unable to complete it due to that tragic accident. He finished by saying it was truly a shame. The words struck her, a cold shock that rippled through her heart. Her father was working on a vision, then why? A dizzying question spun in her mind. Why did the Grand Maid show her family's vision? Why wasn't it out of concern for her father? Before she could voice her confusion, Mr. Argent's focus shifted, his silver eyes sharp and analytical. He casually mentioned that he had noticed Lord Serrano kissing her hand on 2 separate occasions. The question that followed was anything but casual. He asked if it had any effect on her in relation to her magic. Isnelda's breath hitched. She begged his pardon, her cheeks flushing with heat. He clarified that he was speaking in relation to her magic. She stammered that Lord Serrano was simply greeting her, a desperate attempt to deflect. But Mr. Argent was relentless. He pointed out that it did not seem to be the case with young Edvan. Her mind went blank with panic. Damn this physical contact. What was the point of being able to touch Edvan's magic when she could never say what she needed to? How could she possibly look her childhood friend in the eyes and ask if he would mind if they tested a theory that she could harness her magic when she touched someone she was attracted to? The very thought made her want to curl up and die from embarrassment. Her mind grasped for any alternative, any way out of this mortifying situation. It would be so much easier, she thought with a sudden, startling clarity, if it worked with someone she had no feelings for, someone like Mr. Argent. The carriage rattled to a stop, pulling her from her spiraling thoughts. Mr. Argent announced their arrival. As he helped her alight from the carriage, his gloved hand closing around hers, the familiar jolt of energy surged through her. Her reaction was undeniable, a spark that mirrored the one she felt with Ed. But why? Her mind raced. Her reaction towards Ed was understandable, but why did the same thing happen with Mr. Argent? It wasn't as if she was attracted to him. So then why? Was it simply because he was handsome? The horrifying possibility bloomed in her mind. Did that mean her magic could be activated by any attractive man? Lost in her chaotic hypothesis, her hand moved on its own, her fingers gently touching the fine fabric of his waistcoat right over his heart, as if seeking an answer from the steady beat beneath. The contact brought her crashing back to reality. She snatched her hand back as if burned, a wave of red creeping up her neck. She stammered an apology, claiming she was just lost in thought. But Mr. Argent's reflexes were faster. He caught her wrist, his grip firm but not painful. His eyes, glinting with knowing amusement, met hers. He observed that it appeared she had not yet told young Edvan. He acknowledged that it was understandable, as it could be difficult to make such a request. Then, with a smoothness that stole the air from her lungs, he made an offer. Her that if she would like, she should feel free to use him instead. Her mind reeled. Use him? The choice of words was rather forward. He continued, his voice a low murmur, stating that as long as she felt comfortable, it was no bother to him. He was a puzzle, this man. A complete and utter enigma. Lately, she found herself wondering if things would have been better had her abilities never awoken. After all, if she weren't a mage, she could simply purchase magic with money. But he seemed to read her thoughts, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly as they walked along the shore. He told her that a mage's potential was often proportionate to the difficulties they had overcome. In his opinion, she would become a powerful mage. She looked at him, a wry smile touching her lips, and asked if this his way of trying to console her. He assured her they were more than mere words of consolation, reminding her that Lord Proudio had said the same thing. If he considered her an ordinary mage, he never would have shown her his family's vision. Then his tone shifted back to business. He had something important he wished to remind her of. She asked what that might be. He looked at her, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, and asked about the gift she had promised him. When could he receive it? The gift. The word hung in the air, and Isnelda's face froze in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. She was back in her drawing room, sinking into the plush sofa as the memory of her foolish promise crashed down on her. She let out an audible groan, burying her face in her hands. Well, why did she say such a thing? She could already picture it perfectly. She was certain that whatever she gave, he would accept it with that polite, infuriatingly placid smile of his. He would thank her for the lovely gift, and he would remember to mention every now and then how useful it had proven to be, just to reassure her of his appreciation. The entire situation was utterly vexing. A fire of determination ignited within her. No. She wouldn't let him win this silent game. She would have to get him something money couldn't buy. Whether it was a genuine smile or an authentic frown, she was going to get a real reaction out of him. Her mind began to whirl with possibilities, a determined glint in her eyes. A few days later, Isnelda was humming a cheerful tune, splashing in a bath filled with fragrant rose petals. Life felt lighter, filled with purpose. She had received a short, sweet letter from Edvan asking her to join her lunch. After dressing with care, she was admiring her reflection when a knock echoed through the room. Her maid announced that a guest was there to see her. Isnelda's heart gave a little flutter. He must have arrived already. She told the maid she would be right there, her voice bright with anticipation. With a rush of excitement, she reached for the door handle, but the moment she pulled it open, a brilliant, blinding flash of blue light erupted from the hallway. A man with a strange, glowing cube shouted her name, Miss Granchet, as the device snapped a picture. Before she could react, another flash went off. Ed, standing in the garden, a handsome, roguish figure with a magic wand in his hand, the clicket's activation echoing in the air. The photographer grinned cheekily, asking if she and Sir Edvan were going on a date. Edvan, looking entirely unbothered, explained that he hadn't been able to get a room at the hotel, as it was fully booked by tourists visiting for the Feast of Romana. Over tea in her parlor, Isnelda fretted that the press had spotted him in the coach on the way there. She wished he had told her, as she would have sent a carriage to collect him. She then insisted that, as for his lodgings, he should stay with her for the time being. Edvan's gaze was serious as he declined, saying he didn't want to be of trouble. But Isnelda wouldn't hear of it. She leaned forward, her expression earnest, reminding him that it was no trouble at all. They were friends, weren't they? He looked at her then, a long, thoughtful glance that made her heart skip a beat, before a slow smile spread across his face. He conceded, but asked that, in that case, he be granted permission to seek his mind as her knight. Permission was granted. He immediately grew serious, stating that the barrier around her home needed improvements and suggesting a spell to block intruders like the ones from earlier. She teased him, remarking that he sure knew a lot about spells for someone who wasn't a mage. He retorted that knights were required to have basic knowledge of magic. She promised to look into it. A comfortable silence fell between them, and Edvan's expression softened with nostalgia. He remarked how long it had been since he was last here, and reminisced about how they used to play hide-and-seek a lot. Isnelda smiled, replying that she always hid in the same place. He chuckled, adding that she did that on purpose so he wouldn't have a hard time finding her. He then leaned in with a playful smirk, teasing that perhaps she was just terrible at hiding. She protested that it wasn't true, but the warmth of the memory filled the room. Sitting here, talking with him like this, it felt as if they were children again. The comfortable, nostalgic feeling made her bold. She spoke his name, her voice soft. When he looked at her, she took a deep breath and asked him to lend her his hand. There she'd said it, her heart hammered against her ribs. What would she say if he asked why? Should she just say she was feeling nostalgic? But he didn't ask, he simply extended his hand. She found herself asking why he wasn't questioning her. He glanced down at his offered hand, then back at her, wondering if she needed both of them. A flush crept up her cheeks, and she quickly said no, stammering that it was an experiment. An experiment to see which part of him she had to come into contact with to create the strongest reaction. His gaze was intense, but he simply told her she was free to do as she wished, but then allowed himself to ask a question of his own. Besides his hand, which part of her was she intending to touch? Her mind went blank. She mumbled that she was thinking she would start with his arm and make her way up to his shoulder. Before she could process what was happening, he leaned in, his so close she could feel the warmth of his breath. His voice a low, intoxicating murmur as he suggested that the face might be a better place to start. The air crackled with unspoken tension. He then asked if physical contact was necessary for it to work. She confessed that it might take her some time to figure that out. His eyes searched hers as he asked if she did this with other people as well. She shook her head, clarifying that for the time being, it was just with him. He prompted her, his voice barely a whisper, and she finally managed to get the name out, and Mr. Argent. She gave a small, hesitant nod. A switch flipped behind his eyes. The playful warmth vanished, replaced by a sharp, competitive glint. He leaned away slightly and asked, his voice deceptively casual, who's better? A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his lips. He reminded her that she knew he hated to lose. His heart began to beat a heavy, possessive rhythm, a sound that echoed the frantic drumming in her own chest. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, the door creaked open. A butler announced that the food was ready. Isnelda leaped to her feet, her voice unnaturally loud as she declared she was starving and that they would be right there, practically fleeing the room. Edvan remained seated, his fingers ghosting over his own lips, a thoughtful, calculating look on his face as he watched her go. Later, Isnelda was in the garden gazebo of her estate. A hooded man had arrived, and she remarked that he must be tired from the long journey. She thanked him, saying it was very kind of him to come and enhance the barrier around her estate. He bowed his head, introducing himself as Rojan and asking her not to mention it, explaining he just happened to be called back to the capital sooner than expected. He was Connie's older brother and Noah Argent's colleague. Connie's voice echoed in her memory. explaining that her brother might be inept at everything else, he was an expert when it came to barrier magic. Rodion announced that, more importantly, there were some things he'd like her to see. He placed a small chest and several other items on the table. Isnelda's eyes widened in shock. She asked if those were. He confirmed they were. He explained that some of the items were culled from the Baron's estate, while the rest were retrieved elsewhere. Any damaged items had been restored through magic. He added that Mr. Argent had requested they be located and returned to her in pristine condition, as they rightfully belonged to her. Her gaze fell upon a stack of letters tied with a ribbon. She'd never seen them before. They must be the ones from Ed that were intercepted. As she reached for them, her heart pounding with a mix of anger and sorrow, she bolted upright, her hand accidentally knocking a small, dark chest off the table. She cried out in surprise as it hit the ground. The latch gave way, the lid flying open with a sickening rattle. Small, dark, objects tumbled out, scattering across the pristine white floor. They came to a stop with a soft, dull plop. Isnelda stared, her blood running cold as her eyes focused. They weren't stones. They were severed human fingers. Rodion quickly knelt, murmuring an apology and saying he hadn't intended for her to see such a ghastly sight. As he began to gather the grotesque objects, he asked if something had happened to her recently at her uncle's estate. But Isnelda's voice cut through the air, sharp and trembling with horror. She demanded to know whose they were. Rodion hesitated, scratching his cheek awkwardly. He sighed, supposing it might be best for her to know. His next words were a death knell to the peaceful afternoon. He told her these were the fingers of the petty thief who stole her letters. They belonged to the woman who deceived her. An image of Mrs. Fitz flashed behind Isnelda's eyes, her fake sympathy, her gentle lies. The woman who had intercepted Edvan's letters for an entire year, the one who had handed them over to Lady Sania. Bile rose in Isnelda's throat. Her fist clenched at her sides, her knuckles white. She demanded to know who dictated this punishment, who gave the order. Rodion's reply was quiet, but it landed with the force of a physical blow. He told her these were Noah's orders. Mr. Argent? The name was a disbelieving whisper on her lips. Rodion explained that it was done to prevent that person from ever stealing again. A furious, heartbroken cry tore from her throat. She declared that even as the victim of the crime, if anyone was fit to exact revenge, it was her. She had never asked Mr. Argent to do such a thing, nor would she ever. Why had he taken it upon himself to do this? The betrayal was a physical ache in her chest. She thought of how he had neglected her when she needed him the most, how he hadn't come for her, until she was on the very edge of despair. And yet, he would go to such extreme, cruel lengths just because Mrs. Fitz betrayed his trust. The question escaped her, filled with anguish and disbelief. Why? How could Mr. Argent be so heartless? Rodion simply tapped the chest on the table. He then began to speak. Attempting an explanation, he reminded her that Noah was the first student to be awarded a scholarship through the Granche Foundation. He had always had excellent grades, but despite this, he never earned the highest rank in his year at school, because of an obstacle even larger than his humble station. Rodion waved a hand dismissively, saying he had no interest in reminiscing about Mr. Argent's school days. What he was trying to get at, he explained, was that compared to an average person, Noah was quite bereft of human emotions. He was simply born that way. Even when someone was in desperate need of help, Noah would weigh the situation in his head first, rather than immediately offer assistance. He would first determine the best time and most efficient means of intervention. He was not moved by the anguish or ordeals of others. He merely sought to offer a solution. It wasn't malicious, Rodion insisted. He was simply incapable of emotion. He concluded that as a superior he was easy to work for, but one had to resign themselves to his emotional detachment. He pleaded with her to understand that he was sure Noah believed he had done this for her benefit. He understood why she was so distraught, but Noah would never understand. Isnelda covered her eyes with her hand, the world tilting on its axis. After a long moment, she lowered her hand and made a request. She asked Mr. Rodion if he could leave those fingers with her. He was taken aback, asking if she wanted to keep them. She confirmed, stating that she would speak to Mr. Argent regarding the matter later. She asked him again to please leave them. He complied, handing over the small chest before taking his leave. As he walked away, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. 7 days remained until the Feast of Ramana. The memory of her last communication with Mr. Argent was a fresh sting. She had sent a message asking for an idea of what he would like as a gift, and the reply she received from his secretary was the epitome of polite detachment. If it is from you anything. His latest business trip had taken him far away, making him difficult to reach. Frustrated, Isnelda turned to her maids for a new project. She asked Melfa if she would recommend a teacher, as she wished to learn more about visions. Her maids shrieked in unison, Connie exclaiming in awe that she was planning on creating her own vision a mere 2 months after awakening her abilities. She declared that her madam was truly the prodigy of the century. Isnelda waved off the praise, a sly smile playing on her lips. She clarified that it was nothing to get carried away with. She simply said vision because she couldn't think of a better term. Her true goal, she confessed, was just to give someone a good fright, and she didn't think any ordinary magic would suffice. Connie's eyes widened in understanding. Could that someone be Mr. Argent? How did she know? Connie proudly suggested that her brother could teach her. She mentioned that he didn't graduate from the academy, but he takes his work very seriously. Isnelda was surprised to hear he never graduated. Connie explained that his grades weren't good enough to qualify. How strange, Isnelda thought. She told them she'd like to think about it first because for now there was somewhere she had to be. Her destination was the magnificent grand library of the Mage Tower. Coming up with a gift for Mr. Argent was one part of her plan, but a more pressing matter consumed her thoughts. The name of Shankrur echoed in her mind, a key to a lock she didn't understand. The vision of her father, working on his own project for the Feast of Ramana before his tragic accident, haunted her. She hadn't been able to stop thinking about visions ever since that day. She approached the librarian's desk and asked if they had a copy of the refinement and practical usage of ancient spells. The librarian checked her records and informed her that it appeared all of their copies were currently on loan. Then she paused, peering at the glowing screen. Oh wait, there was one copy left in Section C. Following the directions, Isnelda walked through the towering shelves, the scent of old paper and magic filling the air. She finally spotted it, its dark spine nestled high on a shelf. She reached up, her fingers stretching for the book. At that very same moment, another hand, elegant and pale, reached for the exact same volume. Isnelda turned, her eyes meeting those of a beautiful woman with hair the color of twilight lavender. Their hands hovered, inches apart, both closing in on the last remaining copy in the entire library. A tense silence hangs in the air of the grand library, broken only by the softle of pages. But between two women, a different kind of tension crackles, sharp and suffocating. Lady Larat, her lavender gown a statement of authority, has her hand placed firmly over a book on the shelf, her voice dripping with condescending sweetness as she addresses the woman before her as Miss Isnilda. Isnilda's own hand is clamped tight on the spine of that very same book, her knuckles white, her fingers trembling with a mixture of anger and defiance. Lady Larat's smile is a perfect, polished mask of concern as she informs Isnilda that the books in this section are far too advanced for a novice mage. She graciously offers to have her attendant escort Isnilda to the beginner's section, her hand moving to take the book for herself. But Isnilda's grip doesn't loosen. Her voice is steady, an icy counterpoint to Larat's syrupy tone, as she states that she is not lost and kindly asks that Lady Larat let go of the book. Smile widens, becoming a patronizing smirk. She explains the book is written in a magical text so difficult that even academy graduates struggle with it, and it would only be a waste of Isnilda's time. Isnilda's eyes narrow, her patience wearing thin. She retorts that she doesn't think it's up to Lady Larat to determine whether or not she is wasting her time. The smile vanishes from Larat's face in an instant, replaced by a flash of irritation. She snaps her fingers, calling for a man named Victor and instructs him to perhaps remind Miss Isnilda of her manners, which she seems to have forgotten. A hulking shadow falls over Isnilda as a large, cloaked figure looms behind her, an intimidating and silent threat. His face is grim, his presence oppressive, and a jolt of alarm runs through Isnilda. She takes an involuntary step back, her voice sharp with disbelief as she demands to know the meaning of this, asking if they intend to take the book from her by force. Larat, now holding the book triumphantly, claims with mock innocence that she was merely trying to enlighten Isnilda on where she stands. The venom finally seeps through her polite facade as she questions whether Miss Isnilda truly believed the Mage Tower would side with her, just because she managed to win over Edvan Saul and curry favor with Larat's grandfather. As if on cue, other cloaked figures emerge from the shadows, flanking Larat like sentinels, reinforcing her power. An older, stern-faced mage steps forward, addressing Isnilda coolly as Miss Ganchet. It informs her that a library is hardly the place for such commotions and coldly asks her to leave. The public humiliation stings, and Isnilda can only stare in shock. Larat agrees with feigned magnanimity, closing her eyes as if in deep thought. She states that she will do as he asks, adding that after all, Isnilda is somewhat of a disturbance. But as Larat turns to leave, Isnilda's hand shoots out, grabbing her arm in a surprisingly strong grip. Her voice is low but firm, stating that she doesn't believe she is the only one at fault here. Her eyes burn with a righteous fire, her chin held high. Larat's eyes widen in shock at the audacity. Isnilda continues, suggesting that they should both leave, seeing as Lady Larat was the one who started the confrontation. Just then, a smooth male cuts through the tension, offering to help set a good example for fellow mages, his words carrying a pointed weight as he mentioned Larat's status as the granddaughter of the Grand Mage. A murmur ripples through the onlookers. Larat looks flustered, the unexpected intervention clearly rattling her composure. She bites her lip in frustration, then yanks her arm free. With a bitter sneer, she concedes, saying, "Very well then, it is only fitting." The click of expensive shoes on the marble floor announces the arrival of the newcomer, a man with striking silver hair and a lavish purple ensemble. He remarks that he wondered what was drawing such a crowd, and now he sees it was two beauties. He smiles, adding that they meet again. His charming gaze is fixed on Isnilda as he declares their meeting must be fate, But Larat cuts in, her voice strained as she addresses him as brother. He turns to his sister, his smile turning teasingly cruel. He asks his adorable little sister what she could possibly be doing in this section of the library. He continues, his voice laced with condescension, stating he's quite certain the books here are about the visions of prominent noble families. He brings up hearing her whining to their grandfather again about wanting to join the family's vision presentation, and cruelly guesses she came running here after he told her to give up on the idea. He pats her head as if she were a child, telling her it's okay and that he understands. But his words are daggers as he reminds her that only the heir is permitted to use the family vision. He leans in, his voice a poisonous whisper, twisting the knife by pointing out that not only is she not the heir, but she also recently lost to Miss Isnelda, a mage of common birth. Isnelda looks up, startled by the accusation, and quickly clarifies that she and Lady Larat have never fought. Cyrano scoffs, launching into the humiliating tale. He reminds his sister of the Granche Foundation's fundraiser, where she performed her illusion spell as the proud representative of House Vincentos. But the very next day, the papers were filled not with her praise, but with glowing articles about Miss Isnelda and her illusion spell, completely eclipsing Larat's achievement. The memory of the headline flashes in Larat's mind, each word a fresh sting, a mage from the great Vincentus family, overshadowed by an insignificant mage of common birth. Cyrano leans even closer, his smile a grotesque parody of sympathy. He murmurs that he can't begin to imagine how devastated she must have been. But then his voice drops, dripping with false comfort, assuring her she has nothing to worry about, that no one would hold her responsible for bringing shame to their family. He asks if she knows why, his breath hot against her ear. It's because she is the precious baby of the family, he whispers, the words designed to strip her of any dignity she has left. Larat's face is a frozen mask of silent, seething rage. Without another word, she turns on her heel, muttering a clipped excuse to her brother that she must be going. She storms past Isnilda, deliberately bumping her shoulder hard in a final childish act of aggression. Pausing for a moment on the Grand Library walkway, she glances back, her eyes burning with an intense, terrifying hatred. Her lips form a silent, venomous curse, Isnelda Granche. Isnelda can only watch her go, a whirlwind of confusion and unease settling in her heart. Later, back at the Granche estate, Edvan paces his study, his frustration palpable. He slams a hand on his desk, wondering aloud what on earth Larat Vincentos' problem is. He can't believe Isnelda had to put up with that woman for 7 years. Isnelda, now in a simple white dress, stands by a bookshelf and tells him that it must have been difficult for him as well, admitting she had her own share of troubles during that time. She offers a theory, suggesting that the reason Lord Cyrano and Lady Larat are always so full of smiles is because they enjoy drinking Tito tea. Edvan is unfamiliar with the name. Isnelda explains that it's a tea all mages supposedly drink. Because humans lack complete control over their emotions, the very source of magic Tito tea helps amplify those emotions without much effort. She wonders aloud why the wealthy wouldn't just buy magic stones charged by others, then answers her own question. Perhaps she posits the Vincentos family drinks it because the tea itself is derived from a famed vision of their family, made from the leaves of an artificially grown plant. Edvan listens intently, musing that he'd never thought of Lady Larat as anything more than an acquaintance. He confesses that he always found something pitiful about her. He explains that while her magical abilities are impressive, rivaling even his own brothers, she has no chance of inheriting her family's title due to the Vincentos family's strict succession rules. Isnelda, reaching for a book on a high shelf, remarks that even so, it's no reason for Larat to take her frustrations out on others. Suddenly, Edvan moves, his footsteps silent as he closes the distance between them. He stands directly behind her, his presence warm and solid, and reaches up over her head, his hand easily closing around the book she was struggling to get. He's so close she can feel the heat radiating from his body, his arm brushing against her hair. The air grows thick, charged with an unspoken intimacy. Isnelda freezes, her breath catching in her throat as she looks up, her eyes wide with surprise at his sudden proximity. Looking down at her, a soft smile plays on his lips as he murmurs that he couldn't agree more. Her heart gives a loud thud against her ribs, the unexpected closeness making her feel flustered. He startled her. As if sensing her discomfort, he smoothly changes the subject, asking his Isha if she is free for the Feast of Romana. Still a little breathless, she places a hand on his arm to steady herself and confirms that she believes so. A slow, pleased smile spreads across his face, his eyes glinting with satisfaction as he declares that to be excellent. The Feast of Romana is a dazzling spectacle of light and life. The city square is alive with celebration, colorful banners strung between buildings as mages in dark cloaks soar through the bright blue sky. Isnelda, wrapped in a magnificent cloak the color of a twilight sky and spangled with embroidered stars, takes in the joyous scene. The entire city seems to be celebrating, gathered around a grand statue of a hooded mage in the central plaza. Her maid, Connie, bounces on her heels, pointing excitedly towards a vendor's stall. style. She explains that they're selling commemorative magic stones souvenirs made for special occasions. They are mass-produced and more affordable than regular magic stones, and while they don't contain any spells, they are infused with a bit of magic that makes them sparkle beautifully. Connie thinks the household staff would love them as gifts. Isnilda agrees it's a wonderful idea and asks the vendor for 30 stones. She picks out a lovely, faceted pink gem, a soft smile on her lips as she decides this one will be for Ed. Connie reminds her that she has an appointment to visit Edvan at his hotel, and cheekily tells her to go on and have fun while she waits. When Isnilda looks flustered, Connie giggles, playfully asking if she's not coming along. Covering her mouth, Connie teases that she can take a hint. Isnilda's face flushes a deep crimson as she sputters that it's not like that at all. Arriving at the opulent Hotel Leben, Isnilda steps inside and is immediately assaulted by a clamor of boisterous noise. A table of rough-looking men spots her. One shavry one to look, recognizing her as Isnilda Granchet, the princess of the Granchet family. Another bellows for the musicians to play something livelier. Before she can be swarmed, a strong arm wraps around her waist, pulling her protectively to someone's side. It's Edvan. He addresses the room with an easy authority, announcing that the princess needs to eat, that he will be answering questions on her behalf. He lays down 2 rules. Personal questions are to be kept to a minimum, and alcohol is forbidden. The men groan in disappointment, complaining that he's hogging her. Once they're seated at a table, Isnilda tells him quietly that she wasn't expecting a party when he asked if she was available. He gives her a wry smile, explaining that some people from the foundation wanted to organize a small get-together. A wave of disappointment washes over Isnilda. She thinks to herself that while she wasn't expecting a date, she certainly wasn't expecting this either. She manages a small, "Oh, I see." A heavy mug slams down onto their table with a thud, and a mountain of a man looms over them. He's dressed in revealing black leather straps, his hair pulled back in a tight ponytail, and a scar slices across his cheek. He looks Isnilda up and down with a critical eye, remarking that she's just skin and bones. Edvan quickly makes the introduction, telling Isha that this is Trobanique. Isnilda is momentarily taken aback by his imposing presence and bluntness. She recovers quickly, offering a polite greeting and saying it's a pleasure to meet him. He confirms he's the leader of the Blue Eagle Mercenary Company, his gaze intense as he states he wanted to see for himself the young Granchet who is trying to emulate her father. Edvan shifts nervously, asking what he thinks now that they've met. Isnilda flinches under the man's grim scrutiny. Trobanique's verdict is swift and brutal. She looks feeble. He then barks an order to a nearby server, demanding a plate of smoked ogre, a chicken salad, and a slice of octopus pie for the lady. He turns back to Isnilda, grabbing a bottle and asking what she'd possibly hoped to achieve with such a frail body. To her horror, he begins pouring a frothy beverage into her mug until it's overflowing, declaring that a woman should have a healthy appetite. He sets the bottle down, instructing her to finish every last bite because he'll be back later to check on her progress. Before stalking away, Edvan lets out an amused, slightly apologetic chuckle. He tells her not get personally, insisting that he's positive Trobanique likes her. Staring at the massive mug of ale, Isnilda thinks to herself that she's not so sure about that. Edvan leans in to explain. He reminds her of her offer to sponsor the orphans at the ball and reveals that no one was more against Mr. An's plan to present the children to the nobles than Trobanique. This, he says, is the mercenary's gruff way of showing his appreciation. He gestures to the room, explaining that the majority of the people here are orphans who are indebted to the Foundation. Just then, a young man with blonde hair throws an arm around Edvan's shoulders, shouting his name with excitement. He's quickly surrounded by old friends who tease him for leaving the Foundation after graduating and for already acting like a knight. Edvan just laughs, telling him it's not like that. From her seat, Isnilda watches the easy camaraderie. Edvan's eyes are soft with affection as he's pulled into their horseplay. A fond smile touches Isnilda's lips as she takes a sip from her mug. She thinks back to their childhood, finding it hard to believe this confident man is the same boy who used to follow her around everywhere. Sometime later, the world is swaying gently around Isnilda. Edvan notices, asking with concern if she's had too many drinks. He suggests they get some fresh air. She waves a hand dismissively, insisting she's not intoxicated. With a mischievous giggle, she reaches out and ruffles his hair, affectionately calling him an idiot. Her touch is light and playful. Edvan looks up at her, completely stunned, a faint blush creeping up his neck as he lets out a confused, "Huh?" Isnilda rises to her feet, grabbing her starry cloak, pats his head one last time, telling him to wait there like a good boy while she goes to get some air, leaving him looking utterly bewildered. The door clicks shut behind her. She steps out onto a balcony, the cool night air a welcome relief. Looking up at the breathtaking, star-dusted canvas of the night sky, she wonders at its beauty, asking herself if this, too, is another vision. She reaches into a pocket of her cloak, pulling out a small, familiar case. Inside are the glasses that show the wearer their greatest fear. She recalls Connie's terrified reaction and smirks, thinking they should give Mr. Arjun a good fright. Her smile fades as she thinks that truly thought he would have returned by now. A soft whirring sound pulls her from her thoughts. Her earring, a magical communication device, is glowing. She touches it to activate it, announcing herself. A voice, achingly familiar, comes through the connection, telling her it's been too long. It's Mr. Argent. Her breath hitches. She asks if he's returned from his travels, but he tells her he's still away on business investigating the disappearance of a subordinate. The mana flow has only just stabilized enough for him to make a brief call. Staring out at the twinkling lights of the city, she takes a chance. She asks if she may ask him a question. After he agrees, she gathers all her courage. The words pour out of her, laced with years of pent-up hurt. She asks why he couldn't have left her with even a sliver of hope. Why couldn't he have given her a reason for his departure, or assured her that one day he would return? He could have simply told her to wait for him. Her hand clenches into a fist at her side. She begs him for an answer, any answer, even if it's a lie. His reply is quiet and devastatingly simple. He thought it was the best course of action at the time. Her shoulders slump. She asks if that's the only reason. He promises to answer her question properly upon his return. He then apologizes for ending the call so abruptly, explaining that he cannot use the communication stone for long. With a final "until we speak again," the earring blinks and goes silent. She lowers her hand, an empty feeling blooming in her chest. What was she even hoping to hear? She wonders, her heart heavy as she gazes into the vast, indifferent night sky. Suddenly, brilliant flash of light erupts from the town square below, startling her. She rushes to the railing, peering down into the darkness, her mind racing. She was sure she saw a flash coming from the statue. Rubbing her eyes, she wonders if the drink has made her see things. But down below, the ground begins to tremble. The massive stone statue rumbles violently. Deep cracks spiderwebbing across its surface before it splits apart and crumbles into dust. From the wreckage, a monstrous figure emerges, a demon with massive, twisted horns and eyes that burn like malevolent red embers. It is a creature of nightmare. A horrifying, inhuman screech echoes through the festive square, silencing the music and laughter in an instant. From her vantage point on the balcony, Isnelda stares down in absolute horror, her blood running cold as she recognized the creature. A menos. 30 minutes earlier, a frantic servant through the halls of a lavish party, desperately calling for Lady Larat. Larat, looking every bit the elegant noblewoman with a glass of champagne in hand, turned as the out-of-breath servant reached her, panting that Lord Cyrano urgently wished to see her. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face, but she asked if something had happened to her brother. The servant insisted there was no time to explain, urging her to hurry as there was little time left before the presentation of the visions. Alarm bells went off in Larat's head, her expression clouding with worry. She arrived at a heavy wooden door, which creaked open ominously. Inside, Cyrano stood with his back to her. She asked what was so urgent that he had to see her. He spun around, his face a mask of pure rage. He snarled, asking if it was her. He lunged forward, grabbing her arm in a painful grip, his voice a furious hiss as he accused her of taking it, insisting he was certain she did. She recoiled, the stench of alcohol on his breath making her stomach turn. She asked incredulously if he had been drinking. He flinched, defensively claiming he'd only had a few sips to calm his nerves. Shoving her away, he roared that it wasn't important. He did a trembling finger at her, demanding she admit that she stole the vision stone. Larat's blood ran cold. She stared at him in horror, asking if he meant to say he'd lost the Enchanted vision stone, the one he was meant to present today. She shrieked that the stone was their family's treasure, demanding to know how he could lose something so important. He frantically shushed her, terrified that their grandfather would find out. He refused to accept responsibility, accusing her of feigning innocence. He reminded her that only the two of them were permitted to enter this room. He was convinced she must have taken it just to spite him. Larat was aghast. She demanded to know why she would ever take the stone, pointing out that it wasn't as if she could participate in the presentation in his place. She would have to be mad to do something, but he was beyond reason, screaming that it had to be her, that she had always wanted to replace him as heir, and that no one else could have possibly taken it. Then, a horrible thought struck Larat. Her eyes widened, and a jolt of realization shot through Cyrano. She asked him, her voice dangerously quiet, if he took the stone with him when he went out drinking. Her voice rose with fury as she demanded to know why he would do something so reckless. Was it to flaunt his status as heir and show off the shiny new vision? He looked trapped, asking if she had lost her mind before stammering that it wasn't his fault. Larat snapped that this was no time for finger-pointing. They had to inform their grandfather immediately and begin a search. But as she turned to go, Cyrano's hand shot out, grabbing her arm in a desperate, vice-like grip. His face was pale with terror. He pleaded with her not to tell, whimpering that their grandfather would cast him out if he knew. He wasn't lenient with him the way he was with her. The ugly truth crashed down on Larat, and she whispered, "So that's why." Cyrano's eyes glowed with a desperate, manic light. He begged her, his voice cracking, to take the blame for him. Just this once, he pleaded. Her world tilted on its axis. The thought was sickening, impossible. Her, the immaculate princess, the prestigious Vincento's family, branded a common thief? It could not be. With a surge of adrenaline, she ripped her arm from his grasp. She gritted her teeth, her voice a low, dangerous growl. She would not allow it. But if not her, then who? Her mind raced, a frantic, desperate search for a scapegoat, for someone else to take the fall. An image flashed through her mind, the face of the commoner who had humiliated her, the upstart had stolen her spotlight. Isnelda Grancher. At the same moment, a devious glint appeared in Serrano's eyes. He whispered the name like a prayer and a curse. Isnelda Grancher. He suggested that perhaps Ashik could be their thief. A slow, dark smile spread across Larat's lips. The despair in her eyes was replaced by a terrifying, malevolent glow as she seized upon the wicked, brilliant plan. The accusation hangs in the air, sharp and cold as a shard of glass. Serrano's voice, dripping with venom, names Isnelda Grancher as the thief. The words strike Larat like a physical blow, and a choked gasp escapes her lips. She can only stammer a disbelieving what, her mind reeling. Her brother Serrano, however, is a portrait of sinister calm, his hands clasped as he lays out his twisted logic. He urges Larat to think, his voice a low hiss. He reminds him that only 2 people outside their family have ever laid eyes on the Enchanted vision. With Sir Noah conveniently away on business, Serrano's finger of blame points to only one person. But Larat, his face a mask of distress, refuses to believe it. He argues that Mrs. Nelda didn't even accept his invitation that day. He presses his fingers to his throbbing temple, his voice cracking as he questions how she could have possibly stolen the vision if she wasn't even present. Serrano's lips curl into a cruel smile. He counters that she must have simply ordered someone else to do it on her behalf, a suggestion that makes Larat's blood run cold. He continues his poison-laced tirade, painting Isnelda as a calculating schemer. He claims she's shown an obsessive interest in visions, even visiting the Grand Library to study them, a strange hobby for a newly awakened mage. He insists she must have overheard the password when he foolishly demonstrated the vision to her. His voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper as he asks why else a simple commoner would dare to reject an invitation from the prestigious Vincenta's family. The answer, he declares with chilling certainty, is that she didn't want them to suspect her. A triumphant, ugly smirk spreads across his face. A sharp, disbelieving laugh escapes Larat's lips, but it's quickly drowned out by Serrano's own booming, maniacal laughter. She stammers his name, her voice trembling. He confirms her fears with a sickeningly sweet smile, his eyes alight with a feverish glow. He spits that the lowly wench was behind it all, and they must hunt her down at once. Larat grabs his arm, her knuckles white. She asks what he means, her heart hammering against her ribs as she wonders if he intends to report this to the royal army. Serrano laughs at her naivety, stating that of course he wouldn't. The royal army, he sneers, cannot be moved without concrete evidence. Instead, he declares with a chilling finality, they will use their own private army. He is certain, he says, that evidence will conveniently present itself once she is in their custody. A shadow passes over his face as he adds that if it doesn't, well, he has always been rather inventive. Larat cries out for him to wait, her plea lost in his haste. Panic claws at her throat. She demands to know how he can arrest Isnelda when he has no idea where she is. Serrano's smile is predatory. He informs her that Isnelda is at the Hotel Lebanon. He has his own eyes within the Grancher Foundation. He pats head condescendingly, remarking that her little head can be useful at times, before dismissing her to return to their guests. He will handle everything from here. He turns and dashes away. Larat calls after him, her mind screaming, eyes in the Foundation. But the Foundation was a financial partner of the Mage Tower. How could this be? Her cries of his name echo unanswered in the grand hall as he disappears down the staircase. Larat is left alone, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A wave of suffocating regret crashes over her. What has she done? She clutches the fabric of her dress, her knuckles white. She thinks she must have lost her mind for a moment. This was never what she wanted. A fierce resolve hardens her features. She has to stop him. She whirls around, her voice ringing with authority as she calls for Victor. Her loyal knight emerges from the shadows, bowing his head and asking for her command. She orders him to go to the Hotel Lebanon at once and find Isnelda Grancher. But Victor hesitates, reminding her that his duty is to protect her, Lady Larat. A furious, desperate rage erupts from within her. She shrieks, her voice raw with fury, asking if he dares to defy her, if he too is looking down on her now. Her knight immediately bows his head in submission, his voice filled with remorse as he begs her forgiveness. She doesn't have time for apologies. She just screams at him to go now. In the ensuing chaos, the city streets become a living nightmare. A horrifying screech tears through the air as a demonic, horned Menon with glowing eyes materializes from the shadows. Its monstrous claws shred through the very fabric of reality, shattering the evening peace into a million terrified screams. From a hotel balcony, Isnelda watches the pandemonium unfold, her heart pounding with a sickening dread. This wasn't right. The Enchanted vision was supposed to be a demonstration, not a citywide massacre. She wonders why they would unleash it in such a crowded area, a cold knot of fear tightening in her stomach. These Menons, they felt different, more real and infinitely more terrifying than the stone creature she'd faced before. As a hulking beast lands with a ground-shaking thud, the horrifying truth dawns on her. These weren't visions, they were real menons. Panic erupts as people scream and flee for their lives. A small child, her face streaked with tears, runs as fast as her little legs can carry her. Her foot snags on the uneven cobblestones. She stumbles, falling hard onto the cold ground. Her tear-filled eyes look up in pure, unadulterated terror. Her breath catches in her throat. A colossal, horned menon looms over her small, trembling body, its shadow a harbinger of death. The monster's clawed hand descends, snatching the child from the ground as if she were a mere doll. Isnelda gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. She can't just stand here, she has to do something. She dashes forward. Her mind races, logic battling against the rising tide of panic. An ordinary person stood no chance against a menon. The child's desperate cries for help echo in the air, freezing Isnelda in her tracks. All around her, people are screaming, running, consumed by chaos. Her heart thumps violently against the balcony railing, a frantic drumbeat of fear. But in that moment of terror, a new feeling emerges, resolve. Her fear hardens into determination. She knows what must be done. The only one who can stop a menon is a mage. Raising her hand, she focuses her will, the ancient words of a spelling from her lips. She chants for a levitation spell, and a soft purple light begins to swirl around her fingertips. The magic surges forth, wrapping around the menon's massive hands. The creature lurches, roaring in confusion and rage as an unseen force preys at its grip. Its claws loosen, and the little girl plummets towards the unforgiving street below. The menon slams its other fist into the ground in frustration, missing its target. Isnelda doesn't hesitate. Chanting another spell, she leaps from the balcony, a whirlwind of brilliant blue magic propelling her through the air like a shooting star. She soars, surrounded by an ethereal glow and shimmering feathers of light, her arms outstretched. With grace and precision, she catches the falling child, her long hair streaming behind her like a banner. For a breathtaking moment, she is an avenging angel, wings of pure light unfurling from her back as she cradles the girl protectively. Descending gently back to the chaos below, she lands softly, her eyes blazing with a fierce, protective fire. The child's mother rushes forward, scooping her daughter into a tearful embrace. Isnelda stands amidst the carnage, her mind trying to process the impossible scene unfolding across the entire estate. As her feet touch the ground, questions spiral in her mind. What was happening? The menon at the Vincentos was a mere statue, an illusion. It couldn't have been real, so why were real menons suddenly tearing Tebeth apart? A chilling realization dawns on her. The stone creatures didn't attack people. Whoever did this, they had completely insane to use a vision for such a dark purpose. Her eyes widen in horror. The menon she had attacked roars, pushing itself back to its feet. A sickening series of cracks echoes as massive, leathery wings burst from its back. It lets out a piercing screech. Isnelda's heart plummets. It had wings. A cold wave of panic washes over her. She hadn't memorized a single offensive spell yet. With a powerful downbeat of its new wings, the monster launches itself into the sky. It flies directly towards the balcony she had just abandoned. Her eyes widen. It was coming for her. She scrambles to remember the words for a barrier spell, her mind a frantic blur. As she closes her eyes to focus, a memory flashes behind her eyelids. Ed, his voice soft, telling her to call Amisha. His determined face appears in her mind's eye, his words echoing in her memory. Only magic could bring down a menon, which was why he had to go. Her eyes snap open as the monster's screech rips her back to the terrifying present. It's bearing down on her, a winged nightmare against the twilight sky. She gasps, stumbling backward. Its grotesque face fills her vision, jaws open in a silent roar. She throws her arms up, bracing for the inevitable impact. But instead of crushing claws, there is a brilliant flash of steel. A blade, glowing with an otherworldly light, slices through the air, stopping the menon in its tracks. A figure in a dark, billowing cloak lands between her and the beast. It's Ed. The menon dissolves into dust before it can even touch him. Isnelda breathes his name, a wave of relief so powerful it almost buckles her knees. He turns to her, his expression grim, and calls her by the name only he uses, Isha. He orders her to get inside, now his voice a low, urgent command. Without waiting for a reply, he launches himself back into the fight, his magical sword a blur of light and fury as he cuts down another monster. He stands as a lone guardian against the tide of darkness, his blade glowing fiercely. Isnelda stares for a moment, stunned, before shaking herself out of her stupor. She tells herself to pull it together. While Ed fought, she had to get the innocent civilians to safety. She quickly begins herding the terrified guests inside, her voice calm and commanding despite the tremor in her hands. Outside, a desperate battle rages as knights and mages join forces against the demonic horde. Back inside the relative safety of the hotel, Isnelda calls out, checking to see if anyone else is left. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on her arm. She spins around to find a man in a hooded cloak. It's Mr. Rojan. She asks what he's doing there, her guard immediately up. A sly smirk plays on his lips as he explains that he, too, works for the Foundation and had come for the gathering. He comments on his terrible, or perhaps perfect timing, just as the entire building begins to rumble violently. As the hotel quakes, Isnelda looks up in alarm, fearing a collapse. Rojan, however, seems unconcerned, reassuring her that Noah had cast a protective barrier around the building. But his calm demeanor does nothing to soothe her fear as the ceiling continues to crumble. She presses him, asking what good a barrier is if the building itself gives way. He merely hums, suggesting that evacuation would then be their only choice. Just then, a deafening bang echoes from the balcony. Isnelda's blood runs cold. That was where Ed was fighting. Crying out his name, she ignores Rojan and rushes towards the sound. She bursts onto the balcony, her heart in her throat calling for Ed. But it's not Ed who greets her. It's Victor, Lady Larat's knight. He looks frantic, telling her they must leave at once. Isnelda is bewildered, demanding to know why he's there and where his lady is. He explains that Lady Larat herself ordered him to protect Isnelda. He reaches for her arm, but she recoils. Suspicion, sharp and bitter, floods her senses. She accuses him of using the chaos as a cover to entrap her, just like before. Victor desperately tries to explain, swearing he is only there to protect her on Lady Larat's command. But his words are cut short by a brutal slash of a magical blade. His eyes go wide with shock and pain. Isnelda watches in frozen horror as Ed stands over him, his sword dripping with malevolent purple light. Victor cries out in agony. Isnelda can only stare, her mind unable to comprehend the scene. Victor's body collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. Ed, panting heavily, looks at the fallen knight and mutters in disbelief that he thought he was a Menon. Snapping out of her shock, Isnelda rushes to Victor's side, telling Ed they need to patch him up immediately. But as she reaches for the wound, she freezes. There's no blood. A horrifying suspicion takes root in her mind. She whispers a negation spell, and a brilliant light flashes from Victor's body. Under the spell's influence, the knight's form begins to swell and warp unnaturally. Ed stares, speechless, as the man he just cut down transforms. The body of Victor shrinks, clothes melting away to reveal a teddy bear. Isnelda stares at the plush toy lying on the cold stone. A teddy bear. Her mind whirls. Had someone used magic to transform it? Reaching to a tear in the fabric, her fingers brush against a piece of paper. She pulls out a small scroll, a rune. Her eyes scan the fragmented words, her blood turning to ice. Ashen Kurar. And Kurar, the vision. She rips the bear open, and Ed cries out her name in alarm, grabbing her wrist to pull her back. But it's too late. A burst of dark energy explodes from the toy, which rapidly grows and mutates into a grotesque, winged Menon. Isnelda screams as the monster unfurls before them. Ed reacts instantly, drawing his sword and charging forward with a furious battle cry. But before his blade can connect, a new voice chants a spell. Vicious, thorny vines erupt from the floor, ensnaring the Menon and binding it tightly. A hooded figure runs onto the balcony, her voice trembling with desperation. It's Larat. She screams at them not to kill Victor. Panting, she pulls the glowing rune from the struggling monster. As the magic is removed, the Menon shrinks back into a simple teddy bear, which she clutches to her chest as if it were a lifeline. Isnelda watches, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with horrifying clarity. She heard it. Larat had definitely called the monster Victor. Isnelda remembers how the creature had frozen when she'd screamed its name, and how Larat had then carefully placed the rune back inside the doll. A sharp, throbbing pain shoots through Isnelda's head. She turns to Larat, her voice dangerously quiet. She tells her to explain herself. Larat looks up, her eyes wide and fearful. Isnelda's voice is devoid of pity. She informs her that the man she loves is gone, so there is no need to play coy. Isnelda had sent Ed away on purpose, knowing Larat would never speak freely in his presence. Now, with the city in flames below, she asks if this chaos was her doing or her brother's. Larat frantically denies everything, swearing she had nothing to do with it. She babbles that she isn't even the family heir, and that her grandfather is surely working on a solution. Isnelda leans in, her expression contemptuous. For someone who isn't the heir, she muses. She wonders how Larat managed to create something like this. Larat flinches away, shrieking at Isnelda to keep her hands to herself. Isnelda's patience shatters. She grabs the princess by her collar, her eyes blazing. She roars at her to start talking, declaring that she saw the Achankru rune with her own eyes. She demands to know how Larat used a vision reserved for the family head, and why a Menon was hidden inside that bear. Isnelda lets her go, the answer already forming in her mind. She guesses that Larat didn't create a new life, but merely imbued an existing soul into the doll. She looks down at the pathetic, weeping girl, remarking that she's amazed the Vincent's family is capable of such large-scale magic. Larat's pride flares through her tears. She screams that Isnelda is wrong, that her grandfather's vision is far superior to this flimsy attempt. Suddenly, a weak, muffled voice speaks from the teddy bear. It calls out to Lady Larat. It's Victor's voice. He calls her name again. The bear tells her that she is an exceptional mage, truly worthy of leading the Vincentus family. Larat begs him to stop, to not strain himself. The voice from the bear continues, filled with an aching sadness. He confesses that he failed her. He failed to ensnare Isnelda and failed to bring her a knight worthy of protecting her. He whispers that he has brought her only sadness when she deserves only happiness, and for that, he begs her forgiveness, his words a final, heartbreaking testament to his devotion as Larat collapses in on herself, clutching the bear that holds the soul of the man she loves. The city bleeds under a bruised, violet sky as a figure slices through the air, landing with a screech of leather boots on stone paving. Edvan's blade is a blur of silver, cleaving through the monstrous forms of the menons that have infested the palace grounds. From a high balcony, Isnelda watches the brutal dance below, her knuckles white against the cold stone railing. A knot of dread tightens in her stomach. She wonders how there can still be so many of them. Surely they should have made a dent in their numbers by now. It's as if they just keep coming, an endless, suffocating tide of monsters. Her mind races, desperation clawing at her throat. There must be a way to stop them all at once. Beside her, Lady Larat trembles, clutching a worn teddy bear to her chest like a shield. She can't believe they were using real menons for the vision they boasted so much about, her voice a fragile whisper against the chaos. Isnelda's gaze remains fixed on the battle, her thoughts a whirlwind of logic and fear. There had to be a limit to how long this vision could last. Is finite, after all. The perpetrator couldn't possibly keep this up forever. The idea that a single spell had thrown the entire city into chaos is staggering. Her eyes drift to the teddy bear in Larat's arms, and then it hits her, a jolt of pure, electric realization. A single spell? That's it! Nullification! She grabs Larat by the shoulders, her voice and sharp. She explains that they can nullify the spell by adding DE to the front of the incantation. Larat's face pales, her entire body shaking with a violent tremor. She stammers that she can't enact the vision without the magic stone. Her voice cracks as she explains the spell was intentionally designed for security reasons, so that only the holder of the magic stone is able to use it. Isnelda's heart sinks. She presses Larat, asking how long the incantation is. The answer is a death knell, long enough to fill half a book. Larat's eyes narrow with suspicion, demanding to know how Isnelda could possibly have that information. She accuses Isnelda of speaking as if she had seen the sacred scroll herself. Larat flushes, stammering, unable to form a coherent denial. Isnelda leans in, her voice low and intense, asking if Larat still remembers the spell well enough to recite it. Shaking her head frantically, Larat insists she can't remember it at all, claiming it's been too long since she used it to create her beloved doll, Victor. But Isnelda sees through the lie. At some point, Larat must have memorized the entire spell. Hope, fierce and desperate, ignites within Isnelda. She asks Larat a simple question. How much mana does she need? Larat is bewildered, but Isnelda clarifies, her voice steely with determination enough mana to counteract the vision. The scale of the task is terrifying. How much mana would it take to cast a nullification spell over the entire city? The very thought seems to cast a shadow over the world. Without another word, Isnelda empties her pockets, a cascade of shimmering jewels clattering into her hands. She tells Larat that they are commemorative magic stones. They may be cheap trinkets, but they still contain mana. She knows it's been a long time, but she's sure Larat can do it. Larat recoils as if burned, crying that she can't. What if she makes a mistake? All this precious mana would be wasted. She adds weakly that not even her grandfather knows the spell by heart. And if word got out that she read the scroll reserved only for the heir, Isnelda's patience snaps. She roars that that's enough. Her voice rings with fury and authority as she demands to know if Larat is a mage of the noble Vincento's family or not. Her family constantly boasts of their greatness, so she must take responsibility for the trouble she has caused. Larat freezes, her eyes wide with terror. Seeing her fear, Isnelda's tone shifts to one of command. She tells Larat to listen. There is an evacuation shelter inside the main building of Hotel Lebanon. Edvan is guarding it, so it will be safe. She instructs Larat to have the people form a human shield around her, and to start the incantation as soon as possible. But Larat whispers that these few stones won't be enough. Isnelda promises to get more, asking how many she'll need. Larat's is barely audible as she stammers a number 300, no 400, maybe even more. Isnelda's closes over Larat a firm, reassuring grip. It's possible then. She pulls the other woman along, announcing they are going to Hotel Lebanon. Larat is stunned by Isnelda's composure, asking how she can be so calm when she only recently became a mage. Isnelda pauses, letting out a single, shaky breath. She turns, her eyes blazing with an almost feral light. She informs Larat that she is anything but calm. Her voice drops to a dangerous whisper, telling Larat to start running and stop whining, because it's making her want to slap her. They sprint across the courtyard, the sounds of battle echoing around them. A monstrous shadow lunges, but they don't stop, their feet pounding against the stone. As she runs, Isnelda's mind is a chaotic storm. She knows the mage tower will eventually handle this, so why is she dragging Larat around instead of just waiting for them? In this maelstrom of fear and adrenaline, she finds herself thinking of him. What would Mr. Arjun do? A level-headed man like him would have a plan. The truth is, she's scared, and in her fear she can't help but wish he were here. She doesn't need him to do anything special. She just needs to stay by her side, just like that time at the Vincento's residence. A fleeting memory of them sitting quietly together surfaces, a stark contrast to the current horror. A bitter thought crosses her mind. Why is he always absent at times like these? She shoves the thought away, forcing her legs to move faster. Suddenly, she skids to a halt, her blue cloak billowing around her as she calls out a name into her communication earring, Melfa. Her mind is clear now. Fighting the Menons one by one is pointless. They have to transform them all back to their original forms at the same time. Melfa's voice crackles through, asking where she is. Inside, Mel finds Lady Larat cowering in a corner, trembling and clutching her bear, and wonders why on earth she is here. Isnelda's voice comes through, crisp and commanding. She orders Melfa and Connie to come out with 2 bodyguards each, and to bring along anyone else and willing. She promises to pay them well and guide them along the safest route from her vantage point. Melfa, confused but obedient, asks what she is planning to do. Isnelda's reply is audacious. She is going to purchase all the commemorative magic stones available in the city. Meanwhile, in the opulent halls of the Vincento's estate, the door to the study slams open. Lord Vincento's, his face a mask of thunderous rage, demands that Cyrano explain himself. He roars, asking what Cyrano means by their vision stone being stolen. Cyrano bows low, his voice with false shame. He begs for forgiveness, claiming it is all his fault and that he has failed the house as its heir. Lord Vincento's bellows, demanding to know how he could let such a thing happen. Cyrano looks up, a venomous story already on his lips. He was blinded, he claims, by that wicked wench. He spins a masterful lie, a tapestry of deceit painting Isnelda Grantchester as a seductress who lured him in, pressuring him into showing her the vision stone until he eventually gave in to her wiles. The old lord grabs his head, calling his grandson a worthless fool. Cyrano hides a triumphant smirk. With the presentation looming, they would have to choose another vision, and he would deal with this matter later. Just then, a servant bursts into the room, his face pale with panic. He cries out that there's a problem. The stone statues, placed throughout the city for the presentation, have transformed into Menons and are attacking civilians. The color drains from the faces of both Lord Vincento's and Cyrano, their world crumbling around them. Back at the hotel, Larat is led up a grandstand staircase, her mind a prison of regret. What on earth had she gotten herself into? She should have just denied knowing anything. She should have never read that vision in the first place. All she ever wanted was a doll. A doll to do her bidding, a loyal companion that would never betray her, especially not after she'd been passed over in the line of succession. Melfa leads her to a quiet room, informing her that she will guard the door while Mrs. Nelda procures more stones. With a final, pointed look, Melfa tells her she trusts Larat won't let them down before the door shut, sealing her inside. Alone in the oppressive darkness, Larat's strength gives out. She slumps to the floor, broken doll herself. The magic stones spill from her cloak, clattering onto the plush carpet. Her hand trembles as she reaches for them. Panic sets in, cold and suffocating. How could they expect so much of her? She had only used the spell once, and that was years ago. One mistake, one tiny slip, and it would all be over. A memory of her grandfather's kind face floats into her mind, his voice telling her that her only duty was to grow into a healthy and enchanting young woman. He was right, she thinks, tears welling in her eyes. She should have remained his sweet little Laro. She sees now that he was only protecting her from hardships, shielding her. All she would ever know is happiness. It was so childish of her to be jealous of Cyrano and his vision. She had no idea that being a mage of the Vincento's family would be such a heavy, crushing burden to bear. Suddenly, a small, stammering voice cuts through her despair, calling her name. A tear escapes, tracing a path down her cheek as she looks up. "Victor," she breathes, her gaze falling upon the teddy bear. The bear's voice, a voice only she can hear, fills her mind with strength. It tells her she is the most qualified to become the head of the family, that she is an exceptional mage. Her hand clenches into a fist. Isnelda's fiery words echo in her memory. Are you a mage of the noble Vincento's family or not? A brilliant, swirling vortex of purple mana erupts around her as she begins to chant. Her eyes, once filled with fear, now burn with a furious resolve. "All right, fine," she screams in the empty room. "I'll do it." On the hotel balcony, the situation has grown dire. A swarm of monsters surges towards the building. Isnelda watches in horror, noting that it seems more and more monsters are heading in their direction. Edvan lands beside her, calling her name. He asks how their numbers are increasing so rapidly. She admits she doesn't know, but it seems they're following orders, swarming this very building. He wonders why. He speculates that since affluent people frequent the hotel, perhaps the creatures are drawn to their lavish attire. But as he speaks, a different theory forms in his mind. He tells her it's unusual for Menons to attack people at random. They always mark and pursue a single target. Someone must be controlling them, like a puppet master pulling strings. He concludes it must be whoever stole the Vincento's family stone. Isnelda agrees, adding her own chilling analysis. Even if someone stole the vision, they would still need the password and an immense amount of mana to cast a spell over an entire city. This, she says, controlling hundreds of menons and directing them to a single location, is far beyond the skills of an ordinary mage. Her eyes widen as the terrifying truth dawns on her. This wasn't random chaos. This was a meticulously planned act of terror. Edvan notices his sword is no longer glowing. He tells her to stay put while he goes back down to thin their numbers. As he turns to leave, she stops him, her voice soft, asking him to bend down for a bit. He looks at her, confused. She reaches out, her fingers gently touching the hilt of his sword. His breath catches in his throat as he asks what she's doing. And then she leans in, her lips pressing against his cheek in a soft, fleeting kiss. His wine-red eyes go wide with shock, his entire body freezing as he tries to process what just happened. Under the starry sky, her hand remains on his sword, and a warm, brilliant light begins glow, pulsing with her mana. The sword is fully charged, radiating power. Isnelda pulls back, her expression all business. She tells him his magic stone is all charged now, so he should be going. Edvan, still reeling, moves like a stiff ottoman, bumping his way over the railing before leaping down. He glances back one last time, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. Once he's gone, Isnelda raises a hand and slaps her own face, a sharp sting to clear her head. She mutters to herself to snap out of it. She insists she only did that because it was the fastest way to recharge the stone. Now is not the time for such distractions. Her efforts are paying off. Reports are coming in that 1,000 magic stones have been delivered to Lady Larat. But Isnelda knows it's not enough. Larat is inexperienced, and she needs to have enough mana to try twice or even 3 times to succeed. She resolves to focus on finding more stones. As she paces the length of the balcony, a deep rumbling sound shakes the foundation. A jagged crack splits the stone beneath her feet. The world gives way, and with a terrified cry, Isnelda plummets into the darkness below. Panic seizes her as she falls, her mind screaming to cast a levitation spell. But before she can, a dark shape pushes past, plunging after her. Far away, in a dark forest, Noah Argent's boot snaps a twig. He and his men move through the trees under the cloak of night. He taps his communication earring, but there's only silence. One of his men rushes towards him, urging Sir Noah to come and see something. Noah turns, and his calm facade shatters, his eyes widening in horror at the scene before him. A mutilated body lies on the forest floor. The man reports that the face is unidentifiable, but appears to be a woman. Noah kneels beside the corpse, his expression grim. He says he doesn't think this is the person they are looking for. His sharp eyes notice a horrific detail. Her fingers have been severed. This was no wild beast. This was a deliberate act of cruelty. He orders his men to take the body to Tebeth for identification. Just then, another scout arrives, a torch held high, announcing that he thinks they've found him. They follow him to a small, dilapidated shed hidden deep in the woods. As Noah steps inside, a man points a trembling finger into the darkness. The sight that greets him is sickening. A man is chained to a chair, his body a canvas of bruises and blood, a crimson splatter painting the wall behind him. Noah orders his mage to use whatever magic he can to heal the captive. The mage confirms the man is still breathing and begins the healing spell. As the green light of magic fills the shed, a chilling realization dawns on Noah. They kept him alive on purpose. But why? The answer hits him like a physical blow, stealing the air from his lungs. It was a trap. Come here. And in that instant, a single name flashes through his mind, a beacon of terror, Isnelda. Back at the hotel, Isnelda is still falling, the wind whipping at her hair. Just as she prepares to cast her spell, a calm voice calls out the single word, "Float." A swirl of protective magic erupts around her, cushioning her fall. A strong arm wraps around her waist, plucking her from the air. She finds herself held securely in the arms of a man in a dark, hooded cloak. He tells her she should be more careful, miss. He pulls back his hood, revealing a warm, familiar smile. Isnelda's eyes widen in recognition and relief as she breathes his name, Mr. Rodian. A man's voice, gentle and familiar, drifts down to her. It's Mr. Rodian. Isnelda's head snaps up, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and panic. She demands to know where he's been, her voice trembling slightly as she explains that Connie had been frantic, searching for him at the shelter. She tells him she was outside, helping the others deal with the monstrous menons, feeling it was her duty as a mage of the Granche Foundation. He questions this, a playful disbelief in his tone, saying he didn't recall seeing her from the balcony. She tries to explain that she tends to work unnoticed. It's become a habit of sorts. It's only then that the warmth of his arms registers, the strange intimacy of being held bridal style in the midst of chaos. A hot blush creeps up her neck, and stammers, asking Mr. Rodian if he could please put her down now. A small, knowing smile touches his lips, and he tells her that he's afraid he can't do that. The words hang in the air, chilling her to the bone. She stares at him, utterly bewildered, asking him to repeat himself. He doesn't answer. Instead, he speaks a single name, a name that doesn't belong to her, Floytina. In the next instant, the world tilts. With a powerful gust of magic, he leaps into the air, clutching her tightly against his chest. The ground disappears beneath them. They soar through the night sky, a dark silhouette against the full moon, leaving the chaos of the city far below. He holds her close, the wind whipping her hair across her face, and explains that there are people after her, that they aren't out of the woods yet. People are after her? Her mind reels, struggling to make sense of it all. A memory of Larat surfaces, her face pale with worry, warning Isnelda to be wary of her brother. Larat was the only one she'd told about Serrano's vision. What could this possibly mean? Rodion's voice cuts through her panicked thoughts. He explains that a number of mages had planned to take advantage of the mayhem to capture her, but he has already dealt with them all. Dealt with them? A knot of dread tightens in her stomach. She asks him how, her voice barely a whisper. His expression is unnervingly calm as he replies that he killed them, of course. The casual cruelty of his words steals the air from her lungs. She demands to know if it was really necessary to kill them, whoever they were. He scoffs, explaining that with the city in its current state, it was easy to make their deaths look like the work of the Menons. He then asks if she'd like to see for herself, gesturing to the street below. Her gaze follows, and a strangled gasp escapes her lips. A man lies crumpled on the cobblestones, a dark, viscous pool of blood spreading from his back. The moment his feet touch the ground, Isnelda shoves away from him, demanding he put her down. She rushes to the fallen man's side, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Kneeling, she hovers a trembling hand over his mouth. A faint breath ghosts against her skin. He's alive. A wave of dizzying relief washes over her. But the relief is shattered by the sound of mocking, hysterical laughter echoing through the empty street. She whirls around, her eyes flashing with fury to see Rodion doubled over, laughing as if he's just heard the world's greatest joke. He wipes a tear from his eye, a cruel smirk twisting his lips, and asks if she actually believed him. Rising to her feet, she trembles with rage, demanding to know if he thinks a man's life is something to joke about. He becomes serious then, explaining that he normally would have just killed them, but he spared them this time to avoid trouble with the Mage Tower. Noads is an exceptionally thorough man. He continues, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, that Noah's especially thorough when it comes to her safety. He asks her, his eyes glinting, if Mr. Argent ordered him to kill anyone who attempts to harm her, just like he ordered Rodion to sever Miss Fitz's fingers. The blood drains from her face. How could he? The words are a silent, shattered scream in her mind. The image of Noah, her protector, her confident cracks and splinters into 1,000 pieces. A sudden, blinding pain lances through her skull. Her vision distorts, the world twisting into a nauseating blur. It's happening again, that awful headache. Through the haze, Rodion's voice asks if she's all right. She forces herself upright, mumbling a weak yes, but her body betrays her. In a brilliant flash, a pillar of golden light erupts from the ground, a powerful magical barrier blazing between them. Isnelda stares at her own glowing hands, stunned by the raw power flowing from her. The barrier is a sign. In the distance, she can see the other mages fighting in beautiful, deadly unison, their spells of light and ice and lightning weaving a tapestry of destruction against the Menons. She did it. A faint smile touches her lips as Larat's voice echoes in her memory, filled with tearful pride, saying she knew Isnelda would remember the coordinated attack. With newfound resolve, Isnelda turns her back on the man trapped behind her barrier. She states coldly that it seems Mr. Argent truly is a heartless man, ruthless and devoid of all emotion. The man agrees that he is indeed. She turns back to face him, her eyes hard as steel. She thanks him for helping her realize that, then holds out her hand, telling him to take this. A flash of light emanates from her palm. She tells him to think of it as her gift to him, her voice ringing with power as she chants the incantation for the strongest magic negation spell, Luetetrato. A swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy erupts from her, engulfing him completely. She tells him there has been a misunderstanding. She never asked Mr. Argent to look into her uncle's affairs. She hired him. He may lack emotion, she explains, her voice unwavering, but he values principles and would never betray a client's trust. That would be a breach of contract. And what's more, she continues, her eyes narrowing, she asks him why he has 3 graduate rings when he told her he never graduated from the academy. She spits the final accusation, her voice dripping with contempt. She says he really had the nerve to masquerade as her attendant's brother. The powerful spell rips in tears at his disguise, the magic swirling violently as his form begins to shift and distort. When the light fades, the man who stands before her is a stranger. His hair is long and dark, his ears are pointed, and his lips are curled into a sinister, knowing smirk. He purrs that she finally found him. In the blink of an eye, he crosses the distance between them, his presence overwhelming. He leans in close, his breath warm against her cheek, and whispers that he was so hoping they'd meet again. Isnelda Granche. She flinches back, trying to retreat, but his hand snaps out, grabbing her arm in an iron grip. He demands to know what she thinks she's doing. He chides her for being rude, for ignoring his greeting, before his voice turned silky smooth, asking her to please tell him how she knew he was an imposter when his concealment spell was flawless. Flashes of memory bombard her, Connie talking about the ring, his lies about the academy, the inconsistencies piling one on top of the other. She retorts how could she not know when everything that came out of his mouth was an outright lie. He laughs, a low rumbling sound. He concedes that not everything was a lie. The part about being able to understand her, he says, was true. In fact, he claims with a predatory grin he is the only person who does. Her breath catches. What does he mean? Who is he? He feigns a wounded expression, sighing that it's disappointing she's forgotten him. But then he adds he can't really blame her, since his appearance has changed so drastically. He raises his hand, and in it, glowing with a faint inner light, is the vision stone. He asks if he should introduce himself again. The recognition is a physical shock. She exclaims that he's the thief who stole the vision stone. He bows theatrically, admitting he's guilty as charged, explaining he had to put on a spectacle to get her attention. The horror of it all crashes down on her. The menins, the chaos, the wounded, all of it, just to see her? He confirms it, saying his initial plan to kidnap her was thwarted because she was always surrounded by pests. He gestures to the demonic creatures still terrorizing the city, asking what she thinks of the little darlings he prepared for her, boasting about the exorbitant price he paid, the casual cruelty, the sheer disregard for human life. It makes her sick. He smirks, reminding her that she might recall he also suffered a loss at the fundraiser ball because of her. She repeats his words, confused. He tells her that Noah Argent is a heartless bastard, asking if breaking into someone's home isn't against some ethical standard. He says he later found out that she and Noah had robbed him blind, and now he feels entitled to a little payback. Her eyes widen as the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. He reminds her they danced, that he told her his name, Pavel Opelev. He was the bookie, the one who tried to auction Edvan's ring. He laughs, admitting a fondness for collecting such things, and says he almost added her friend's ring to his collection before deciding it would be more fun to contact the Foundation and shake up Noah Argent. She can only stare, thinking he's completely mad. He steps closer, his voice turning intimate, saying that if he'd known who she was, he would have come to her first. He stalks toward her, asking why she hid her identity. Was she trying to surprise him or dupe him? She tells him not to be ridiculous. He argues that she cheated him out of his money, but she fires back that the stake was never his to begin with. In a flash, he lunges, grabbing the front of her gown. She cries out Edvan's name, ready to cast a spell, but he cuts her off. A faint glow emanates from his ring finger as he asks if she was never taught it's rude to ignore someone when they're speaking. He reminds her of the bet they made at the ball, the wager over Edvan's ring. He tells her she won that bet, and that this whole chaotic party was his little gift to her. With a twisted smile, he asks if she likes it. She's had enough. Irapsimal, she screams, casting an advanced binding spell. But something goes terribly wrong. Instead of binding him, the magical chains erupt around her own body, squeezing the air from her lungs and forcing her to her knees. She cries out in pain, but he just looms over her, telling her to sit still while he's talking. He crouches, his voice a venomous whisper as he recites her identity. Isnelda Grancher, survivor of the Elahauer shipwreck, the only person who might hold the key to her family's lost vision. He asks if she has any idea how many people are still searching for that vision, why so many anticipated her return. He calls her prey in a city of lions, and the past comes rushing back, a flood of suffocating memories. The greedy, prying adults surrounding her after the shipwreck, their false sympathy masking their desperate questions. Their voices echo in her head, a torturous chorus demanding she remember, demanding she tell them her father's secrets. She gasps for breath, the phantom screams threatening to drown her. Her mind retreats into the darkness of the past. She remembers how once they realized she had no magic, the world discarded her. The Foundation, her parents' legacy, turned its back. The world forgot Isnelda Grancher. Everyone forgot. A memory surfaces, a beacon in the darkness, Noah, his kind eyes meeting hers, addressing her as Miss Isnelda. Everyone forgot her. Everyone but him. Her reverie is shattered as the man crouches beside her, his voice dripping with mock pity. He jabs a finger into her chained hand, and she cries out as pain shoots up her arm. He muses aloud how that cunning bastard, Noah Argent, ignored her for 7 years, making him think she was just an ordinary girl. But he was wrong. To think she was a prodigy capable of casting such a barrier with a shoddy ring, he taps the red ring on her finger, and she snarls at him not to touch it. He only snickers, delighted by her spirit, saying she's so fun to play with. He strokes her chin, his touch vile, and laments the life she could have had an eminent mage, hailed for her father's vision. Instead, she was abandoned, left to waste away. She slaps his hand away with all her might. He grabs her chin again, his face inches from hers, whispering that she must have felt so wronged, so hungry for retribution. That's why he claims he punished them on her behalf. An image of severed fingers flashes in her mind, and bile rises in her throat. He calls them an appetizer and asks if seeing them made her feel better, offering to make all her tormentors grovel at her feet. What? She screams, horrified. The world begins to slump and fade as a dark, throbbing voice pounds in her head. When are you going to fight back? It whispers. Make them pay. shred them to pieces. The voice grows louder, more insistent. Are you just gonna let them trample all over you again? The darkness pulls her under, into the storm-tossed memory of the shipwreck. She sees her parents on the deck, a monstrous shadow looming over them. She sees herself as a little girl trembling behind her mother's skirts. She hears her mother, Isha, tell her to run and get her father, her smile brave as she brandishes a tiny knife. But a Menon appears, a creature from a nightmare, its screech splitting the air. Her mother shoves her away, screaming at her to go now. She stumbles back, terrified, but turns and runs back toward the danger, screaming for her mother, unable to leave her alone. The regret is a crushing weight. If only she'd been a mage then. If only she'd been faster. If only someone had been there to help. Her eyes snap open, jolted back to the present. She gasps for air, a single, horrifying thought crystallizing in her mind. This isn't the first time she's encountered a Menon. She clenches her fist, the memory of her mother's sacrifice burning through her. Her mother held off that monster all by herself to protect her, and she wasn't even a mage. A tear of grief and awe escapes her eye. Her tormentor's voice cuts through her pain, asking if she's moved to tears. He offers her a deal. Everything she desires, in exchange for the Grand Vision. She glares up at him, panting, and insists she has no such thing. He sighs, twisting a lock of her hair around his finger. He explains that he is a mage of pleasure, and he can't go a second without being entertained. He warns her that she will have to find the vision for him, whether it exists or not, or he might just kill her if she bores him. Amidst the despair, Noah's voice echoes in her memory his promise to come if she ever needed him, a simple signal of tucking her hair behind her ear. Why am I thinking of him now? A bitter laugh escapes her lips. All she ever wanted was to stand on her own, to not be a burden. But she sees now she's just been running from her own helplessness, desperate to never feel the regret of that night ever again. And yet, here she is. On her knees, chained, utterly powerless. A single hot tear falls from her eye. Noah, she thinks, the name a silent prayer. As if in answer, a calm, familiar voice slices through the night. I'm here, Mrs. Isnelda. Her head snaps up. There, standing tall and resolute behind her captor, is Noah Argent, a beacon of white in the darkness, his gaze fixed and unyielding. The world was a dark, silent ocean, and she was sinking. A single, desperate thought surfaced through the crushing pressure, a name whispered into the void. Mr. Argent. A voice calm and steady, cut through the blackness like a beam of light. A simple affirmation telling her he was there with Mrs. Isnelda. In the chaotic swirl of the present, her mind painted a fleeting, beautiful image of herself in a gown the color of a midnight sky, dotted constellations, and held by a brooch like a captured star. The memory, or perhaps the reality, sharpened into focus. The villain, his long hair framing a cruel face, was kneeling before her on the cobblestones, his dark magic still clinging to the air. But in the distance, a figure of immaculate white stood in stark contrast to the Mr. Argent, approaching with an unnerving calm. His face was a mask of cool composure, his silver hair pristine, his glasses glinting under the dim city lights. In an instant, the air crackled with power. With a flick of his wrist, jagged shards of pure, crystalline ice materialized from nothing, swirling around him with lethal grace. They shot forward, a blizzard of razors slicing through the air, aimed directly at the dark mage. The ice pierced the man's chest, stabbing through his dark robes. He clutched at the glowing cube hanging from his neck, a gasp escaping his lips. But the pain only seemed to amuse him. A twisted spread out across his face as he looked up, his voice dripping with venomous disappointment, telling Mr. Argent that he had ruined his fun. He raised a hand, and the ice shard hovering near Isnelda's throat simply dissolved into harmless particles. A wild, unhinged laugh echoed through the street as he leaned in close, his presence suffocating. He pressed his body against hers, his breath hot against her ear. He whispered a chilling promise, a poison meant just for her. He told her not to forget that he was the only person who truly understood her. His voice was a silken thread of obsession, promising that they would be seeing each other again. And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he dissolved to a cloud of swirling purple energy, his final word her name hanging in the air like a curse. As his form vanished, the glowing cube he wore clattered to the ground. The magical chains that had bound her faded away, and a wave of panic washed over Isnelda. He couldn't get away. She couldn't let him. But the release of the spell sent a shock wave through her system. Her head throbbed violently, wilting on its axis as a dizzying vertigo consumed her. Across the bridge, Mr. Argent's composure finally broke as he saw her body go limp. She crumpled to the ground, her strength completely gone. He cried out her name, his voice tight with alarm, and sprinted towards her. He reached her just as she fell, catching her in his arms and pulling her securely against his chest. He held her close, his hand cradling the back of her head as he pleaded with her, asking if she could hear him, begging her to open her eyes. But her eyes remained closed, her face pale and still. A terrible realization dawned on him. This wasn't a mere side effect of the binding spell. His mind raced, analyzing the faint magical residue around her. She had subconsciously cast a resistance spell on herself, a desperate act of self-preservation. What torment was she hiding deep within her soul? What was she running away from so desperately that it caused her such profound anguish? Her body trembled in his arms, a fragile, unconscious tremor that spoke of a deep-seated pain. His eyes, wide with a sudden, desperate idea, locked onto her face. He whispered an apology, his voice thick with emotion, before pulling her into a tight, all-encompassing embrace. He knew what he had to do. He murmured to her unconscious form, explaining that she required more mana to break the spell. Since she wasn't receptive to the mana of others, she would have to create it herself. He squeezed her tighter, a silent transfer of warmth and will. Yet, even as he held her, a shadow of resignation passed over his features. He lowered her gently, his touch tender. He already knew the bitter truth. He could never be the one to truly fulfill her needs. A furious shout through the night. Isha! Edvan saw, his red cape billowing behind him, was flying towards them, his face a mask of rage and concern. Mr. Argent looked up, his expression unreadable as he noted Edvan's arrival. Holding Isnelda, he whispered for her to please hold on a little longer. He explained that while they awaited Ed's arrival, he would negate the resistance spell using the rune on the back of her hand. As he reached for her hand, his glasses, dislodged by the sudden movements, slipped from his face. They fell, clattering softly in their case on the stone ground. A memory, sharp and vivid, flooded his mind. Isnelda, telling him she now had the means to repay his kindness with a gift. Her voice, bright and full of a secret excitement, echoed in his memory. She told him she had learned a spell because she thought it might be useful, never expecting to use it so soon. He remembered the playful way she'd tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling as she told him she would need his assistance. She had told him to feel free to step in then. The memory was a sharp ache in his chest. He whispered her name, Mrs. Nelda, a sound filled with a sorrow he couldn't show. The sharp clang of armored boots on stone announced Edvan's arrival. He landed, his eyes blazing as he saw Mr. Argent. He demanded to know what he was doing there, his voice laced with suspicion, thinking he was away on business. His gaze fell upon Isnelda, limp and unconscious, in Mr. Argent's arms, and his world froze. Mr. Argent slowly lifted his head, his eyes narrow and shockingly intense, meeting Edvan's. They were a piercing, icy blue, stripped their usual warmth. He spoke, his voice cold, informing young Edvan that it seemed he had arrived a little too late. His words hung in the air, a chilling challenge. In the days that followed, the city buzzed with news of the attack. Newspapers reported that terror had ensued at the Feast of Romana after the Vincento's family's vision stone was stolen. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved without major casualties, thanks to the combined efforts of the authorities, the mages and Lady Larat, who had successfully nullified the vision. Still, numerous properties had sustained severe damage, and some establishments were forced to close for reconstruction. The House of Vincentos vehemently denied any involvement in the attacks, but it couldn't be denied that they were partly responsible. To make up for their negligence, the Marquis offered to shoulder the cost of the relief effort, but the king needed more than a financial solution. To alleviate his subjects' growing fears, he decided to present the people with a hero. Initially, only Lady Larat was considered, but numerous witnesses, including Larat herself, identified the true hero of the horrific event. It was a young mage who had only recently come of age. The hero of the Feast of Romana attacks, Miss Isnelda Granude. Her consciousness drifted in a deep, formless place. Water surrounded her, heavy and cold, pulling her down. She wondered if she was dreaming. It felt so familiar, this suffocating cold. It was the memory of when she was rescued, and all she wanted was to wake up. A voice called her name, Isnelda. A man in a dark, hooded robe was holding her, his face obscured by shadow. She couldn't see who he was, maybe a rescue worker, but she could feel his tears on her skin. He was crying, holding her tight, his voice choked with emotion as he repeated her name over and over again. Her eyelids fluttered, heavy as lead. She finally snapped out of it, her vision slowly clearing. She was in her bed, the morning sun streaming through the window. A hand was shielding her eyes from the bright light, and she followed the arm to its owner. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Mr. Argent sitting beside her bed. She stared at him, bewildered, wondering when he had arrived. And then she saw it. Tears. Crystalline tears were tracing paths down his cheeks from behind his glasses, his expression one of profound sadness. A jolt of panic shot through her. She sat bolt upright, her hand flying out towards him. She insisted that he mustn't wear those glasses, her voice urgent. He froze, his hand still in midair. Then his voice came out flat and cold. No, she stammered, asking what he meant, pleading for him to hear her out. She could explain everything, but he had to take those off. He grabbed her wrist, his grip surprisingly strong, eyes boring into hers. He demanded to know why she was trying to take something that didn't belong to her. She was stunned into silence, asking if he meant to keep the glasses even though they were making him cry. He confirmed it, his voice dangerously low, stating that the glasses were the very reason for his tears. He called her a truly cruel one, and the accusation struck her dumb. She fumbled for words, saying she understood, that she would apologize. So please just... He cut her off with a smirk, calling her apology poor taste. Heat rushed to her cheeks. In one swift movement, he pushed her back against the pillows. She pushed back, her voice rising with frustration, exclaiming that this was precisely why she was asking him to remove them. She told him to stop squirming as she reached for his face. Her fingers finally closed around the frames, and she pulled the glasses away. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. Without the glasses, his face was devastating. The raw emotion in his eyes, the perfect lines of his features, it was all too much. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Manhwa stood in the doorway, asking if Miss Isnelda was feeling better. Her eyes widened at the sight of Isnelda practically on top of disheveled Mr. Argent on the bed. The maid bowed hastily and shut the door. Isnelda shrieked for her to wait, her face burning with humiliation. She turned back to Mr. Argent, snatching the glasses away and stammering an apology. She confessed that she had only meant to give him a good fright, and had made sure the enchanted glasses wouldn't show him anything distressing. She never imagined they would bring him to tears. She offered to prepare a different gift if he would just give them back. He looked at her, his expression hardening once more. He refused, stating coolly that he had accepted the gift, so they belonged to him now. He stood, adjusting his clothes, and informed her that his attendants had already confirmed her intent of the item. With that, he announced that he would be leaving, as he didn't wish to be around her any longer today. Promised to visit again tomorrow. He walked out of the room without a backward glance, ignoring her calls as she desperately asked what he had seen. The next day, Isnelda was taking tea when her attendant delivered some shocking news. Mr. had been summoned for a disciplinary hearing at the Mage Tower. When Isnelda asked why, she was told he had violated Glorence's military law by using a teleportation spell to return to the capital instead of traveling via the Enchanted stations. Isnelda's cup slammed onto the saucer. At the hearing, the mages clamored in outrage, declaring that even children knew teleportation magic was forbidden. They accused him of committing a grave offense that had disrupted the order of their world. Mr. Argent stood before them, unflappable. He explained that news of the attacks had reached him while he was away, and fearing it might be an act of war, he simply wished to waste no time providing aid. The head mage scoffed, refusing to hear such excuses. He pointed out that Mr. Argent's hotel had sustained some of the most damage, and questioned if his misconduct was not, in fact, fueled by a desire to protect his own property. Mr. Argent calmly acknowledged his ownership of the hotel. However, he clarified that his concern was not for his assets, but for the honored foreign guests staying there for the feast. Another elder mage interjected, reminding Sir Noah that the authorities and knights were doing a fine job maintaining order. He accused Sir Argent of casting a shadow of doubt over the security of the kingdom. A deep, commanding voice suddenly cut through the noise. Enough. Marquis Braudio stood, silencing the entire chamber. He looked at Noah and stated that he fully understood the reasons behind his actions. Later, as they walked through the sunlit corridors, Mr. Argent's secretary Zerial asked if he had known Lord Braudio was going to side with him. Mr. Argent explained that if the Marquis is lenient with him now, it would make it easier for him to show mercy to Lord Serrano during his upcoming trial. Zerial confirmed that the under-the-table press operations had been carried out, and witness testimonies collected. He added that judging by the tower's haste, the king would most likely make an announcement tomorrow. Mr. Argent noted it was in their best interest to release an article about Mrs. Nelda becoming an honorary board member of the Grange Foundation at the same time. He predicted the royal family would offer him a deal that night in exchange for a lighter sentence. They might demand he cut ties with the Mage Tower, accept a title, and pledge his allegiance to the crown. Mr. Argent explained the delicate balance of power. In Glorenza, a theocratic state, the Grand Mage wielded more power than the king, and the king was desperate to strengthen his own authority. Zerial asked if he intended to accept a title this time. Mr. Argent stopped walking and simply said no. He presumed the crown had prepared an alternate offer, knowing he would refuse. He mused that they might set their sights on someone close to him instead, and he added with a knowing look, it just so happened that the perfect candidate was readily available. As if on cue, a magnificent carriage pulled up, and Edvan stepped out, his expression dark and determined. He looked straight at them and said that they needed to talk. The sun hangs high in a brilliant blue sky, its light filtering through the lush leaves and vibrant roses of the Grange estate garden. In the center of the manicured lawn, seated within an elegant white gazebo, Isnelda sips her tea. Bowing slightly as she presents a sheaf of papers, she informs her mistress that these are the reports that have been sent by Mr. Argent. Isnelda murmurs her thanks, her fingers closing around the documents. The weight of them feels heavier than mere paper. Her striking blue eyes scan the pages, her expression hardening with each line she reads. The words paint a dark and twisted picture, a story of a man named Rodion, laid up in a hospital bed, his body a canvas of bandages and bruises. But Rodion was just one mask among many. The report details how he used the alias Pelev to deceive Mrs. Fitz, weaving a web of lies as intricate and suffocating as a spider's silk. He was a creature of shadows, the leader of a clandestine organization that handled the dirty work for the corrupt and powerful, a phantom moving through the underbelly of their world. The report contains a transcript of an interrogation. Rojin was asked if he knew a man with gray hair, sunken green eyes, and a deathly pale complexion. Isnella's breath catches in her throat. The description is sickeningly familiar. In the transcript, the bandaged Rojin admits that the description does indeed bring someone to mind. The name he speaks sends a chill down Isnella's spine. Archie Vincentos. The name of a great noble family, but Archie had been stripped of it long ago. He was an orphan, taken in by the Vincentos family for less than half a year before he was cast out, disowned, and disappeared without a trace. The reason for his exile was a single, horrifying act. The boy, with a chilling smile that haunts the page, had killed someone. Isnella's hand trembles as she turns to the next document, a faded newspaper clipping from 11 years ago. The headline screams about the miraculous survivor of the Ellahauer tragedy. Her own name is there. Isnella Grancher, age 11, lost both parents. And right below it, another name, Archie Gray, age 11, lost both parents. The pieces click into place, forming a monstrous mosaic. The memory of the man who threatened her, his smug voice echoing in her mind, claiming that Noah Argent could never understand her, that he was the only one who truly could. A shadow falls over her, and she looks up to see Noah himself approaching the gazebo. He glances at the papers in her hands as if that is the list of survivors from the Ellahauer tragedy. Isnella can only manage a quiet greeting. Her voice is tight with emotion as she holds up the picture of Archie Gray. She tells Noah that this man threatened to kill her if she didn't find the vision her father was reaching before he died. Her eyes, filled with a desperate plea for answers, lock onto his. She asks him, since he's been looking after this house for 7 long years, if he has ever found anything related to that vision. Noah's placid as he admits that he deliberately avoided touching his mentor's research papers as much as possible. He explains that they belonged to her, not to him. He then reveals he had searched the estate for days but found nothing. This lack of evidence led him to a crossroads. Her gaze darkens with a cold, terrifying resolve. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but understood. Should she continue this hopeless search? Or should she destroy the man who threatens her life? Noah's voice is steady as he promises her his full support, whatever she may choose. Isnella's lip curls into a cynical smile. She asks if support comes at a price, because she knows he certainly doesn't offer services for free. With a flash of fire in her eyes, she reminds him that he is indebted to her, and that making an exception is the very least he could do. Noah inclines his head, conceding that she has a fair point. He then makes a startling proposal. He offers to help her free of charge on one condition, that she accepts him. Isnella is bewildered, asking what he means. He explains that he received the verdict from his disciplinary hearing just yesterday. She asks for the ruling. A gavel slams down in his memory. He tells her his mage license has been suspended for 3 months, a sentence that would have been 3 years without the Emperor's intervention. On top of that, his hotel is closed for renovations. Isnelda points out that he has other businesses, but Noah clarifies that the hotel was the only one registered in his name, and the only place he had to live. She is still confused, having heard he spent most of his time at the Foundation. He explains that he needs a job to maintain his director position, which is why he has been searching the papers for a short-term post that provides lodging and doesn't require magic. He slides a newspaper across the table, his finger pointing to a specific ad. It's a hiring notice for live-in staff for the Grancher residence. Isnelda is rendered speechless. He looks at her expectantly, asking if he has come for an interview. She challenges him, demanding to know why she should hire him. She recounts the recent betrayals. Her uncle's, Mrs. Fitz's deceit. Her trust has been shattered, and she declares that she will only hire people she can rely on, people who will not withhold information from her. She looks him dead in the eye, asking if he truly believes he can be an employee she can trust. Noah's gaze doesn't waver. He tells her he knows what concerns her, and then drops a bombshell. He admits that he has known all along that she was a mage. The world seems to tilt on its axis. Isnella's eyes widen, a storm of shock and disbelief raging within them. Her voice is a choked whisper as she asks if he means she was a mage even for the tragedy. He confirms it. The revelation hits her like a physical blow. She springs from her seat, pacing to the edge of the gazebo, her heart hammering against her ribs. She clutches her arm, her mind reeling. Was it true? Was she really a mage back then? Noah explains that it was her father's request to keep her powers a secret due to her unique constitution. After the accident, it became his dying wish. He continues, confirming that her father was working on a vision, but destroyed all his research before he passed. However, shadowy figures, aided by the very organization Archie now leads, are still hunting for it. That, he explains, is why he seized her inheritance to erase her from their sight, to make her invisible to their prying eyes. In a flash, she sees a younger Noah, burdened by a terrible responsibility. He explains that as her father's first pupil, he was the prime suspect, the one everyone believed had stolen the vision. To protect her, he had to keep his distance, treating her as just another orphan, providing only the bare minimum of support. It was a cruel kindness. He knew that as long as she had some value, her uncle wouldn't dare harm her. The years of loneliness, of feeling abandoned and worthless, crashed down on her. She turns to him, the anguish of a lifetime in her voice, and asks why he couldn't have just protected her himself, just been there for her. Noah's gaze falls. He confesses that at the time, he lacked the confidence, the power to truly keep her safe. He rises and closes the distance between them, his voice thick with a sorrow he has carried for over a decade. He tells her he is deeply sorry for the pain his choices have caused, that he knows nothing can atone for it. But he doesn't regret his choice, and he doesn't expect her forgiveness. He stands before her, a bastion of unwavering resolve, and vows to remain by her side, whether she wants him there or not. He insists that she will be safer with him. He asks her to forgive him for his forwardness, and then his hand, cool and gentle, comes up to stroke her cheek. He tells her that despising him will do her no good, so he hopes, with a sincerity that steals her breath, that she can grow to like him. His hand slides from her cheek to her hair, then down to gently take her own. He tells her that, like it or not, they will be seeing a lot of each other from now on. A strange calm settles over Isnelda. His audacity should infuriate her, but it doesn't. She finally understands the turmoil in her heart. She had been told Noah was incapable of normal human emotions, yet his kindness towards her is a constant, undeniable force. A kindness that makes her want to lean on him, to rely on him completely. She thought she was a self-sufficient adult, but around him she regresses into a petulant child, throwing tantrums, demanding his help while simultaneously resenting her dependence on him. She feels like a lost little girl, desperately trying to family she lost by clinging to the one person who has always been there, even in the shadows. With a sharp movement, she slaps his hand away. She tells him that while he claims he doesn't want to be far from her, it also means he has no intention of getting any closer. A new fire lights in her eyes. She tells him there is one more condition he must meet before she allows him into her home. He must be useful to her. He assures her that he will be. She tells him he can keep his secrets and his respectable distance, but she will no longer play along with his act. A daring challenge forms on her lips. She asks if they should test his usefulness right now. Before he can answer, she leans in, closing the space between them until their breaths mingle. Her hand comes to rest on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her palm. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Her fingers trail slowly up his lapel, a deliberate, provocative touch, her ruby ring gleaming in the sunlight. Then, just as suddenly, she pulls back, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. She declares his performance not bad, and informs him he can start tomorrow. She turns on her heel and walks away, leaving Noah standing in the gazebo, utterly and completely stunned. Days later, Isnelda finds herself standing beside Empress Elizabetha, blinded by the flashing of magical cameras. The Empress smiles serenely, asking Isnelda if her teddy bear has been well. The Empress's mysterious hooded attendant confirms that it has. They are whisked away in a grand carriage. Inside, the Empress instructs her attendant, Victor, to give Isnelda an item. He presents a breathtakingly beautiful jewelry box, explaining it is a priceless, limited edition antique. The Empress adds a biting comment about Isnelda's presumed taste in common accessories. Isnelda asks if it's a gift, but the Empress dismisses the notion, calling it the repayment of a debt. As Isnelda accepts the payment, Victor delivers another piece of news. Lord Proudio has officially recognized Lady Larat as a potential successor, putting her in direct competition with her own brother for the title of Marquise. Isnelda is taken aback by the complicated political maneuver. She looks at Victor, realizing this was his doing. He gives a subtle nod, accepting her silent gratitude. After the whirlwind of public appearances and political intrigue, Isnelda is celebrated as the mage of the century, but she forgoes the celebratory ball, telling her maid Melfa that she has other arrangements. She takes a carriage to the Blue Eagle Mercenary Company's headquarters. A knot of worry has been tightening in her chest. She hasn't heard from Edvan since the festival, and while she assumed he was busy, days have passed in silence. Stepping onto the training grounds, she wonders if he's waiting for her to find him, like a game of hide-and-seek from their childhood. She regrets not bringing Melfa along as she navigates the unfamiliar fortress. A sharp sound draws her attention. There, in the middle of the courtyard, is Edvan. His shirt is off, his body slick with sweat, as he swings a massive sword with practiced ease. He wipes his brow, his sculpted muscles flexing in the fading light. As she watches him, a strange, violent vision flashes through her mind. Edvan, his sword crackling with purple energy, is stopped by a cold, imposing Noah who holds a weeping version of herself in his arms, telling Edvan he is too late. The vision vanishes as quickly as it came, leaving her disoriented. Calls out his name. He turns, his voice sharp as he orders her to halt. He stares at her, his gaze intense and unreadable. The sight of him, so raw and powerful, sends a blush creeping up her cheeks. He breaks the silence, his tone clipped, telling her it's dangerous for her to be out on her own. She explains that her guards are at the entrance, that she came to find him alone. He then asks her about Noah Argent, having heard the man is now living at her manor. She confirms it. He presses further, asking if she trusts him. And what about him, he asks, his voice tight. She answers without hesitation, telling him that she trusts him. He clarifies, asking if she means she wants to trust him. No, she says firmly, she already trusts him. His reply is a dagger to her heart. He tells her she shouldn't. She shouldn't trust him, and she shouldn't trust Noah either. The scene shifts back to a few days prior, on the day of Noah's disciplinary hearing. Noah confronts Edvan, demanding to know what he thought he was doing with Isnelda the other night. Noah coolly explains the kiss was merely a way to replenish her mana while she was unconscious. Edvan scoffs, refusing to believe there wasn't an ulterior motive. Noah's reply is a silken threat, asking if it would be better for Edvan if he did have other intentions. Enraged, Edvan grabs him by the collar, slamming him against the wall. Noah remains unnervingly calm, claiming to have no desire to stand in Edvan's way. Edvan doesn't believe a word. Noah then reveals his true, terrifying goal: to provide Isnelda with the absolute best of everything: riches, luxury, and the perfect partner. He confesses that he has spent years molding her childhood sweetheart into the ideal suitor, a man perfectly suited to her tastes. And that man, he declares, is Edvan. The revelation shatters Edvan's world. He asks, his voice trembling, if his entire sponsorship was just a means to an end, all for her. Noah assures him his talent is genuine, but his manipulations run deeper still. He reveals that he is the acting director of the Foundation, a position of power he has wielded from the shadows all along. You're insane, Edvan breathes, shoving him away. Noah straightens his collar, a smug look on his face. He taunts Edvan, reminding him of his duty as a knight to protect the maiden from a man like him. Edvan's eyes burn with hatred. He snarls that he would sooner die than let Noah toy with her life. Later that night, Noah sits in his carriage, a thoughtful expression on his face as he removes his glasses. As he does, the world seems to dissolve into a breathtaking cosmic vista. A mysterious, hooded figure with flowing white hair stands amidst the stars, a silent guardian watching over a destiny yet to unfold, her gentle gaze fixed upon Isnelda. A story begins, once upon a time, with a sweet, little girl with hair as white as snow. One day, a fearsome cyclops found her crying and gently asked the sweet child why she wept. The girl, her face streaked with tears, choked out the words that broke her heart, that everyone called her a monster. A three-armed beast then appeared, its voice a low rumble as it questioned what she had done to earn such a cruel name. Sobbing, the child confessed her tragic mistake. She had seen her people suffering from a long, agonizing drought, and in her desperation to help she had tried to make it rain. But she had failed to control her overwhelming emotions, and her well-intentioned had unleashed a catastrophic flood. Because of her, she whispered in horror. Many people had died. Another monster, this one with a melting body, was intrigued, asking if it was true that she possessed the power to make it rain. It declared her powers were astonishing. But the little girl only cried harder, her small body racked with grief. She screamed that she hated her powers. She loathed herself for being this way and made a solemn vow she would never allow herself to love anyone ever again. And she would never again use the cursed magic that brought only destruction. Finally, a spider with a gaping mouth descended from the shadows, its voice a silken thread in the darkness. It posed a question that would haunt her for the rest of her days, asking if she would not be lonely if she never chose to love again. The little girl, her back turned to the world, simply walked away. She gave no answer. 1 year has passed since the Feast of Ramana. On a moonlit night in the city of Tebet, the heavy clomp of footsteps echoes through a quiet alley. A drunken couple staggers down the cobblestones, their laughter slurring in the dark, oblivious to a lone, hooded figure watching from the shadows. They stumble and bump hard into the cloaked person, and the man, his face flushed with wine and aggression, whirls around. He roughly grabs the figure cloak, his knuckles white as he squeezes the fabric, demanding an apology for being bumped into. The force of his yank sends the hooded figure stumbling, and a ragged, heavy gasp escapes from beneath the hood, a sound of pained effort. A sudden burst of menacing red sparks crackles in the air, and in the next instant, the hooded figure violently shoves the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. The drunkard looks up in terror, his eyes widening as the hood falls back. The face revealed is unnaturally pale, gaunt, and contorted in madness, the eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. The man screams. As this dark scene unfolds, a strange and foreboding disease has begun to spread among the mages, a sickness that blooms in the oppressive heat of the Tibetan summer. Far from the city's dark alleys, the sun shines brightly on a magnificent estate. Inside, Isnelda holds a delicate teardrop earring up to the light, her brow furrowed in concentration. Dressed in an elegant pink gown, she contemplates her vast collection of jewelry, a small frown gracing her perfect lips. She has been trying to choose an accessory for half an hour, her mind a whirlwind of dismissal. She considered the moonstones, but they were too fragile. The paradots couldn't hold much mana, the iolites were terribly last season's fashion, and the brilliant red beryl clashed horribly with her outfit. Her gaze drifts over the glittering gems, settling on a particular piece. The narrator explains the nature of magic stones. A mage's power, born from emotion, is like a torrent of water, powerful but fleeting. It needs a vessel, a magic stone, to be contained. These stones are special. Depending on the spells inscribed upon them, they can alter the very nature of the magic stored inside. The most valuable spells are often encrypted, and as it happens, Isnelda possesses one such precious stone. It is a stunning rectangular blue gem set in a gold pendant. As Isnelda's fingers close around the pendant, it begins to hum with power, a soft whirring sound filling the room. A disembodied voice emanates from the stone, coolly requesting the password. The voice is itchingly familiar. It is her mother's. It calls her by her childhood name, Isha, and asks if she remembers what her parents told her. Isnelda's mind goes blank. The password was the password. A sharp, stabbing pain lances through her head whenever she tries to recall that time, a wall of agony blocking her memories. A soft knock at the door breaks her concentration. A maid's voice calls out, asking if Madam is still not ready. Isnelda quickly puts the pendant down, replying that she is almost done. The maid announces that the Earl of Gaius will be arriving shortly, and Isnelda's eyes widen in surprise. Another knock, more insistent this time, rattles the grand double doors. Isnelda calls out for them to wait a moment as she hurries to open them. Expecting her maid Connie, she swings the door open, an apology for the delay on her lips. But it is not Connie who stands before her. It is a man with startling platinum blonde hair and piercing eyes, dressed impeccably. It is Noah. Confused, Isnelda asks where Connie is. Noah informs her with cool professionalism that Connie had other matters to attend to. He then gets straight to the point, telling her that her security stone is not up to date. Isnelda dismisses his concern, stating that it seems to be working just fine. Noah presses, his gaze unwavering as he asks when she last changed the password. She admits with a touch of annoyance that she has changed it. He calmly informs her that she should be changing it every 3 days. Isnelda throws her hands up in exasperation, questioning how on earth she is supposed to remember a password if she changes it so frequently. Noah's reply is laced with dry logic. It is better than being robbed. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk plays on his lips. Isnelda's patience snaps. She demands to know if there is no end to his incessant nagging. Noah's expression remains impassive as he states that it is his job. Noah Argent. The tabloids paint him as a crass businessman hiding behind a veneer of refinement. Prodigy who betrayed Hintor Isnelda's father, and is now taking advantage of the man's only daughter. But after living with him for a year, Isnelda has come to realize the truth is far more irritating. The man simply never stops nitpicking. As if to prove her point, he adds that he believes rose gold and pearl earrings would be more suited to her attire. Isnelda's eyes flash. She suggests with biting sarcasm that they discuss her fashion choices another time. Or perhaps she should just find a new financial advisor. She turns on her heel, ready to storm away. But Noah's next words stop her dead in her tracks. He says, with unnerving certainty, that he is sure the Earl of Gaius would like it. Isnelda freezes, her body rigid. Defeated, she mutters that she will consider it. Noah, ever efficient, replies that he shall leave a catalog in her room. In truth, Isnelda has grown accustomed to Noah's impeccable service. He was so good at his job that his initial 3-month contract had been extended to over a year. If only, she thinks with a sigh, he could keep his infuriating opinions to himself. She finds a maid and asks if the Earl has arrived. The maid confirms that he arrived about 10 minutes ago. Isnelda takes a deep, steadying breath, her heart beginning to flutter with anticipation. Her hand trembles slightly as she reaches for the door handle. The door creaks open, revealing a man standing in the center of the room, his back to her. He is dressed in a striking red and black military uniform, his presence commanding. Isnelda's face breaks into a radiant smile, all her earlier frustrations melting away. She breathes his name, Ed. She remembers last fall when the king bestowed upon her childhood friend, Edvan, a new estate and the title of Earl of Gaius. His new territory was a barren borderland, a lawless place teeming with magical beasts and criminals. Yet, within short months, Edvan had transformed it into their graveyard. Now, after stabilizing his lands, he has finally returned to Tibet. But as she looks at him, she can't shake the feeling that something about him has changed. Edvan turns to face her, a warm smile gracing his handsome features. He tells her the dress suits her well, as she remembers it, yet different. He gestures to the jewelry box in her hand, asking what it is. She explains it is a present for him. She shyly remarks that it looks expensive, but he dismisses her concern, saying it is not. She thanks him, a soft blush coloring her cheeks. She tells him he shouldn't have, especially since he must be tired from his journey. After all, he arrived a full 10 days earlier than expected. He chuckles, saying it never hurts to be early. His smile fades slightly as he adds that he was more concerned about her, having heard she was having a tough time summoning mana without him. Isnelda quickly waves it off, mentioning that Noah helped her. At the mention of Noah's name, a subtle tension enters the room. A flicker of something dark crosses Edvan's eyes. Noticing his change in mood, Isnelda hastily clarifies that Noah only helped a little bit, and only when she really, truly needed it. Edvan's charming smile returns as if it never left. He takes her hand in his touch sending a jolt through her. He tells her she must have been frustrated. He lifts her hand, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur as he apologizes for not being by her side. He presses a tender, lingering kiss to her knuckles. Isnelda's breath hitches. She stammers his name, her face flushing a deep crimson. Her heart is pounding against her ribs, a wild, frantic rhythm. He gently strokes her hair, his gaze intense. Then his arm snakes around her waist, pulling her flush against his hard body. His other hand slides down her back, a possessive, claiming touch that makes her shiver. He leans in, his lips just inches from hers, and she can only manage a soft, breathless murmur. In that electrifying moment, her mana surges, swelling uncontrollably within her. But just as their lips are about to meet, a loud, pointed ahem shatters the intimacy. Isnelda jolts back as if struck, her eyes into the doorway where a hooded figure stands, wringing a handkerchief. The man apologizes for the intrusion, but insists he has something urgent to show them. It is the real Rojan, the mage of sadness, sniffling dramatically. Flustered and pushing Edvan away, Isnelda assures him he is not interrupting at all. Internally, however, she is flooded with relief. A secret has been tormenting her, something she hasn't dared to tell anyone. For some time now, whenever she generates mana, she is plunged into a terrifying vision of herself trapped and drowning beneath churning, dark water. She finds it impossible to speak of, especially to Ed. How could she ever explain to him that the reason she grows rigid at his touch isn't from the fluttering of her heart, but from the icy grip of absolute fear? Composing herself, Isnelda turns to Rojan and asks what brings him here, reminding him that he wasn't scheduled to report to Noah today. Rojan unfurls a scroll, explaining that it is a letter from the Mage Tower. Isnelda's eyes widen in shock. The scroll is addressed to her, detailing the tower's new evaluation process and member registration guidelines. She can't understand why they would send this now, after more than a year of complete silence. Rojan explains that the number of mages infected with the mage disease has increased exponentially. The tower can no longer afford to ignore the crisis. The mage disease, also known as New Mage Madness, is a terrifying psychological disorder, a madness triggered by acute trauma or the overuse of magic, often in the crucible of war. But this is no ordinary insanity. For a mage, emotions are weapons, and when their minds break, their power runs rampant, turning them into instruments of destruction. Isnelda's voice is tight with dread as she asks if another mage has gone on a rampage, if acquaintances are being warned that their friends could turn on them at any moment. She scans the scroll, her eyes catching on a particularly chilling line. Failure to register within 1 month will result in being classified as susceptible and may lead to being placed under the tower's protection. Is that a threat? She exclaims, her voice shaking with outrage. Rojan clarifies that registration isn't compulsory, but because of her public status, the tower is undoubtedly wary of her influence over other mages. Her hands tremble as she clutches the scroll. To register, one must prove they are capable of magic. This means she would have to stand before a group of stern-faced meisters and reveal the very source of her magic, her love for Edvan. She would have to bring him with her, hold his hand, or perhaps something even more intimate, all while being scrutinized by strangers. The thought is utterly humiliating. Edvan's voice cuts through her panicked thoughts. He calmly offers to go with her if she intends to register. She looks at him, surprised. He adds that it is her choice. She asks him how she could possibly refuse under these circumstances. He then presents another option. She could accept the protection of the crown. Isnelda is skeptical, knowing the crown's protection is rarely what it seems. Edvan concedes her point but argues that as a subject of Glorenza, it should be the crown offering her protection, not the mage tower. A sudden, chilling realization dawns on her. She looks at him, her eyes narrowed, and asks if this is the real reason for his early return. He merely offers a cryptic smile in response. She presses on, stating that she thought royal guards were only assigned to protect the royal family. Rojan interjects, explaining that is not the case for an informal assignment. He elaborates that the crown and the mage tower are working together to fight the disease. The tower handles research and treatment, while the crown leads the investigations. The word protection, Isnelda thinks with a growing sense of dread, is just another word for surveillance. The idea of them assigning her own childhood friend to watch her seems preposterous, and yet, is it truly a coincidence that he arrived on the very same day she received this threatening notice? But the timing seems impossible. How could he have coordinated his arrival from Gaius so perfectly? She scoffs at the absurdity of it all. Suddenly, she rises to her feet. She tells them both to wait for a moment. Her mind is racing. Whenever such a preposterous scenario begins to make perfect, logical sense, there can only be one person behind it. Her eyes harden with resolve as she declares she is going to speak with him. A smooth, familiar voice cuts through the air, stating that he is right here. Noah stands in the doorway, his expression calm and collected. He looks completely unruffled by the tense atmosphere. He extends a gloved hand, not in greeting, but as a formal gesture. He addresses Edvan with a cool smile, saying they meet again, before correcting himself to use the formal title Lord Gaius. Edvan, seated on the sofa, regards him with undisguised contempt. He asks with false politeness how long it has been 2 months. He tells Noah to forgive him for the trouble, especially when Noah should be enjoying his new lands. Noah bows slightly, his gratitude sounding utterly insincere. He states that for Isha's sake, he would have come a second time whether Edvan had requested it or not. He then offers his assistance, a gesture that makes Isnelda's blood boil. Edvan curtly replies that it won't be necessary. Noah apologizes for any intrusion, and Edvan assures him it was not one at all. Isnelda wants to scream. She inwardly fumes, questioning if they are not even going to try to hide their scheming from her. She steps between the two men, a furious storm in her eyes. Noah begins to explain, his tone maddeningly placid. The Mage Tower's new policy was passed only a few days ago, necessitating swift action. He offers a hollow apology for not having time to inform her. Isnelda fires back, her voice dripping with sarcasm, saying that if the matter were truly so urgent, she was sure he would have hired mercenaries rather than wait for Edvan to travel all the way from Gaius. Noah continues unperturbed, explaining that this arrangement avoids public scrutiny and accusations of special treatment. The official story will be that Lord Gaius is on personal leave. He assures Edvan that the assignment will not negatively impact his career and that he will be able to rest once it is over. Isnelda's mind whirls. A deal like this with the crown must have cost a fortune. She confronts Noah directly, demanding to know what he has plotted. He assures her, with that same infuriating calm, that there will be negative outcomes for anyone involved. So, she thinks how he's going to be. Fine, she declares, her voice ringing with defiance. I refuse to go along with it. She orders them to cancel their arrangements and tells Edvan to get some rest. She insists it is not as if she is afflicted with the disease, so what does she care if the Mage Tower monitors her for a few months? Noah takes a deliberate step towards her. He asks if she is truly sure that is a good idea. If she is sure, she will be comfortable with the alternative. He paints a chilling picture for her. Another man, a stranger, watching her every move, accompanying her everywhere. A mage tasked with uncovering the source of her power, who would relentlessly observe her until he discovered the very emotion that generates her mana. He leans in closer, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. He slowly, deliberately, begins to slip off his white glove. For example, he murmurs, his gloved hand reaching out and taking hers. Her eyes fly wide open, a gasp catching in her throat. His grip is firm, his skin warm against hers. Or something like this. He continues, his other hand coming up to gently brush against her cheek, his thumb stroking her soft skin. The touch is feather-light, yet it sends a shockwave through her entire body. His fingers trail up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, lingering for a moment too long. That is enough, Edvan's voice cracks like a whip. He lunges forward, yanking Noah's arm away from Isnelda and demanding to know what on earth he thinks he is doing. Noah doesn't even flinch. He calmly replies that he was simply using examples to prove his point. Edvan growls that he was explaining himself perfectly fine with words. A ghost of a smirk touched Noah's lips as he asks, was I not? Edvan's furious red eyes lock with Noah's cool, challenging gray ones. The air in the room becomes thick and heavy, crackling with an almost visible tension. Invisible sparks of red and blue energy arc between the two men, while in the corner, poor Rojan can only sniffle in distress. Get out? Edvan snarls, his voice low and threatening. The standoff hangs in the air, thick and suffocating. Finally, Isnelda's control shatters. Both of you, get out, she shrieks, her voice raw with fury and frustration. Her mana explodes from her, a violent splash of uncontrollable power. Later, Noah stands alone in a quiet room, gazing into the serene blue depths of a large aquarium. His voiceover echoes his thoughts, a confession he would never make aloud. He explains that to protect the secret of her magic source, he had no choice but to ask Edvan to watch over her. Rojan, standing beside him, asks plaintively why he could not have just explained it that way. He is certain Mrs. Nelda would have understood. But Noah cuts him off, dismissing his sentiment as idle chatter. His focus is elsewhere. He asks Rojan if there has been any sign of Archie Grey. Rojan reports that unfortunately there has not. The man is a skilled polymorph and difficult to track. Noah's gaze remains fixed on the drifting fish as he states with grim certainty that Archie will appear in Tebeth again soon. He gives Rojan a chilling order. When Archie appears, he is to be killed on sight, using any force necessary. Rojan hesitates, asking if Noah does not wish to interrogate him. Noah's reply is swift and cold. No, he is to be disposed of, but only after Rojan is absolutely certain he has the right man. Rojan then ventures a difficult question, asking if Noah intends to keep all of this from Mrs. Nelda. Noah's yes is quiet but firm. Rojan argues that she is no longer an 11-year-old girl, but Noah turns the question back on him, asking if he truly thinks he still treats her as a child. Rojan presses on, pointing out that Noah dedicates himself to serving her, yet he withholds the very answers she seeks the most. He dares to ask the question that hangs between them. Does Noah really believe Isnelda would losing Edvan just to learn the truth about Archie Grey? The unspoken implication shocks Rojan to his core. Noah's voice is devoid of emotion as he replies that this is what it means to truly want something. Rojan, chastened, apologizes for speaking out of turn. Noah dismisses it, telling him he will see him at the next briefing. As Rojan quietly exits, Noah is left alone with his reflection in the glass of the aquarium. He leans his forehead against the cool surface, watching the silent dance of the fish. Rodian's words echo in his mind, and for the first time a flicker of doubt crosses his features. He whispers the question to himself, his breath fogging the glass. Do I really treat her like a child? An image of Isnelda flashes through his mind, not as a child, but as the strong, determined woman she has become. Noah's mind was a tumultuous sea, the question echoing in the quiet corridors of his thoughts. Did he really treat her like a child? He pictured her then, a vision of effortless elegance and quiet strength, her posture perfect, her gaze steady, a woman of grace in a gown of intricate black lace that seemed to drink the sunlight. They walk through the bustling city streets. The clip-clop of horse-drawn carriages a steady rhythm against the murmur of the crowd, a world away from the suffocating confines of the estate. The cheerful jingle of a bell announced their arrival at a quaint little jewelry shop, its sign adorned with a sparkling diamond emblem. Isnella placed her other shopping bags on the counter with a soft plop, the parcels a testament to a day spent indulging in small freedoms. She stood before the shopkeeper, her arms laden, and with a voice as clear as the bell that had just rung, stated that she would like some white pearl earrings. The proprietor, a kindly-looking older man, blinked in surprise, his eyes wide. His gaze flickered over extravagant attire, the rich fabric and meticulous embroidery speaking of a status far beyond his humble establishment. He stammered, a blush creeping up his neck, expressing his fear that his modest shop might not have any items that could possibly meet her standards. A memory surfaced in Isnella's mind, Noah's cool voice explaining that he would leave a catalog of designer goods in her room, but she pushed it aside. His overbearing concern was the very thing she was escaping. She offered the nervous shopkeeper a reassuring smile, telling him that it was certainly fine. She wasn't one to chase after the latest trends or designer goods. What she wanted was something different. Looking at her reflection in a small, ornate mirror, she held a simple teardrop earring to her lobe, the cool metal a stark contrast to her warm skin. This wasn't about fashion or status. This was about choice. She wanted a pair of earrings of her own choosing. After a moment, she found the perfect pair. Handing them to the shopkeeper, she told him she would take these ones, please. He beamed, praising her wonderful choice. But as he was wrapping them, his eyes widened again, this time with dawning recognition. A woman nearby gasped, her voice cutting through the quiet ambiance of the shop, asking if she wasn't Miss Nella Granchet. Suddenly, Isnelda was the center of a swirling vortex of attention. The whispers started, instant and excited. It was definitely her, someone murmured. She was even more beautiful in person. The crowd pressed closer, their faces alight with intrusive curiosity. A woman begged for a picture. Another, holding a newspaper, gushed she had read all about Isnella's illusion spell and pleaded for her to show them one now. The air grew thick, suffocating. Trapped, Isnella's hammered against her ribs. She needed an escape. Raising a trembling hand, the red stone on her ring pulsed with latent power as she worded a single word, Tristetta. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the gem. With a playful tada, two tiny, adorable kitten paws materialized in the air. A magical ribbon of light unfurled, sparkling with stars and springtime blossoms. And from the heart of the illusion, a tiny black cat with enormous blue eyes and a jaw appeared, letting out a soft, perfect meow. The crowd gasped in collective delight. A clamor of adoration filled the shop as they cooed or how cute and lifelike the illusion was. It was the only distraction she needed. Isnella seized the opportunity, dashing out of the shop and into the street. She ran, her lungs burning, the excited clamor of the crowd fading behind her. A single heavy thought weighed her down. Could she no longer roam the city freely? Was this the price of her newfound power? Lost in her frantic thoughts, her heel slipped on the edge of a stone step. A startled "oh!" escaped her lips as her body lurched forward, gravity pulling her into a dizzying fall. A hand shot out, a blur of motion. Her meticulously chosen purchases crashed to the unforgiving cobblestones. A firm grip encircled her arm, halting her descent with a jolt. She winced, a dull ache throbbing in her temple. She looked up, her vision swimming, into a pair of familiar, intense eyes. A low, amused voice remarked that it seemed they stumbled into each other everywhere they went. Her breath caught in her throat. She whispered his name. He looked down at her, his expression softening with concern as he asked if she was all right. She managed to nod, assuring him that she was, but her words trailed off as she became acutely aware of where her free hand had landed. She stammered, her gaze fixed on her own pale hand pressed firmly against the hard plane of his chest, the fabric of his shirt doing little to hide the solid muscle beneath. An electric shock seemed to jolt through her fingertips. With a mortified squeak, she snatched her hand back as if burned, her face erupting in a fiery blush as she sputtered an apology. Ed, unfazed, simply bent down and began to gather her fallen bags, his movements fluid and efficient. He commented wryly that she should have brought an attendant to carry her things. Regaining a sliver of composure, Isnella asked what brought him here, her voice a little shaky. She wondered aloud if Noah had sent him to fetch her. Ed let out a short, humorless laugh, scoffing at the very idea that he would take orders from a man like Noah. He admitted that he had returned at Noah's request, but his gaze was serious as he apologized for not telling her sooner. he added, his voice dropping to a low, possessive murmur that even if another man had taken the post, he would have had him replaced immediately. Isnelda fell silent, processing the fierce protectiveness in his tone. Ed's expression softened then, and he explained that he was actually on his way to the hospital to see his granny. He turned his gaze on her, asking if she would care to accompany him. She was taken aback, asking if he meant Granny Yurtha. He confirmed it was, adding that it wasn't far and she hadn't seen the old woman in ages. Before she could answer, he took her hand in his fingers warm and strong around hers, and declared her unspoken consent wonderful. As they walked, their hands intertwined, he asked quietly if she was still upset with him. She shook her head, assuring him that she was never upset with him. She confessed that she had repeatedly told Noah not to involve her or Granny Yurtha in whatever he was planning. Ed's jaw tightened. He explained that Noah had completely ignored his wishes. He looked at her, a flicker of frustration in his eyes, and asked if she knew what irked him the most. He admitted he could understand, in a way, why Noah hadn't discussed it with him first. If Noah had, Ed would have been complicit in every decision, knowingly using her and the crown for his own benefit. A flicker of a memory of Noah's unwavering loyalty crossed his mind. Confessed that he had never instructed Noah to only use just means. If that were the kind of man he wanted by his side, he would have chosen someone else entirely. What upset him most, he said, his voice laced with a strange mix of anger and resignation, was that Noah had made him an oblivious employer. He had done it all, Ed realized with a pang, in order to protect him once more. Isnelda stopped short, turning to face him with wide, earnest eyes. She insisted that she would hate to causing trouble for him. Ed simply looked at her, his expression unreadable, when a commotion from a nearby building shattered the moment. A man was desperately pleading with an attendant, begging to see a Dr. Marial. The staff member was firm, apologizing, but stating that the doctor was busy. The man's voice cracked with desperation as he cried that he just needed her to take a look at his wife, who was hunched over nearby, looking deathly ill. Her skin was ashen, her eyes sunken and hollow, a portrait of profound suffering. Just as the husband repeated his plea, another attendant stepped out, her voice cold as ice, informing him that the doctor did not tend to mages. The man's face contorted in rage, and he spat that it was blatant discrimination. He spun toward his wife, urging her to say something, but stopped short when he saw her state. The woman was panting heavily, a strange light in her eyes. She looked past him as if he were a stranger, whispering that she did not know him but begged for help. A violent tremor shook her body, and she cried out as a sinister purple energy swirled from her hand, crackling in the air. The magic exploded outward, lifting her from the ground in a vortex of raw, untamed power. She unleashed a wave of force that sent her husband flying backward. Then, as quickly as it began, the magic snapped out of existence. Her eyes fluttered closed, and she collapsed onto the cobblestones in a heap. A stern voice cut through the stunned silence, demanding to know what all the commotion was. An old woman cloaked in a heavy, hooded robe emerged from the clinic. It was Dr. Marial. She knelt beside the fallen woman, her examination swift and clinical. She declared that the woman was afflicted with the madness and ordered someone to inform the mage tower to have her taken away immediately. The husband scrambled to his feet, crying out the doctor's name in protest. He begged her to please just look at his wife, insisting that the mage tower was not an option. His voice was thick with terror as he explained that not a single soul had ever returned after being quarantined at the tower's clinic. He couldn't entrust his beloved wife to their care. He appealed to her reputation as a healer to the poor. He even invoked the Granche Foundation, hoping the name would sway her. Dr. Marial let out a dry, contemptuous laugh, her eyes glinting with scorn as she called his plea laughable. The man flinched as if struck. The doctor's gaze was sharp as she dissected him with her words. She pointed out that his hands were free of calluses and unmarked by ink, yet he was clearly not a wealthy man. His clothes were that of a commoner, and yet a gold ring adorned his finger. She saw no reason why a man like him would need a magic stone when his wife was clearly the mage. The man paled, stammering that it was nonsense. But the doctor pressed on, her voice dripping with disgust. She accused him of simply playing the role of a devoted husband, when in reality he was nothing but a leech, draining the magic from his own wife. Her final words were a whip-crack of judgment. The very sight of him sickened her, she hissed, telling him to be gone. The man fled without another word. As the doctor turned to leave, a sophs called out for her to wait. Dr. Marial paused. It was Nella who had quietly moved to the unconscious woman's side. Isnda touched the woman's forehead, her own ring glowing with a soft, turquoise light as she murmured a single word, Aliago. The tension immediately drained from the sick woman's face. Isnda explained that the spell should allow her to rest for an hour or so. She looked up at the doctor, pleading with her to at least check on the woman's state. Dr. Marial's lips curled into a sneer as she identified Isnelda as another mage. She repeated her stance with cold finality. She did not treat mages, and Isnilda had best find another doctor. Isnilda rose to her feet, her expression unyielding. She asked why that would be necessary, when they had the best doctor in all of Glorenza standing right before them. The old doctor's eyes widened slightly. Isnella pressed on, her voice filled with conviction, stating that even if she didn't treat mages, she was still the best doctor in the kingdom when it came to non-magical treatment. A small, knowing smile touched Isnella's lips. She began to list the doctor's accolades, calling her Meryl Selin, an exceptional physician who continued to hold her own against magic users in an age where non-magical doctors were losing their place, a doctor who tended to the poor rather than the rich. Dr. Mariel stood in stunned silence, her harsh fad cracking ever so slightly. Isnella then tossed a small corked vial through the air. The doctor caught it reflexively. Isnella explained that it was a sedative, as the woman would likely have another fit soon. The doctor finally broke her silence, gruffly telling Isnella to leave, but adding a quiet word of thanks, calling her doctor. Isnella froze, her back to the old woman. She turned slowly, her blue eyes flashing with an unexpected fire. She told Dr. Mariel not to call her that, her voice sharp. She found it presumptuous and warned the doctor to never come to see her again. Isnella's gaze was piercing as she asked the question that hung in the air. Did she despise mages so deeply? Dr. Mariel's face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. It was not mages she abhorred, she snarled, her voice raw with ancient pain. It was Isnella's father. Her voice rose to a shriek as she spat out the words, questioning how anyone could blame her for hating him when that hypocrite died without ever fulfilling his responsibilities. The accusation struck Isnella with the force of a physical blow, leaving her breathless and reeling. Later at the Grancher estate, the sick woman rested peacefully in a guest bed. In the study, Isnella held a heavy, framed photograph. It was a picture from March of 539, commemorating the founding of the Grancher Foundation. Ed entered the room, asking softly if the lady was all right. Isnella nodded, confirming that she was, her eyes still fixed on the photograph. Ed noticed it and asked if it was from when the foundation was first established. She affirmed it was, then pointed to a younger, brighter-faced woman in the crowd. She remarked that it was Dr. Mariel, and she looked like a different person back then, so much more sincere. Ed agreed that she seemed to have changed a lot. Isnella's expression hardened with resolve. She turned to him, reminding him that he had something to tell her. Ed's demeanor grew grave. He began to explain that in a few days, the Mage Tower was forming a special team, led Meister Steven Vincentos, to investigate the new mage disease. He confessed that it was highly classified. He had been torn about whether to tell her. When she looked at him in confusion, he urged her to listen, saying she needed to know the real reason the tower had sent her that notice. He revealed a chilling fact. All the patients suffering from this unique variant of the disease had one thing in common. They all experienced nightmares, vivid dreams of past occurrences. But there was more. In every single one of those dreams, one person appeared without fail. Isnella's breath hitched. She asked who it was. Ed's gaze was somber. He lifted his hand and gently tapped the glass of the photograph she was holding. His finger rested on the smiling face of her father, who was holding a small, brown-haired girl in his arms. Ed's voice was a low warning. He told her to be careful. The tower was watching her very, very closely. The world dissolved and she was a child again, standing by a shimmering sea, her father's hand holding hers. He leaned down, a playful glint in his eye, and asked if he could tell her a secret. He told her that the beautiful, sparkling sea was actually magical, a mean-spirited mage that lured the hearts of men with its beauty. He warned her, his voice serious, that a mage must never let the sea capture their heart. When she asked why, he explained that once you were trapped forever. He told her she must always be wary of its power. As he took her small hand, she noticed a small, blonde boy standing alone on the sand, watching them with an unreadable expression. She wondered why he didn't leave, why he just stood there. Her father's voice pulled her from her thoughts, asking if she wanted to wade a little deeper. She hesitated, worried she wouldn't be able to touch the bottom, but he promised he would hold on to her. Her fear vanished, replaced by a wave of joy, and she agreed happily. They splashed into the cool, clear water. From the shore, the little boy's frantic voice cried out, telling them not to go, pleading for them to come back. He started running toward the waves, his voice a desperate scream. The dream shifted, the sunny sky turning to an inky, suffocating black. She was sinking, pulled down into the crushing depths of a midnight sea. A desperate plea echoed around her as she plunged deeper into the cold darkness. She jolted awake with a gasp, tumbling from her bed and landing on the floor with a hard thud. A sharp pain shot through her head. Ouch, she mumbled, rubbing the sore spot. Her nose throbbed painfully. Ed's chilling words echoed in her mind. The tower is watching you very closely. He had told her they suspected her father was connected to the origins of the mage disease, and that they didn't believe for a second that his daughter's sudden reappearance after 7 years was a coincidence. A cold dread washed over her. It couldn't be. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to force the fear away. It was purely coincidence, she told herself fiercely. It had to be. She recalled what Fairness, Noah's physician, had told her. The woman they had helped was a rare mage of fury from Tibet, a type of mage who likely forced herself in fits of rage to provide her parasitic husband with magic. And that woman, she also had a strange dream. Standing on her balcony under the night sky, Isnella tried to reason with herself. She was sure she only had that dream because she'd been thinking about her father before she fell asleep. But what about the boy? A flash of memory, a small, blonde boy on a sandy shore. She was almost certain it was Noah. She remembered he had stayed with them until he was accepted into the academy. A sudden resolve hardened her features. She could go and ask him. She was sure he was still awake. Placing her hands on the cool stone of the railing, she whispered the incantation, Floitina. As her feet lifted from the ground, she muttered under her breath that this definitely didn't mean she was forgiving him. A short flight away, Noah sat in his study, the room lit by a single lamp. Drifting silently through the night, a shimmering apparition in her white nightgown, Isnilda wondered why he was up so late. She floated toward the light spilling from his open balcony doors, her heart beating a little faster. She peeked inside and froze. He was sitting in his chair, but he wasn't alone. He was holding someone's hand, his expression one of profound loneliness and longing. Her world tilted on its axis as she realized he was holding the hand of a shimmering, silent illusion of herself. A strangled gasp escaped her lips. The shock was a physical blow, shattering her concentration. The delicate magic holding her aloft cracked like glass. The spell dissolved into nothingness. Her eyes widened in terror as she began to plummet. Why? Why was this happening? The wind rushed past her ears as she fell through the darkness. Her desperate cry, "Float!" reached Noah's ears. His head snapped up, his eyes wide with panic. He lunged from his chair, moving faster than she'd ever seen him move, a blur of motion toward the balcony. He reached out into the night, his own magic flaring. Brilliant burst of light that sliced through the darkness and wrapped around her, halting her fall. She floated, suspended in the air just inches from his outstretched hands, caught between the starry sky and the man who dreamed of her ghost. The air rushes past her, a dizzying blur of night sky and glittering stars as gravity pulls her down. Just as a scream catches in her throat, strong arms encircle her waist, breaking her fall with a sudden, jarring stop. She is pulled flush against a solid chest, her body enveloped in a secure embrace. The world spins around them in a vortex of magic and moonlight, a dizzying swoosh that steals her breath. But the arms, are an unshakable anchor in the chaos. When the world stills, she finds herself pressed against Noah, her cheek resting on the fine fabric of his vest. The steady, rhythmic beat of his heart a calming drum against her ear. She looks up, her own heart fluttering in her chest, and whispers his name, the soundly audible into the backdrop of the silent, star-strewn night. But the tenderness of the moment shatters when his voice, sharp and cold, cuts through the air. He demands to know if she is out of her mind. Isnelda, still reeling from the fall and the rescue, can only stare at him in confusion. He scolds her, his voice a low, angry growl, for wandering around at night with Ard. And what's more, he admonishes, it is incredibly dangerous to use levitation spells at such an hour. Before she can even form a reply, his hand darts out, his fingers unhooking the earring from her lobe. She gasps, a uprising in her throat, asking what he thinks he's doing, telling him he can't just take her things. Noah ignores her cry, his gaze fixed on the small trinket in his hand. He states coolly that he was informed she had purchased a number of useless baubles the other day, but he couldn't imagine she would actually use such things. He proceeds to dissect it with brutal honesty, declaring the gem to be of such inferior quality it's incapable of storing mana. The stone is yellowed and asymmetrical, he points out, not to mention the perpt and the hook is made from cheap copper. He concludes with finality that the item is clearly not fit for its purpose. Then, with an air of dismissive authority, he offers to discard it for her. A surge of defiance courses through Isnelda. She grabs his wrist, her grip surprisingly strong, her eyes flashing with anger. She tells him fiercely that it is not his to throw away. His gaze is sharp and questioning as he asks if she learned nothing from her near-fatal fall, if she truly intends to keep using a defective device. Isnelda stammers, flustered but resolute, arguing that she can still wear it purely for decoration. Finding her voice, she tells him that just because it isn't costly doesn't mean it is useless. She speaks of it not as a piece of rock, but as a pearl in its own right. For a moment, he looks surprised, cold facade cracking as he stares at her. A strange light enters his eyes as he studies her earnest face. He murmurs that she is truly impossible to understand. A woman who has come into great wealth yet refuses to indulge in the finer things in life. His tone shifts back to admonishment as he lists her recent transgressions, reminding her how just the other day she brought a dangerous mage of fury into her house. And if that wasn't enough, he continues, she has now come to spy on him at 3 in the morning. Isnelda's face flames with color. She sputters a denial, insisting she wasn't spying, she was simply coming to see if he was still awake. In one swift, startling movement, he grasps her shoulder, pulling her off balance and closer to him. He leans in, his breath warm against her skin, and tells her in a low, intense voice that she lacks caution, Mrs. Isnelda. The sudden proximity sends a jolt through her, and a deep blush spreads across her cheeks as she stares, wide-eyed, into his face. Clearing her throat to hide her fluster, she apologizes for intruding but firmly states that she would like her earring back. Noah considers her for a moment, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. He replies that if she is truly sorry, he would like to keep the earring as a token of her apology. Isnelda stares at him incredulous. She demands to know why she would give it to him when he would just throw it away. Instead of answering, he carefully pulls out a handkerchief, gently wrapping the delicate earring within its folds. He looks directly into her eyes, his expression sincere, and gives her his word that he will do no such thing. Stunned by his unexpected gentleness, Isnelda is left speechless. After a long, charged silence, she finally agrees. Later in his study, she finds him still bent over his paperwork. She asks if he is still working at this hour, and he replies that he tends to sleep later than this. She leans forward, her expression serious, and tells him that it's all the better, as she has something to ask him. He looks up, his gaze knowing, and asks if she had another one of those unsettling dreams. Her eyes widen slightly. She asks how he knew. He explains that those dreams are usually what troubles her at this hour, his voice softening. He then changes the subject, holding up a document. He tells her he was informed that the reason he received an official notice from the Mage Tower was because of her father. Isnelda dismisses it quickly, telling him they are baseless rumors and that it is best to pay them no mind. But she won't let it go. She presses him, asking that if he is so certain there are no grounds to them, he should explain his reasoning to put her mind at ease. After all, she says, her voice gaining strength, they are about her father. She reminds him that she kept her peace, despite her upset when he appointed Ed as her guard without so much as consulting her, because she trusted he had her best interests at heart. Her eyes narrow, her voice dropping to an intense whisper as she tells him that this is different. Noah's gaze falls to his desk. He confesses that he intended to tell her when was right. Isnelda's voice is sharp as she demands to know when exactly that would be. He answers quietly, explaining it when he knew she was emotionally stable enough to handle the information. The words are a blow, and her expression hardens with hurt and anger. Her voice drips with sarcasm as she repeats his words back to him, concluding that he meant to tell her whenever it suited him best. He tries to explain that people often slander the dead to provoke the living, and that she only needs to worry about her own happiness and well-being. But his protective words only fuel her frustration. In a sudden, furious movement, she snatches the papers from his hand. She holds the notice up, her hand trembling slightly, and demands to know if he truly expects to ignore whatever is being said about her father. Without a flicker of hesitation, he looks at her and says yes. He tells her to allow him to deal with such troublesome matters, reminding her that it is, after all, what she has employed him for. A cry of pure frustration escapes her lips. She throws the papers into the air, sending them fluttering down like bitter snowflakes. She slams her hands on his desk, leaning over to glare at him, and asks what exactly he takes her for. Her voice rises, filled with a desperate need to be seen as more, asking if he still considers her a hapless child requiring his protection. He rises from his chair and walks around the desk to stand before her. He crouches down, his attention on a loose, dangling ornament on her shoe. He gently scrapes something off it before carefully reattaching it. He looks up at her from his position on the floor and states with unwavering conviction that she is the only daughter of his mentor, the woman he has sworn to protect. She flinches as his fingers brush against her ankle, his touch sending an unexpected shiver through her. He continues, his voice low but powerful, telling her that if she disapproves of his protection, she need only prove that she no longer requires his help. His eyes burn with a strange fire as he issues his challenge. She must exceed his expectations, soar higher than he could have ever thought, and then he says she must crush him beneath her feet. The intensity of his words hangs in the air between them. Isnelda sits on the edge of his desk, his challenge echoing in her mind as he kneels before her, his hand still on her shoe. She tells him to let her go. Her voice is barely a whisper, betraying the turmoil inside her. He looks up, his gaze unyielding, and tells her that he cannot do that. Fury overtakes her. She tells him he's fired, that she wants him out of her house immediately. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips. He says he is afraid that is not possible. Isnelda fumes silently, thinking that this man always has to have the last word. He continues speaking, his tone shifting to one of calm logic. He tells her there is no reason to reveal the source of her magic to the Mage Tower, and she feels herself despite her anger. He explains that requiring a specific person to generate magic is a significant weakness. He also warns her to stay away from mages of fury, reminding her how dangerous they can be when suffering from their disease. His concern, however begrudgingly, registers with her. After a tense pause, she concedes, but on one condition. In exchange for her cooperation, she wants to be informed of any rumors about her father. He raises an eyebrow, questioning what she means by in exchange. Seizing the moment, Isnelda asserts her power. She presses the heel of her shoe onto his thigh, the movement deliberate and firm. She acknowledges that he may tower over her and that their arrangement might feel like playing house. But she looks down at him, her gaze imperious, and declares that it is an order. She is his employer, she reminds him, and he must do as she says. Noah looks up at her, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, and agrees. The next day, he presents her with a beautiful porcelain bowl filled with shimmering stones. She mistakes them for candy, but he corrects her, explaining they are opals inscribed with spells to ward off nightmares. She's puzzled, asking why he would give her something she can't use since she cannot utilize another person's mana. As she reaches out, he leans forward and presses a gentle kiss to her forehead. She freezes, her eyes flying wide with shock. Heat floods her cheeks as she stammers, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. He pulls back with a small, satisfied smile and tells her he was simply helping her charge them. The memory of his words echoes in her mind as she sits in her room, beautifully dressed. His challenge was clear. He wants her to rise above him, to crush him under her heel. He wants her to prove she doesn't need him anymore. The absolute arrogance of it all. A new resolve hardens within her. She realizes she needs to change the very dynamics of their relationship. A voice pulls her from her thoughts. Dr. Ferranis is calling her name. Isnelda blinks, apologizing and asking the doctor to repeat what she had said. Dr. Ferranis asks about the sedative the woman, Miss Grancher, had brought the day before. She explains her suspicion that it is a secret remedy, a rare potion brewed with vision magic that only a select few can create. She wonders how a non-mage could possess such a thing. Isnelda visits the woman she rescued, who is resting in bed. She addresses her as Miss Grancher and thanks her for helping her yesterday. The woman, whose name is Portia, insists there's no need for thanks and tells her she should rest. But Isnelda presses on, explaining that Dr. Ferranis told her it was Portia who brought her back to her senses. Portia looks away, a sad smile on her face. She explains that she herds afflicted with the madness tend to hurt those closest to them. By saving Isnelda, she says, she also saved her husband. Isnelda is deeply moved, marveling at how Portia still cares for her husband after all the abuse she has endured. Noah's warning about the dangers of the mage D's comes to mind. She looks at the frail woman, thinking seems so harmless. She dismisses any lingering concern, reasoning that it's unlikely they will ever meet again. Portia asks what will become of her now. Isnelda reassures her that those suffering from the madness receive treatment at the tower's clinic, which is run by talented mages who will surely take good care of her. Realizing she doesn't know her name, Isnelda introduces herself. The woman smiles warmly, replying that her name is Portia. In a gesture of kindness, Isnelda slips a beautiful beaded bracelet from her own wrist and places it onto Portia's. She tells her it is a gift that will help ward off bad dreams. Portia stares at the bracelet, her eyes filling with tears. She clutches it tightly, overcome with emotion, and sobs her thanks for such a precious gift. The sight of her gratitude is both heartbreaking and beautiful. Sometime later, Isnelda arrives at a hospital, her carriage escorted by 3 intimidating hooded guards. She steps out, an image of dark elegance in a teal gown, a matching parasol in her hand. A panicked hospital maid rushes to stop her, pleading that mages are not permitted to enter the hospital and that she will get fired. Isnelda's expression tightens with annoyance, but she tries to reassure the girl. With a decisive whip, she closes her parasol. A sly smile plays on her lips as she tells the maid not to worry, because a mage isn't going to enter the hospital. In a quiet apothecary, herbs are being ground with a mortar and pestle. The scene fades into a memory. Years ago, Isnelda's father, Argo, is thanking a young woman named Mariol. He takes her hands in his eyes shining with passion as he begs her to join his research team. Mariel looks hesitant. He explains his dream, to educate more commoners as mages, believing it would revolutionize medicine and make magical treatment accessible to all. Mariel pulls away, protesting that she is no mage and knows nothing of visions, but Argo is persistent, pleading that he requires her expertise. He followed her relentlessly, his charm and earnestness slowly wearing down her resistance. Eventually, she relented, and so Mariel joined his research team. By day, she taught children, and by night, she and Argo worked side by side in his laboratory. Despite the occasional failed experiment, it was a time filled with discovery and laughter, perhaps the most rewarding period of her life. But happiness is fleeting. One day, Argo announced that the Mage Tower had agreed to fund their research. The joy was short-lived. He explained the condition. Only mages of noble lineage were permitted to continue the work. His apology felt hollow as Mariel's world crumbled around her. She left the Grancher residence that day, trying to convince herself that Argo had no choice, that he was merely a man struggling to fund his dreams while raising a child. She tried to be happy for his family's improving fortunes, but then she discovered the truth. She confronted him, waving the official documents in his face. The condition wasn't to replace them, but to double the researchers. He couldn't meet her eyes, admitting that doubling the team would have cost too much and reduced the profits. Mariel's voice trembled with rage as she accused him of choosing money over their shared vision. He grabbed her hands, begging her not to tell the others, asking her to think of his wife and daughter. She wrenched her hands from his grasp, disgusted. To think that a scoundrel like him was the director of a charity. His final words to her were a quiet, defeated admission that even charities require money. That was the last time she saw him. She left city, dedicating her life to healing those in the countryside, far from the world of mages. When she finally returned, she learned his research team had been disbanded just 1 year after she left. Vicious gossip confirmed her worst fears. Argo had sold out his friends for favor and fortune. Unwilling to believe it, she went to his home, but the man she saw playing joyfully with his daughter on the beach was not the monster from the rumors. Conflicted, she turned away, deciding to seek answers another day. But that day never came. The following year, she received the news of Argo and Titania's tragic deaths. When she returned to Teberth, a package was waiting for her, a bracelet with a powerful magic stone, a gift from the man she thought had betrayed her. As she ponders this mystery, a soft meow breaks the silence. A small black cat with startling blue eyes appears, rubbing against her leg. Smiling softly at the stray, she turns to find it some food. Suddenly, her assistant rushes in, stammering that a guest has arrived. A tall, cloaked figure strides into the room, ignoring the assistant's protests. He lowers his hood, revealing a severe face with a thin mustache, and greets her, calling her Dr. Selen. A low, resonant voice echoes in the darkness, murmuring that it has been far too long. The man, wreathed in shadows and clad in opulent red robes, speaks to someone named Dr. Selen. His face is sharp, severe, with a neatly trimmed mustache and long, dark hair that falls past his shoulders. The air in the quiet dispensary crackles with sudden tension. Dr. Mariol Selen, her face obscured by a simple white hood, turns with a sharp, irritated motion. She demands to know who he is and what right he thinks he has to barge into her dispensary. The man stands tall, his posture reeking of arrogance and power. He introduces himself with a chilling formality, stating he is Meister Sieben of the Mage Tower. The name hangs in the air, heavy and unfamiliar. Mariol's eyes narrow in concentration, trying to place it. He was once known as Humor, he clarifies with a hint of a sneer, but he stopped using that name over 2 decades ago. His gapes over her decisively as he remarks that she hasn't changed one bit, still as disinterested in worldly affairs as ever. Mariol offers a clipped apology for her terrible memory, her voice laced with an irony that isn't lost on him. She addresses him as Meister Humor, a deliberate jab at his pride. His lips thin into a tight line. He corrects her, his tone cold, informing her that his name is Meister Sieben Vincentos now. Mariol's reply is a verbal stiletto as she asks with feigned innocence if he only managed to gain that title through marriage. Turning her back on him, she finds a small snack for the black purring at her feet, a clear dismissal of his presence. But Sieben is not so easily deterred. He announces that he will get straight to the point. He has put the Mage Tower forward to lead a research team, one tasked with a monumental goal, developing a cure for the dreaded mage disease. The words hit Mariol with the force of a physical blow. Her hand, midway to feeding the cat, freezes in the air. Her interest piqued, but her disdain for him overriding it, she tells him flatly that she has no interest and he can see himself out. He tries to sway her, calling it a chance to do something honorable for the kingdom, but she cuts him off. She scoffs that the mages have all the honor they need, so he shouldn't waste her time. Her voice is dripping with sarcasm as she questions why the supposed chief creator of the T would require the help of a commoner like her. A flicker of something annoyance, perhaps embarrassment, crosses his face. He claims she flatters him, admitting he was merely of the team. Before he can finish, she interrupts, agreeing with him. With a cruel precision, she amends her statement, saying it isn't fitting to call him the chief creator, when it was his father-in-law who actually led the team. A dangerous darkness falls over Sieben's expression. The pretense of civility shatters. He leans forward, his voice a low hiss, revealing that he heard a very interesting story of late. He tells her the word on the street is that she has developed Potion, a miraculous elixir capable of subduing the madness that plagues magic users. An image of a luminous green potion flashes in her mind. So that's what this is about, she thinks, her heart hardening. He's after her potion. He clarifies his intentions. It is not just the potion he wants, but her ability. He is here to recruit her. Then comes the threat, veiled in a thin layer of negotiation. He says that if she refuses to join the team, he will simply ask that she hand over the potion's recipe. He raises a hand, his fingers slightly curled, a gesture of a man ready to make a deal. His eyes gleam with a predatory light as he asks for her price. Mariol's gaze turns to ice. Her voice is low and firm, a single command that slices through the tense silence. Get out. Sieben's face twists into a contemptuous sneer. He tries to tempt her with promise of wealth and recognition, telling her she'll gain nothing in this poor neighborhood. He offers to provide the funds to open a new hospital in a better location. But she is unmoved, repeating that she is not interested. He presses on, his words like venom, suggesting she was forced into this hovel because people prefer magical treatment. He paints a picture of a different life, one where she was properly compensated for her research, a life she could have had. Her face contorts in a flash of pure rage. She spits back that a mage from the tower has no right to say such things to her. He changes his approach, his voice becoming deceptively smooth. He offers to help her build a new hospital, one dedicated to the treatment of the common people. Before she can react, his hand darts out, his fingers closing around her arm in a grip of steel. her eyed and in shock and fury. He leans closer, his breath hot against her ear, as he finishes his sentence with a sickening whisper. Such work, he says, would be far more meaningful than working for Noah Argent's money laundering foundation. The accusation hangs between them, vile and suffocating. Mariel recovers instantly, a scornful smirk twisting her lips. She asks why he would suddenly care about a hospital for the commoners. She calls him Humor again, the name an insult on her tongue, and tells him she knows the truth. The so-called madness, she explains, is nothing new. For years, it has been a common ailment among the poor who generate magic for income, while the nobles who simply purchase it remain untouched. The Mage Tower did nothing, content to let the disease fester in the shadows as long as it was kept under wraps. Her free hand shoots out, grabbing his wrist with surprising strength. She demands to know what has changed. Why now, after all this time? Is the tower assigning a Meister to lead a research team? Willing to go as far as building a new hospital? His face is a thundercloud of fury. She continues, her voice ringing with conviction, saying she'll hazard a guess. It's because someone of high status has finally fallen prey to the disease. Siben's control snaps. With a snarl, he unleashes his magic. Thorny, black vines erupt from the ground, twisting and wraithing like serpents. At his command, bind, the vines shoot forward, wrapping around Mariel, trapping her in their thorny embrace. She struggles, but the magical restraints hold her fast. He throws his head back and laughs, a cruel, mocking sound. He warns Mariel Selen that she shouldn't be so liberal with her tongue. Mariel glares at him, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. She sees that he is as despicable as he ever was. His rage boils over. He raises his hand, roaring at her to stop calling him by that name. A dark, sinister energy gathers around him as he begins to chant a spell Cure Volcano Celtriel, the most advanced and dangerous memory-wiping spell. A violent wave of purple magic surges towards her, a glowing intricate magic circle materializing at her feet. A terrifying realization dawns on her. He had been preparing to use this spell all along. This was planned from the start. When words failed, he would resort to magic and force. A wave of dizziness washes over her, her vision blurring at the edges. This, she thinks with a bitter heart, is why she despises mages. But just as the spell is about to take hold, a tiny, clear voice cuts through the chaos, chanting a counterspell. The magic circle beneath Mariel's feet cracks like glass, then shatters into 1,000 glowing shards. The spell implodes, the raw magic dissipating with a brilliant flash. Siben stares in disbelief as a small black cat leaps from the shadows, landing gracefully in the arms of a stunningly beautiful woman. Papers flutter to the floor, caught in the residual magical energy. The woman, dressed in an elegant teal gown, steps forward. She offers an apology, her voice calm and steady, explaining that it all happened so quickly she was unable to protect the room as well. She is a vision of grace and power, from the intricate lace of her dress to the pearls woven into her hair. Mariel gasps, startled by the sudden appearance of her savior. The cat now safe mews softly, and the woman thanks it with a gentle smile, tapping its head. The familiar dissolves into sparkling light and fades away. Siben curses his oversight. He'd sent the magical creature because mages were barred, but now he sees the cat was a familiar of incredible power, one that had completely masked its magical presence. The woman Isnelda steps forward, her gaze cool and assessing. She informs them that she happened to overhear their very interesting conversation. She confirms that she knows the Vincentus family wishes to build a new hospital here, but has failed to acquire the landowner's consent. A slow, deliberate smile spreads across her face. What wonderful news, she declares, her eyes sparkling with mischief, because she would be more than happy to purchase the hospital herself. Mariel, still reeling, tells Isnelda that she is no better than Siben. Isnelda simply shrugs, telling the doctor to think what she will. However, she has no intention of sitting by and watching the hospital be bought by someone else. She presents herself as the most desirable buyer and suggests they begin negotiations, leaving Siben utterly speechless. But Mariel is resolute. She stands her ground, her voice ringing with defiance, and declares that she will not be selling her hospital to either of them. Isnelda's smile never falters. In that case, she says, she has no choice but to make an offer that cannot be refused. With a flick of her wrist, a contract materializes out of thin air, a quill pen scribbling furiously across the parchment before the document drifts gently into Mariel's hands. Mariel looks down at it, incredulous, asking if Isnelda truly believes she can be swayed so easily. Isnelda taps a finger to her lip, asking playfully if the offer is too low. With another gesture, the numbers on the page glow and magically rewrite themselves. Mariel's eyes widen in absolute shock. The offer is for 10 times the market value. Siben watches, his mind racing. He knows that if Mariel antagonizes the Vincentus family, she could meet the same terrible fate as her father. Isnelda, noticing Mariel's hesitation, asks if it's still not enough. Well then, she says with a dazzling smile, how about this? The contract glows once more, the magic swirling around it. Both Mariel and Siben stare, their jaws agape, their faces a picture of utter disbelief. Isnelda has just offered 100 times the market value. The room falls into a stunned silence, broken only by the soft rustle of scattered papers on the floor. Isnelda sits calmly, a picture of poise amidst the chaos. Her mind is sharp, replaying the confrontation. She recalls her lessons with Mr. Rogin, who drilled into her the dangers of memory-wiping spells. She understood Siben's cruelty. By adding the amplifier Celtriol to the incantation, he intended to erase Mariel's memory completely. He wanted Dr. Mariel to remember absolutely nothing. The vile rogue planned to wipe her mind and then, after she signed the contract, act as if nothing had happened at all. The scene returns to the present. Mariel, her voice softened with concern, tells a weary Isnelda to rest in the next room. Isnelda looks utterly drained, but she agrees, adding that first, she has some questions. Mariel seems to know what's coming, guessing that Isnelda wants to know why she loathes her father. Isnelda confirms it, stating that after everything she has just done, she believes she is owed that much. Mariel considers for a long moment. Then, instead of answering, she hands Isnelda a warm mug. She tells Isnelda that as the new owner of the hospital, she can be more forthright with her. Isnelda looks up, a flicker of surprise in her brilliant eyes. Tentatively, she asks if she might call her auntie. A warm, genuine smile spreads across Mariel's face. She agrees on one condition: Isnelda consider her an auntie from her mother's side, because she reveals she and Isnelda's mother were once the closest of friends. The world melts away, taking them back 24 years, to a small, cluttered room in an inn. A much younger Mariel slams her hands on a table, accusing her friend Titania of being a traitor. She shouts, her voice filled with betrayal, asking if it's true that she's getting married. Titania, Isnelda's mother, quiets her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mariel wails that they had promised to never marry and live happily together forever, a memory of a drunken, heartfelt vow flashing between them. Titania looks flustered, asking if she really said that. Mariel sighs, her anger deflating, and changes the subject to the messy state of the room. Titania explains she's been busy meeting a deadline. Titania then proudly announces that the man she is betrothed to says he will hire servants to see to the housework. Mariel scoffs at a commoner affording servants. Titania reveals her secret. He is a mage, a graduate of the Royal Academy. What's more, he's very handsome. Titania explains her predicament. She has been posing as a man to work as a specialized stone maker, a profession forbidden to women. If her gender were discovered, she would be charged with fraud. She feared the shop owner she worked for would expose her, so she lied and said she was getting married to explain her departure. It was then that Argo, her handsome fiancé, promised he could support them both if she would just stay with him. Mariel pleaded with her friend to reconsider, knowing how difficult it is to undo a marriage. But Titania's mind was made up. With a sad, apologetic smile, she chose her path. And so Mariel explains that is how Titania became Argo's wife. It was meant to be a simple, one-year contractual marriage, but fate intervened. Towards the end of that year, Titania gave birth to Isnelda and became a mother. Back in the present, Mariel looks at Isnelda with a heavy heart, admitting that she doesn't think Titania was ready for motherhood. Isnelda listens, her heart aching. This is the first time anyone has ever spoken to her about her mother. All her life, she has only heard stories of her brilliant, famous father. Mariel explains that she was Titania's only friend, as they were both orphans of the war. She then presents Isnelda with a black woven bracelet, saying she thinks Isnelda should have it. It was something her parents sent before they passed away. A sudden thought strikes Isnelda. Could this be what the venomous Siben Vincentos was after? She realizes that Mariel must have also wondered how a non-mage like herself could craft a remedy for the disease. She admits she had a feeling Mariel would seek her out again, but she never expected Siben to appear as well. The charm on the bracelet catches the light, revealing a perfect crystal containing a miniature whale swimming in a sea as dark as night. It was her mother's trademark. Isnelda then tells Mariel she will give her the password to unlock its secrets. She clenches the precious memento in her gloved hand, then tries to press it back into Mariel's. She refuses to keep it, insisting it belongs to her. After all, Isnelda knows nothing of medicine. In exchange for the information, she asks me that Mariel work exclusively for her from now on, becoming her personal physician to care for her should she ever contract the disease. Mariel looks at the determined young woman before her, a fond smile gracing her lips. She remarks that Isnelda is truly her father's daughter. Meanwhile, in the grand, silent library of the Mage Tower, Siben Vincentos storms through the towering doors, his face a mask of cold fury. He strides through the halls restricted to only the highest-ranking mages, his mind consumed by a single, burning thought: Isnelda Granchet. He curses her name, raging internally that he had insisted she be killed 8 years ago. Furious at Noah Argent for lying and claiming the girl was nothing special, he uses a communication orb, commanding it to find the research paper on the Tristera spell, written by Argo Granchet. A heavy, leather-bound book flies from a high shelf and into his waiting hand. He rips it open, only to find the pages magically sealed, wiped completely blank. "Damn you, Argo!" he snarls, realizing his old rival is meddling from beyond the grave. With a cry of frustration, he hurls the book to the floor. He paces like a caged animal, his mind racing. He must get rid of that girl, and soon, but how? A slow, wicked smile spreads across his face. The wench is tucked away safely inside Noah Argent's impenetrable fortress, he thinks. Impenetrable, an idea sparks in the darkness of his mind. His eyes glint with newfound purpose. He begins to laugh, a low chuckle that builds into a full-throated, maniacal roar that echoes through the empty library. He touches his communication earring. If the walls cannot be breached, he commands, then they must contact the mole they planted inside the Granche Foundation at once. He will make her walk out of that fortress of her own free will. Back at the hospital, Isnelda gently tucks a blanket around a sleeping Mariol. Mariol awakens, asking what she is doing there. She spots a fresh bouquet of flowers and assumes Ed must have visited. She tells Isnelda she is like her mother, then hands her a scroll containing the research data from Argo she had requested. With this, she says her debt is paid. She also gives Isnelda a heavy bag filled with medicine to prevent the madness. Then, her expression turns serious. She asks Isnelda about the source of her magic, saying it isn't true that she doesn't know. No one can be oblivious to an emotion so frequently felt. It is more likely that she is in denial. She warns that a mage who doesn't understand their power can easily harm those around them. Isnelda clutches the bag of medicine to her chest, whispering that there are some emotions which must not be acknowledged. How could she not understand it? This overwhelming feeling that surfaces only when she is near Noah or Ed. It can only be one thing. Mariol's voice is firm, cutting through her turmoil. She insists there are no emotions that cannot be acknowledged. She asks is the reason Isnelda keeps her power a secret, supposing she has never discussed it with anyone. Discuss it? The words hang in the air, foreign and impossible. Isnelda's mind flashes with images of the two men who stir this dangerous, unnamed emotion within her. Her heart aches with a truth she dare not speak. Who on earth would I tell? The old woman's voice was firm, cutting through Isnelda's turmoil with undeniable certainty. She insisted that there were no emotions that could not be acknowledged. Her sharp eyes seemed to pierce right through Isnelda's carefully constructed facade, asking if that was the reason she kept the source of her magic a secret. She supposed Isnelda had never discussed it with anyone, either. The question hung in the air, and Isnelda's sapphire eyes widened slightly. Discuss it? The thought was absurd. Her mind flashed with images of the two men who haunted her thoughts. Noah, with his gentle smile and scholarly air, and Ed, with his smoldering gaze and the dangerous allure of a swordsman. Who on earth would she ever tell? A part of her, a foolish, hopeful part, had once thought that Ed might like her in the same way she felt for him. She had imagined confessing her feelings, her heart pounding with the dream that their relationship could finally evolve into something more than just friends. But the reality was a suffocating mess. A black-gloved hand clenched the fabric of her coat, the leather groaning under the pressure. She confessed that she hated this feeling. It was crude and shameless, making her feel ashamed and disillusioned with herself. All her life, she had believed she harbored a one-sided crush on Edvan. Her heart and her mind had been convinced of it. Magic had told her otherwise. It revealed a connection to Noah, a bond that shimmered with its own impossible light, a pull she couldn't deny. The magic called her a fraud and a liar, forcing her to confront the duality of her own heart, a heart that beat for two men at once. The old woman's expression softened with a flicker of sympathy. She explained that many mages of fury had faced the same problem. They felt lost, abhorring the very emotions that fueled their power. But she warned Isnelda that she must learn to accept it if she didn't want to forsake her magic entirely. Patting her shoulder gently, she added that trying to deny her feelings would only make things more difficult. She told her about Argo's research into ways for mages to control their emotions, particularly a method to suppress the feelings of a mage on the verge of madness. The documents she had given Isnelda would help her understand. Isnelda's voice was barely a whisper as she asked how the mages of fury learned to accept their anger. The old woman's silence was a heavy, damning answer. Her gaze fell. She revealed the grim truth. Most of them weren't able to. Why else did Isnelda think there were so few of them left in the world? The weight of that revelation settled upon Isnelda as she stood alone on the balcony, the evening sky blushing with the colors of sunset. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore was a restless mirror of her own soul. The old woman's words echoed in her mind. She must accept her feelings, or she would only make things more difficult for herself. Accept how I feel, she wondered, her hand coming up to touch her cheek. And if she did, what then? It wouldn't be so hard if this overwhelming reaction was only directed at one person. But to feel this for two, it felt like a yoke that would bind her for the rest of her life. Her thoughts swirled into a confusing vortex. Could such a chaotic, shameful bondage be considered romantic? Could what she felt truly be called love? Or was it something baser, nothing more than physical desire? Her head was a muddled mess, the wind whipping her long hair around her as if trying to shake the thoughts loose. There was only one way to find out. She could get her answer by testing it. A reckless idea bloomed in her mind, dangerous and thrilling. Should she try kissing both of them? As if summoned by her very thoughts, a low, familiar voice broke the silence. He called her name Isha. It was Ed. His crimson eyes, intense and captivating, were fixed on her as he asked what she was doing. He was here, standing right in front of her. Her breath hitched. He moved closer, his presence filling the space between them, electric and overwhelming. Her lips parted slightly, an unspoken invitation she hadn't even realized she was offering. He reached out, his finger gently tracing the curve of her lower lip. The touch was feather-light, yet it sent a jolt of pure fire through her entire body. Her eyes fluttered open, wide with shock and a dawning, dizzying excitement. Her mind reeled. "Ed?" she stammered, asking when he had gotten here, her hand flying to her mouth as if to trap the gasp that escaped. Did he just touch her lips? The thought sent a fresh wave of heat across her skin. He simply stated that her magic stone appeared to be empty. She mumbled an excuse, saying she had used a lot of magic today. A hint of chiding entered his tone as he told her she should have taken him with her. He could have helped. She agreed absently, her mind still reeling. He then asked if she was any closer to understanding her source. She admitted she wasn't, not yet. With a sincerity that made her heart ache, he asked if there was anything he could do to help. Her heart thumped against her ribs. To think she'd meet him right after deciding to test her feelings. What should she do? An opportunity was right here, staring her in the face. Her throat felt tight as she managed to tell him that there was something he could do. Thump, thump, thump. Her pulse was a frantic drum against her ears. She had to do this properly. Give him an explanation, ask for his consent, and try to make it as romantic as possible. She fumbled for the right words, trying to explain what she wanted, but her tongue felt thick and useless. "Why are you fumbling, Isnelda?" She berated herself internally, her eyes squeezed shut in frustration. "Didn't you just brace yourself for this?" Ed, ever perceptive, cut through her stammering. He asked if there was something she'd like to do. His directness startled her, but it was the opening she needed. Could it be this simple? Taking a deep breath, she leaned in, her eyes fluttering open to meet his. His gaze was intense, questioning. She whispered his name, her voice trembling, and then he moved. His hand came up to cup the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her hair as he pulled her closer, closing the final inch between them. The world seemed to dissolve in a splash of color and sensation as their lips met. Her mind went white, every thought erased by the sheer, overwhelming reality of his kiss. His arm was a steel band around her, pulling her flush against his hard chest as he deepened the kiss. He held her head gently, his thumb stroking her cheek as their lips moved together. Her body felt weightless, adrift in a sea of feeling. Her eyes were wide with shock and wonder, a blush staining her cheeks as she was held captive in his embrace. He broke the kiss, his voice a low murmur against her lips. He told her she should be pushing him away. When someone touched her lips without permission, he said she should flee. He pointed out how much she was shaking, his hand moving to grip her arm, his touch both a comfort and a brand. He called her a dummy, reminding her that he had warned her not to trust him. Had she already forgotten? No, she breathed, word barely audible. She tried to explain, to tell him this wasn't what he thought, that it wasn't because she disliked him, but he cut her off, a wry, almost pained smile on his face. He said he was just fooling around. He apologized if he had upset her, but she had it wrong. She trembled, not from fear, but from the raw, chaotic power surging within her. The sea was rising, a phantom tide she could feel pulling at her feet, threatening to swallow her whole. She could see it now, the sea of her magic rising around her whenever she came in contact with Ed, and the sensation was terrifying. She didn't know if she felt this way because she liked him, or because she didn't. He stood, his expression unreadable against the fiery sunset. He reached for her hand, his touch sending another jolt through her system, and she realized with a sickening lurch that more than the fear, more than the confusion, she was concerned about his crestfallen expression. She wanted it. The words burst, raw and desperate. She wanted to do it with him. His crimson eyes widened in surprise. Before he could react, she moved, her body acting on pure instinct. She threw her arms around his neck, pulling him down to her as the wind whipped around them, and then the world dissolved. The balcony, the sunset, it all vanished, replaced by a violent splash as she was plunged into the icy depths of her own magic. Her lips were still pressed against his, the memory of the kiss lingering as she sank deeper. Their mouths parted, the kiss ending as the vision took over completely. It was a phantom kiss in a phantom sea, a moment suspended in time, a final splash, and she was completely submerged, falling through the rippling, cerulean water. The light from the surface faded, and she was alone in the deep. The world was silent and blue. A powerful splash echoed through the water, and she was plunged into a memory. Granny Yertha's kind voice echoed in the hazy dreamscape. She was introducing her grandson to someone, explaining that she had to look after him, and asking if he could stay in an empty room while she worked, promising he would be as quiet as a mouse. This was how she first met Ed. He was just a child holding his grandmother's hand, leaning on a cane despite his young age. She remembered her younger self, dressed in a prim sailor dress, asking him if he would play with her. He had tried to say her name, his voice stumbling over the syllables. Ed wasn't just physically handicapped, he had difficulty speaking too. It was the result of his grandmother mistakenly feeding him a poisonous herb when he was an infant. Though he survived, he was left with the paralyzing after effects. That was why she used to hold his hand so firmly when they walked, guiding his uncertain steps. The memory faded and the question returned, colder and sharper than before. Could that be called love, or was it just farcical sympathy, an emotion born from a sense of superiority over the broken boy he used to be? The water around her felt impossibly cold. She was dreaming again, lost in a place she couldn't wake up from. She was sinking into the endless blue. Something glowed in her hand. It was the opal Noah had given her. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the stone. The light transformed, taking the shape of a magnificent fish with a flowing tail. It swam gracefully through the water, a beacon in the deep. More and more fish made of pure light began to swim around her, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. They moved as one, a shimmering school of memories guiding her through the depths of her own mind. She was surrounded by them, her long hair floating like seaweed in the silent currents. One of the fish, a beautiful koi, swam close. As she reached out to touch it, the scene around her flickered, a flash of white light, and she was in another memory. Bella's noise echoed, complaining about how much she hated wearing other people's clothes. Isnelda's own voice called out her name in surprise. Bella? What was this? She touched another fish, and another memory flashed before her eyes. This time, it was Noah's voice, calm and reassuring, asking if she still felt uncomfortable. It was unmistakably him. There was no mistaking it. These fish were all snippets of her memories. A horrifying realization began to dawn on her. If the fish were her memories, then the sea containing them must be— it couldn't be. This entire sea, it was her magic. The pieces clicked into place. She remembered reading about the mage disease. Those afflicted reported having nightmares involving past memories, a madness that transformed them into totally different people. If she was right, if the sea was her emotion and the fish were her memories, then our emotion is affected by what memories are present. Could it mean that the victims of the mage disease have another person's memory in their sea of emotion? The thought sent a shockwave through her. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound vibrated through the water. Duan, a massive, dark shape loomed in the abyss below. It was a colossal chain, its links impossibly thick, stretching down into a dark, bottomless trench. Clank! The sound was heavy, final, a dark abyss. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her. But alongside the fear was a desperate, driving need. She still wanted to find them. She had to find the memories she had forgotten, the ones buried somewhere much deeper, locked away by these chains. Another deep thud echoed from the abyss. The chain was a promise of a dark, forgotten truth. Had to find them. The memories she had forgotten, the ones buried somewhere much deeper. Just as she began to swim towards the chain, a swarm of glowing fish surged up from below. They surrounded her, blocking her path. A voice, or rather a chorus of voices, echoed in her mind. They told her no, that it was dangerous. The fish were talking. Her eyes widened in disbelief. They explained that there wasn't enough water, that her body couldn't accept seawater yet. She could only drink distilled water, or she wouldn't be able to breathe. She would die. Bad memories, they warned, were best kept locked away. The swarm of glowing fish began to push her upwards, away from the darkness. Wait, she cried out, trying to fight against the current. She still had to confirm something. The voices promised her that she would find herself here again when the storm comes. With a final powerful surge, they propelled her up towards the surface, away from the abyss and its secrets. She shot awake with a desperate gasp, her eyes flying open. She was panting, her heart hammering in her chest, her hand flying to her forehead, which was slick with a cold sweat. She wasn't in the sea, she was in her room. This dream, it was different from the others. A new, terrifying thought took root in her mind. If she could re-enter the same dream with full consciousness, she might be able to find her memories related to the tragedy from 8 years ago. Her hand clenched the bed sheets. Since her father had abruptly halted his research, the tragedy might not have been an accident at all, but a planned murder. The resolve hardened within her like steel. I have to regain my memories. Her eyes, bright with determination, stared at the morning light filtering through her window. Suddenly, the memory of the kiss flashed through her mind. A deep blush spread across her face. She had shared a kiss with Ed. He must be worried sick right now after seeing her faint. Just then, a loud clamor from outside shattered the quiet of her room. She sat up, wondering what all the noise was. She walked towards the balcony doors, her brow furrowed in concern. A voice cried out, "Madam." It was Connie, her maid, who rushed in and threw her arms around her in a desperate hug. Connie was wailing, overjoyed that her madam was finally awake. Isnelda patted her back reassuringly, telling her she was all right now. Connie pulled back, her face streaked with tears, and informed her that she had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Isnelda apologized for worrying her, but her attention was drawn back to the commotion outside. She asked what was happening. Connie's expression turned fearful as she admitted there was a bit of a situation. Isnelda, thinking it was guests, declared she would go and greet them herself. Connie shrieked for her not to, but it was too late. A rock came crashing through the glass doors, shattering them into 1,000 pieces. Connie threw herself in front of Isnelda, shielding her from the flying debris. Isnelda stared at the rock and the crumpled paper tied around it, asking what on earth was happening. A cacophony of voices erupted from outside. "Miss Grancher," they screamed. "Do come out!" They yelled questions at her, their voices sharp and accusatory. Did she know how the Granche Foundation was truly founded? Were the rumors about her father true? The flash of cameras was blinding. Miss Granche, the name was a curse hurled at her from the mob below. Isnelda stood frozen, her mind reeling from the sudden, violent intrusion. Connie, her voice trembling, asked if she was all right. Picking up the note, Isnelda reassured the terrified maid. She told Connie to call the security team and that she would like a moment to herself. As a storm began to rumble in the distance, mirroring the tempest in her heart, she unfolded the paper. Her eyes scanned the words, her blood running cold. The headline was a declaration of war. "We expose the reality of the Foundation, a living hell masquerading as a parties for orphans." The article claimed that her father, Argo Granche, was deeply connected to the recent threat of the mage disease. It said that before his death, he was working on a vision that suppressed the emotions of mages as a means to become a master of the mage tower. For this, he had gathered war orphans who showed talent for magic, under the pretense of educating them. But he had subjected the poor children to horrifying human experiments. In the end, innocent young mages were sacrificed because of Argo Granche's madness. Her hand trembled, the ring on her finger feeling like a lead weight. The article listed the victims. Peter Black, 11 years old, suffered serious injuries. Azil, 13 minor injuries. 14 died. Clara, 13 minor injuries. 1 died and 10 were injured. After the experiment, the children's memories were erased, and for a thorough cover-up, they were forced to change their names and identities. A memory surfaced of a young girl with freckles thanking someone, a man named Portia. The article continued, stating that even as adults, the victims still suffer from severe trauma, and in the nightmares symptomatic of their madness, Argo Granche is ever present. However, not all of the children were victims. Concerned about his public image, Argo had spared one of the orphans from the experiment. It was questionable, the article sneered, if said child was truly unaware of the experiments being done on the other children. Isnelda snatched the paper, her knuckles white. This child became the first ward of the Granche Foundation to earn a Royal Academy scholarship, and the only one among the orphans to ever reside in the Granche residence. He is part of a group classified by the Council of the Mage Tower as having the highest risk of getting the mage disease. The article was talking about Noah. A voice called her name, Miss Isnelda. He was a mage of fury. The faint, crisp rustle of paper cut through the suffocalence of the room, a sound far too loud in the tense atmosphere. A document filled with words that felt like poison was being read. It spoke of a child, the very first ward of the Granche Foundation, a brilliant orphan who had earned a royal scholarship. This child, it said, was the only one to ever reside in the Grand Granche residence itself, a place of privilege and power. The file was cold, clinical, a photograph of a 17-year-old boy named Noah Argent clipped to the corner. The text below, it was a death sentence. He was classified by the Council of the Mage Tower as having the highest risk of the mage disease. The name Mrs. Nelda hung in the air, a whisper of a name belonging to the beautiful, dark-haired woman standing frozen in the room, her brilliant blue eyes clouded with a storm of emotion. She was a mage of fury, a title that felt more like a curse than a gift. The man before her, the older version of the boy in the file, held the damning letter in his hand, his expression unreadable behind his spectacles. His suit was impeccable, a stark contrast to the chaos tearing through Isnelda's heart. Noah's voice was steady, analytical, as he informed her that the letter was clearly written by someone who could barely write. He deduced that the perpetrator likely hired a poor, illiterate person to copy the text, a desperate attempt to avoid the printing houses and the attention of the press, using crude means to circulate the vicious rumors. He let the paper slip from his fingers, a dismissive flutter that landed on the soft, final thud. Turning his back to her, a gesture that felt like a slap, he asked Miss Isnelda how she was feeling. He advised her to rest, to wait for Dr. Ferranez. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Isnelda's breath hitched, a strangled sound in her throat. Her voice, when it finally came, was a fragile, trembling whisper. She had to know, she had to ask, even if the answer would shatter her. She asked him if it was true. Were the accusation true? Her question, heavy with desperation, hung between them. Noah didn't turn, didn't move, but a single, perfect tear escaped his eye, tracing a glistening down his stoic face. The sight of it broke something inside her. Panic clawed at her throat. She begged him, her voice cracking, to tell her they were just lies. She pleaded with him to say it was just another attempt to provoke her, to slander her late father just as his enemies had done before. She begged him to tell her not to pay any heed to such groundless gossip, to tell her that she should only think about her own well-being. Her words tumbled out, breathless and frantic, a desperate prayer. She lunged forward, her hand clutching the sleeve of his jacket, the fabric a flimsy anchor in her swirling vortex of terror. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, pleaded with him. She confessed that she would believe whatever he said, that she was willing, so willing, to be deceived. All he had to do was tell her they were lies. His answer, single brutal blow. He told her they were true. As the words left his lips, a violent crack of lightning split the sky outside, illuminating the room in a flash of stark, unforgiving white. The sound echoed the shattering of Isnelda's heart. She stared, her eyes wide with a pain so profound it stole the air from her lungs. Noah continued, his voice a cold, emotionless drone. He confirmed that Professor Argo had indeed been the person in charge of the experiment. He then twisted the knife, admitting that it was also true that the children involved in the experiment were harmed. Why? The question screamed in Isnelda's mind. Why? When I am begging you to lie to me, do you insist on pushing me to the very edge? The world around her began to crumble, the floor beneath her feet feeling as if it were splitting apart. The window behind Noah exploded inward, spraying the room with a shower of broken glass. Yet he stood perfectly still, a calm island in a sea of chaos. He took the blame upon himself, his voice never wavering, stating that this incident was entirely due to his own carelessness and oversight. He assured her that she, who knew nothing of the matter, was not responsible for her father's mistakes. The commotion from the street below, the shouts of the press, was nothing, he said. The Royal Knights would deal with it shortly. She had nothing to worry about. He took a step towards her, his expression placid, telling her that just as the public had quickly forgotten the sinking of the Elahauer, they would soon forget this as well. He instructed her to stay in bed until the doctor arrived. A bitter, broken sound escaped Isnelda's lips, something between a gasp and a laugh. Enough! Her voice, now sharp as splintered glass, cut through his placid words. She said his full name, Noah Argent, commanding him to stop this farce. Carelessness? As she spoke, a lumble started, a dangerous purple energy beginning to crackle in the air around her. She reminded him of all the times they had clashed over similar issues, all the times he had placated her with the same empty words. He would tell her not to concern herself, that he would deal with it, that this was why he was here. She could recite his reassurance verbatim. But today, she pointed out, her voice with venom. Those words were strangely missing. She demanded to know if he had suddenly decided he was no longer responsible for her. And then the horrible, agonizing truth clicked into place. Her eyes narrowed, burning with a furious light. He knew she accused, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. He knew this was going to happen. She knew him too well. He would never overlook such a critical variable. He had purposefully broken his promise to her, kept her completely in the dark. Also, she could be kept oblivious and free from responsibility. It was a calculated betrayal. The only reason for it was that the Mage Tower had set its sights on the Granche family. With her father gone, they would have pinned the blame for the mage disease pandemic on her. The only way to protect her was for Noah to sacrifice himself, to paint himself as a pompous fraud and reveal that he, the orphan who was mysteriously excluded from the experiment, was secretly involved all along. The realization was a fire in her veins. She drew herself up, her voice ringing with the authority of her name. She reminded him that while he might be the executor of her father's will, she was the one who inherited the Granche fortune. If anyone should be held responsible, it was her. A sharp, agonizing pang shot through her chest, and the world went blurry. She lurched forward, her body giving out. Noah was there in an instant, his cold composure finally breaking as he cried out her name. Catching her before she hit the floor, she tried to shove him away, gasping that she didn't need his help, but her strength failed her. As she looked up, her angry defiance faltered. She saw his face, truly saw it, and the mask was gone. The sorrow, the pain he had been hiding was etched into every line of his features. Her own pain was forgotten for a moment as she whispered, asking why he was making such a face. Her head throbbed, and a memory, unwanted and violent, ripped through her mind. She was a little girl again, surrounded by a terrifying storm of her own crackling purple magic, screaming at a young boy that he wasn't even family. And the boy, a small, bespectacled Noah, stood in the heart of her rage, apologizing for just being there. Noah's voice pulled her back to the present. It was softer now, tinged with a deep wariness. He told her that Professor Argo was not free of blame, but a greater sin had been committed by someone else. The research had been banned by the Mage Tower, a secret known only to those who participated. The person who leaked this information was burning their own bridges, endangering themselves in the process. Still weak in his arms, Isnelda managed to ask if that meant he was also involved. He shook his head, explaining that he had too young to be part of the research team. But then he said something that made her blood run cold. He had waited his entire life for this day. He looked down at her, his eyes blazing with a dark resolve. He promised to place her enemy at her feet. But to strike this foe, he needed to lie low, to do some pruning. He proposed a plan. They would make the public believe he had been dismissed from her service and had gone into hiding. Isnelda stared at him, aghast, asking if he was out of his mind. He offered a faint, dangerous smile. He called it a dogfight, something he was very good at. For what, she demanded, her voice trembling again. She asked him what would happen if she told him not to go. His answer was a quiet, devastating apology. What, she cried, could possibly be more important to him than her safety? A new fire ignited within her. With a surge of strength, she reached up, grabbed his tie, and yanked him down towards her. Her eyes were wild, her voice a command. Before he went anywhere, she told him he had a duty to perform first. The air between them was electric, thick with unspoken words and years of repressed feelings. He pulled her flush against him, his hand finding the small of her back. "Your duty?" she repeated, her voice a breathy whisper. And then he leaned in, and his lips captured hers. It was a desperate, punishing kiss, a torrent of fear and longing and anger all crashing together. The rain lashed against the shattered window, a storm mirroring the one raging inside them. He deepened the kiss, his fingers tangling in her long, dark hair, pulling her closer still. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she melted against him. As their lips finally parted, he leaned close to her ear and whispered a single, magical word, Eliago. A sleeping spell. A sharp pang went through her, and the world dissolved into blackness. She slumped against him, her consciousness gone. He held her for a moment before stumbling, his own strength failing him as he caught himself on a nearby table, panting for breath. Looking down at her peaceful, sleeping face, his own was a mask of profound sorrow. He whispered for her to sleep well. Before his legs gave out completely, he collapsed to his knees, his head coming to rest gently on her lap, utterly and completely spent. A year ago, in a lavish suite at the Hotel de la Bonne 303, two women were deep in discussion. Kuni, a cheerful girl with freckles, was humming to herself as she pored over a catalog from Ars Nova. Melfa, more severe and practical, asked if she was still choosing. Connie explained that she was trying to pick a pair of gloves from the limited edition line, just as Noah had requested. In a flashback, Noah's voice was cool and precise as he instructed Melfa to order the gloves, adding them to the shoes he had already commissioned. He gave her a strict deadline, handing her the catalog. Back in the hotel room, Connie giggled, admitting she simply loved buying pretty and expensive things. She confessed that she got especially excited when choosing gifts for Miss Isnelda, since even the notoriously Noah provided an unlimited budget for it. These three were the Isnelda team. Connie, the savvy shopper with an eye for valuables. Melfa, the meticulous planner who left no room for error, and Rodion, a talented mage and Isnelda's secret protector. Melfa glanced at a photograph in Connie's hand. She asked if Rodion had sent it. Connie nodded, confirming it was taken last month. She sighed, saying how upsetting it was that Mrs. Nelda had to sneak out just to go outside. Connie's frustration boiled over. She questioned why Noah only wanted them to watch her, why he wouldn't do something of that maniac Garrick. She even suggested they could arrange an accident, making it look like he died in a drunken brawl. Melfa sharply reprimanded her, reminding her of their strict orders. They were forbidden from interfering in Isnelda's life unless she was in danger, and even then, they had to be inconspicuous. And she reminded Connie of the third, most important rule. They must prevent Mrs. Nelda from falling in love with anyone. The truth was Noah's position was precarious. Inheriting the Grande Fortune required him to pay a hefty stipend to Isnelda's uncle for her upbringing. There had been one simple solution to his financial and political problems, a promise of marriage to Isnelda herself, a union that would solidify his claim and secure her future. Connie couldn't understand it. Why did he refuse the easy path? Instead of a simple engagement, he created this dedicated team to watch over her from a distance, strictly preventing her from forming bonds with anyone. Then Connie's voice dropped. She mentioned that Rodion had told her about rumors that Noah had been emotionally damaged time at a place called the Workshop. The Workshop, on the surface it was a place where magic stones were made, but in reality it was a hellscape where child mages were brutally exploited. Desperate children went there willingly, taught they could earn money simply by expressing their anger or sorrow. The pay for a full day of draining their emotions was barely enough for a single meal. The magic they bled from their very souls was stored in glittering stones and sold for fortunes to nobles and powerful mages. A younger Rodion knew this place well. As an orphan, he went there often to earn enough to feed himself and his little sister, Connie. He remembered the overseer's harsh voice, screaming at him to keep crying to fill the stone, his small body trembling with exhaustion and despair. The other children whispered about one boy who was different, Noah. They called him the owner's dog. He was exempt from the agonizing work and received the best food and clothes, all because he had the owner's favor. Noah's job was not to cry, his job to hunt. He would catch the children who were slacking, the ones who had no more tears to give, and drag them to the owner. The owner would then take both Noah and the unfortunate child into a private room and lock the door. Rodion never knew what horrors occurred behind that door. At the time, he never could have imagined that he would one day become one of Noah's most trusted associates. Everything changed the day a mysterious man in a dark cloak appeared at the workshop, his body crackling with powerful, untamed magic. Back in the present, a day before Isnelda woke up, Noah was lost in his memories. 18 years ago, a nervous Professor Argo was trying to start his first lesson with a young, silent Noah. Argo crouched down, asking Noah what the most difficult time for him as a mage had been. Noah's reply was empty, hollow. He said he couldn't think of any. He explained that everyone works to survive. It was a fact of life, not a hardship. Argo tried to explain that just because something is necessary doesn't mean it isn't hard, that mages needed to be honest with their emotions emotions. Seeing the boy's confusion, Argo changed his approach, offering to answer any one of Noah's questions. Noah's question was heavy with guilt. He asked if the reason he was being taught alone was because of the bad thing he did. He confessed that I'd seen it, hadn't he? He had seen how Noah was about to kill someone. The memory was vivid. Argo, the cloaked man, crashing into the workshop. One of his men screamed his name, pointing to a locked room. Argo blasted the door open. The scene inside was a nightmare. The owner lay dead in a pool of blood. A dagger plunged into his chest. Another boy sobbed hysterically, begging for his life. And standing over the corpse was young Noah, his face and hands stained crimson, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. Argo reacted instantly, casting a spell that sent thorny vines erupting from the floor to ensnare the boy. He approached the captured Noah and asked him why he did it. He promised the man couldn't hurt him anymore. Noah's answer was chilling. He said he was told to do it. He was to hate, to kill, because that person was his enemy. For mages of fury, anger was the source of their power. But in a world at peace, they had nothing to hate, and their magic became a curse. Argo, seeing the broken child before him, took his small, blood-stained hand. He smiled a genuine, warm expression, and offered to show Noah something fun for their first lesson. He chanted a spell, and the grim study dissolved in a flash of radiant light. They were standing on a sun-drenched beach, with a sparkling turquoise ocean lapping at their feet. Argo explained it was an illusion, a manifestation of magic shaped by emotion, but he warned that such magic was dangerous. One could drown in their own emotions, losing their reason and descending into madness. Young Noah looked at the magical waves, a flicker of wonder in his empty eyes. He asked if he, too, possessed something like this. Argo placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, his smile kind and reassuring. He told him that they would build one together. For the first time, Noah's eyes shimmered with something other than sorrow. It was hope. In the present, the night before Isnelda would awaken, Noah stood by his study window. He clutched a delicate lace handkerchief in his hand, his fist tightening until his knuckles were white. He stared out into the darkness, his face a portrait of weary sorrow, and whispered her name into the night. The sun-drenched sky of Glorenza heralded the beginning of the summer social season, a time of vibrant life and whispered gossip. But within the gilded halls of the aristocracy, a bitter murmur was already spreading like a poison. The nobles spoke in hushed, resentful tones, complaining how they'd possibly be forbidden from attending private balls this season. It was all because of the king's decree, a maddening response to the so-called mage disease, forcing them to obey. One scoffed that it was also the king's wish to humor that arrogant Lahorchan, a thinly veiled attempt to force them all to compete in a more premium arena. They all knew the truth, another added with a sneer. The king could call it what he wanted, but his true intention was for them to simply let him win. A man turned to a silent figure standing apart from the group, asking Lord Gaius if he didn't agree. Edvan Gaius stood like a statue carved from shadow and duty, his dark, wavy hair framing a face of stoic perfection. His crimson and gold uniform was immaculate, adorned with chains and medals, but his eyes held a distant, weary light. In that moment, he felt a suffocating weight settle upon him, the crushing realization that he was nothing more than an embellished ornament. An ornament for the king, an ornament for the Granche Foundation, and... his breath caught in his throat. An ornament for Isnelda. The thought of her name was a sharp, painful twist in his soul. Ever since he had learned the devastating truth that Noah Arjun had used him, manipulated him like a pawn on a chessboard, it had become impossible for Edvan to regard Isnelda with the same innocent heart he once had. That was why he had built a wall around himself, purposely distancing himself from her, a desperate act of self-preservation. The pure, innocent love he had cherished for so long had faded into a pale ghost, and in its place something unfamiliar and dangerous had started to blossom. It was a raw, tempestuous desire. He wanted to be kind to her, to protect her. But at the same time, he was tormented the urge to pour out all his raw, unfiltered emotion. He longed to hold her soft body firmly in his arms, to kiss her lips while apologizing for doing it against her will, an intoxicating fantasy of surrender and possession. He wanted to sate a hunger he never knew he had, a hunger to devour her whole. A wave of self-loathing washed over him. How sordid! He remembered the last time, the time he couldn't restrain himself, the time with Isha. A colleague's voice cut through his dark thoughts, acknowledging that the match today had been decided rather suddenly. The man advised Lord Gaius to simply humor the general, to think of it as light practice. Edvan stood before the grand, ornate doors of the arena, his posture rigid. That had been his intention, he thought, but he had changed his mind. A fire ignited in his gaze. He was going to have to give it his all to resolve this deeply unpleasant feeling churning in his gut. A murmur rippled through the spectators as he stepped forward, his jaw tight with grim determination. What the... His eyes fell upon a massive banner being unfurled, its words a bold proclamation. The reality of the Granche Foundation. A paradise for orphans. And there, on the other side of the arena, stood his opponent, a man with long, flowing dark hair and a confident, almost predatory smile. The summer season began with a bang. Noah's eyelids fluttered open, heavy and slow. He found himself staring up at an unfamiliar, lavishly decorated ceiling. A soft confusion clouded his mind as he murmured to himself, wondering who he was. He tried to sit up, but a sharp tug at his wrist stopped him. He glanced down, his eyes widening in disbelief. His wrists were bound with soft cloth, tied securely to the bedposts, stretching his arms out wide. A calm female drifted from the corner of the room, asking if he was awake now. Isnelda sat elegantly on a chair, her expression a mixture of amusement and cool indifference. She asked if he was angry with her, adding with a dismissive little smile that it wasn't as if he didn't deserve it. Noah's voice was strained as he demanded to know where S's were, ordering her to untie him. Isnelda simply poured herself a cup of tea, her movements unhurried. She taunted him, asking why he didn't just do it himself. After all, wasn't he good at doing everything by himself? She took a delicate sip, remarking that this part rather inconvenient with his arms tied. In a sudden, swift movement, Noah lunged, his body twisting against his restraints. He caught her around the waist, pulling her flush against the bed with a soft thud. His arms, though bound, held her captive. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear, and asked why she didn't tell him what she wanted instead of restraining him like this. Isnelda's voice was steady, betraying none of the shock she felt. She stated her demand clearly, wanting to know everything about what her father was doing, his research, his vision, and what he intended to with them. Noah's reply was a cold refusal. He told her he couldn't tell her everything. Isnelda's eyes narrowed. She pressed him, asking if it was so he could escape blame. He looked at her then, his gaze piercing and utterly devoid of warmth as he delivered the blow. He told her she would be a hindrance to him if she knew. The word froze the very air in her lungs. Hindrance. As she held the teacup, her hand trembling slightly, Noah suddenly grabbed her wrist, pulling the cup to his own lips. He drank deeply, the liquid spilling down his chin and staining the front of his white shirt. Isnelda could only stare, her blue eyes wide with shock. He pulled the empty cup away, his gaze locking with hers, a mocking light in their depths. He asked her if she really thought he would feed him a cup of water after calling him a hindrance. He then questioned if she had not wanted an honest answer. A furious blush crept up her cheeks. With a sigh of controlled frustration, Isnelda began to untie the knots. She told him that while she personally wanted to make him spill everything right now, she had matters to attend to outside. He was to relax and cool his head here. He asked if he was meant to stay in this room, and she confirmed it, informing him that only she knew of its existence, so he shouldn't even think about escaping. She would let him out when he answered her questions to her satisfaction. He asked if there was anything else. She looked down at him, her expression unreadable, and said she wanted him to rest and sleep. 'Cause she added he would need her. As she turned to leave, his hand shot out to stop her, but she halted him with a look. His voice was low as he told her he had no need for unruly employees. Isnelda merely tossed a ball of orange yarn onto the bed beside him. She suggested that he could try knitting if he got bored. With a final, triumphant smile, she told him she would leave him to rest. The door creaked shut, the click of the lock echoing in the silent room, leaving Noah alone with the yarn and the sting of her victory. Isnelda sat surrounded by a mountain of sweets, furiously munching on a macaron. So, he thinks I'm a hindrance, does he? She fumed internally, crunching down with vigor. Noah was confined in one of her private rooms, a veritable fortress sealed by a sound barrier, 4 layers of magic negation, and 2 physical barriers, all meticulously put in place by Rojin to imprison that one infuriating man. Just then, Rojin himself appeared, looking flustered. He stammered that Mrs. Nelda had just received word from Ziriel, Noah's head secretary. An emergency board meeting was being held tomorrow to discuss the Foundation's scandal. Isnelda stopped chewing, surprised by the suddenness of it all. Rojin explained that the scandal had broken out earlier than expected, despite Noah telling people he was away on a business trip. Her eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. She demanded to know if Rojin had been in on it, if he knew Noah was leaving to hunt down her enemy. A jolt of betrayal shot through her. Was she the only one who didn't know? The only one who had been sincere while they were all in it together? She declared she was going to fire the lot of them. Rojin, looking faint, begged her to please stop the sugar intake. Isnelda's anger subsided, replaced by a heavy sense of reality. She knew that without Noah, she wouldn't have his easy life. She wasn't even sure if she could overcome this crisis without him. After all, the very people she relied on, Melfa, Ziriel, Rojin, even Edvan, were his people to begin with. Her expression hardened with resolve. She called for Mr. Rojin. He flinched, but she simply commanded him to bring her the files regarding the incident. All of it. Soon, her desk was covered in papers, a chaotic map of Noah's life. A silent promise formed in her mind, a challenge directed at her captive. She thought, Noah Argent, watch what I build inside this castle you've raised. To do that, I must first understand every aspect of you. I must confirm if you are truly my ally or my enemy. Her eyes scanned the documents. Point 1. Noah Argent first met her father, Argo Grancher, at a magic stone workshop that exploited children. Point 2. Argo Grancher founded a charitable foundation to raise funds through public donations. Point 3. Noah was the sole student taken in and raised by Argo Grancher. A memory, sharp and sudden, pierced through her focus. A letter from a young Noah, telling her father not to help poor children. Then another, her own childish voice, demanding that Noah could only like her, he couldn't like other children. A hot blush of embarrassment washed over her. I must have been crazy to tell him that. She shook her head, forcing the past away. Now was not the time. Her eyes landed on the final, shocking point. Number 4. Noah Argent is currently no longer a mage. Her mind raced. Had he developed an emotional disorder? Could it be related to him being a mage of fury? A throbbing headache began behind her eyes. It was as if her brain, so used to Noah handling everything, was refusing to work. She closed her eyes, wondering how he managed such complicated matters every day without a moment's rest. Her eyes snapped open, a new fire in them. Did you think I'd let you do as you please? No, Argent, she thought fiercely. Well, think again. A sudden noise made her jump. Her heart pounded in her chest as she called out his name, her voice trembling slightly. And there he was. Noah in the doorway, hopelessly tangled in the red yarn she had given him. He looked up, his expression unreadable, and said coolly that his warden was here. Isnelda had to bite her lip to keep from laughing. Later, they sat across from each other at a small table laden with food. She remarked that he seemed delighted, despite having deprived him of food. She was also pleased to see he discarded his constricting suit for the clothes she had chosen. She confessed that his tie had always made her uncomfortable, and that now it felt like they could finally breathe. He replied evenly that she could have just told him to remove them. She countered that it would have been rude if he were trying to hide a scar, but that clearly wasn't the case. She then asked why he always dressed so formally. It helped him to focus, he said simply. Isnelda smirked, asking if this meant he was unable to concentrate now, and when he planned to untangle himself. For the first time, a crack appeared in his composure. He admitted he didn't know how and asked for her help. She blinked, surprised. So there were things he couldn't do. He confirmed there were quite a lot of them, actually. She leaned forward, telling him to watch as she worked the threads. He watched her hands, his gaze intense and unwavering. With a flourish, she finished, presenting him with a small red thimble. As he took it, his voice became serious. He told her he'd heard she knitted at the Vanther residence, and that Senya had taken away the things she'd made for him. He had to buy his own materials to knit scarves. He apologized. Then his eyes met hers, and he said that if she were truly sorry, she could answer his question. Isnelda's breath hitched. He asked her why she was no longer a mage. He pressed her, asking if she found the question difficult to answer, offering to change it if she did. She clenched her fist around the thimble, her knuckles white. She told him no. Since she had accepted his gift, she was obliged to answer. She began her story, her voice low and steady. Her ability as a mage had awakened when she was 4. As an orphan begging to survive, the workshop was a haven where she could find food and clothes. With no other mages of fury to teach her, she had to learn to generate magic on her own. To do that, she explained, she had to feel anger, she had to hate everyone. She started to look for reasons to hate them, their weaknesses, their secrets. To be able to hate, she had to observe people relentlessly. But all emotions, she continued, are bound to grow weaker. It gradually required greater and greater stimulus to generate magic, as the world no longer stirred the same intensity of anger within her. As a result, her mind became troubled. It was Professor Argo who treated her, a long and difficult process. He allowed her to stay at his residence instead of the orphanage, because there was a need to separate her from the other children. Noah leaned forward, his voice barely a whisper, asking why then. She was no longer a mage. Her eyes, filled with a profound sadness, met his. It was because she confessed she was no longer able to feel anger. She quickly clarified that with the help of magic stones, she could still use magic, so technically, she was still classified as a mage. Noah protested that it couldn't be true. He had seen her get angry right in front of him. She explained it was a matter of intensity. She was not immune to irritation. A small, sad smile touched her lips as she asked if that meant she had gotten on his nerves. He retorted, asking if that wasn't always her goal, the reason she never listened to him. He conceded that she had accomplished that goal. He found her meddlesome, he said, and a bother. But his words lacked their usual bite. Strangely, they sounded more like a child's tantrum. He went on, his tone shifting back to business, stating that she had ruined his plan and his absence had surely caused financial losses. If she intended to keep him locked up, she must do something for him at the board meeting tomorrow. Isnelda's eyes widened, the weight of his demand settling upon her. In a cold, damp tower far away, water dripped with an unnerving rhythm. A voice cut through the darkness, calling for Miss Portia. Portia struggled into a sitting position, her head throbbing. A man with long, pale hair sat on the adjacent bed, introducing himself as Ash Grell, a fellow patient. Portia, disoriented, asked if this was the Mage Tower's treatment facility. Ash confirmed it was, and with a sly smile, suggested they share their magical sources. He was a mage of pleasure, he said, utterly powerless in such a dull place. He then turned his unnerving gaze on her, asking about her source. When she remained silent, he guessed it with chilling accuracy. She was a mage of fury, wasn't she? Portia gasped, asking how he knew. He explained that he could see the pent-up emotion on her face, that it was impossible for them to suppress their emotions completely. She admitted she rarely used her magic for herself, since it was worth more as a commodity. Ash sighed dramatically, lamenting how sad it was that she couldn't use her own emotions freely. He remarked that she was no fun, unlike Clara. At the name, Portia flinched, demanding to know who Clara was. Ash's demeanor darkened. He explained Clara was a friend who died 13 years ago. She was also a mage of fury, an orphan who had to rely on a professor who took her in. But the professor's intentions were not good. He simply needed child mages for his experiment, pretending to be their savior. Portia trembled, her voice a terrified whisper, asking why he was telling her this story. Ash leaned in, a cruel smile playing on his lips, and asked if she didn't want to know how Clara died. Portia stammered that she didn't, not at all. A shame, he purred. A cold dread washed over Portia, her heart hammering against her ribs. How could this man possibly know? How could he know that every single night she became Clara in her dreams? The boardroom at Granche Foundation was suffocatingly silent. Rafina Coase, a formidable board member, slammed her hand on the table, her voice a bellow. She demanded someone say something, complaining that they'd been sitting in silence for 20 minutes. Her glare settled on Isnelda, accusing her of being the reason for the tense atmosphere. Another member politely suggested they hear Miss Isnelda's opinion. Isnelda smiled serenely, claiming to be merely an honorary director there to observe and encourage them all to speak freely. Rafina scoffed and slammed her hands down again, announcing that the foundation was on the brink of bankruptcy. Donations were down 80% and schools were rescinding their support. Hegart Hegriel agreed, demanding to know why the acting director, Noah, had withheld such critical information. The accusations flew, calling Noah pretentious and suspicious for being the only one exempted from the experiment. They clamored for him to be dragged before them to explain himself. Amidst the chaos, Professor Dreeten timidly raised a hand. Isnelda granted him the floor. The old professor began hesitantly, explaining that 8 years ago, at the late director's funeral, he had overheard a conversation. He overheard Mr. Ajahn mention something that sent a shockwave through the room. The deceased, Professor Dritten revealed, had left more than one will. As he spoke, a glowing ethereal scroll materialized in the air above the table, a second will, sealed by magic and mystery. The air in the room crackles with unspoken tension, a single, ornate scroll hovering in the air as if held by unseen hands. It proclaims a truth that will shatter the fragile peace. There is, apparently, a second will. The words hang there, a promise, a threat. Across the table, a man with pale blonde hair and a cruel scar bisecting his face lets a smirk his lips. His gaze is predatory, fixed on Isnelda. Beside him, a woman in a garish military-style uniform and an ostentatious feathered hat watches with eyes as sharp and cold as shards of glass. A jolt, sharp and electric, shoots through Isnelda, but her expression remains a mask of serene indifference. She raises a delicate porcelain cup to her lips, taking a slow, deliberate sip of tea, betraying none of the chaos erupting within her. It all clicks into place with a horrifying clarity. No wonder, she thinks, the pieces of the puzzle assembling themselves in her mind. 4,000 merrills was a pittance, a sum any noble could dismiss without a second thought. Yet so many of the world's most prominent mages had attended her father's funeral, their presence a somber, powerful testament. It couldn't have been for the money. There had to be something more, something far more valuable than gold hidden within the will. The whispers she'd dismissed as baseless gossip now echoed in her memory with chilling significance. Professor Dries, etched with a gravity that sent a shiver down her spine, had brought the rumor to the forefront. He spoke of the late director's final vision, a spell potent, so blasphemous it could bring the dead back to life. This wasn't the crude, horrifying necromancy of dark magic, which could only reanimate an empty shell, a soulless puppet of bone and decaying flesh. No, her father's vision was something else entirely. It was a miracle, a power that could allegedly resurrect a person completely, restoring them to the exact state they were in moments before their death, soul and body intact. The woman in red, Trobanique, lets out a soft, shaky breath, her face flushed with a sudden, feverish excitement. Good heavens, she murmurs, her voice trembling with avarice. This was more astounding, more powerful than she had ever dared to imagine. A wide, greedy grin spreads across her face, a grotesque expression of pure desire. The blonde man Laro nods in agreement, murmuring that this certainly things. He concludes that there is no question now that Argent was involved in Argo's experiment, and that he had purposely kept the directorship vacant, because he knew that appointing a new one would bring incriminating evidence against him to light. Another board member, his voice tight with impatience, insists they must confirm what is in the will immediately. Trobanique's sharp gaze back to Isnelda, a new, predatory light in her eyes. A slow, knowing smirk curls her lips. She tells Isnelda she sees it all now. Isnelda is only here to keep an eye on them. Isnelda's mind races. They can't take the vision by force, not yet. Her thoughts back to her conversation with Noah, the weight of her request hanging in the air between them. She had told him that if he truly intended to keep her locked away in this room, then he had to do something for her. He had remained silent, his profile sharp and unreadable against the dim light. When she had asked him what that something was, she laid out the entire conspiracy as she saw it. Exposing this 13 years after the fact could only mean one thing. The perpetrator's true goal was justice, but to systematically destroy her reputation along with the Grancher family name. They were pointing fingers at Noah, using him as a scapegoat to galvanize the Foundation's board members into opposing the disclosure of the second will. She had predicted that the board members would surely voice their opposition during the meeting tomorrow, citing the scandal as their reason. But the will was protected, sealed within a chest that would obliterate its contents if any attempt was made to open it by force. She had asked him then, her voice barely a whisper, if he knew the password. Noah's gaze had fallen, his expression shadowed. He had admitted, his voice heavy with regret, that he did not know. The memory fades, and Isnelda brings herself back to the suffocating present. She addresses the vipers sitting around the table, her voice steady and clear. She informs them that there is only one way to act sense of her father's second will. With a steely gaze, she makes her demand. She asks that they formally appoint her as the new director in this very meeting. A collective gasp fills the room. Trobnik leaps to her feet, her face a mask of outrage, sputtering and demanding to know what on earth Isnelda was saying. She questions the audacity of such a request coming out of the blue. Isnelda meets her fury with unshakable calm, reminding them all that a new director must be appointed to access the will. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she turns their greed against them, coolly asking if one of them would like to take on the post instead. Silence. The three of them stare back, their faces a mixture of shock and consternation. Trobnik sinks back into her chair, fumbling with the brim of her ridiculous hat, completely flustered. Of course not, Isnelda thinks, a bitter satisfaction curling in her chest. She knew they wouldn't dare. One would have to be utterly insane to vie for the post at a time like this. With public condemnation mounting and donations dwindling, the Foundation was a sinking ship, and whoever took the helm would be solely responsible for going down with it. Seeing her advantage, she presses on, offering them a deal. For the chance to safely access her father's will, she would promise to disclose its contents to everyone present. She softens her expression, adding that as his only daughter, her deepest wish is to be the first to read his final words. Begins to sweat, her mind racing. At this rate, she thinks frantically, they would lose the incredible vision to this girl. Isnelda plays her final card, her voice laced with the perfect amount of daughterly devotion and sorrow. She tells them that even if he were truly guilty of a crime, he was still her father. She looks at them with wide, innocent eyes and asks them what she should do. It is Professor Dritten who breaks the silence. He declares that he does not think it is fair to force such a difficult path upon Mrs. Nelda. He points out, his tone dripping with false concern, that she has never before taken an interest in the running of the Foundation. If they were to appoint her now, people would only accuse them of trying to evade blame. Isnelda calmly asks him if he has an alternative in mind. He does. He suggests they appoint Sir Noah Argent as the new director. He argues that there is no regulation forbidding the nomination of an absentee. He turns to the quiet man at the end of the table, Zerial, for confirmation. Zerial states that in the absence of a director, a proxy could indeed be chosen to access the will, especially since the matter is extremely urgent. He confirms that this is correct. Isnelda hides a small, triumphant smile. It is just as Noah predicted. He had known that to get their hands on the will, the board members would try to appoint her as the new director. That's why she had suggested it herself first, to deliberately stir them away from that course of action. A pang of sadness cuts through her victory. She had never wanted to see people fighting over her father's will like vultures over a corpse, but she supposed there was no helping it now. Trobnik scoffs, arguing that surely a willing candidate would make a better choice than someone who had abandoned his post. She rises from her chair, her movements sharp and aggressive. Isnelda watches her, her expression unreadable. Just as the argument is about to escalate, the heavy doors to the meeting room swing open. A man stands silhouetted in the doorway, his presence immediately commanding the attention of the entire room. He steps forward, his dark hair having a face of breathtaking beauty, his crimson eyes burning with an intensity that seems to suck the very air from the room. He introduces himself in a low, resonant voice as Edvan Sol Gaius. He announces that he has come to serve as proxy to Trobnik, captain of the Blue Eagle Mercenary Company. Zerial examines the paperwork, announcing that he has received Trobnik's letter of authorization, and that Sir Edvan's to vote in his stead has been approved. Isnelda leans close, whispering urgently to Edvan, asking what is going on. He doesn't answer, keeping his eyes closed for a long moment, a silent, imposing statue. Isnelda watches him, a knot of worry tightening in her stomach. Professor Dritten addresses Edvan, beginning a placating speech about how they are all gathered to clear the Foundation from the recent accusations. Edvan cuts him off, his voice like ice. He asks if that is really the reason. Dritten stammers, caught completely off guard. Edvan's eyes narrow, his dripping with contempt as he accuses them of being only concerned with protecting themselves, while the wards of the Foundation are left in a state of anxiety. He tells them frankly that he finds it disappointing that the Foundation is managed by such people. Larat sneers from across the table, retorting that he doesn't see how Edvan's presence is any worse than coming to the meeting just to side with one's lover. Isnelda's eyes fly wide open, a sharp intake of breath catching in her throat at the vile insinuation. Edvan scoffs, a humorless smile touching his lips. He asks if they truly think he is there to take sides. He informs them they are sorely mistaken. He is there only to serve as Trebonique's proxy. He then levels his gaze at Isnelda, his next words stunning the room into silence. He states that if a person with no experience wishes to become the new director, he thinks it is only right for that person to prove themselves first. Larat and Dritten exchange a look of smug understanding, believing he is on their side. But Edvan disabuses them of that notion, telling them they misconstrue his words yet again. He has no intention of voting for Noah Argent. His gaze, intense and unwavering, locks with Isnelda's. He will vote for Isnelda Ganche, he declares, but on one condition. The scene shifts. Isnelda is now in the director's office, a heavy pass card in her hand. Zariel explains that this is the pass card of the interim director. He informs her that she now has access to all rooms, with the exception of the director's private archive, the right to make decisions for all of the Foundation's current projects, and may participate in social events as the Foundation's representative. With that, he announces his departure. Interim director, she muses, the title feeling foreign and heavy. It was a temporary appointment, a placeholder until the formal board meeting in a few weeks where the official director would be decided. Her mind drifts back to her true motivations. In truth, she hadn't really been vying for the position at all. It was a stalling tactic, a way to keep the board members' greedy hands off her father's will. She also wanted to discern who among them was so fixated on the resurrection spell. And above all, there was the most chilling fact of all. The experiment had been successfully covered up for 13 long years, a feat that would have required an extremely thorough and powerful hand. This meant there was a high chance that the person behind this was someone within the Foundation, someone who knew about the experiment from the beginning. To monitor those vipers, it would be helpful for her to have a position that demanded respect, even a temporary one. She had achieved her goal on that front. But a new anxiety gnawed at her. Ed, she whispers, walking towards the window. Her breath catches in her throat at the sight below. There, in the sun-dappled courtyard, is Edvan, laughing as he lifts one of the small orphan children onto his broad shoulders. Another child tugs at his leg, begging for a turn, and he promises them all they will get one, his smile genuine and warm. Isnelda watches from her window high above, a silent observer to his unexpected tenderness, so that's why he ran out of the meeting so quickly. She thinks, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. Her mind flashes back to his conditions. He had made her promise, his gaze serious and searching, that she would protect the Foundation if she became director for any length of time. The children, he had insisted, must not be affected by this ordeal. And finally, she must find reliable donors to fund the Foundation herself. She had been stunned by his demands, so focused on the children's welfare. Now watching him in the garden, he glances up, and for a heart-stopping moment, his eyes meet hers. A blush creeps up her neck. But then a sudden cold wave of insecurity washes over her. Could he be angry with her? Was he disillusioned by what he heard during the meeting? Did he now think she was no different from the other grasping, selfish board members? Her hand clenches into a fist at her side. She takes a deep, steadying breath, leans out the window, and shouts down to him with all the conviction she can muster. She declares that she is going to do a great job, so he better not be mad at her. Edvan looks up, a flicker of surprise and something softer in his eyes. The children, hearing her shout, clamor around him, asking in their small voices if Ed is mad. A jolt of pure horror shoots through Isnelda as she realizes what she just did. She ducks back inside, her face flaming with embarrassment, clapping her hands over her mouth. I must be crazy, she thinks. The words had just come out, a desperate, childish plea. Suddenly, a soft whirring sound emanates from her earring. Edvan's voice, low and intimate, murmurs her name directly into her ear. From the courtyard below, he looks up at her window, a gentle, amused smile playing on his lips. He tells her then, his voice a warm caress that soothes her frantic heart, that he could never be mad at her. The world seems to fade away, leaving only the two of them connected in the twilight. Far away, at the Grand Vincento's residence, a different kind of meeting is taking place within a magnificent glass conservatory. A man with dark hair and a sinister mustache, dressed in rich crimson, calls out, asking if someone wanted to see him. He addresses Lord Proudio, an imposing old man with a long, flowing white beard and hair, who is meticulously watering a collection of exotic plants. Proudio doesn't turn, remarking on the tea leaves he's using as fertilizer before asking how the clerk training is going. His profile is severe, his eyes cold and calculating. The man in red reports that it is going as planned, and that they have safely acquired the vessel as well. Proudio then asks if he has succeeded in improving the stabilizer this time. The man hesitates, admitting that it is still in the testing phase, but he is sure the result will be to his liking. Pradio's voice turns sharp as he chides him, asking why he won't just admit that creating secret remedies is simply beyond his abilities. He tells him with disdain that if he is incapable of the job, he should have found others to do it. The man stammers, asking for forgiveness. But Pradio is relentless. He demands to know why he failed to recruit Mariel Selen. The man sputters in protest, exclaiming that the woman isn't even a mage, but a mere apothecary who runs a small hospital in the slums. That is your problem, Pradio snaps, his patience clearly gone. He asks if the fool does not know that she is the best in the entire kingdom when it comes to the development of secret remedies. He reveals their grand plan to cure the illness of Lamperer. They must have both her knowledge and the Vision Stone. The man, desperate to please, suggests that they can just take the Vision Stone from her. He argues that the Mage Tower is not short of talented healers. Pradio ignores him, continuing to tend to his plants. He then drops a bombshell, revealing that she is the only one who participated in Argo's research. The man flinches as if struck. Pradio's voice is dripping with contempt as he tells him he has never been competent, and that the children he had with Pradio's own daughter, Layla, are mediocre at best. He recounts their shameful academic rankings and how one of them made a mess of an opportunity he was given last year. Holding up a small, glowing cube, he demands to know who the man thinks is to blame for this disgrace. The man pales, stammering that surely his daughter, Pradio's granddaughter, cannot be at fault. Pradio's eyes are like chips of ice. The man clenches his jaw, his pride warring with his fear. Finally, he bows his head in defeat, admitting that the blame is all his. Pradio agrees, stating that he should have done a better job as their father. After all, that was the sole reason Pradio chose him, an insignificant noble, to marry his daughter. Then, as an afterthought, he gives a new order. He tells the man to bring Argo's daughter to the tower. He's heard that Isnelda Grancher still doesn't know her source, in utter disgrace. He declares his intention to uncover her source himself and commands the man to bring her to him. The man points out that Lord Pradio, she is always guarded by Noah Arjun. Pradio's face contorts with rage. He demands to know what he is talking about. Hadn't he arranged for Noah to be removed from her side by leaking the existence of the experiment? He clicks his tongue in irritation, complaining that his family knows only how to cobble the moment he takes his eyes off of them. The man can only stammer another apology. Pradio tells him that if he is truly sorry, he must show his sincerity. He will not protect him from Noah. He must settle the matter with him himself. The rings on his fingers flash with a brilliant, menacing light. A torrent of magic erupts from his hand, swirling with terrifying power. His final command echoes through the conservatory, cold and absolute. The man must bring O's daughter to him unharmed. Back at the Foundation, Isnelda's new life has begun. She thinks of her maid Connie, who has brought racks of clothing into her room. Connie explains that since it would cause tongues to wag if Isnelda were to shop for new dresses at the moment, she is going to coordinate outfits for her from her existing clothes. Just then, another assistant enters, placing a thuddingly heavy stack of documents on the table. She informs Isnelda that these are the lists of former donors and the balls they will be attending this season. Isnelda stares at the mountain of work, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Later, she collapses onto a sofa in utter exhaustion. Noah appears holding her discarded shoes and asks how her first day was. She groans to a pillow, telling him she spent and begging him not to talk to her. He says nothing, simply placing her shoes neatly on the floor beside the sofa. She lifts her head, grumbling that it must be nice for him, getting to do nothing while she houses and feeds him. He calmly suggests she could change that right now if she wished. She immediately refuses, then sighs, admitting that she messed up today. She explains that Connie taught everything she needed to know, but she still ended up arguing with someone because they kept mentioning her mom. She sits up abruptly, a fire of determination in her eyes. She declares that she will find donors tomorrow, for sure. And she does. The next day, she bursts into the room, beaming, and announces that Noah, she did it. But her success is short-lived. The day after that, she's back to her old ways, getting into a shouting match whilst eating a table full of sweets. The day after that, she's once again slumped on the sofa, completely drained. 4 days into her new role, she sits across from Noah in a quiet room, looking utterly defeated. She comments on how quiet it is, and Noah replies that it's because it is just the two of them. He then mentions that he heard from Mr. Rojan that she used to attend almost all of the social gatherings every year, remarking that for a businessman like himself, there is no better time to do business. Isnelda, an exhausted sigh, complaining that she's already worn out after attending just 4 of them. Noah offers a small smile, telling she is doing great considering it is only her 4th day as director. Isnelda's patience snaps. She tells him sharply that what she wants to hear from him are answers, not compliments. She reminds him of the situation he's in, that he's not leaving this room until he answers her questions. A playful, teasing light enters Noah's eyes. He leans back, a slow smile spreading across his face, and muses that he supposes he has no choice then but to stay here for the rest of his life and rely on her for sustenance. Isnelda's eyes go wide, her face flushing as a cartoonish version of her screams internally that she should have just let him starve. His teasing demeanor vanishes. He slams a thick, bound book onto the table between them. He informs her that his questions for the day are written inside, and he wants answers ready when he sees her next. He won't be coming tomorrow, but he has cast preservation magic on the food so it won't go bad. Isnelda asks when she will see him again. He says it'll probably be the day after tomorrow if his schedule doesn't change. She asks him to please come see her when he gets home, even for a moment. He replies that he only wishes to be certain of something. As she walks to the door, she tells him she doesn't know if she can, that she might be too exhausted to come see him. She pauses at the door, turning back with a small, reluctant smile, and concedes that she will, but only if she remembers. The moment the door clicks shut behind her, Noah's expression turns serious. He had been observing her for days, monitoring her mood, her health, and even the way she began conversations. And he had something deeply troubling. She has been avoiding physical contact. He is certain she hasn't using her magic. There is a high chance he thinks that Edvan saw Gaia as the reason behind it. Helpless, she is unable to resupply her magic. She is trying to conserve what little she has left. It made perfect sense, then, how she could not use magic when she's dealing with such a convoluted problem. He stands, his movements precise and purposeful. From his pocket, he pulls a silver device that resembles an ornate pocket watch. His gaze is hard, his jaw set. He clicks it open, and a mechanical voice emanates from it, demanding the first password. He responds without hesitation, February 22nd, 5:49. The voice asks for the second password. Isnelda, he says, his own voice low and firm. It demands the third. The device issues a chilling warning. He has 3 seconds to answer, or the magic stone within will self-destruct. The hands on the watch face begin to tick down. Tick. Tock. Forgive, he whispers, his eyes filled with a deep, ancient pain. Then his expression hardens. No one. The device flashes with a brilliant golden light, announcing that the magic detection canceling shield is now deactivated and it is connecting to the designated individual. Zerial's voice comes through the device, clear and professional. Noah stands, turning his back as he briefs Zerial on the situation. Zerial reports that some of the board members, excluding Mariel Selen, have been trying to approach Mrs. Nelda privately. They seem to be under the impression that she is the true director he has secretly designated, which is quite different from their original intentions. Even so, Zerial confirms things are still moving according to his instruction. After the call, Noah sits down and opens the book Isnelda left him. On the first page in her elegant script is her question. What were you planning to do after leaving my side? Answer honestly. He closes his eyes, the truth replaying in his mind. In truth, he had planned on being incarcerated, even without Isnelda's interference. He had always known that Argo Granche's experiment would one day come to light. The only thing that had caught him off guard, the only variable he hadn't accounted for, was the identity of the whistleblower. It was supposed to have been his side that exposed the experiment. After all, the person who originally classified the experiment as taboo was none other than Grand Mage Pradio, the head of the Council of the Mage Tower. The thought that Pradio's own son-in-law, Siban Vincentos, would intentionally do something to anger him was unthinkable. A sudden, chilling realization strikes him with the force of a physical blow. There's a high chance that Isnelda's source has been exposed. He immediately contacts Zerial again, his voice urgent and sharp. He orders him to miss Isnelda's mage guards and to advise her to wear magic stone accessories at all times. And he adds she must come into physical contact with Lord Gaius as often as possible. Zerial replies that it will be done. The call ends, and Noah sinks onto the chaise lounge, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He grips the silver device in his hand so tightly his knuckles turn white. A devastating thought, cold and sharp as a shard of ice, pierces his heart. Isnelda no longer needs him. He runs a hand through his silver hair, a look of profound despair on his face. Even this body, he thinks, is no longer of any use to her. A grand, sprawling estate rises against the sky, a fortress of stone and ambition. Standing on the stone steps, Rodion gestures towards the architectural plans in Isnelda's hands, his voice tight with disbelief. He asks if she truly intends not to use magic for the renovations. Isnelda's voice is calm, a stark contrast to his agitation. She confirms that for the time being, yes, she's simply too busy. Rodion's mind reels, a comical array of question marks popping up around his chibified form. He can't wrap his head around it. Shouldn't she be using more magic precisely because she's so busy? But Isnelda's gaze is distant, her sapphire eyes clouded with thoughts far heavier than simple construction. She finally has a rough grasp on her own feelings, she thinks, and more than anything, that horrifying, suffocating sensation of drowning still bothers her, a phantom weight on her soul. Her focus snaps back to the building, her sharp eyes catching a jarring detail. She stops, her brow furrowing slightly. She asks Rodion why all the windows are different from each other. Rodion, taken aback by the sudden question, explains that it's because the windows were chosen by the various donors who paid for them. It was a way for them to display their philanthropic acts for their children to see, a gaudy monument to their own generosity. A cold resolve settles in Isnelda's eyes, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. A sly, almost predatory smile touches Rodion's lips as he leans in, suggesting they should take them all down. Isnelda agrees without a moment's hesitation, her voice firm. Yes, they should. The suddenness of her own decision startles her for a second. Her expression hardens into one of pure determination. She declares that she will pay for the construction out of her own pocket, starting with the windows paid for by donors who have already ceased their contributions. Rodion's face pales, the implications of her command crashing down on him. He warns her that there will be objections, especially from Viscount Alf, who would certainly kick up a fuss. But Isnelda's plan is already in motion. This isn't just about aesthetics. As they search for clues while revamping the building, she feels a certainty solidifying in her gut. If the Viscount was exposed, this had to be where the experiment took place. It would have been the ideal location for a long-term experiment. A thoughtful hum escapes her lips as she considers the possibilities. A brilliant, audacious idea blooms in her mind. Since they've decided to tear it down anyway, why not do it productively? The Grancher Foundation is already the epicenter of negative attention. Even if she did nothing, its reputation would continue to plummet. A wicked, knowing smile graces her lips. If that was the case, she had no choice but to make use of it. In a glittering ballroom, couples twirl across the floor under the warm glow of chandeliers. Suddenly, a dark spray of liquid erupts through the air. Viscount Alf's mother cries out in shock, a cascade of champagne dripping down her face and expensive gown. Her son, Viscount Alf, bellows in fury, his face contorted as he demands to know what that was for. The Empress, dabbing at her mouth with a handkerchief, coolly instructs him to take a look at the newspaper she's holding. Alf snatches the paper, his eyes scanning the page. His expression freezes, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. What in the world? Splashed across the front page is a stunning, provocative advertisement. Isnilda, clad in a scandalous, fire-red dress, stands with one combat boot-clad foot propped triumphantly on a shattered window frame, a massive sledgehammer resting at her side. The headline screams, "Foundation looking for donors." The ladies of the court murmur amongst themselves, one recognizing the woman as their little miss. Another comments on how feisty she looks. Someone points out the shattered window at her feet, identifying it as Viscount Alf's. Hadn't he declined when she asked him to resume his donations? The Empress clarifies with a smirk. He didn't exactly turn her down. No, the vile Viscount Alf had told Isnelda he would donate if she showed him a skirt up of effort, his leering, grotesque face flashing in their minds. The Viscount's mother shudders, muttering that nobles are worse than peasants. The Empress, taking a delicate sip of her champagne, changes the subject. That reminds her, she asks, what of the mage who agreed to file the patent for the vision in Argo's will on their behalf? Viscount Alf's mother reports that it's going smoothly. The patent would be registered under the mage's name, as only mages could own visions, but they would share the royalties. She admits he could easily dupe them, but reasons he's still a better choice than Isnelda, who would never share the profit that was rightfully hers. The Empress agrees, then asks for the mage's name again, recalling he was a member of the Mage Tower. The Viscount's mother pauses, trying to remember. Oh, that's right. His name is Ashgrill. Darkness. A single drop of water falls from a flickering candle chandelier. It ripples into a pool of deep, swirling red like blood where petals float listlessly. The name Clara echoes in the void. A voice young and desperate calls out for his professor, asking where he is going. He begs him not to go, his voice cracking. Professor, professor. He reaches out a hand, but his voice won't come out. His throat is parched. A searing heat engulfs him. It's hot, it's hot. The feeling intensifies until he is burning. He screams in agony, trapped in a roaring inferno. Through the flames, a face materializes, a cruel smile on its lips, whispering a single name, Giuliago. A jolt, sharp and electric, shoots through him. He gasps for air, his body heaving as he breaks the surface of the red water, coughing and choking. A cool voice cuts through his panic. It's Ashgrell, remarking what a shame it was, that if he had endured just a little longer. The man, Viscount Alf, coughs, sputtering as he tries to orient himself. He asks Mr. Grell why he is in a bath and why the water is red. Grell smiles, his expression unreadable. He reminds the Viscount that he'd mentioned a special treatment for today. The water, he explains, is Tito tea, a costly substance known to amplify emotions. The Viscount, still dazed and weak, demands to know why he's immersed in it. Grell's eyes curve into crescents as he elaborates that the tea is being used in a new treatment method that allows access to a person's unconscious mind while their emotions are at their peak. After all, understanding the cause of a disease is the first step of treatment. This is especially true of the mage disease, which triggers fits that transform patients into a different person, a person with memories their normal selves do not possess. Alf's blood runs cold. He asks, his voice trembling, if Grell is saying that this Clara person is his other identity. Grell confirms that is his assumption, but the truth is hidden in the memory of his other personality. He then poses a question, guessing that the Viscount has no memory of his childhood. The Viscount is stunned into silence. He stammers yes, but Grell had said Clara died. How could he be Clara when he is very much alive? Grell's smile is chilling. Who knows? He muses, his voice a low, suggestive whisper. Perhaps she could have been brought back from the dead. The scandalous newspaper ad, dubbed the Hammer ad, quickly became the talk of the city. Isnelda Grancher was now the undisputed star of the season. At the same time, a tantalizing rumor began to swirl through the ballrooms, causing men to vie for a chance to dance with her. It was whispered that one could learn about magic that can resurrect the dead while dancing with the beautiful Isnelda. Leaning close to her current dance partner, a nobleman with fiery red hair, Isnelda lowers her voice conspiratorially. She tells him she will only share this with him. The Grancher Foundation will be holding a board meeting in a few days, and she stands to acquire her will if she is elected as the new director. The man's eyes widen as he asks if the resurrection vision is truly contained in the will. Isnelda confirms that if elected, she intends to disclose the contents during the meeting. Desperate, he asks what he must do to take part. A dazzling, predatory smile blossoms on her face. He only has to make a generous donation. She explains that the foundation grants the title of honorary director to donors who have contributed a certain amount. Though they don't have a vote, honorary directors are given the right to attend board meetings. The man sees, yanking his hand away. He asks if this is a joke. How could that be called inside information? Isnelda's smile doesn't falter. She leans in closer, her voice a seductive whisper, and asks what would happen if the title were granted only to the highest donors. Wouldn't that increase the value of the information? The man is shocked, speechless. With a look of feigned regret, Isnelda adds that unfortunately, the seats in the conference room are limited. She pulls away, leaving him to his thoughts, and says she prays he will make a decision he won't regret. As she walks away, a flicker of triumph crosses her face. She hopes he will take the bait. Later, Isnelda stands by a table, sipping champagne when her maid, Melfa, approaches. Melfa tells her madam that she is pushing herself too hard, having already danced with 8 partners. She suggests it's time to call it a day. Isnelda concedes, admitting her feet are starting to hurt, and asks if a carriage to take her back to the hotel. Melfa gently insists that she should return to the estate tonight. She points out that Isnelda has been at the hotel for the past few days, and it would be nice for her to unwind at home for a day. Isnelda softens, unable to say no to Melfa. As she agrees, a thought strikes her. Come to think of it, how long has it been since she last visited Noah? A wave of guilt washes over her. She failed to show up on the date she had promised him. Since she made a promise, she thinks she should at least let him see her. Arriving at the grand estate under the dark of night, Isnelda pushes open the heavy doors. Noah, she calls out softly. Her eyes fall to the floor, and she stops in her tracks. The marble entryway is cluttered with dozens of tiny red thimbles. Goodness, she murmurs, wondering what this is all about. She picks one up, recognizing it instantly. They're just like the one she made for him. A strange sound, a soft hum, drifts from further within the mansion. It seems to be coming from the greenhouse. Drawn by the sound, she follows the trail of thimbles, the lush greenery of the greenhouse coming into view. The sight that greets her is ethereal. Under a glass ceiling revealing a canopy of stars, Noah sits alone on a white bench, bathed in the soft glow of a projection stone. A memory flickers in the light of the stone, a young girl crying, telling a cloaked figure that everyone calls her a monster. The figure asks what she has done to make them call her so. She explains that the people were suffering from a drought, so she made it rain, but she failed to control her emotions and caused a flood. The cloaked man's voice is gentle, telling her she is able to make it rain. What astonishing powers she has. Isnelda recognizes the story instantly. It's the origin of witches. She had bought a projection stone of the play after watching it once, and she wonders how he found it. A soft smile touches her lips. She should probably leave him to it. But as she turns to go, her exhaustion catches up with her. Please, I'll be the one to leave, she whispers, turning back. I apologize for trespassing on your private space. Noah looks up, his expression serene. He tells her there's no need to apologize. He had left the door unlocked after all. A wave of awkwardness washes over Isnelda, and she covers her mouth with her hand to hide a small cough. Noah asks if she was watching The Origin of Witches. Isnelda moves to sit beside him on the bench, admitting it has been a while since she watched it herself. She teases him gently, saying she didn't take him for one to watch such stories, as he hardly ever went to the theaters. He replies that he uses projection stones to watch plays from time to time, adding that they are usually released weeks after the final performance. He asks if she knows why. Isnelda rubs her tired eyes, finding it rare for him to ask such a random question. She guesses it's to entice people to watch the play at the theaters. He confirms that is one reason, but it's also because the performance improves over time. Fewer errors are made, and the actors' performances grow richer. They usually record the last showing because it tends to be the best. Isnelda asks if he dislikes it when actors make mistakes. He clarifies that it's not a matter of liking or disliking it. If mistakes are made, they simply need to be rectified, bringing the play a step closer to perfection. Isnelda nods in understanding, but the long day is taking its toll. Her eyelids feel heavy. No, I need to stay awake, she thinks, fighting the encroaching sleep, but it's a losing battle. Her head droops, landing softly on Noah's shoulder. He stills, looking down at her sleeping form as she rests against him in the magical, starlit greenhouse. When Isnelda's eyes flutter open, she's still leaning against Noah, the projection stone now replaying scenes from the play. A soft rustle draws her attention. The projection stone flashes, and Noah quietly suggests she should go sleep in her room now. He stands before her, holding a basin of warm water. Isnelda, still half asleep, murmurs that the play isn't over yet. Noah kneels before her, telling her she can watch it again next time, since slept through most of it anyway. He gently reaches for her foot, intending to take off her shoe. She protests, saying she'd like to see it now. A small twitch runs through her as his fingers brush against skin. She watches him, her thoughts drifting. There he goes again, touching other people's feet without permission. He carefully slips her shoe off and places her foot into the warm water. As he gently rubs her tired foot, a sigh of pleasure escapes her lips. It feels good. Then a jolt of surprise hits her. Wait, why is he so good at this? How strange. Has he done this before? He continues to wash her feet under the light of the glass dome. Isnelda asks what he thinks happened to Ramana the witch in the play after she was banished. Did she regain her powers after finding new love? Noah explains that according to the story, neither the sun nor the moon rises in the desert of eternal night. However, since there are no records of such a place, some argue it is merely figurative language. As he speaks, he gently dries her foot with a soft cloth. He continues, explaining that since a mage's emotion is usually associated with water, banishing a mage to a desert means the loss of their ability. Isnelda's breath catches. To lose one's emotions, a mischievous thought occurs to her. She tells him she just thought of something fun and asks if she can show him. A bright, playful smile lights up her face as she extends her hand to him. He looks at her, his gaze unblinking, before placing his hand in hers. A brilliant light whirls from the ruby ring on her finger. With a single word, Tristera, the entire greenhouse transforms. A wave of shimmering magic over the room, replacing the lush plants with cacti, recreating the desert of eternal night right before their eyes. She asks him what he thinks. He looks around, genuinely impressed. He comments that she has become better at controlling her magic, adding that Rodion has been updating him on her progress, but he didn't expect her to have improved so much. Isnelda can't help but feel a flush of pride. A quiet sadness enters her voice as she confesses that when she was living in her uncle's house, she often wanted to run away from the mistreatment. She would hide in her room, close her eyes, and imagine. She would tell herself that what happened wasn't reality, that she had just been acting on a stage. And now that the play was over, she had returned home to sleep. Her gaze meets his, her expression vulnerable. She tells him that sometimes she thinks he has made her the star of a play. It's not that she dislikes it, but sometimes she just wants to come down from the stage. Whenever she felt that way, she would come to a place like this and create new worlds, and it always made her feel better. He asks if she means a place where she could be alone. She supposes he could say that. He then gently takes her hand, reminding her that she once told him she no longer feels anger. That must mean she hasn't used her own magic in a long time. She simply replies, yes. A quiet intensity fills his gaze. He knows that he will have to free her in a few days' time. He looks at her, his voice low, and asks if she would like to see it. What? She asks, confused. He reminds her that he repeatedly told her to stay away from mages of fury. But then again he says with a hint of a smile, a part of him knew she would do the exact opposite. After all, she never listens to a word he says. Isnelda asks if he is angry. I am irritated, he replies flatly. Really? She teases, a playful light in her eyes. She points to their joined hands. Since he still refused to let go of her hand while they talked, she had imagined that he was also enjoying it. He starts to deny it, but she cuts him off with a soft laugh. You lie, she whispers, her smile knowing and tender. I already know that you like me. The words hang in the air, electric and undeniable. His eyes widen, a storm of emotions reflected in their depths. He tells her that anger isn't always a bad thing, that there might be catharsis in releasing it, but he has no desire to force a patient. Isnelda just nods, a silent understanding passing between them. As she begins to pull her hand away, his fingers suddenly tighten, grabbing hers firmly. Her hand, how odd. A strange thrill runs through her. It had always repulsed her when men got forceful. She should be scared, but right now, she likes it. She rubs her eyes again, a genuine wave of exhaustion washing over her. No, I'm sleepy, she murmurs. I should go to my room now. She starts to get up, but his grip on her hand remains, a silent, desperate plea. Please, don't go, he whispers, his voice thick with an emotion she can't quite name. He brings her hand to his lips, his gaze locked on hers, a silent promise and a heartbreaking farewell all at once. 18 years ago, in the year 539 of the Galactic Era, there was a bleak and foreboding place known as the Magic Stone Workshop. Here, among the dust and despair, lived a boy the other children called the owner's mad dog. This boy, Noah, was not just another orphan. He was the workshop's most prized commodity, a living weapon. The owner, a man whose smile never reached his cruel eyes, had discovered the boy's terrifying potential. Even the slightest flicker of anger in Noah was enough to generate a lethal, overwhelming surge of power. His magic was perfect for offensive spells, raw and destructive, and he could generate it in what seemed like an endless supply, filling magic stones with terrifying efficiency. But there was a problem. A heavy crate was thrown against a wooden door with a sickening thwack, the sound echoing the casual cruelty of the place. The owner taunted Noah, asking if the abuse made his blood boil, demanding he use that rage to fill the magic stones. With a greedy, manic grin, the owner held the empty stones aloft, desperate to harvest the boy's power. However, a deep numbness had begun to settle over Noah's soul. He was gradually becoming unable to feel anger, the well of his power running dry, and the workshop owner's eager assistance was no longer enough to provoke him. But then, the man noticed something interesting. A sharp smack echoed as a young girl cried out, flying to her face to shield herself from the blow. The owner's voice was a venomous whip as he called her a lazy wench, his boot connecting with another child with a dull whack. He snarled that he would teach them what happens when they slack around, and he watched Noah. The boy, who no longer reacted to being hit himself, showed a flash of intense, burning rage when he saw other children being punished. A dark, electric energy began to crackle around him, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light. A slow, monstrous realization dawned on the owner's face. From that day on, the monster began to force Noah into a twisted ritual, making him pick out his victim for the day. On the day Argo and Titania would come to rescue the children, the owner presented Noah with a dagger, its blade gleaming ominously in the dim light. He told Noah that he should be the one to torment this child himself, his voice a sickening whisper. He could even kill him. The owner's hands rested on another boy's shoulders, his face a mask of predatory glee. He told Noah that these kids had been saying bad things about him, and to think of this as revenge. He urged Noah to be angry, to hate them as much as he wanted, his voice rising in a fever pitch as he commanded him to go ahead. A terrified boy knelt on the cold stone floor, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Noah. He sobbed that he was wrong, promising he would never do it again. He begged Noah, pleading not to be killed. The owner's voice was a roar in his ears, screaming at him to stab the boy, while the victim's desperate cries for his life echoed in the suffocating silence. Noah's face was a pale, emotionless mask, his eyes vacant. The owner screamed again, demanding to know what he was waiting for. Noah's hands tightened on the dagger's hilt, his knuckles white. The victim let out a choked gasp of terror. Blood trickled down the cold steel of the blade. But it wasn't the boy who fell. The owner looked down in stunned disbelief, a dull thud echoing as he collapsed to his knees. The dagger was embedded in his own chest. He stared at Noah, his mouth agape, sputtering the boy's name in disbelief. His face, contorted in agony and shock, was the last thing Noah saw before the world dissolved into chaos. The workshop door smashed open, splintering into pieces. Argo and Titania burst in, their faces a mixture of horror and shock at the scene before them. There in the center of the room stood Noah, his hand still dripping with blood, his face splattered with red. At his feet lay the owner's lifeless body, a pool of blood spreading across the stone floor. The boy's expression was hauntingly empty, his eyes reflecting a trauma too deep for tears. The owner's dead eyes stared up at the ceiling, a final, twisted smile etched on his face. The sound of a pencil tip snapping shattered the peaceful afternoon. A young girl named Azel sighed in frustration, muttering, "Not again." She was one of the children of the workshop. She complained loudly about how boring their lessons were, wondering why Professor Argo only made them do such lame things. She turned to her friend Clara, another child from the workshop, asking if she didn't agree. Clara reminded her that the professor had said he would teach them how to use magic, but all they ever did was draw or listen to him read books. She recalled his words about it being important for them to experience various emotions. Azel scoffed at the idea, pointing out that their magic sources were different. Hers was pleasure, while Clara's was anger. She questioned why they should bother with any other emotion when they should just be working on their own source. Clara, ever the diligent one, countered that the professor said it was bad to only focus on a single emotion. She added that it was easy for Azel to say since her source wasn't something as volatile as anger. Azel's face twisted with cynicism. She asked Clara if she really thought the professor cared about them, calling her a dummy and declaring that he was only interested in one kid. When Clara asked what she gestured with her head, she was talking about him. Her gaze fell upon a lone figure in the garden. It was Noah, the boy the professor was raising in his own house. Azel's voice dripped with envy as she mentioned hearing that the professor had even recommended him for the Royal Academy scholarship. She bitterly questioned what would happen to the rest of them. They were all mages. But he picked the one who had no emotions. Suddenly, a rock flew through the air and struck Noah on the side of the head, Blood trickled down his temple, staining his pale hair. A freckle-faced boy named Peter stood, with a sneer, a rock still in his hand. He shouted at Noah, telling him that if he had any conscience, he should refuse the scholarship. He demanded to know Noah should go to the academy when he wasn't even a mage anymore. More voices joined in, agreeing with Peter, accusing Noah of sucking up to Professor just like he did to the owner. The cruel words were like stones themselves, pelting him relentlessly as more rocks were hurled through the air. Noah stumbled, fell to the ground, trying to shield his head. Peter loomed over him, his face contorted in a hateful sneer. Demanding to know if Noah had any shame, he spat out the question of why the professor would pick Noah of all people. Noah slowly got to his knees, his voice low but firm as he defended his benefactor, stating that the professor was not that kind of person. Peter laughed cruelly. He sneered that the professor hadn't even given them a chance and suggested Noah prove his worth. His voice dropped to a venomous whisper, recalling the rumor that Noah could only generate magic when he saw other people being hit. He called it sick. With a malicious glint in his eye, he asked if he should go thrash someone right there. Noah, blood dripping down his chin, quietly begged him to stop. A twisted idea lit up Peter's face. He knew just the person. He asked about the professor's daughter, Isnelda. At the mention of her name, Noah's eyes widened, a storm of fury gathering within them. Peter continued his taunts, describing the 4-year-old girl who followed Noah around, thinking he was her brother. Isel screamed Peter's name, her face pale with horror. But Peter was relentless, goading Noah, telling him that if he didn't want that to happen, he needed to prove himself right now. He demanded Noah show them all his source, without any magic stones. In a flash, Noah's hand shot out and grabbed Peter's wrist, his grip like iron. Peter's eyes widened in shock as a dark, crackling energy began to emanate from Noah. Noah was different. While anger usually manifested as an attack, Noah's had been conditioned since his awakening. His rage had always been directed at filling magic stones, a concentrated liquid poured into a bottle. And now, he infused all of that condensed, volatile magic directly into Peter. A violent crimson energy erupted from Noah's hand, engulfing Peter in its raw power. The boy let out a blood-curdling scream. The force of the magic sent him flying backward. Essel screamed for Noah to get away from Peter. The shout jolted Noah back to reality, his eyes wide with horror at what he'd done. He released his grip, and Peter's body dropped limply to the grass. The boy coughed violently, spitting up a spray of blood. Panic seized Noah. He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a glowing magic stone. He began to chant, a shimmering turquoise light forming between his hands as he prepared a healing spell. Asil watched in disbelief, asking if he was actually trying to heal Peter. Her voice dripped with contempt as she pointed out that he was the one who hurt him in the first place. She ran towards him, her face a mask of fury and confusion, demanding to know how he could do such a thing. Noah looked up, his expression pained, and asked if this wasn't what they wanted to see. He asked if this wasn't the anger they were demanding from him. Azel shrieked back, asking if he thought everyone acted like him when they got angry. She pointed to Clara, who was trembling with fear, and said that even though she was a mage of fury, she had never done anything like this. Asil's voice cracked with resentment as she confessed she didn't understand why the professor treated Noah like family. Her jealousy and frustration poured out in a torrent of words. She screamed, asking why Noah was the only one who got to live with them, the only one who got proper mage lessons, while the rest of them tried their hardest, just Mrs. Granchet and her daughter, to like them when they visited. She accused him of acting like their son when he wasn't even related to them at all. As she ranted, the box of toys she'd been holding slipped from her grasp, spilling its contents onto the grass. The sudden noise made her gasp. Noah looked past her, his eyes widening as he saw a small figure standing on the steps. It was Isnelda, dressed in a delicate purple frock, watching them with wide, innocent eyes. In a small, curious voice, she asked what playing house was. A wave of pure terror washed over Noah. He screamed her name and rushed towards her, a desperate attempt to shield her from the ugliness of the scene. A memory flashed through his mind, a promise made in the quiet halls of the mansion. Small and fierce, had declared that he could only like her. She had made him promise not to like the other children. And he, looking down at the little girl who had claimed him as her own, had softly agreed, taking her tiny hand in his. But that memory was shattered by another, more painful one. Isnelda, her face streaked with tears, sobbing that Noah wasn't her brother. The memory cracked like glass, and with it, Noah's fragile world shattered into a million pieces. After that day, Isnelda started to avoid him. She stopped calling him her brother. A cold, relentless rain began to fall, mirroring the chill that had settled in Noah's heart. He stood outside Isnelda's room, clutching a book, his knuckles pale as he knocked gently on her door. He wondered if she was asleep, his heart aching with a desperate need to fix what was broken between them. He decided to just leave the book quietly inside her room and go. But as he pushed the door open, his blood ran cold. The room was empty. She was gone. His mind raced with terrifying possibilities. A kidnapping, a burglary. But then he noticed that only her favorite things were missing. Her stuffed animals, her favorite pillow. The horrifying realization hit him like a physical blow. She had run away. He burst from the room, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew the professor and his wife were out, which meant no one else knew she was gone. He slammed open the door to the nanny's room, startling the sleeping woman. His voice was frantic as he told her to call Mr. and Mrs. Grancher immediately. Choked on the words, telling her that Isnelda was. The nanny, seeing the terror in his eyes, quickly activated a communication device. Her voice trembled as she urgently told the professor to come quick, that the little miss. Her frantic words echoed in Noah's ears as he ran out into the torrential downpour, the chilling phrase repeating in his mind, "The little miss is missing." He ran, his fists clenched, his mind consumed by a single, agonizing thought. Isnelda's tearful declaration that he wasn't her brother haunted him with every splash of his feet in the puddles. He reached the rocky shore by the sea, screaming her name to the storm, his voice raw with desperation. He begged for her to answer if she could hear him. He saw her. He quickly cast a spell, Elka, and a ball of light bloomed in his hand, cutting through the rain and darkness. He called her name again, and the light revealed her, a tiny, huddled figure sitting on a jagged rock, looking utterly lost and alone. She was sniffling, crying for her mom and dad. Her little knee was scraped and bleeding. Noah's heart clenched at the sight of her wound. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and asked where her parents were, wondering if they were looking for her. He tried to soothe her, his voice gentle despite the storm raging inside him. He told her they were looking for her elsewhere but would be here soon. He reached out to take her hand, promising to get her home so they could treat her wound. But she swatted his hand away, her small face contorted with anger. She screamed that he was a liar, accusing him of lying to her again. With heartbreaking certainty, she cried that her mom and dad weren't coming because they were with the other children. It was all lies, she shrieked. She tried to dash past him, declaring that she was going to disappear so her parents could live with the children at the orphanage. Noah grabbed her arm, his grip desperate, begging her not to be like this. He pleaded with her, telling her that her parents would be devastated without her. "Liar!" she screamed again, her voice cracking with a child's profound sense of betrayal. She insisted that her dad only cared about him, giving him medicine and teaching him things, but not her. She pushed him away, shouting for him to go away, that she didn't need him. Her final words struck him like a physical blow, colder and sharper than the rain. She screamed that he wasn't even family. A devastating silence fell between them, broken only by heartbroken sobs. Noah's shoulders slumped in defeat. He whispered an apology, his voice filled with self-loathing. He told her he should have waited for Professor Argo, that he should have brought her family, the people she needed most right now. He apologized for being the one who came. His face was a portrait of despair, his heart shattering. In that moment, the sky split open with a blinding flash of lightning, and a monstrous rose from the sea, threatening to swallow them whole. The wall of water crashed down upon them with a deafening roar. Submerged in the churning chaos, Isnelda screamed, the sound lost to the sea. Noah frantically called her name. He saw her sinking into the darkness, and with a surge of adrenaline, he yanked her back into his arms. He wrapped his body around hers, holding her tight, shielding her from the violent torrent. He held her close, his eyes shut tight against the stinging water, determined to protect her even if it cost him everything. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the chaos ceased. The world went silent and still as they floated to the surface. An unnatural calm settled over the water. Time itself had stopped. Noah's eyes widened in stunned realization as he looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms. Isnelda Grancher was 4 years old when her abilities as a mage first awakened. Back at the sun-drenched mansion, Professor Argo stood in a doorway, his expression grave, and called for Noah to come in. He assured the boy that Isnelda was all right now, merely sleeping. He explained that she had been afflicted with madness, a dangerous side effect of her magic going out of control. He told Noah that to make matters worse, her source was problematic. When Noah asked what he meant, the professor made a shocking declaration. He intended to hide the fact that Isnelda was a mage, even from herself. Noah stared speechless. Argo's voice was heavy as he delivered the final, world-altering blow. Isnelda, he explained, was a limitless mage. The only other limitless mage ever known to exist was the legendary Ramana. But now, the second had appeared sleeping peacefully in the next room. Argo explained that Ramana's source was love, a powerful but natural emotion felt towards family and loved ones. To control her immense power, Ramana had placed a restriction on herself, a magical vow that she would only use her powers to protect the ones she loved. The horrifying implication dawned on Noah. He asked if the reason she eventually lost her powers was because she lost the people she cared for. Argo's quiet yes confirmed his worst fears. The professor then revealed his plan. He had documents detailing Ramana's sealing spell, and he intended to use it to seal off Isnelda's powers completely. to protect her from her own terrifying potential. The air is thick with unspoken secrets as the professor lays out an ancient scroll, its surface covered in arcane symbols that writhe like living things. His voice is a low, determined rumble, explaining his plan to use Ramana's sealing spell, a magic powerful enough to bind gods to Isnelda's powers. His gaze is fixed on the spell, his blue eyes hard as diamonds, but a deep, suffocating pain emanates from him. He looks toward the room where his daughter sleeps, a fragile figure lost in the white expanse of her bed. He confesses, his voice cracking with a pain he can no longer contain, that if possible, he never wants her to know the truth of what she is a mage until she comes of age. His shoulders slump with the weight of his decision. He hadn't known, he whispers to Noah, the quiet young man standing beside him. He had no idea she had been struggling like this, fighting a power so immense it threatened to consume her. To him, she was just his sweet girl, the daughter who never caused a moment of trouble, a perfect, fragile doll he failed to see was breaking from the inside. He turns to Noah, his expression etched with a desperate gratitude. He is indebted to him, he says, his voice thick with emotion. If it weren't for Noah, he might have lost his only child. And he makes an offer, a plea born from a father's terror. He begs Noah to keep Isnelda's secret, protect her from a world that would exploit her. In exchange, he promises to grant him anything he could possibly want. Noah remains silent, his expression unreadable behind his spectacles. The silence stretches, heavy and taut, before he finally speaks, his voice quiet but firm. He doesn't understand. His mind reels with confusion. Why? Why must Isnelda's incredible ability be kept secret from the Mage Tower? Most parents would have been bursting with pride, celebrating a child who possessed the godlike power to stop time itself. Yet here the professor is going to impossible lengths to hide it, to shackle it away. Noah knows, with a chilling certainty, that there must be a reason, a dark and terrible reason for this fear. As if summoned by their conversation, a soft, sleepy murmur drifts from the other room. "Dad," Isnelda whispers in her sleep. The sound shatters the professor's composure, and a memory, sharp and painful, pierces through him. He sees her as a little girl, huddled in the darkness, her dress torn and her knees scraped raw, tears streaming down her terrified face. He remembers calling her name, his voice filled with a panic that mirrors his own now. His fist clenches at his side, the knuckles white with rage and regret. The memory twists, replaced by the ghost of another child's bitter tears, a voice accusing their father of only caring about Isnelda, of giving her everything while leaving them with nothing. In the present, Noah's resolve hardens. He knows what he must do. He looks the professor in the eye, his voice clear and unwavering. He has decided what he wants. He wants to return the things that he has taken from Isnelda, to atone for a past that has haunted them both. He wishes to leave this place, he announces, and attend the academy. Far away, within the cold stone walls of the royal palace, a different kind of darkness festers. King Frey, too, sits slumped on his throne, his face a mask of weary anger as he recalls the haunting final words of a dead man. "I have remembered death, and this is the only way to stop it from devouring me. I'm sorry." Before him, robed figures speak of rumors of how Argo Grancher, the man who spoke those words, met with someone a decade ago. One of them begins to speak his name again, but the king erupts. "Enough," he bellows, his echoing through the throne room. He demands to know why they are dredging up the past, reminding them furiously that Argo Grancher died 8 years ago. A cloaked advisor steps forward, his voice a sibilant whisper. He suggests that this could be a disease with a long incubation, one that takes years to manifest its symptoms. He gives it a name, a word that drips with venom. Ara. A poison, he explains, so potent it larment for 10 years before striking, causing complete paralysis and a slow, agonizing death. The king twitches with rage. He demands to know what they expect him to tell General Lahore, whose empress is afflicted. The advisor suggests a simple, infuriating lie, that the cure will be delayed because the symptoms appeared late. A flash of steel cuts through the air. General Lahore, a warrior with a face carved from granite and eyes that burn like hot coals, holds a blade to the advisor's throat. His is a low, lethal growl as he commands them to find a cure for the Empress, or he will have their heads. The king slams his fist on the arm of his throne, the sound cracking like thunder. He roars in frustration, questioning why he must endure such indignity. The eldest advisor sees his opening. This, he says smoothly, is precisely why they have been petitioning for the search and seizure of the Grancher family's property. The king scoffs, reminding them of the kingdom's laws. He demands evidence. The advisor's lips curve into a sly smile. He presses to create the cure they need Argo Grancher's vision, and by acquiring it, he adds they can conveniently place all the blame for this tragedy squarely on the Grancher family. A slow, wicked grin spreads across the king's face. He understands. The trap is set. In a sunlit tower overlooking the city, 2 men conspire over cake and wine. One of them, Maester Sieben, is praised for his masterful manipulation of the king, who now demands the very evidence they are prepared to fabricate. His companion, a man with a cruel smile and a sharp mustache, promises him a reward, but Sieben demurs, noting that his host is surely busy dealing with the lingering problems left behind by Argo Grancher. A bitter memory surfaces, a flashback to their academy days, where Argo was always number one, and Sieben was forever trapped in his shadow, the perpetual second best. The man with the mustache sighs theatrically, claiming Argo was a friend, and that he regrets not stopping him from his dark path. Then, he gets to the heart of the matter. The king has given them his unspoken permission to act outside the law. All they need is someone with legal immunity to strike the Grancher Foundation. Someone like General Lahore, a man driven by grief and rage. Sieben lays out their diabolical plan. They will claim that Argo Grancher, contrary to popular belief, did meet the Empress of Langrad. He reveals a forged record of Argo sailing on a smuggling vessel to procure a prohibited item from the Empire. An item he confirms with a dark glint in his eye known as aura. He claims Argo purchased the very poison now killing the Empress. The order is given, leak this fabricated intelligence to the general in Tebeth. The Empress's loyal soldiers, consumed by a desire for vengeance, will tear the Grancher family apart for them. With their business concluded, the man with the mustache rises, taking the plate of cakes. He has kept someone waiting for far too long. He descends into the dungeon, his footsteps echoing in the suffocating darkness. He opens a rusted cell door, a sickly sweet smile on his face. He announces that he has brought delicious cakes for his prisoners. Inside, a man and a woman, their bodies gaunt and their eyes hollowed out from despair, gasp at the sight of the food. He leans in, his voice dripping with mock sympathy, asking if they remember. But their minds are broken, their memories stolen, leaving only the empty shells of the people they once were. A hidden history begins to unfold, pieced together from forgotten records. A timeline of tragedy, the marriage of Argo and Titania, the birth of their daughter Isnelda, and the terrifying awakening of her powers. The records speak of research teams dissolved, of forbidden experiments, and of the first victims of the mage disease innocent orphans. They detail Argo Grancher's fateful decision to sail to the Empire and the subsequent sinking of his ship, a disaster that claimed his and his wife's lives. Years pass. Edvan is admitted to the Royal Academy, and Isnelda, now a young woman, returns to the city of Tebeth, unaware of the storm gathering on the horizon. The salty air of Belsio Harbor whips through Isnelda's long, dark hair as she stands on the pier, the brilliant blue sky a stark contrast to the unease settling in her heart. A messenger approaches, presenting her with an envelope sealed with the royal crest of Langrad. An invitation from the general. Back in her room, another letter arrives, this one from Edvan. Her fingers tremble slightly as she breaks the seal. His words are a stark warning, his familiar nickname for her, Isha, leaping off the page. He tells her to be wary of any tall, brawny man with black hair, and gives a chillingly precise description of General Lahore Chan, a man in his 50s with a beard, golden eyes, and a noticeable scar. The name Isha echoes in her mind, a phantom touch that makes her jolt. "What are you doing here?" A voice asks from behind her. It's Edvan, his presence sudden and startling. He asks if she received his letter. Before she can answer, another man approaches, and a cold dread washes over her. He is tall, brawny, bearded, with a prominent scar across his face. It is General Lahore Chan, a living embodiment of Edvan's warning. They sit under a lavish tent by the sea, a feast spread before them that could feed a small army. The general's interpreter, a woman named Yerharu, translates his pleasantries, telling Isnelda she is as beautiful as the rumors say. Isnelda is distracted, surprised to hear Edvan conversing fluently in Langradian. She wonders where he learned it, musing that he could almost pass for someone from the Empire. Yerharu's sharp eyes fix on Isnelda. She comments on the pretty ring on Isnelda's finger, then asks if the food is to her liking. Isnelda politely agrees, asking if the dishes are all Langradian. A strange, knowing smile plays on Yura's lips. How odd, she remarks, that Isnelda would know she likes the food before tasting a single bite. Isnelda freezes, her mind racing. This is a trap. Yura explains that while their custom is to greet with weapons, she chose to follow Isnelda's kingdom's etiquette. The implication is chilling Yura has been watching her. Yura then reveals the general invited her here because of Edvan. She recounts a recent friendly duel where Edvan fought the general with a startling ferocity, as if he meant to kill. The general, however, was impressed by his spirit, and noticing the young knight's melancholy, decided to invite the lady who held his heart to cheer him up. Isnelda finally understands the cordial atmosphere, but her relief is short-lived. Yura's gaze returns to her, dark and predatory. She asks Isnelda if she recalls the greeting custom she mentioned. Then, with a smirk, she suggests they greet one another in the ways of the Empire. Before Isnelda can react, Yura's hand shoots out and grabs her own. A violent, electric shock courses through her. Isnelda's eyes fly open in terror. This woman, she's a mage. A torrent of purple magic erupts between them, crackling with malevolent energy. The power is overwhelming, and Isnelda knows with every fiber of her being that she must block it. A blinding flash of white light engulfs them, and the world dissolves. Isnelda finds herself in a formless void, dazed and confused. She looks down and a scream catches in her throat. Yura's hand, still clutching hers, is transforming into something monstrous, her skin turning a deathly gray, her fingers elongating into sharp black claws. Yerha's entire body contorts, horns sprouting from her head as she reveals her true form. A menon, Isha, Edvan's roar tears through the illusion. Back at the feast, he moves like a blur of vengeful motion, his sword drawn and singing through the air. In a heartbeat, the cold steel of his blade is pressed against Yerha's throat. Edvan's eyes are blazing with a protective fury. He yanks Isnelda behind him, shielding her with his own body as soldiers draw their weapons. But the general's voice cuts through the tension, ordering his men to lower their swords. As they walk along the harbor later, the chaotic scene replays in Isnelda's mind. She now understands the ring on her finger is connected to Edvan's sword, a magical bond that alerts him whenever she is in danger. There is no doubt. Yerharu was trying to attack her. Yet, Edvan explains Yerha lied to the general, claiming Isnelda had simply countered her aggressive greeting. He tells her the general apologized for his subordinate's behavior, and then his own voice drops. He's sorry, his gaze filled with self-reproach, sorry that he wasn't swift enough to protect her. Isnelda is bewildered. She insists he has nothing to apologize for, arguing that he risked his diplomatic standing for her. He stops, turning to face her. You have a tendency to view my actions in a good light, he says, his voice low. She tries to keep it light, teasingly asking if that isn't a given. His expression turns serious, his eyes searching hers. Then what about when I kissed you? He asks, the question hanging in the air between them, heavy and charged. Isnelda freezes, heat rushing to her cheeks. Did you take kindly to that too? He presses. He steps closer, his voice dropping to an intense whisper. He knows she's scared of men, especially large, physically imposing ones. The kind who use their strength against women. His confession spills out of him, raw and violent. He wanted to find the man who had hurt her, to kill him. He describes in brutal detail how he wanted to cut off his hand, strangle his throat, and gouge out his eyes for ever daring to touch her, to look at her. It was Noah, he admits, who stopped him, who reminded him of the law and of the guilt that would surely consume her. He looks at her, his heart in his eyes, telling her how he sees the tension that never leaves her body, the cold sweat that appears whenever he gets too close. He once thought it was a sign of their mutual attraction, but that changed when he saw her with him. With him, Edvan says she is happy, open, and unafraid. Confused, Isnelda asks who he's talking about. Noah Argent, he says, and the name lands like a stone in her stomach. He leans his forehead against her shoulder, his body trembling with the force of his admission. I'm jealous, Isha, he whispers, his voice breaking. Jealous in a way that is ugly, deplorable, and cowardly. He tells her she only shares her light with him, but she gives her darkness to Noah, and he asks if she would rather he didn't know about her pain. Yes, she admits softly, not wanting to involve him in a past that has nothing to do with him. He pulls back, his eyes wide with anguish. How does it have nothing to do with me? He asks, his voice cracking. When it involves you. She begins to apologize, but he cuts her off with a question that shatters her world. Are you even aware? He asks, his voice laced with a bitter poison, that Noah has chosen me as your match. His life, he explains, was a performance orchestrated by Noah. Every grade he earned, every skill he mastered, every piece of clothing he wore, it was all to become the perfect product. He was polished, refined, and sculpted not for himself, but for her. He was the finest gemstone ever created by Noah Argent. Isnelda staggers back, shaking her head in disbelief, telling him he's lying. He turns away, unable to look at her. He confesses that after learning the truth, he wanted to sabotage Noah's plan, to hurt her just to see his creation fail. But he couldn't. His voice softens, filled with an aching vulnerability. How could I ever hurt you? He murmurs, his eyes shining with unshed tears. When you're the girl I like. His voice was a soft caress against the warm afternoon air, laced with a sincerity that made Isnelda's heart ache. He asked how he could ever hurt her, his crimson eyes filled with a disarming tenderness as he confessed that she was the girl he liked. His words were an intoxicating melody, pulling her back to the memory of the beach, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. He reminded her of the kiss they shared, his voice a low murmur as he recalled how she had been shaking, so scared she was on the verge of fainting. Yet he whispered she hadn't stopped him. She had allowed it, because it was him, hadn't she? The question hung between them, a fragile, shimmering thing. But Isnelda's mind was a maelstrom of confusion and hurt. She threw up her hands, her voice sharp with accusation, telling him he was wrong. How could he possibly bring himself to like someone like Garrick? Her words were a clumsy shield, a desperate attempt to deflect the raw emotion of the moment. She asked he had any idea how she had truly felt that day. Edvan's lips curved into a knowing, almost sorrowful smile. Flustered, Isnelda tried to explain, her cheeks flushing as she insisted she had just been tired, and that was the only reason she had fainted. But deep down in the secret chambers of her heart, she knew the truth. She had felt. Her eyes widened as the unspoken admission echoed in her own mind. Edvan's gaze was intense, and he took her hand, his touch sending an electric jolt through her. Seeing her there, so vulnerable and unable to reject him, knowing that she would probably forgive him even if he overstepped his bounds, Isnelda's breath hitched, her own unspoken feelings laid bare before him. He confessed that this realization had made him happy beyond words. His handsome face, usually a mask of indifference, was now an open book of affection. He called her name, Isha, his tone suddenly shifting, becoming serious, grave. The warmth of the moment evaporated, replaced by an icy dread. He told her that they shouldn't see each other for a while. The words struck her like a physical blow. Her mind refused to process them. She pleaded with him, her voice trembling, telling him not to be like this, that it had to be some kind of cruel, unfunny prank. But his expression remained hard, unyielding. He told her he had one last question for her. He asked if she knew of a dagger with a clover trinket on a silver chain. The question was so bizarre, so out of place, that it only deepened her confusion. She shook her head, denying that she had ever seen or heard of such a thing, and asked why he was asking. He simply dismissed it, telling her it was nothing. Then, with 2 words that shattered her world, he turned away. "Goodbye, Isha." She stumbled, a strangled cry escaping her lips, became smaller and smaller. A final, unforgiving silhouette against the bustling street. She screamed his name, her voice raw with anguish, but he didn't stop. He just kept walking. He finally halted, the image of Isnelda's utterly devastated face burning in his mind. A wave of self-loathing washed over him, and he slammed his fist into a nearby post, the wood groaning under the force of his rage. He shouldn't have let her speak to Yerharu alone. A dark, insidious whisper slithered through his thoughts, a voice that was not his own. It mocked him, suggesting that he had done exactly what he should have. Edvan's eyes narrowed, his voice a low growl as he told it to shut up. But the voice continued, its tone dripping with scorn. It taunted him, saying that if it were in control, it would have promised her protection and warned her against bastard. The demonic presence swirled around him, a shadowy miasma of pure malice. It questioned why he was so blind to his own merits, pointing out that she was already partial to him, and he could have made her his. Instead, it sneered he had chosen to take his anger out on her. The voice was relentless, twisting the knife of his guilt. It accused him of admonishing her for keeping things from him when he was the one who had failed to earn her trust. How laughable, it hissed, that he thought he had any right to rebuke her when he was also keeping secrets. Edvan's face was a mask of pure fury, his crimson eyes glowing with rage. With a guttural roar, he unsheathed his ornate sword. He screamed at the voice to shut up, his control finally snapping. He swung the blade wildly, slashing through the empty air where the phantom voice seemed to linger. The dark energy whisked away from the blade's path. A low chuckle echoed as the shadows began to coalesce. The voice remarking that he really needed to work on his patience. A clawed, demonic hand materialized from the darkness, followed by the horned silhouette of the creature that lived within him. The demon's true form began to emerge, a terrifying and beautiful being with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes. It smiled, a seductive and dangerous expression on its face, as it suggested that he just give in and let it take over his body. Ed glared, his teeth clenched in defiance. With another furious slash, he drove his sword through the demon's torso. The demon merely smirked, its form flickering but unharmed. It asked him if he had forgotten. A searing pain erupted in Edvan's own side as a deep gash mirrored the one on the demon. He gasped, clutching the wound. The demon let out a triumphant laugh, its voice resonating with dark power. It questioned why he would do something so foolish when he already knew that hurting it meant hurting himself. It reminded him, its voice dropping to a chilling whisper, that they were one and the same. To any passerby, he would just look like a madman swinging his sword at nothing. Edvan retorted that it was no concern of the demon's. The demon's smile widened. How could it not be its concern? It purred. When it would be taking over his body soon, it promised it would certainly put his body to better use. It would make sure he wouldn't regret it. With a final taunting whisper that sliced deeper than any blade, the demon confessed that it was aware of something En himself wasn't, that it liked Isnelda more than he did. It spoke of her beauty, how she was adorable as a child, but seeing her as an adult for the first time made its heart skip a beat. Her eyes, it mused, were like gems containing the sea, and she was so adorable when she was bashful. It was a relief, the demon said, to finally have the body of a healthy man. Since Isha had been the one to protect it when they were young, it was now its turn to protect her. With that final Pazev declaration, the demonic presence dissipated, swirling like smoke on the wind, leaving Edvan alone on the stone path, his sword lying forgotten at his feet. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small vial filled with a glowing green liquid. This drug, he thought with grim determination, was the only thing that could get rid of him now. Elsewhere, Wirral sat in a lavish office, pondering the nature of the Menons. He questioned the common belief that they were the cause of the mage disease. Argmenons don't possess people at random. The host is important to them. He wondered aloud what criteria they used for choosing their hosts. The question echoed in Edvan's mind, triggering a fragmented memory. He recalled the chilling words of one of the disease's first victims, a statement that had haunted him. The dead have no memories, so whose death was the victim speaking of? The thought sent a jolt through him, and a vision from a dream flashed before his eyes. Isnelda's face, contorted in absolute terror. It was the same expression he saw in that recurring nightmare. A memory that felt ancient and profound surfaced. of a man who looked just like him, weeping over a dying woman. He could hear the man's choked sobs as he swore to protect her with his life. He begged her, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, to grant him this one favor. He pleaded with her to please remember. In his hand, he clutched a dagger, its silver chain adorned with a single four-leaf clover. In another land, a general was being warned by his horned advisor. The advisor urged him not to mess with Isnelda Grancher, stating that with her powers, she could easily defeat their men. The general, Lahore-chan, looked troubled, his hand resting on his subordinate's shoulder, but the advisor continued, a hand gently touching the general's scarred face, reminding him that it was already too late for Her Majesty. Lahore slammed his fist down, furiously denying it. He argued that she was only in her 40s, in her prime, and if her condition could be cured, she could reign for another 10 years. The advisor sighed, stating that either way, a civil war was inevitable, because Her Majesty could no longer bear an heir. The narrative shifts, explaining the history of the Emperor of Langrad, who was also known as the Demon Emperor. The title had been bestowed by her opponents, who scorned her for finding intermarriage within the royal family abhorrent and for beheading her warmongering siblings. Though it was an attempt to blacken her name, it was actually a very fitting title. The change in the emperor began after she foresaw her own death. She became erratic, suddenly shedding tears for no reason or killing her servants without provocation. But surprisingly, those she killed were always later proven to have treacherous hearts. The demon that possessed her had the power to see the future, and it was this terrible power that truly turned her into the demon emperor. Lahore-chan recalled the events of 12 years prior in the year 545 of the Galactic Era. It was when he learned that Argo Grancher, Isnelda's father, had traveled to Langrad to acquire the poison known as aura. The mere sight of aura was enough to make Lahore's blood boil, for his beloved emperor had nearly died from that very poison in the past. She had only survived because the child in her womb had absorbed the poison in her stead. He remembered confronting Argo at the docks, the man cloaked and mysterious, holding a small, ornate box. Lahore's voice was thunderous as he demanded to know if the man was aware that possessing this poison was illegal. He questioned where Argo acquired it and what he intended to do with it. Argo calmly stated that while he couldn't reveal where he got it, he could answer the second question. Lahore gripped him, his patience wearing thin. Argo revealed his plan to study the poison to create an antidote. An antidote? Lahore was stunned. Argo explained that a friend of his daughter was dying from this poison. When Lahore asked if this friend was of noble birth, Argo simply replied that he was an orphan. The idea seemed utterly ludicrous. His men scoffed at the thought that this man could create an antidote for aura, when the best poison experts in the Empire had yet to succeed after years of effort. It was clearly ridiculous. But something in the hooded man's eyes gave Lahore pause. He released his grip. He made a proposition. If Argo succeeded, he was to have one sent to him. The hooded man's eyes widened in gratitude as he thanked him profusely. With a new, desperate hope igniting within him, Lahore ordered his carriage prepared, announcing he was going to see Her Majesty. He strode through the palace halls under a starry sky, but what he saw when he burst into the Emperor's bedchamber a little earlier than planned was a horrifying sight. His lover, the Emperor, was trying to hang herself. With a desperate cry, he drew his sword and slashed the rope, catching her just as she fell. As he held her weeping form against the backdrop of the stardust window, he finally understood the truth. It was on that night he realized the Emperor was possessed by the demon called Menon. Back in the present, tears fell like rain onto the pages of the book Isnelda was reading. How embarrassing, she thought, wiping her eyes. She felt she had no right to cry. If anyone should be crying, it was Edvan. A tiny chibi version of herself appeared, shaking her and scolding her for glancing at the communication stone yet again. Her mind was a tangled mess of doubts. Did Noah really give Ed the scholarship just so he could use him? Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, she turned to the Eye of the Abyss, a bowl filled with glowing blue stones. Pressing her hands to the cool stones, closed her eyes, her resolve hardening. She commanded the artifact to show her Ed. A brilliant flash of light consumed her, and she found herself suspended in a surreal, turquoise ocean, schools of ethereal fish swimming past. A gentle, disembodied voice welcomed her by name. It asked her what age of Edvan she wished to see. Her hurrah with desperation, Isnelda cried out that she wanted to see all ages. The water around her swirled, and visions began to form in the shimmering liquid. She saw Edvan as he was now, pulling her into a tender embrace. She saw him as a young, injured boy on crutches, reaching for her hand. She saw him as a child, his innocent face smiling at her. A chibi version of herself began to sniffle, overwhelmed by the flood of memories. But then, the serene vision shattered. A heavy, thudding sound echoed through the water as a colossal, dark chain plunged into the depths before her. It was the chain she had seen before. Compelled by an unknown force, she followed it down, swimming deeper into the crushing darkness of the abyss. At the very bottom, she saw that the chain was attached to a heavy stone, and shackled to that stone was a small, hunched figure. It was a boy. She swam closer, her heart pounding in her chest. The water rippled, and two koi fish appeared, their voices echoing in her mind. They asked if she was certain she wanted to remember, warning her that she would regret it. With unwavering determination, she gave a firm nod. The ethereal fish scattered, and the vision solidified. She saw him clearly now, a young boy chained and alone at the bottom of a cold, dark sea, her breath caught in her throat. It was Ed. The scene shifted, pulling her into a memory from the year 544. A much younger Isnelda sat at a dinner table with her father, Argo, and another man. She asked innocently why Ed was always ill. The two men exchanged a nervous glance, unsure how to answer the 7-year-old girl. With a soft sigh, her father decided it was time to tell her the truth. He took out some paper and colored pencils. He explained, using simple drawings, that the poison affecting Edvan was a very singular one. It was difficult to procure and had no known antidote. It wasn't instantly lethal, he drew, but it killed by gradually turning a victim's entire body as hard as stone. Once their heart turned to stone, they would die, a process that usually took around 10 years. Little Isnelda asked, her voice small, if he could extract the poison from his body. Argo admitted that poisons weren't his specialty. The terrible reality crashed down on the little girl, her eyeing with tears as she asked if that meant Ed was going to die. Her heartbroken expression sent the two men into a panic. Quickly, Argo added that he was thinking about making an antidote. He explained that obtaining the poison aura required dealing with Langradian nobles, and he lacked the title and introduction needed to do so. He would need help from Grandpa Prow. He promised her that as long as he could get some poison and neutralize it before Ed stopped breathing, he would live. Later that day, she crept to Edvan's room. He weakly told her to go away, but she entered anyway. Her heart clenched when she saw him, pale and shivering with fever. A cry of Ed escaped her lips. Her mind raced with worry. Would her dad really be able to get the poison? What about the antidote? Her dad was always so busy. They needed someone who wasn't busy. A sudden realization dawned on her bright blue eyes. Edvan turned his head, his own eyes red-rimmed and feverish. She marched to his bedside and declared with all the conviction a 7-year-old could muster that she would make an antidote. She placed a hand on his shoulder, promising to study poisons and remedies to cure him. She begged him to just wait until he turned 10, to keep holding on even if it hurt. She pleaded with him not to die, not to give up. A single tear rolled down the boy's cheek. His voice was barely a whisper, but his promise was firm. He said he wouldn't. The memory dissolved into a cascade of shimmering bubbles. Isnelda floated in the abyss, the weight of the past settling upon her. She had said she would study poisons that day, so why didn't she? The answer was simple. A miracle had happened. Her father, Argo, the man who claimed to have no knowledge of poisons, had suddenly vanished, only to return with an antidote that freed Ed from the poison eating away at him. That was why she had never needed to study poisons. But then, her eyes fell upon the stone effigy of the boy still chained to the rock. She reached out, her arms wrapping around his cold, petrified form. What was he doing here in this state? A blinding light erupted from their embrace, and the world tilted on its axis. She was falling. She landed with a crash, her chair toppling over as she hit the floor of her study. Dazed, she wondered if she had just fallen off her chair and dozed off. What had happened to the sea? She groaned, rubbing her sore backside when she noticed her voice sounded odd. She pushed herself up, realizing she wasn't in her bed. Had she entered someone else's body? Could it be that magical disease where a person's body is possessed by another? She stumbled toward a mirror, letting out a yawn. The reflection showed a figure in a lab coat, wearing a familiar ring. She seemed to be a medical mage, but her face was obscured by a bright light. Wait, that's the... She pushed her hair back from her face, her eyes widening in stunned disbelief as the reflection came into focus. The face staring back at her, tired and confused, was her own. A disorienting haze cleared, revealing not the familiar ceiling of her laboratory, but the ornate, gilded headboard of a bed she didn't recognize. A wave of dizziness washed over her as she pressed a trembling hand to her forehead, her thoughts a tangled mess. Her eyes fell to her own body, and a gasp escaped her lips. She was clad in her practical nightgown, but in a structured black top and a tightly laced corset that cinched her waist. A suffocating sense of unreality gripped her as she wondered in sheer bewilderment if this person was truly her. Her reverie was shattered by a familiar, gentle voice asking if she had been up all night again. A kindly older woman with a warm, wrinkled face stood in the doorway, leaning on a cane. It was her aunt, Mariel Sellen. The woman's expression was etched with concern as she entered the room, chiding Isha that she could not possibly survive on tea alone and must have proper meals. She added that Nia and Argo were terribly worried about her. Isha's hand, clutching a newspaper, stilled. She offered a tired smile, suggesting that aunt come visit her this weekend. She asked if her aunt would come with her. Her gaze dropped back to the paper in her hands. The headline screamed in bold letters, July 3rd, year 564 of the Galactic Era. The Royal Army, and mages are fighting the barbarians on the front line as in Gaius. As the words registered, a strange electric blue energy began to crackle around her fingers, swirling around the newsprint. The world dissolved around her, the solid floor of her lab melting away into an endless, glittering void of deep blue. She was floating, her severe lab coat replaced a simple white dress, her dark hair fanning out around her in the strange emptiness. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she wondered what this was all happening. The date from the paper echoed in her mind, a horrifying premonition, 564. Her blood ran cold as she realized with a sickening lurch that the date was 7 years from now. Just as suddenly the void vanished and she was back in her laboratory, her aunt's voice pulling her from the chilling vision. Was addressing her as Isha, her tone serious now. She told Isha that peculiar rumors had been spreading about her lately. With a heavy sigh, the old woman relayed the wisp that were circulating through the mage community. They were saying the reason Isha had locked herself away was a morbid obsession with her dead first love, Edvan. They claimed she was trying to create an antidote for the deadly Ara poison, and that she had never even held a funeral, instead keeping his body hidden away. Isha's blue eyes widened in shock. Her aunt quickly added that it was surely all nonsense, but the young mages who looked up to Isha were deeply shaken by the gossip. Isha deflected with a weak attempt at humor, remarking that her aunt fretted over her more than her own parents did. But inside, her mind reeled with a single, devastating thought. Ed is dead. The world fractured again, plunging her back into the starry abyss of her vision. The future Isha was adrift, the echoes of her aunt's words haunting her. She questioned the very idea, wondering how she could be obsessed with her first love to the point of keeping his body. How could her future self stand there so calmly talking about such horrifying things? It all felt far too detailed, too visceral to be a simple dream, yet everything was impossibly different from her present reality. A desperate hope flickered within her as she wondered if Argo and Nia, her mother and father, were still alive in this future. Then, a name from her aunt's worried speech snagged in her mind, a sudden sharp point of clarity in the confusion. Nia, back in the present, Isha's composure was a fragile mask. She told her aunt that since she was already here, she might as well take a look at her work. She said there was something she'd like to ask. She led the way, her steps echoing as they descended a long, dark stone staircase. Her aunt followed, a weary sigh escaping her lips. They walked down into the cold, cavernous-based basement. At the bottom of the stairs, Isha pushed open a heavy door, revealing a vast, sterile room. Rows upon rows of simple cots filled the space, and on each one lay a pale, motionless figure. Her aunt let out a choked gasp, her hand flying to her mouth as she stammered, asking what in heaven's name this was. Isha's voice was eerily calm as she explained that these were humans she had created using improved illusion spells. She elaborated that they had internal organs, bones, and skin, and though they couldn't feel emotions or pain, their physiological responses were similar to those of real humans. Her aunt stared, horrified, asking if Isha was saying she had fashioned living human beings. Isha simply replied that she had. She added that they would bleed if pricked, but they would simply disappear if the magic was dispelled. She couldn't carry out experiments involving poisons on real people, she explained, so she had made these dolls to use instead. Her aunt's face was pale with disgust as she insisted that no matter how Isha looked at them, they seemed nothing short of human to her. A small, humorless laugh escaped Isha's lips. She offered to demonstrate if her aunt still didn't believe her. Chanting the words de tristera umel, she raised her hand. A brilliant, shimmering light enveloped one of the bodies, and it dissolved into a cloud of iridescent particles that faded into nothing. Her cried out. Good heavens, staggering back. Isha dismissed them as merely pale imitations of people. She had only ever studied poisons, she explained, and she needed something more human-like to gather accurate data, which was why she wanted her aunt's advice. Her aunt replied that from the looks of things, Isha hardly needed it. She then suggested that it would be better to ask her own father about matters concerning magic. Isha's expression softened slightly as she explained that her father had indeed helped her in the beginning. She revealed that the illusion spell she used, Testera, was not originally illusion magic at all, but a form of creation magic. Apparently, ancient mages lacked the enormous quantities of mana required to cast it properly, so they used smaller amounts to create an imperfect version, a mere likeness of the spell, which came to be known as illusion magic. The original spell, she said, was created by the legendary Ramana, the Limitless Mage. She added that her father had been compiling accounts of Ramana ever since her own magical awakening, believing they might prove useful to her one day. The scene dissolved back into the dream void, the future grappling with the impossible reality. She wondered if this was 7 years from now, a world where her parents were still alive, but a cold dread settled in her heart. In this future, Ed was gone. Was he really dead? And why was she still trying to create an antidote? The Ed she was trying to save was gone, so why would she persist? The present snapped back into focus. Her aunt's voice was filled with a newfound respect as she said that after seeing Isha use magic today, she could understand why everyone was so eager to send her to the front lines. A confident, brilliant smile lit up Isha's face. She declared that once she successfully produced an antidote, she would protect the land as an honorable mage of the tower. Her aunt's worried expression finally melted into a fond smile as she affectionately called her a scamp. With a final farewell, she told Isha to take care of herself and not to overwork. Isha promised she would, but the moment the door creaked shut, her smile vanished as if it had never been there. Her face became a mask of cold, haunted determination. She turned and descended the stone steps once more, her solitary footsteps echoing in the silence. She strode back into the chilling room of lifeless dolls, the great door groaning open before her. With a silent whoosh of magic, torches along the walls flared to life, casting flickering shadows across the chamber. At the very back of the room sat a single, ornate chest. She walked towards it, her movements precise and deliberate. Kneeling, she opened the heavy lid with a soft creak. Her voice was a bare whisper as she greeted the person within. "Hello, Ed." Inside, nestled on a bed of pristine white flowers, lay the still, preserved body of a young boy. A small tag was attached to his wrist. The clinical text stark contrast to the funereal scene. It identified him as deceased, sample Edozil Edvan Sol, 15 years old. It noted he had survived far beyond his expected death date and was the only known subject with antibodies. Looking down at his peaceful face, she spoke to him, her voice thick with unshed tears. She told him she had nearly finished the antidote. She asked if he remembered the promise she'd made him all those years ago, begging him to keep holding on, no matter how much it hurt. A memory surfaced, sharp and painful. A younger her, sitting by his sick bed, her small hand on his feverish one. She told his sleeping form that he had been true to his word, withstanding the ravages of the R poison longer than anyone else. He had endured the agony until the very end. A fresh wave of guilt washed over her as she confessed that she still regretted asking that of him. But her father had told her that his very persistence was what allowed his body to create the antibodies they so desperately needed. She gazed at his still form, asking him what he thought fate was. If she could go back in time, if she could do everything all over again, she wondered aloud, would she be able to change things? As she spoke the words, the world around her dissolved once more into that endless, starry blue void. The future Isha floated there, stunned, asking herself what she had just said. A profound weakness washed over her. Her mana was running out. She couldn't hold the connection any longer. Her voice was a faint whisper in the void as she apologized to Ed. In the cold basement, a single, hot tear escaped her eye and traced a path down her cheek. In the dream, she fought against the pull, begging to stay, to linger just a little longer. Her mind was a chaotic storm of questions from the impossible future. How were her parents still alive? What about the shipwreck that was supposed to have claimed them? And what about Ed, the antidote, and the brutal war on the front lines? As a tear dripped from her chin in the real world, her dream self began to sink, the blue void turning into a suffocating ocean. She thrashed against the current, a desperate, silent scream tearing from her throat, as she demanded the memory be given to her before she was completely submerged. With a violent gasp, Isnelda's eyes flew open. She shot upright in bed, drenched in a cold sweat, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. A worried voice called out her name. Mrs. Isnelda. It was Rodion, a man in a dark, hooded cloak. He was pleading with her to return to her senses. Isnelda looked around in a daze. Her room was in utter chaos. A swirling vortex of raw magical energy emanated from her, sending furniture levitating through the air. The only thing containing the destructive force was a shimmering blue barrier that pulsed around her bed. As she regained her composure, the magic subsided. She asked weakly if she had gone mad in her sleep. Rodion confirmed her fears, explaining that Noah had installed magical barriers in advance for just such an occurrence. He let out a shaky breath, telling her that if it hadn't been for Noah's foresight, she could have lost not just her bed, but the entire house with it. He then asked her what had happened last night. Isnelda remained silent, a single tear escaping as the dream replayed in her mind. It was another her, a version living 7 years in the future, in the year 564. And Isnelda with a different past, a different life, and an alternate Edvan, whom she had let die at the age of 15. The numbers thumbed her thoughts. 15 years old, that was 5 years ago in the year 552, but that wasn't right. Ed had started to get better when he was 8 years old, back in the year 545. Rodion's voice calling her name pulled her from her frantic calculations. A spark of blue light danced at her fingertips. With a determined gesture, she swiped her hand through the air, magically scratching out the number 564 and replacing it with 545. Rodion watched startled as she rose from the bed, a new, sharp clarity in her eyes. She turned to him, her voice steady, and asked for his advice on a magical matter. She posed a hypothetical question. If a certain medicine were to be created 7 years in the future, and if that same medicine were to appear in the past, would it be possible to save someone who was fated to die? What if she pressed that medicine had traveled through time? She asked him if a magic spell capable of such a thing even existed. Rodion considered her question carefully before answering that. As far as he was aware, no such spell was recorded in the archives of the Mage Tower. He conceded that this didn't entirely rule out the possibility. Isnelda's mind was racing. She reasoned that if an object from the future was used to alter the past, then the future itself would naturally be changed as well. This was all assuming, of course, that the future she saw was real. Then, a terrifying thought struck her. If she was having these dreams, wouldn't her father have experienced the same thing? She had always assumed these prophetic dreams were a common trait among mages, but she had never heard of anyone else having visions like hers. No-wise with a jolt of ice-cold fear, aside from those suffering from the dreaded mage disease. Her eyes widened. Wait, did the afflicted truly only dream of the past? Her thoughts became a tangled mess of cause and effect. Trying to unravel it on a single timeline was impossible. But what if there were two tracks? One track where the antidote is produced in the year 564, and another where it is used in the year 45. The terrible truth slammed into her. To create the antidote, they needed antibodies. And antibodies could only be extracted from a victim who survived the poison far longer than anyone thought possible. In short, the one thing absolutely necessary for the creation of the antidote was Edvan Sol's death. In one world, Edvan had to die so that in another, he could be saved. The implications were staggering. What if her father in the present had a dream of his future daughter creating the antidote? He would have known what was needed. Ed's fate, originally sealed, had been altered. A memory of Noah's grave warning echoed in her ears. He'd told her be careful, that the tower suspected her father had something to do with the origins of the mage disease. An image of her father standing over the victims of his cruel experiments flashed in her mind. The full weight of the revelation crashed down upon her, and she screamed Noah's name. Ignoring Rodian's panicked calls, she burst from the room and sprinted down the hall, her white nightgown billowing behind her. She ran through the opulent corridors, her voice echoing off the marble as she frantically called for Noah Argent to answer her. She came to a skidding halt, breathless, demanding that Rodian tell her what was going on. She looked around wildly, asking where Mr. Noah could possibly be. Rodian simply asked what she thought. Her gaze fell upon a small table, where a pair of familiar glasses sat abandoned. She picked them up, her fingers tracing the delicate frames. Her voice was dangerously quiet as she asked Rodian if Noah struck him as the sort of man who would run off and leave his glasses behind. In another place, a space of shimmering violet energy. A circle of glowing teal runes flared to life on the floor. A man with silver hair and bare feet materialized in its center, his simple white shirt and trousers a stark contrast to the ethereal surroundings. An old man with a magnificent white beard and clad in regal purple robes greeted him, his voice echoing in the void as he welcomed young Noah. The old man, Grand Mage Vincentos, remarked that Noah had used a modified summoning spell to create a temporary gate. He praised Noah, saying he never disappointed, though he admitted he'd had a terrible time tracking him down. He cast a critical eye over Noah's uncharacteristically casual attire, before asking if he had been enjoying his holiday somewhere pleasant. Noah looked down at his own hands, as if seeing them for the first time. A fleeting image of Isnelda, her face soft and content as she knitted, filled his mind. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips as he answered that yes, he had been in a pleasant place, indeed. He held up a document, beginning to apologize for another man's behavior, insisting that the man had acted alone. But the Grand Mage raised a bejeweled hand, cutting him off. He reminded Noah that only a precious few retained their full memories of Argo's experiments. He explained that he had erased the memories of the others as a gentle way to ensure their silence, but he had trusted a select few to keep their secrets. That, he admitted, had proven to be an error. As the head of the Mage Tower, he would make amends for the disgrace Mrs. Nelda had suffered. He declared the matter officially closed. He assured Noah that the mastermind would be punished internally and the victims compensated, but the tower's involvement must remain a secret. This, he said with a knowing look, would be the best way to bury the affair from a year ago. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping as he asked if that wouldn't be better for Noah as well. They were partners in the same enterprise, after all. He reminded Noah that it had been 8 long years since they were bound together, and in all that time, Noah's name had never once left its place on his hand. He held up his hand, displaying fingers laden with ornate rings, each one a symbol of loyalty from a graduating mage. For year after year, the one who received the most oaths was Grand Mage Vincentos himself. He continued, stating that he viewed Noah looking after Argo's daughter as a positive development. In his eyes, Argo in his prime, and leaving his young daughter behind was a sufficient price pay for his sins. A flicker of cold anger passed through Noah's eyes. The Grand Mage instructed him to see to it that Miss Isnelda was kept so happy and content that the thought of digging into her father's sordid past would never even cross her mind. Noah's voice was like ice as he requested leave to deal with Sebin as he saw fit, should the man ever place Miss Conche in any further danger. Vincentos let out a dry chuckle, twisting a large blue ring on his finger. He dismissed the concern, saying Sebin was clever enough to avoid doing anything too reckless. Besides, he added with a cruel smile, if anything were to happen him, his darling Lara would be utterly distraught. The camera zoomed in on the ring, the name Sieben Humor finally engraved upon its silver band. The scene shifted to a bright, sunlit day on August 12th of the year 557. The city was bustling, and a newspaper headline announced the monthly meeting of the Granche Foundation. In a quiet courtyard, a man with long, silvery gray hair pulled back hood of his cloak, revealing a handsome, cunning face. He introduced himself with a sly smile as Ash Grell. He then gestured to a shorter, cloaked figure beside him, introducing them as his assistant, Clara, explaining that circumstances required her to conceal her face. A woman in an elaborate, feathered hat regarded them suspiciously, asking if he truly wished to gain ownership of vision magic. Ash confirmed that he did, specifying that he wished to purchase the right to ascertain the contents of Argo Granche's second will. With a dramatic flourish, he kicked open a large travel bag at his feet, sending a torrent of gold coins cascading across the cobblestones, shocking the assembled directors. He smirked, observing that they likely wished to appoint Sir Argent as chairman over Lady Granche, but that their efforts would be futile so long as Argent was in the picture, especially if the two were allied. One of the directors argued that they couldn't proceed until a chairman was in place, as the will could not be made public otherwise. Ash leaned in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. He told them there was something he needed them all to do. He needed their help in proving the crimes Argo Granche had committed 13 years ago. The woman gasped, asking if he meant the human experiments, but quickly added that there was no evidence. Ash's smile was predatory. He conceded there might not be evidence, but there were witnesses. He assured them they wouldn't have to do anything drastic. They simply needed to arrange for his assistant, Clara, to meet with Lady Granche in a very public place. Elsewhere, in a lavishly decorated hall, a man reported to his master, a nobleman with a sharp mustache named Sieben. The subordinate confirmed that he had bribed all the directors as instructed. Sieben warned him severely that any mistakes would not go unpunished. As the man left, Sieben muttered to himself with disgust, wondering what could have possessed the Grand Mage to adopt a commoner. He stood before a grand, tiered fountain, his reflection rippling in the water. He remarked that it had been a long time since he was last here, but calling out the name, Argo. A man in a simple black cloak stood with his back to him. Sieben approached, chiding Argo for his drab clothing and telling him that he ought to make an effort on a day like this. The figure of Argo shimmered like a heat haze or a reflection in water. He slowly turned, his face obscured by shadow, and spoke Sieben's name. His eyes, a piercing and natural shade of blue, fixed on Sieben as he asked a simple, chilling question. What day is it today? Under the warm, golden glow of 1,000 crystal lights, the grand hall buzzed with the clinking of glasses and the low murmur of polite society. Tonight was a momentous occasion, a celebration of power and legacy. An older nobleman, his glass of red wine held aloft, remarked to his companion with a satisfied smile that today, at long last, a new Meister would be born. All eyes were on a man named Sieben, his features sharp and aristocratic, who received the congratulations with a practiced, cool grace. But beneath the veneer of calm, a storm of irritation was brewing. Sieben stalked through a quiet, sunlit corridor, his jaw tight. He wondered where that infuriating Argo had gone. It was nearly time for the presentation, the culmination of all his efforts. His search led him to a vast, silent hall where he finally found him. Argo stood alone, a solitary figure in the echoing emptiness, his back to the entrance. Sieben's voice cut through the silence, sharp with annoyance, as he demanded to know where Argo had been, complaining that he had spent ages searching for him. He looked Argo up and down, his lip curling in disdain at the simple, dark clothes. He chided him, remarking that one ought to make an effort on a day as significant as this one. The world around Argo seemed to shimmer and dissolve, a disorienting ripple in time. He whispered Sieben's name, his voice barely a breath, as if seeing a ghost. A dawning horror filled his eyes wide and lost, and he asked with a trembling voice what day it was. Sieben could only stare, utterly baffled by the question. What? Argo's voice grew stronger, more insistent, as he repeated the question, demanding to know the date. Sieben's patience snapped. He grabbed Argo's arm, his touch rough and impatient, asking if he'd eaten something spoiled and insisting it was nearly time for the presentation. The word presentation hung in the air, a death knell. Argo mumbled it to himself, his expression darkening into a mask of grim finality. He declared with an icy certainty that there would be no presentation. Sieben's eyes widened in shock, demanding to know what he was saying as Argo turned on his heel, announcing that he had to leave at once. In a flash of panic and fury, Sieben lunged forward, his fingers closing like a vice around Argo's wrist. He yelled, his voice echoing in the hall, questioning where Argo thought he was going at such a critical moment. Argo simply stated that he was going to his laboratory, telling Sieben to see to things here. Sieben's face contorted in disbelief. He screamed at Argo, asking if he had taken leave of his senses. He desperately reminded him of the research funding, of what he was supposed to tell his own father-in-law. Decisive movement, Argo wrenched his arm free from the desperate grip. He looked back, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve, and repeated that he had to go. He strode away without another word, his dark cloak billowing behind him, leaving Sieben utterly alone in his wake. Sieben's teeth gnashed together, the sound a low, vicious grind of pure hatred. A torrent of bitter thoughts flooded his mind. Argo have created the vision. But it was he, Sieben, who had placated every impatient mage, who had smoothed every path. His hand clenched into a white-knuckled fist. Was all of it for nothing? What about his dream of becoming a Meister? What about his position? The world around him seemed to shatter into a million pieces, his ambition turning to ash. But then, sudden, desperate thought pierced through the rage. He remembered the incantation. It was engraved on Argo's ring. Even if he leaves, as long as I have that. A manic light entered his eyes. He screamed Argo's name, a raw, guttural sound of pure desperation. He lunged forward, his voice a crazed command to give him the ring, but it was too late. A blinding pillar of azure light erupted from the floor where Argo stood, the air crackling with the raw power of teleportation magic. With a flash and a deafening boom, Argo vanished into thin air, the spell dissipating into nothing but frost-covered rubble on the pristine floor. Sieben stood frozen, his hand outstretched but nothing, his face a mask of thwarted fury. This transgression was not the first. A memory surfaced of a furious outcry on a high balcony. A man demanding to know why Argo received no punishment for casting Egratio, a forbidden taboo spell. The reason for the silence was the Grand Mage himself, Sieben's own father-in-law. He had quietly wiped the memories of the mages present that day, turning a blind eye to Argo's grave sin and burying the incident, as if it had never happened. This favoritism had long been a bitter pill for others to swallow. Another powerful mage recalled his own servitude, how he had become the Grand Mage's son-in-law and acted as his loyal hound, only to watch as Argo was always given special treatment. He couldn't understand why that limitless mage was favored over his own children. And now, another mage of impossible power had emerged, Isnelda. It was whispered that no mage was capable of performing magic at her level within a single year of awakening. And even if it were possible, no sane mage would squander so much mana, simply to imbue a reconnaissance familiar with unnecessary abilities. There could only be three explanations for such unprecedented behavior. 1, she was a mere child with a foolish urge to show off her talents. 2, her abilities were truly without limit, and she was inadvertently using the most advanced magic without even being aware of it. Or 3, she had returned to the past, bearing knowledge from a future that was never meant to be, just as Argo did. The truth lay in a hidden scroll, revealing the Grancher family's greatest secret. Their true vision was not a resurrection spell. It was something far more powerful. It could, however, be used to bring the dead back to life through a shockingly simple method. One need only return to the past, as Argo did, and alter the fate of the dead. As the sun set, casting the city in a fiery orange glow, the grand hall of the Grancher Foundation was alive with chatter and anticipation. Suddenly, the great doors at the entrance creaked open, drawing every eye. A figure stood silhouetted against the light. An announcer's boomed through the hall, declaring the arrival of the interim director, Isnelda. The sharp click of a heel on marble echoed through the sudden silence. From a balcony above, the Grand Mage watched, a cruel, predatory smirk twisting his lips. He thought to himself that today, in this very place, his daughter Argo would finally fall, and he would be the one to seize her vision. A ripple of confusion spread through the crowd below. A noblewoman whispered to her companion, asking if that could possibly be Argo Grancher. The name was picked up by others, murmured in disbelief. They spoke of the dead Argo Grancher, but then someone urged them to look closer. As the figure stepped fully into the light, a collective gasp swept the room. It wasn't the woman they remembered. This was Isnelda Grancher, a vision of authority and power, in a striking royal blue military uniform, her expression sharp and confident. Her piercing blue eyes scanned the stunned faces before her as the announcer's voice rang out, declaring that the monthly meeting of the Grancher Scholarship Foundation would now begin.